Sang Imo jumps down lightly from the window, claps his hands, and sees Fong Tang's cheeks still red from sleep, with sleepy eyes that look adorable. His heart warms, and without hesitation, he pulls the person into his arms and kisses him. A young man and woman alone, full of passion, sharing a room. As they kiss, they gradually lean toward the bed. The system watches excitedly, silently cheering for the boss, hoping they can have their wedding night early. But the system is disappointed. At the last moment, Sang Imo quickly stops himself, feeling annoyed. He almost made a mistake. 36 days left. Sang Imo gently touches the swollen, red lips in his arms, feeling soft inside. He originally thought he would be lonely forever, but heaven sent Fong Tang to him, and he even found his grandfather. In 36 days, Fong Tang will marry him. Then he can do those things openly. For the wedding, I want to invite Uncle San, Aunt San, and some relatives from my hometown, Fong Tang says softly. Back home, these relatives took good care of her and her grandmother, especially Aunt San, who taught her many life lessons. In her heart, Aunt San feels more like a mother than Fong Tang's own mother. Make a list. When we go back to the hometown, we'll invite them and book a guest house, Sang Imo replies. Fong Tang nods, feeling very secure. No matter what he asks for, Sang Imo will do his best to satisfy her. Being with this man makes her feel especially safe. Even if the sky falls, she's not afraid. The two lie together on the bed, feeling close. Even without talking, just looking at each other makes them happy. Time passes quickly, and suddenly it's 10 o'clock. Outside, old Master Fong's grumbling can be heard. Tang girl, it's already late at night. Go to bed early. Reading isn't urgent right now. Old Master Fong gets up to use the bathroom and checks if Fong Tang is still awake reading. He notices the light in her room and comes over to remind her. Fong Tang is startled and quickly pushes away Sang Imo, shouting outside, I'm going to sleep now. Go quickly. Fong Tang lowers her voice, pushing Sang Imo toward the window. If old Master Fong comes in now, it will be bad. Sang Imo feels a bit nervous. It's his first time climbing over a wall. He doesn't know what to do and feels helpless. The sound of old Master Fong's footsteps gets closer. Fong Tang sweats nervously and pushes him hard, whispering, Hide outside quickly, don't worry. Even if they find us, they'll just scold me. Sang Imo tries to comfort her, but Fong Tang is angry and glaring. She's not worried about being scolded. She's afraid of losing face. It's very embarrassing to meet a man secretly in the middle of the night and get caught by elders.
Sangmo, stop sitting here.
He gently jumps onto the windowsill. Fong Tang quickly closes the window and warns him, Be careful, I'll come again tomorrow night. Sang Imo kisses her on the face just as they hear knocking on the door. Fong Tang is frightened and hurriedly opens the door, not closing the window tightly. Old Master Fong looks inside with sharp, bright eyes, like a spotlight. Who are you talking to? It seems old Master Fong heard voices, but Fong Tang is alone in the room. He also senses something unusual. As a former soldier, he is very perceptive and notices something strange. No one, just me. Fong Tang forces a smile, feeling very nervous. Sweat beads on her forehead, and her heavy breathing makes old Master Fong more suspicious. He quietly enters the room, noticing the window isn't closed tightly and the books on the table are open. He figures out what's going on. Slowly, he walks to the window. It's windy tonight. Remember to close the window properly. Grandpa Fong, I'll close it. Fong Tang is so nervous her nerves are on edge. She rushes over to close the window, not knowing if Sang Imo has already gone down or not. If old Master Fong sees them, it will be over. I looked outside to see if there were any mice. Your grandma said this morning that there are mice in the house and told me to catch a cat. The old man, with sharp eyes, saw that Fong Tang looked nervous. Clearly, there was a problem outside the window, probably a big mouse. The old man sneered silently, suddenly opened the window, and when Sang Imo, hiding outside, was caught off guard, he was almost pushed off. Sang Imo quickly leaned to the side, gripping the window frame tightly to hold on. Sang Imo dared not move or make a sound, cursing the old man silently for being so sneaky. Fong Tang's heart was in her throat. When she saw no one outside, she finally relaxed. Sang Mo must have already left. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Seeing her scared and worried, the old man got even angrier. He was upset that Sang Mo, who was almost married, was sneaking around at night, just bullying Tang's gentle nature. He was not going to let this go. Tonight, he would teach that brat a lesson. There are no mice. Tang, you should go to bed early, and not stay up so late reading. The old man pretended to examine things carefully, then closed the window and warned her again. Fong Tang obediently agreed and saw the old man to the door. The old man hurried to block the person outside. He strode downstairs and ran to the backyard. Sure enough, he saw someone climbing down the pipe. The old man stayed silent, hiding at the wall's base. Sang Mo quickly slid down and landed softly on the ground. He happily clapped his hands, ready to go home and sleep. He planned to come back tomorrow night. But before he could turn around, a bag was suddenly pulled over his head, and he was immediately beaten. You little brat, you dare steal from my family? Don't you know who I am? The old man muttered angrily, punching repeatedly, but avoiding vital spots. Sang Mo, inside the bag, was in pain and seeing stars. He didn't dare fight back, only muffling his voice and saying, "It's me."
Who are you?
Don't try to be friendly with me, you bad little dog. The old man pretended not to hear and kept hitting, getting more and more aggressive. He wanted to see if this brat dared to climb the wall again. Black egg? Why is it you? Old Master Fong pretended to be surprised, then punched a few times before finally stopping reluctantly. He tore off the sack and saw Sang Mo with a swollen face and nose, feeling quite pleased inside. On the outside, he acted very shocked and even helped him up himself. Oh dear, why did you come to my house to steal? Look at my old eyes. Why didn't you say anything? Old Master Fong spoke seriously, brushing dust off Sang Mo's clothes. Sang Mo felt frustrated but couldn't say anything because he knew the old man was just teasing. Still, he couldn't argue back since he was in the wrong. Because you closed the door early, I couldn't see my wife. I couldn't go through the front, so I had to use the back door. Sang Mo decided to be honest and straightforward. It was clear that the old man was unreasonable. He and Fong Tang were openly dating, so why couldn't they meet? You can't meet before marriage. That's the rule, Old Master Fong said firmly, pushing the brat out the door. He looked annoyed and said, "Hurry up and get lost. It's only been a month. What are you in such a rush for? Anyway, since you won't open the door, I'll climb the wall again next time." Sang Mo acted stubbornly, believing that his wife was rightfully his and no one could stop them. "Try climbing, and I'll break your leg." Old Master Fong laughed angrily. This daring kid really thought he wouldn't dare to be harsh.
Try me and see.
Sang Mo wasn't afraid. He climbed over the wall and left. He didn't believe the old man could block him all night. He'd surely doze off sometime. Old Master Fong wasn't actually very angry. The young couple was very close, and he knew they wouldn't last a month apart. But rules had to be followed. He couldn't let Tang Girl be looked down on. Stupid kid. Old Master Fong scolded with a smile and turned off the lights to sleep. The next morning at breakfast at Fong's house, Sang Mo's panda-like eyes surprised Fong Tang.
He was fine last night.
Black egg, what's wrong with your eyes? Grandma Fong asked with concern. I hit the wall going upstairs because I didn't turn on the light, Sang Mo mumbled vaguely. Old Master Fong snorted but didn't say anything, knowing he was just teasing. Grandma Fong looked at her proud old man with a meaningful smile and kindly went to get the medicine box to treat Sang Mo's bruised eye. The big bruise was a sign that the old man had been too rough. He was getting more reckless with age. No need for medicine, it's fine. But if the blood doesn't disperse, it'll turn more blue by tomorrow. You have to go to work, she said. Grandma Fong was very insistent, making Sang Mo sit down, applying medicinal alcohol and rubbing forcefully. Sang Mo was in so much pain he was gasping, even more than when old Master Fong had beaten him last night. He suspected Grandma Fong was taking the chance to teach him a lesson, but he had no proof. Fong Tang watched with a stomach full of sympathy for her partner. She thought he fell while climbing over the wall last night and never expected it was from old Master Fong. She felt very guilty, but she had to finish her task, so she could only let Sang Mo suffer quietly. Sang Mo was rubbed until he was sweating all over. Old Master Fong and Grandpa Fong didn't even look at him. Such minor injuries were nothing to them. They had been hurt much worse in the past, but still kept going to fight. They didn't even blink. After breakfast, Fong Tang and Sang Mo went to work. When they left, Grandma Fong said annoyed, "Your hit was too hard. You even turned the black egg into a green one." "I was being gentle. If I hadn't, his leg might have been broken." Old Master Fong snorted. If last night really was a thief, he would have beaten him half to death. "What did that kid do?" Grandpa Fong asked curiously. "Climbed over the wall in the middle of the night to my room, and I caught him." "Do you think I should have beaten him?" Old Master Fong said confidently. "Yes. Next time hit him harder." Grandpa Fong nodded firmly. His sincere attitude eased Old Master Fong's anger a little. He thought his brother was reasonable, unlike that brat who was completely unruly. Actually, Grandpa Fong knew his grandson well. The more he was told not to do something, the more he would do it. Old Fong definitely couldn't stop him. But this kid wouldn't do anything reckless. He knew how to act properly, so Grandpa Fong felt at ease. On the way to work, Fong Tang felt worried and said, "In the future, don't come at night anymore. You've fallen so many times. Does it hurt?" "It's okay, just some skin injuries." Sang Mo didn't care much and didn't dare say he was beaten by old Master Fong. He was afraid Fong Tang might feel shy and maybe close the window, not letting him into the house. Fong Tang felt a little helpless. She just wanted to finish her task, but Sang Mo seemed addicted to it. She was both worried and excited, feeling very conflicted. "Why are you so conflicted?" "Secretly meeting at night. Isn't it exciting? Doesn't it feel special?" the system suddenly asked. Fong Tang ignored it. This mischievous system was getting more and more cheeky. She wasn't that shameless. But doing bad things under the watchful eyes of elders was indeed quite thrilling. It was different from normal dates, but Fong Tang wouldn't tell the system. Otherwise, the system would definitely laugh at her. The system hummed softly, knowing well that it shared a mind with its host. Whatever the host thought, it understood completely. Task of climbing the wall completed. Reward, a slender waist like a willow. The system granted the reward. Last night's show was so exciting that it had forgotten to give it. Fong Tang couldn't help but pinch her waist. It seemed even thinner and softer now. Her waist was already slim, but not very soft, so she couldn't make it more flexible. "From now on, don't just say bend the waist, even doing a 180-degree spin is fine," the system said proudly. What does a 180-degree spin mean? Fong Tang didn't understand. "You'll find out later," the system replied vaguely before disappearing. Fong Tang wasn't particularly eager to find out. She instinctively felt that a 180-degree turn probably wasn't a good thing. The system excitedly rubbed its little hands and silently started a countdown. 35 days left. It was getting close. How close am I to Sang Mo now? Fong Tang suddenly remembered something. She hadn't asked about their closeness for a long time. Last time, it was 78. After so much time, it should have increased a lot, right? It took a while before the system answered. 80. Only 80. Fong Tang was shocked, almost falling out of the back seat of the car. After all this time, it only increased by 2 points? Had her efforts with Sang Mo been useless? Why do you say useless? Didn't you find happiness? Haven't your feelings with the boss become stronger? The system asked unhappily. Its 3 questions made Fong Tang feel guilty, and she lowered her head, afraid to speak. She had indeed found happiness, and her relationship with Sang Mo had definitely grown stronger. But the speed of the increase in closeness was painfully slow, slower than a snail. "I told you early on. Only mutual joy can lead to big growth. Keep trying," the system snorted, then stopped talking. Actually, it was feeling guilty and disappeared quickly, afraid that Fong Tang would keep asking and it wouldn't be able to explain. Soon, they arrived at the machine tool factory. Sang Imo parked in the shed, then turned to see Fong Tang's face, which was as red as the sunrise. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with your face?" He reached out to touch her forehead. The temperature was normal. Fong Tang blushed and avoided his hand. She looked around. There were a few people parking nearby, but none looked this way. She finally relaxed and shot Sang Imo a playful glare. Although they are dating, even if they were married, they cannot show too much affection outside, such as holding hands or hugging. If others see, they might be scolded or even punished severely, as reputation is very important in this era. Such punishment feels worse than being punished physically. Now, on the street, men and women keep at least half a meter apart. Some walk one behind the other to avoid suspicion, and even talking loudly to be heard. Song Imo smiled. When he reached out his hand, he had already checked the surroundings to make sure he and Fong Tang wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After 7 years of wandering, he had learned to listen carefully and watch all around. When they reached the second floor, they separated. Fong Tang went to the third-floor office, arriving first. The office door was closed, so she took the key from under the flower pot, opened the door, and then boiled some water. She wanted to show herself a little, but she only boiled water once a week. If Sister Shu and Brother Lee didn't ask her to, she wouldn't do it anymore. Just as she was carrying the kettle downstairs, she saw Song Imo coming out with 3 kettles of hot water, and Fan Bing also carrying 2. "Don't go there." Song Imo took 2 of Fong Tang's kettles. Seeing this, Fan Bing shared one and smiled at Fong Tang, saying, "In the future, the person in charge of boiling water should be your partner, right, Song Imo?" Song Imo nodded confidently. Fong Tang was not picky and smiled. "Thanks, Brother Fan. I won't refuse." "No need to thank me, we're all family." Fan Bing smiled kindly. The two went downstairs together. Fong Tang returned to her office, washed a basin of water, and wiped her desk. Only her own. She didn't wipe others' desks, not even Section Chief Chi's. She didn't want to flatter Section Chief Chi. Wiping once would mean doing it many times, which was unnecessary. Besides, she wasn't planning to stay at the machine tool factory forever. Next year, when the college entrance exam is restored, she plans to go to university, so she wouldn't waste her energy here. After cleaning her desk, Fong Tang spread out her study materials and started reading. Section Chief Chi and Lao Gao arrived one after another, each holding a cup of strong tea. They walked into the office slowly, with a slight outward turn of their feet. Section Chief Chi glanced at the window ledge. The 2 kettles of hot water were gone, but Fong Tang sat casually, so he asked, "Xiao Fong, where did our office's hot water kettles go?" "I gave them to my partner to boil water," Fong Tang replied with a smile. Chief Chi was very pleased, thinking Fong Tang had good judgment. However, when he walked to his desk and saw a thin layer of dust on it, his smile froze. He glanced at Fong Tang's desk again. It was clean and tidy, obviously just wiped. Other colleagues' desks were dusty, but Fong Tang's was spotless. Clearly, she only cleaned her own desk. Chief Chi's mouth drooped, and his expression became serious. He felt quite unhappy. This girl, Fong Tang, doesn't have good judgment. She only cleans her own desk, ignoring the others. That's narrow-minded and selfish. In an office, colleagues are like a family. Helping to wipe a desk is normal. Even if she doesn't help others, cleaning the boss's desk is part of her duty. Although Chief Chi was unhappy inside, he didn't show it. He hadn't yet figured out Fong Tang's relationship, so he couldn't act rashly. Still, he felt uncomfortable. He started as an apprentice and worked his way up to head of the publicity department over 30 years, relying on his ability to read people and his hard work. That's how he managed to stay in his position at the machine tool factory and become a department head. Young people nowadays are not like their generation. They are too delicate. Old Gao silently looked around the office, then glanced at Chief Chi. He understood the situation. He smiled slightly, put down his teacup, took a cloth to wash, and then slowly wiped his desk, paying attention to every corner. It took him about 10 minutes. Sister Shu and Brotherly arrived late. Brotherly immediately wanted to pour water, but Sang Imo hadn't brought water yet, so he muttered, "Even the kettle is missing. Can't even get a sip of water." "Maybe there's a long line for the water," Fong Tang explained. Brotherly muttered a few more words, then went to the next office to get water. Sister Shu didn't drink water. She sat down, ready to knit her sweater, but when she saw a thin layer of dust on the desk, she frowned. She looked at Fong Tang's desk. It was very clean. Comparing it to her own, the difference was huge. Her face looked worse. Seeing that Fong Tang was still unaware and reading her book, Sister Shu felt uncomfortable, like a lump of lard in her heart. It was hard to say anything directly, because such things are unspoken rules, not written in the factory's laws. "You didn't say it out loud, but I felt really upset inside." Sister Shu was so distressed that she couldn't even finish knitting her favorite sweater. She frowned and went to wash the cloth. Brotherly poured a glass of water and slowly came back, not caring about the mess on the table. He sat down heavily and drank water, probably waiting for the table to be cleaned when he left. While wiping the table, Sister Shu secretly watched Fong Tang. She saw that Fong Tang didn't even lift her head and showed no shame at all. This made Sister Shu feel even more upset. She couldn't help but say, "Xiao Fong, your table is very clean." Fong Tang looked up and smiled, saying, "I just wiped it casually. It wasn't very dirty." It took a minute. Sister Shu's face darkened. She felt Fong Tang was implying she was lazy. Actually, Fong Tang meant that, but she didn't say it directly. She hoped Sister Shu would understand herself. Now, Fong Tang had 3 old men and Sang Imo backing her up, so she felt very confident and didn't need to please these people. Suddenly, Brotherly chuckled with a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was unclear who he was teasing. Sister Shu was deeply affected by that look. She clenched her teeth and sarcastically said, "This morning, I was almost driven crazy by the kids. They are really a bunch of debt collectors. Why do the kids upset you?" Section Chief Chi asked cooperatively. Sister Shu stopped wiping the table, threw down the cloth, and looked at Fong Tang with a meaningful expression. She said, "It's so frustrating. They are all ancestors, lazier than pigs. This morning, I hurriedly cooked noodles. I asked the eldest to bring out a bowl to serve the noodles. There are 5 people in the family, so there should be 5 bowls, right? But this debt collector only took his own bowl. I told him once, and he retorted 10 times. He said I wasn't clear enough and should specify there are 5 bowls. He was even more confident than me. Oh, it made me so angry. Just like beads on an abacus moving a little here and there. If I didn't move them, they wouldn't move. If we were young and lacked insight like them, we wouldn't even be in the class anymore." Section Chief Chi nodded in agreement with Sister Shu's words and looked at Fong Tang with a meaningful gaze. He said, "Young people these days really lack insight. I remember when I was an apprentice, I handled all the work at my master's house. I even washed my mother-in-law's clothes without being told. I was very diligent. Otherwise, how could my master teach me skills?" Sister Shu spoke while glancing at Fong Tang, hoping the girl would listen. But when she saw Fong Tang still staring at her book with a dull expression, she suddenly couldn't continue. She felt like she was talking to a wall and was wasting her breath. Brotherly chuckled sarcastically, finished half a glass of water, and jumped down from the desk. He skillfully patted his pants. Sister Shu wrinkled her nose in disgust and complained, "Little Lee, you haven't even wiped your desk, and your pants are full of dust. Stop patting them, then you help me wipe it, just for a minute," Fong Tang said with a sweet smile, pointing at the desk. "Wait for me in the corridor during lunch," Sang Imo said as she brought in 2 pots of boiling water. Fong Tang nodded toward the windowsill and replied, "Just put it there. Wait for me in the hallway during lunch," Sang Imo repeated, politely smiling at a few colleagues, then strode out confidently. Brotherly grinned and said, "Little Fong, from now on, will the hot water in our office be all handled by your boyfriend? My boyfriend would like to, but he's worried about causing trouble. After all, working hard is honorable. He doesn't want you to think he doesn't care about work," Fong Tang replied with a smile. Cough, cough. Chief Chi, who was drinking tea, choked and coughed so hard that tears came out. He felt uncomfortable inside and secretly sighed. Young people nowadays not only lack awareness but also pretend to be deaf and mute, and they're sharp-tongued too. Fong Tang's words were definitely meant for him and Sister Shu, no doubt about it. Brotherly laughed heartily, finding Fong Tang quite interesting. Unlike other newcomers who were timid and hesitant, she was eager to work. But he also looked down on these soft types, even though he needed people like them to do the work. Sister Shu returned with a grim face. She hadn't heard Fong Tang's earlier words. She hung her cloth on the windowsill. When she saw the hot water had arrived, her expression softened a little. She thought Fong Tang wasn't completely foolish. At least she knew how to turn on the water. She poured a glass of hot water and sat down to knit a sweater. Her hands moved quickly, like flying shadows, and the sweater was progressing fast. In a few days, she would probably finish the collar. The office was a bit dull. Some read newspapers, others read books, some knitted sweaters, and some visited friends. Everyone was busy. Fong Tang had been reading for an hour and felt her neck ache. She closed her book and did eye exercises. Sister Shu also stopped knitting, massaged her shoulders, and glanced at the book on Fong Tang's desk. Seeing it was a high school textbook, she exclaimed in surprise, "Little Fong, why are you still looking at high school materials?" "Just looking around." Fong Tang kept her eyes closed and did the exercises, not wanting to explain. But Sister Shu kept asking, "These days, no one takes college entrance exams anymore. What's the use of looking at this? Are you planning to go to the Worker Peasant Soldier University?" Chief Chi and Old Gao both listened carefully. Their families also had young people of the right age who wanted to go to that university, but getting a spot was very hard. If Fong Tang had connections, it wouldn't matter if she wasn't very clever. It's just wiping tables after all, nothing important. After finishing her eye exercises, Fong Tang opened her eyes and smiled. "I'm just looking around, preparing for the future." Hearing this, Sister Shu and the others thought she was really preparing to go to the Worker Peasant Soldier University. Although university admission was based on recommendations, once inside, students still had to study and take exams. If their grades were too poor, they might be expelled. Sister Shu was worried about her eldest son. He had spent 3 years in high school without much purpose. Now he was 19 and working as an apprentice in his father's workshop. When he would become a regular worker was uncertain. If only he could use connections to get into the Worker Peasant Soldier University, then he could become an official after graduation, earning at least 38 yuan a month. When factory graduates were assigned jobs, their salaries were higher than many older workers. Everyone was envious, but they could only envy. After all, they were university students. "Little Fong, tell me honestly, are you really preparing to go to university?" Sister Shu leaned close to Fong Tang's ear and asked softly. Her tone was very different from before, warm and friendly, like a real sister. It was very close and caring. Fong Tang secretly found it funny. She replied vaguely, "It's true I'm preparing, but I can't say for sure right now." Sister Shu's eyes lit up. She was sure Fong Tang was planning to go to university, but she didn't want to seem too obvious, so she spoke vaguely. It was clear that Fong Tang's family probably had connections to get her a spot at the university. Little Fong truly is a cultured person. No matter where she goes, she always reads a book. I wish our eldest could love reading as much as she does. Sister respects scholars the most. Sister Shu smiled so happily that her eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose all scrunched up, and her gaze at Fong Tang was full of kindness, like she was looking at a kind goddess. "Sister, you really know how to praise people. I'm not good at studying, but my partner is amazing. He remembers everything after just a glance, while I need a long time to read." "I've been praising Sang Mo a lot." Sister Shu's face lit up with joy, and she asked eagerly, "Is your partner also studying high school textbooks?" "Yes, we're studying together." Fong Tang nodded honestly. Chief Chi and Old Gao exchanged meaningful looks, and their eyes toward Fong Tang became gentler. Besides brotherly, these three in the office were all thinking carefully. The young couple studying high school textbooks clearly aimed to go to college. This shows Sangmo's family can get 2 college spots at once, which is not common for ordinary high-ranking families. Fong Tang is very lucky. Even when she goes to the countryside, she manages to find such a good future husband. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they shared one feeling. After that, they became much more polite to Fong Tang. Sister Shu even took the initiative to wipe the table for her, and Chief Chi told Fong Tang not to boil water herself, saying she was young and might get scalded. Since becoming the section chief, Chief Chi hadn't boiled water himself, but he humbly did it now, personally making a fragrant cup of tea for Fong Tang. She accepted it without hesitation. She didn't say anything. Everything was just their imagination. But she did say one thing. If you have time, look at the high school textbooks now. You'll definitely need them in the future. Fong Tang meant that the college entrance exam would be restored next year. But Chief Chi and the others thought she was promising to help them get college spots. They all became eager to please her, worried that the limited college quotas might only be given to one person and their own children might miss out. Little Fong, try my spring rolls. I don't know if you prefer salty or sweet, so I made both. Just tell me if you want more. Sister Shu brought golden spring rolls, 5 salty and 5 sweet, an impressive gift. Fong Tang felt a little guilty and said sincerely, Sister Shu, you must study seriously. Your grades are important for the future. If your grades aren't good, it won't help. Sister Shu felt a sudden chill in her heart and looked serious. She quietly asked, Xiao Fong, will there still be exams then? Yes, there are many people wanting the university spots and not enough places. How can we choose without exams? Fong Tang took a salty spring roll, which was crispy, flavorful, and juicy. Sister Shu's cooking was quite good. Sister Shu's expression grew more serious. She thought that many people were eyeing the university quotas, and since she couldn't refuse directly, they had to use exams to pick the best students. Only those with high scores could get in. Although she felt nervous, Sister Shu was still happy because there was hope. Her eldest child had good grades in school. When she got home, she made her child study every day and didn't let him go out at night. Even if it meant studying until dawn, he had to learn. If her child could succeed, it was just a matter of whether he could grasp the opportunity. Xiao Fong, thank you so much. I'll tell my child to study when I get home. Sister Shu was very grateful. She thought Fong Tang had agreed to help her get her child in, but in the end, it still depended on whether the child was diligent. She was content with just that. Before Fong Tang came, she and her husband didn't even know which direction to aim for in college. Fong Tang didn't dare meet Sister Shu's sincere gaze and quickly looked away. She repeatedly emphasized, you must study seriously. If the grades aren't good enough, everything else is pointless. I know. I watch the kid every day. If he tries to slack off, his dad will scold him. Sister Shu nodded vigorously, feeling even more grateful. She even planned to give a big gift when Fong Tang got married to thank her. Xiao Fong, I'll make spring rolls again if you like. Just tell me. Sister Shu cheerfully invited her and regretted making too few. Next time she would fry more. As long as her son could get into college, she wouldn't mind frying spring rolls or even fish for Fong Tang. That's enough. We can't eat all this, Fong Tang said, not wanting Sister Shu to spend too much. She was afraid that if her son didn't get into college next year, Sister Shu might blame her. Don't worry, I'll bring the leftovers for your boyfriend at noon. Sister Shu smiled openly, her face full of kindness. When Director Chi and Lao Gao went out to handle some business, they saw this scene and looked serious. Sister Shu, known for being stingy, was actually treating Fong Tang to fried spring rolls and was so friendly. Could it be that Fong Tang promised to help her get a university spot? The two secretly watched Sister Shu, who was humming a tune while knitting. She hadn't been this happy in years. Their hearts grew more certain that the university quota was secured, and they couldn't help but feel regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have told Xiao Fong sooner. It's best to act quickly. Xiao Fong, let's go out and look at the bulletin boards. Section Chief Chi seriously asked Fong Tang to go inspect the factory's bulletin boards. Fong Tang had to close her book and obediently follow him. Old Gao's eyes darkened as he secretly planned to find a chance to talk privately with Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong, you've been working for a week. How do you feel about it? Section Chief Chi asked in a formal tone. It's very good. The section chief and the seniors care about me a lot. I will learn from them. Fong Tang replied seriously. If you feel uncomfortable or have questions, just tell me. Fong Tang responded politely. Section Chief Chi continued to talk in a formal way, which made her impatient. She really hoped this older officer would get to the main point soon. Xiao Fong, you study high school textbooks every day. Is it to prepare for exams in the future? Section Chief Chi finally asked the key question, looking at her sharply. Fong Tang hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes, I won't hide it from you, sir. It's just for exam preparation. Section Chief Chi's spirits lifted. He looked at her with bright eyes and asked, why do you need to take exams for that? It's because there are more students than spots. They have to pick the best based on scores. Those with good scores get priority, and the others are eliminated. Please don't tell anyone outside about this. I only tell you, Fong Tang said mysteriously. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Xiao Fong, do you think my daughter can also take the exam? Section Chief Chi asked cautiously. She can take the exam, but whether she gets chosen depends on her scores. My partner and I also look at our scores when we take exams. That's why we study so hard, Fong Tang replied. Section Chief Chi's eyes lit up. He asked carefully, so it's a fair selection? Yes, no favoritism at all. You just tell your daughter to study hard. As long as she gets good grades, she has a chance. Got it. Thank you so much, Xiao Fong. I owe you one. Section Chief Chi solemnly promised. He and Sister Xu shared the same idea, believing Fong Tang could help get a spot for the exam. Although she might not get into university outright, at least she would have a foot in the door. As the saying goes, a master leads you in, but progress depends on yourself. Fong Tang was able to take her daughter to the exam, which was a big favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be allowed to step through the door. Her daughter was doing well in school, and in the coming days, she would strictly supervise her daughter's studies to ensure she gets into university. Once she gets into university, her future will be bright, and she can marry a good man. Director, you're too kind. It's just my duty, Fong Tang said with a smile. She only gave a heads up. Whether she can get into university depends on her own ability. She can't help much. Even if she didn't say anything, the news about the college entrance exam resuming next year would be known all over the country soon. However, if Director Chi and Sister Xu's children start studying hard now, as long as their foundation isn't too weak, they can usually get into university. Director Chi's eyes became very kind.
He's a good comrade.
Making a cup of hot water or wiping the table is nothing. When little Fong makes a move, it means a bright future. That's a true good comrade. The two of them took a symbolic walk around the factory and then returned to the office. Director Chi looked very happy, walking lightly, occasionally giving Fong Tang a kind look. His attitude was completely different from before. Gao Lao's mind was clear, but he was a bit anxious. He was too slow and worried that the quota might be gone. After all, university quotas are very desirable. Missing one would really be a loss. Finally, in the afternoon, Gao Lao found some free time and asked Fong Tang to help make a poster. Fong Tang understood and obediently took her chalk box. The factory had 12 bulletin boards, and almost every week, a new poster was put up. Gao Lao was a skilled artist, able to draw vivid pictures with chalk, and his writing was beautiful. So, most of the posters were made by him. Little Fong, I have a question for you, Gao Lao asked after drawing a few plum blossoms. Of course not. I was just looking around. It's always good to learn more, Fong Tang said with a cheerful smile. Old Gao's face changed slightly, feeling annoyed. He thought she was trying to hide something. Little Fong, didn't you just say something different to Section Chief Chi earlier? Old Gao's smile faded, and his tone became a bit sharper. Although he wasn't a section chief, his son was good friends with the factory director's son, and they often played together. If he was offended, Fong Tang's days would be tough. Fong Tang knew this well. In her past life, Old Gao's son was no good and had even bullied Zhao Weijia. She didn't want to help such a troublemaker. Section Chief Chi was just inspecting the bulletin board and asked if I was adjusting well to my work. He's a caring leader, and that made me feel warm inside, Fong Tang said sweetly, refusing to bite back at the old fox. Your foolish son won't get into college in his next life. Old Gao's face darkened, and he sneered, giving Fong Tang a meaningful look with a double meaning in his words. Young people shouldn't be too clever. When things go too far, it becomes a problem. Little Fong, you're still young and don't understand some things. Yes, so I want to learn more from Master Gao. Your plum blossom painting is really beautiful, just like the print, Fong Tang sincerely praised, leaving old Gao speechless. All his subtle attacks were deflected by her innocence. Whether she was truly naive or just pretending, she didn't care. Old Gao was so angry he stopped working on the bulletin board and walked away, saying, You finished this issue of the bulletin. Master Gao, I don't know how to do it yet. Not knowing is okay. Everyone starts from zero, Old Gao replied coldly, walking off without further words. He didn't need to be polite anymore. Fong Tang stuck out her tongue at his back, unafraid of the cunning old fox. She casually drew a few flowers on the bulletin board, which looked nothing like old Gao's work, more like a child's drawing. She sketched a big tree in the center, surrounded by a border of flowers, then copied a few poems and jokes from a newspaper, finishing with a big smiling face. Fong Tang clapped her hands, satisfied with her work. It wasn't very refined, but at least she filled the blackboard. She worked quickly, finishing everything in just an hour. Old Gao usually took at least a day to make a bulletin board, slow and deliberate. Fong Tang carried her chalk box and left. Just as she stepped out, a few people came over. It's the factory director, his secretary, and some officials. They had just gone to inspect the workshop and were heading back to the office for a meeting. As the director passed by the notice board, he instinctively turned his head to glance at it. That single look made him stop in his tracks because he was attracted by the strange, mismatched poster. He stepped closer to look, and his face grew darker the more he observed. Section Chief Chi was becoming more and more unreasonable. His grandson's kindergarten poster was even more beautiful than this one. Luckily, no city officials were inspecting today. Otherwise, the director would have been ashamed in front of everyone. Call Section Chief Chi to my office, he said coldly, and then walked away with a gloomy face. The secretary glanced at the kindergarten-level poster, slightly twitching the corner of his mouth in sympathy for Section Chief Chi for 3 seconds. The other officials held back their laughter and felt lucky. Earlier, during the workshop inspection, the director had lost his temper. They were all prepared for his anger when he returned to the office. Unexpectedly, Section Chief Chi had stepped forward to shield them. Unaware of this, Section Chief Chi was still leisurely drinking tea. When Lao Gao returned alone, he casually asked, Is the poster ready? Xiao Fong said she could do a good job alone. I thought young people should practice, so I let her go first. I'll check it later. Lao Gao smiled slightly. Young people do need practice, but it's good that Xiao Fong has this ambition. Lao Gao, you should keep an eye on her, he added. Section Chief Chi found Fong Tang very agreeable and didn't think much of it. Lao Gao secretly sneered in his mind. He was just watching her, and any criticism would be taken by Fong Tang anyway. After all, he was about to retire. An hour later, Fong Tang returned. As soon as she entered, she shouted at Lao Gao. Master Gao, I finished the poster. I listened to you and just made a simple one. Do you want to check it? Lao Gao's face darkened. Just as he was about to reply, Section Chief Chi asked first, Xiao Fong, didn't you do the poster voluntarily? No, I wanted to learn from Master Gao, but he told me to do it myself. I said I didn't know how, and he said to just do it. Then he left, and I had no choice but to do it nervously, not feeling confident, Fong Tang explained while looking at Lao Gao, appearing scared. Lao Gao was furious, almost spitting blood. He couldn't believe Fong Tang was so sneaky. She falsely accused him of something without basis. How unreasonable. Xiao Fong, why are you lying at such a young age? Do you even prepare a draft? I never said you could do whatever you wanted. Clearly, you claim to have experience in making posters and wanted to create one yourself. Young people should be ambitious, so I agreed. Before leaving, I also said I would check later. Xiao Fong, you can't just lie and pretend you didn't do anything. You need to be honest. Old Gao was heartbroken and disappointed as a senior to a junior. His acting was so good it could surpass many professional actors. As expected, when the top is corrupt, the lower levels go wrong. I am a sneaky person, and my son has become a troublemaker. But she was no longer the soft person she was in her past life. She wouldn't tolerate injustice anymore. She bit her tongue hard, and her eyes instantly turned red. A fog seemed to cover her vision. She looked like she was about to cry, pitiful and delicate. Especially her eyes, filled with tears, looked like a rainy lake or a misty morning pond, so sad that anyone would feel sorry for her. Fong Tang didn't expect tears to flow so easily, but she quickly understood why. The first reward from the system was bright, clear water, and now it was useful. Section Chief Chi was initially doubtful. Old Gao was a senior staff member, usually responsible and diligent. He probably wouldn't falsely accuse Xiao Fong. But since Fong Tang had just promised him the chance to go to college, Chi leaned more toward her side. However, he didn't want to upset the veteran staff member, so he planned to smooth things over and ignore the issue. But seeing Fong Tang's pitiful look made Chi feel sorry for her. He also started to have some opinions about Old Gao.
I
didn't lie. It was Master Gao who asked me to do it.
He
even said I could do it freely. I told the truth. Fong Tang sobbed and explained, tears streaming down her face. She didn't look helpless, but rather more pitiful, making others feel even more sorry for her. Sister Xu couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Old Gao with disapproval, saying, Xiao Fong has been diligent and proper at work. She doesn't cause trouble and always follows the rules. Old Gao, don't bully Xiao Fong just because you're older and have more experience. Sister Xu already disliked Old Gao, sly and stingy, always talking nicely but quick to push work onto others. She had suffered from Old Gao's tricks before. Even if Fong Tang hadn't promised to get her son into college, she would still support Fong Tang. Thank you, Sister Xu.
Hick.
For understanding me. Fong Tang cried even more, like a wronged child venting her frustration in front of her organization. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, showing her deep feelings of injustice. Old Gao looked very unhappy, secretly cursing Fong Tang for being sneaky and mean. Women crying always seem to have the upper hand. Playing tricks like this, just wait and see. I've worked here for 30 years, always diligently doing my job. I never complain or slack off. Everyone in the organization and leadership knows this. If you don't believe it, that's fine. It's the truth. Old Gao was stubborn. He didn't believe that the boss would help Fong Tang, a mere apprentice. So, what if she had some connections at home? He was a veteran worker with 30 years of experience, and his son was good friends with the factory director's son. Even if he reported it to the director, he wasn't afraid. Section Chief Chi, the factory director wants to see you. Someone was calling at the office door. It's the secretary.
Coming.
Secretary Lee, what does the director want? Section Chief Chi hurried out, smiling politely at the secretary and offering a cigarette. Though the secretary's rank was lower than his, he was still close to the factory director. Offending the secretary could mean trouble, especially if he spread rumors in the director's ear. That could ruin his career. The director just passed by the notice board outside Workshop 1. He saw it and got very angry, saying it was nonsense. The secretary took the cigarette and didn't hide his words. Even though he was the director's close aide, he still needed good relationships with the workers and staff. Building a solid base was important. Section Chief Chi's scalp tingled. He turned and shouted at Old Gao, "Did you make the notice board outside Workshop 1? It wasn't me." Old Gao wanted to correct Chi's mistake, but Chi cut him off angrily. "Just tell me, did you make it or not? No more excuses." The factory director might not visit the notice board even once a year. Usually only workers look at it. But today, the director took time out of his busy schedule to look at the notice board, and he specifically looked at the one Fong Tang made. Although Chi didn't see what Fong Tang's notice looked like, He could imagine it was terrible, enough to anger the director. Go with me to see the director. Chi's face was dark, and his tone left no room for argument. Old Gao didn't dare to protest either. He hated Fong Tang. She must have done this on purpose. Xiao Fong should come too, since she made the notice. Old Gao didn't want to be scolded alone. He wanted Fong Tang to go with him. Yes, Xiao Fong will go too. Chief Chi agreed, knowing the factory director would scold him. After all, he was the leader. But with more people around, they could share some of the anger. Also, Fong Tang looked so pitiful that if she started crying, maybe the director wouldn't scold her. Fong Tang wiped her tears, her eyes red, and obediently nodded. Sister Shu whispered to her, "Don't be afraid. When you get to the director, just cry and refuse to give up. He won't scold you then." This girl looked so helpless when she cried that even women couldn't stand it. The director probably wouldn't have the heart to scold her. "I'm not guilty, so I'm not afraid," Fong Tang whispered, puffing out her cheeks. Her eyes and nose were red, like a little rabbit. Sister Shu's motherly love suddenly overflowed, and she couldn't help but glare at Old Gao. It's terrible to bully a young girl at such an old age. Old Gao's face darkened instantly. He felt upset and regretted. He had indeed wanted Fong Tang to suffer a little, but he never expected the director to suddenly look at the bulletin board. Who knew why the director was looking at it? It was really strange. The director told Chief Chi to check the bulletin board first, then go to his office. The secretary calmly relayed the director's instructions. Chief Chi felt bitter inside, but also curious. He wondered what the bulletin board looked like now. The secretary went back to report. Chi led Old Gao and Fong Tang to see the bulletin board. They walked with serious faces, silent. Old Gao kept glancing at Fong Tang with meaningful eyes. She looked straight ahead, walking properly, pretending not to notice. Old Gao clenched his teeth, feeling even angrier. When he got home after work, he planned to tell his son that he should cause some trouble for Fong Tang at the director's son's place. That stubborn girl didn't appreciate kindness and deserved a good lesson to teach her the rules of being a junior. Far away, they saw several workers gathered in front of the bulletin board, laughing loudly and pointing at it. A few more people came out of the workshop, heading straight for the board, clearly there to see what was on it. Chief Chi hesitated for a moment, then moved quickly, quietly blending in with the workers. "This joke is so funny, it made me laugh until my stomach hurt. The propaganda department finally did something decent. It must be the new pretty girl who made it. She's good-looking, and her bulletin board is interesting. If it were Old Gao, that old stick in the mud, I wouldn't even want to look at it. Did the propaganda department get a new girl? When did this happen? It's been about 10 days since everyone started working. They look as beautiful as fairies, but unfortunately, they already have partners. It seems to be the daughter of the union organizer's master, but she had a falling out with her family. What happened? I don't know anything about it. Tell me quickly." The conversation drifted away from the main topic. Everyone lost interest in the bulletin board and started gossiping about the news from the Fong family. A few more workers came out, habitually going to the bulletin board area to smoke. This is the smoking zone in the workshop, where they take a break and have a cigarette. They looked at the bulletin board first, attracted by the childish drawings, and smiled knowingly. Then they read the content and burst into laughter at the jokes. Section Chief Chi and Lao Gao were also watching. When they heard people say the bulletin board was not good-looking, Lao Gao's face darkened like charcoal. He was quite proud of his calligraphy and drawings, which were much better than kindergarten level. These people lacked taste and didn't appreciate his work. But the factory director had good judgment. He knew who was good and who was not. Lao Gao now felt lucky that the director had noticed him. That way, the director would see who truly worked hard in the publicity department. "Comrade, how do you think of this bulletin board?" Section Chief Chi patted a worker on the shoulder and asked with a smile. "It's okay. Anyway, it's better than before," the worker replied without turning around, smoking as he spoke. The others recognized Section Chief Chi, but didn't bother to remind him. To the workshop workers, as long as you're not from the production department leadership, they wouldn't even look at you. They didn't have the time or interest. Lao Gao, feeling dissatisfied, wanted to argue with the worker but was taken away by Section Chief Chi. On the way back, Chi's steps became lighter, and his face was no longer gloomy. He smiled happily. The factory director's office was half open. Zhao Weijia's loud voice came out. "Dad, Sang Mo is my good buddy. You need to give him a separate apartment. I promised him already." "Don't embarrass me. Give him an apartment? What right does he have? He's just an apprentice. Can you speak and act with some common sense? The apartment is to be allocated, and you think I'm just anyone? Who do you think I am?" The factory director scolded angrily, wishing to slap his rebellious son. Among the thousands of workers in the factory, half still hadn't solved their housing problems. Some couples hadn't been able to sleep in the same room for over 10 years and could only reunite in the factory's cozy little housing. The cozy cabin was a special humane measure from that particular era. It was a room set up for couples who had no housing provided by the factory. They could stay there for one night every so often, but at other times, the couples had to live separately. If he tried to secretly arrange a separate room for Sang Mo, the other workers in the factory would definitely be unhappy and cause trouble. Even though he was the factory director, he wouldn't dare be so bold. What if some upset workers secretly harmed him? "You're the factory director, aren't you? You make all the decisions. Dad, just for this one thing, please help me." "I've already promised," Zhao Weijia begged persistently. He wasn't really worried about brotherly loyalty but afraid Sang Mo might secretly do something to harm him, turning him into a foolish person. "No, get out of here quickly. If you cause trouble again, I'll beat you to death." The director, furious, pulled out his belt. If it weren't for this being his only promising worker, he wouldn't bother. He was tired of dealing with troublemakers. Despite his wisdom, how did he end up with such a useless son? Zhao Weijia backed away several steps, frightened, and covered his head. His cowardly look made the director even angrier. He added another insult, calling him too timid. He loved causing trouble but was too scared and lacked brains. The director no longer expected this rebellious son to bring honor to the family. As long as he behaved, went to work, got married early, and had a clever grandson, he would be satisfied. The director shouted again. Zhao Weijia saw that his father truly wouldn't agree this time. He felt panicked. How should he reply to Sang Mo? Would he have to pretend to be a brave hero for just one more night? "Dad, I hate you." Zhao Weijia looked heartbroken at the director, then opened the door and ran out without noticing Qi Kazhang behind Fong Tang. If he turned into a fool, it would all be his father's fault. The director's face darkened further. Seeing Qi Kazhang at the door, he shouted angrily, "Why aren't you coming in? Do I have to come get you?" "Sorry, we just arrived." Qi Kazhang smiled politely, slightly bowing as he approached the desk. He didn't dare sit down, standing respectfully. Lao Gao and Fong Tang stood behind him. The director couldn't help but glance at Fong Tang. He thought she was unusually beautiful. How come he didn't know there was such a pretty girl in the publicity department? "Lao Gao, you know him." "I won't introduce him. This is the new comrade Fong Tang, also Fong Zidong's daughter. She's one of our machine tool factory's children." Qi Kazhang introduced Fong Tang with great formality. The factory director paused, recalling Fong Zidong's youngest daughter. "Isn't she sent to the countryside?" the director blurted out. He remembered that he had gone to the same team with his rebellious son. But soon, the director understood. His son was recruited back to the city, so Fong Tang must have returned as well. There were 10 spots in this recruitment. He quickly glanced at the list and saw a name, Fong Tang. He hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. No wonder his son was so eager to marry her. The director's expression softened a little. Section Chief Chi felt relieved and sat down at the director's desk. Fong Tang only sat lightly, with her back straight, looking elegant and graceful. The director couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Now he thought his son was somewhat admirable. His taste was good. If he had known Fong Tang was this beautiful, he wouldn't have opposed the marriage. Their children would have been very pretty. It's a pity that his son and Fong Tang didn't end up together. Seeing Fong Tang's eyes and nose red and her occasional sniffles, the director's anger inexplicably disappeared. He even joked, Old Chi, did you make the girl cry before you came? Director, don't blame me. I didn't scold her, Chi said, feeling more relaxed. He was glad he brought Fong Tang along. Old Gao's heart tightened, feeling something was wrong. He secretly cursed Fong Tang as a troublemaker, saying she had seduced both the young and old, men and women. Fong Tang sniffed and stood up. Report to the director. I was blinded by the sand. It has nothing to do with the section chief. The director chuckled quietly, looking at old Gao's unhappy face with interest. He probably guessed what had happened. After being a factory director for over 10 years, he lacked many skills, but had developed a keen eye for understanding people.
Sit down.
Don't stand. Who made that poster? My granddaughter's kindergarten posters are more professional. Old Chi, work shouldn't be so careless, the director said seriously. Section Chief Chi quickly straightened up and reported. It was my oversight. I will write a self-criticism and thoroughly review it at next week's meeting. It won't happen again. No matter who is right or wrong, admitting fault first and showing a proper attitude was important. This was valuable experience from his many years of work. The director's expression softened again. Good, recognizing your mistake is important. Chief Chi relaxed and said politely, Director, I just looked at the bulletin board and noticed something. The workers in the workshop seem to enjoy this issue and even praise our work. Of course, the bulletin isn't perfect and has many flaws, so we must improve it in the future. The workers said it was good. The director didn't believe it but knew that Chief Chi wouldn't joke about such things. Shall we go see for ourselves? Chief Chi smiled more flatteringly, saying that nothing beats the leader seeing it with his own eyes. The director became interested. He wanted to see how such a simple bulletin could be liked by the workers. They went to the bulletin board area, where more people gathered, chatting and smoking happily, creating a cheerful and peaceful scene. This joke is so funny, it made me laugh out loud. If all the bulletins are like this, work will become more interesting. As long as old Gao isn't involved, let's endure a bit longer. Old Gao is retiring in 2 years. 2 years is quite a long time, it's worrying. Old Gao overheard these comments. No matter how good his manners, he couldn't help but look angry. If he hadn't been always with Fong Tang, he might have suspected that these people were bought by Fong Tang. Why was he the only one targeted? He had been making bulletins for over 10 years and received praise from leaders every year. Why couldn't he see them anymore? These people didn't understand anything, they just talked nonsense. When the director approached, the workers fell silent and prepared to return to their workshop. The director stopped them, pointed at the bulletin and asked, Is this bulletin good-looking? Funny, more interesting than those long speeches, an honest worker replied. Old Gao's bulletin mainly contained directives from higher-ups. They weren't interested in such lofty stuff. They preferred something more practical. The other workers gave similar answers. The director frowned and started to reflect on himself. It seemed that there was a big gap between his and the workers' mental levels. He thought things were interesting, but the workers didn't understand. Conversely, what he found childish, the workers found amusing. They returned to the director's office. After sitting down, he asked, Who made this issue of the bulletin? Old Gao answered first. Xiao Fong did it alone. He emphasized the words alone, still believing that the director was on his side. The rough workers in the workshop didn't matter. Only the leader's opinion counted. Fong Tang pouted and honestly said, It was my fault. Chief Chi then said, It was my oversight. I didn't check carefully. The factory director smiled and stopped teasing, directly saying, The workers responded very well to this issue of the bulletin board. Since everyone is usually busy, the bulletin board is meant to help workers relax. Keep it up, but the style of the bulletin board at the factory gate should stay the same as always. The main instructions must be written on the bulletin board because it is the face of the machine tool factory. Other areas can have more fun and lively content to prevent the factory from feeling too dull all the time. Understood, Director. Brilliant idea. Chief Chi patted himself on the back, pleased with himself. The director looked kindly at Fong Tang and encouraged her. Your idea is good, but the content of the bulletin board is too simple. You should learn more from Master Gao. Got it, Fong Tang answered loudly, glancing at old Gao's dark face. Her mood instantly brightened, and she secretly admired the director's skill in managing people. He handled it very smoothly. Everyone was criticized, but no one was offended. No wonder he is the factory director. The storm passed without much trouble. Chief Chi returned to his office and sighed deeply. He looked meaningfully at old Gao and said, "In the future, you should take more care of Xiaofang. If the young people do something wrong, criticize them. But you shouldn't hide things. You are retiring in 2 years, so you should train a successor." "I understand. As long as Xiaofang is willing to learn, I will definitely teach her," old Gao replied in a very agreeable tone. "As long as Master Gao doesn't think I'm slow, I will follow you every day," Fong Tang said with a smile. She was acting, but she knew how to pretend. Old Gao probably wouldn't truly teach her, and she didn't want to learn either.
She just wanted to pass the time.
But she had to say nice things, so she wouldn't be seen as disrespectful to her elders. Others might not say it, but old Gao would definitely talk about it outside. Old Gao forced a smile and responded, then sat down to read the newspaper. He was angry inside but dared not argue with Fong Tang because he knew her boyfriend was good friends with the factory director's son. No wonder she looked so confident. She was relying on the factory director's support. Old Gao felt annoyed and unconsciously finished a cup of strong tea. He couldn't focus on the newspaper because his stomach was bloated. He had to go to the bathroom. On the way, he saw Fong Zidong, who had several scratches on his face, which looked very noticeable. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. "Old Fong, what happened to your face?" old Gao asked with concern. "I got scratched by a wild cat, but I don't even know where it came from. It's so annoying." Fong Zidong's eyes flickered as he hesitated, partly hiding his wound. "Last time I saw a wild cat too, almost got scratched. There are too many cats at the factory. I need to be careful," Lao Gao sneered silently. "Those wild cats are definitely caused by the wife at home." A sudden idea came to him, and he smiled slyly. "Old Fong, your daughter Fong Tang is not only capable, but also has good taste in choosing a partner. You probably don't know, but her boyfriend is good friends with the factory manager's son. Maybe this job opportunity is connected to that." I shouldn't have said that." Fong Zidong's face changed slightly as he asked urgently, "Is that true? I was just joking." "Ha. By the way, I remember your eldest daughter and youngest son are both unemployed. Sai, my own son, is also useless and at home. I wanted to ask the factory manager for help to get an apprentice position for him, but I don't have enough connections." Just now, the factory manager's son was asking for a house for his good friend. The manager didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. "It all depends on relationships." Lao Gao sighed, implying that Zhao Weijie and Fong Tang's relationship was very close. Fong Zidong's eyes sparkled with hope. He had already given up on Fong Lan, but he still wanted to try for his son. If he could arrange an apprentice position, he could get a permanent job in a year. If he had known how close Fong Tang's boyfriend was to the factory manager's son, he would have been much more gentle with Fong Tang. But it's not too late now. That girl hates her mother the most. Once he divorces her wife and shows more care and love for Fong Tang, making her feel fatherly love, she would surely change her mind. Then, Xiao Hua's job and his promotion wouldn't be problems. The more Fong Zidong thought about it, the more excited he became. His wound didn't hurt anymore. He hurried back to his office, eager to divorce. But he needed a good reason and had to persuade that crazy woman. Last night, he just mentioned it briefly, and his wife went crazy. She grabbed him so hard that he was covered in bruises, and his face was also scratched. He couldn't stand such a lunatic anymore. He needed to divorce as soon as possible. Lao Gao coldly watched his back and sneered. Then he went to the bathroom. Fong Zidong considered himself clever, but in reality, he was as stupid as a cow. Let the father and daughter fight each other. He would just watch the show. On the way home from work, Fong Tang mentioned the housing assignment. Sang Emo wasn't too surprised. He didn't know before that housing at the factory was so tight. Fan Bing still lives in a shared dorm, and Lee's family of 4 squeezes into a small room of about 10 square meters. That's already a good deal. Many couples have been separated for over 10 years, only able to find comfort in the factory's cozy little houses. "Then we'll live in our own home." It's only a little over half an hour by bike. Sang Mo had already planned this. Their home is a bit more spacious, though it takes some time to commute. But riding a bike is quick, and their living conditions are better than 90% of the local people. Fong Teng nodded happily, looking forward to married life. It's been less than a month, and soon she will marry Sang Mo. Life afterward was peaceful. Fong Teng mostly read books or helped with the bulletin board. Her work wasn't demanding, just an hour or so each day. Old Gao no longer caused trouble, and everything was fairly calm. Sang Mo also went to see Zhao Weijia. He told him he wouldn't stay at the factory anymore and wanted to live in his own house. Zhao Weijia, who was worried about this, suddenly felt very happy, as if all his worries had disappeared. Brother Sang, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I can definitely handle it. My dad is the factory director, Zhao Weijia boasted again, feeling a bit proud. Luckily, he didn't tell Sang Mo about the house earlier, or he would have lost face as the factory director's son. Don't worry, I'll definitely come to you if I need help. The Jianqing machine tool factory is your territory. Who else would I ask? Sang Mo also gave him a good word. Zhao Weijia suddenly felt confused, not knowing what was going on. The alcohol he drank at lunch was still affecting him strongly. Seeing him turn red and get a bit flustered, Sang Mo frowned. Zhao Weijia works in the transport team and drives every day, but he loves drinking. He drinks almost every day. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be a small matter. He might even risk his life. Drinking can cause trouble. You should drink less, Sang Mo warned. Zhao Weijia waved dismissively, acting carefree. Just a small glass. I'm still an apprentice and can't drive alone. My master is with me, so I'm not worried. His master also drinks, and even on long trips, he drinks alcohol. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy. Drinking makes him feel light and almost like a fairy. Sang Mo didn't say anything more, just nodded. In the blink of an eye, Fong Tang has been working at the machine tool factory for almost a month. She gets along well with the people in the office building. She is not competitive or petty, and many people like her. In contrast, Bai Anqi does not have many friends. She is sharp-tongued and often stubborn. When choosing food, she likes to look down on others. Within a week of starting, she had already argued with people 3 times. It was time to eat again. Fong Tang took her lunchbox to the cafeteria. Sang Mo was not there today. He and Zhou Aijuan went out for errands and would return in the afternoon. She went straight to Bai Anqi's window. Bai Anqi serves generous portions. There were about 10 people ahead. Fong Tang was not in a hurry. Bai Anqi would definitely save some meat for her. Since leaving Nutrition, her relationship with Bai Anqi had improved a lot. Comrade, the braised pork you gave me and the one you gave him are so different. Count them. How many pieces did he get, and how many did I get? A female worker complained loudly, grabbing a handsome young man next to her. The young man had already served his food. His lunchbox was full of braised pork, overflowing. The female worker's lunchbox only had a few small pieces of meat, while the young man's had more than double. They're all a spoonful. What's your problem? Bai Anqi said confidently. You gave the man a full spoon, but gave the woman only a shallow spoon, and you shook it a few times. Are you already losing your mind before old age? You should apply for early retirement and stop working at this window. The female worker snapped. The female worker was quick-witted and sharp-tongued. As soon as she spoke, everyone burst into laughter, and some even joined in to tease Bai Anqi. Just try to be understanding. When a girl sees a handsome guy, she gives him more meat. It's normal. If you were a good-looking young man, the girls would give you more meat too, someone said. The handsome young man, being pulled by the female worker, blushed deeply. The meat in his lunchbox no longer tasted good. He begged, Miss, can we swap? Please let go. Oh dear. He just wanted to get some meat, but now he's caught up in gossip. And he already has a girlfriend. If she finds out, what will happen? Miss, I won't make it difficult for you. Just stand here. Who made you unlucky enough to meet someone like this? I can only ask you to bear with it. The female worker refused to let go. She wanted to use the young man as an example, or no one would believe her. Angel White was both angry and shy. She scolded loudly. Stop talking nonsense. People who eat don't usually talk like that. Serving portions can vary. No one measures exactly. Who can guarantee that each plate has the same amount? You're deliberately making things difficult. You see that I'm young and pretty, so you want to team up to bully me. But I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, wait until I finish serving, then challenge me to a one-on-one fight. Fong Tang's mouth twitched, almost laughing out loud. Angel White was truly a funny person. Never met someone so confident in herself. You're young and pretty?
Uffed.
You should look in the mirror. There are many girls in the factory who are prettier than you. Not to mention, look at this lady here. She's just as good as you. While watching the scene, Fong Tang was suddenly pulled by someone. Before she could react, she was dragged next to a handsome young man. Now she finally understood how the handsome guy felt. It was more embarrassing than being looked at in a zoo. Angel White was furious at first, but when she peeked out the window and saw Fong Tang, her anger cooled. She scolded the female worker. Why compare me to Fong Tang? Everyone knows she's pretty. I may not be as beautiful as her, but I am 100 times more attractive than you. Look at your arms. Elephants don't even have muscles that thick. And your nails, so black they could crawl with bacteria. Why are you so careless about personal hygiene? Even if you're not pretty, that's no reason to neglect cleanliness. And those wrinkles on your face could trap green flies. You don't need to spend money on meat. Just run to the bathroom and stand there for a few minutes. You could kill dozens of flies without spending a dime. Eating meat for free. What a great deal. Why are you causing trouble here? Some people couldn't stand it and gagged, looking at Angel White with mixed feelings. She was quite beautiful, yet her words were so. In the fragrant cafeteria, how could she say such disgusting things? Now, no one even wanted to eat meat. Just thinking about green flies made them lose their appetite. They couldn't eat vegetables either. Their bright green color was too suggestive. So, they decided to eat some boiled cabbage instead. Stop arguing. If you delay the meal, I'll deduct your wages. The cafeteria supervisor came over and shouted at Angel White. Leader, it's her who's causing trouble and falsely accused me of being a hooligan. Do you think I can just stand by and do nothing? I'm an innocent girl. How can I be labeled a hooligan? She's forcing me to the point of wanting to die. Angel Bai, with red eyes and feeling wronged, was complaining loudly. She stubbornly pointed outside the window at a female worker who was trembling with anger. Her face was so angry it looked green, but she couldn't make a sound and lost her voice from frustration. The female worker was quite powerful in the workshop, but she couldn't do anything to Angel Bai, who was fearless. You couldn't hit her because it would result in deductions from her wages and bonuses. Her monthly pay was carefully calculated to the penny, and any mistake could cause serious trouble. You little brat who talks nonsense. When did I say you were a pervert? It's clearly because you saw a young man's good looks and gave him extra meat. The meat I gave you was so little.
Bah.
Are you using the meat of married women as a favor? I'm scolding you wrong again. The female worker caught her breath and regained her commanding presence. She crossed her arms and shouted at the window. Angel Bai didn't dare say a word because the boss was glaring at her fiercely. This farce ended after the cafeteria leader apologized. The leader pulled Angel Bai aside and personally gave the female worker a spoonful of meat. The worker was satisfied, and afterward, the leader didn't let Angel Bai serve food again, fearing more trouble. The handsome young man sighed in relief and quickly left. He would never ask Angel Bai to serve food again. Missing a few pieces of meat didn't matter much, but if something like today happened again, he might as well hang himself with a belt. So embarrassing. Fong Tang changed to another window to serve food. She was worried about catching saliva from Angel Bai and the female workers shouting match earlier. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. The publicity department had little work in the afternoon. Fong Tang ate slowly, while others finished and left. Fewer people remained, mostly young men who had finished eating but stayed behind to secretly look at the factory's beauty. Only Fong Tang. Less than a week into her job, Fong Tang had already become the factory's beauty. Almost everyone knew. The previous factory beauty had no objections because she married a wealthy man and was living happily. She was broad-minded about the title of factory beauty and didn't care much about it. After Fong Tang finished her last bite and closed her lunchbox, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. She instinctively looked up and saw her disheveled mother, Fong Mu, rushing toward her with a pale face. Her expression was fierce. The approach was aggressive, and it was clear she was not here to be friendly. Fong Tang's heart tightened. She quickly stood up and moved to the side. In that instant, Fong Mu raised her hand and threw a half-brick directly at Fong Tang's previous sitting spot. If she didn't move aside, the brick would definitely hit her head. The brick flew past Fong Tang toward the cafeteria window. As expected, the glass shattered everywhere. Luckily, the meal had already finished, and the staff were all gathered together eating. No one was near the window, or someone would have been hurt. Everyone was shocked and looked at Fong Mother all at once. At first, they didn't recognize her. Usually, Fong Mother dressed properly, spoke slowly, and had a graceful manner. But now, she looked like a disheveled, crazy woman who seemed to have escaped from a mental hospital. Animal, you've messed up the family so much. Are you satisfied? I raised you all my life, and this is how you repay me? You worthless thing. I'll kill you. Fong Mother's face was twisted with rage. She looked like a madwoman, clawing and lunging at Fong Tang. In recent days, Fong Zedong kept talking about divorce every day. He said she was unkind, unloving, and cruel to Fong Tang, making the family chaotic. She had given birth to Fong Zedong's children and almost lost her life. For over 20 years, she worked hard to take care of the family and made sure Fong Zedong lived comfortably. Now that she was old, this old fool wanted a divorce and even made up all kinds of reasons. At first, Fong Mother thought Fong Zedong was just acting on impulse. She thought she could endure it and that it would pass soon. After all, her family depended on her, and if she left, she wouldn't have a place to stay. She would be laughed at, and she couldn't afford to lose face. But these past few days, Fong Zedong kept talking about it every day. He even started living separately from her, sleeping on the wire bed Fong Tang used to sleep on, lying there at night. They had been married for over 20 years. They argued and fought, but this was the first time she saw him so serious. Fong Mother knew he was serious now. She felt very anxious and angry. She didn't want to beg Fong Zedong to stay. After a few days of silence, today he brought up divorce again, accusing her of being unkind and cruel to her own daughter, Fong Tang. Fong Mother's anger, which she had been holding in for days, suddenly exploded. She fought with Fong Zedong fiercely, scratching him until he was bloodied. But Fong Zedong still insisted on divorce, saying she had been bad to Fong Tang, which caused her to reject her parents and not come home, making others laugh at them. In her rage, Fong Mother lost her mind. She decided to confront Fong Tang, and even picked up a half-brick on the way. She was so upset with Fong Tang that she believed the little girl was behind everything. Fong Tang moved aside again. Fong's mother missed her and became even angrier. She lunged forward with a fierce look, as if she wanted to eat her, treating her like an enemy she wanted to destroy. Just because I sent you to the countryside, you go around spreading lies about your sister and trying to break up this family. Are you still human? Your heart is so dark. If I had known you were such a cruel person, I shouldn't have had you. I would have killed you and pretended I never had you. Fong's mother tried to hit her several times, but Fong Tang dodged each time. She was so angry she stood with her hands on her hips and cursed loudly, blaming all the bad luck in the family over the past year on Fong Tang. Fong Tang kept a few meters away and said coldly, I know you always favor Fong Lan and Fong Hua. I am just extra in the family. When I was born, you sent me to the countryside. Grandma raised me with rice porridge. When I was 15, Grandma passed away, and you only brought me back to the city. In these 3 years, I did all the housework. I didn't even get a piece of meat during New Year, and if I ate an extra leaf of vegetables, you would glare at me. You gave birth to me, but did you really raise me? Are you raised on nothing but air? You ungrateful beast, Fong's mother yelled. Fong Tang sneered and mocked. Grandma raised me. She agreed to send 10 yuan each month for my and Grandma's living expenses. But you only sent money for half a year, sometimes only 2 or 3 months. If Grandma hadn't worked so hard, I would have starved. It's not me who is unkind, it's you. Before Fong's mother could speak, Fong Tang continued. As for Fong Lan, she brought this on herself. I told her to behave properly. She won't even look at me, let alone listen to me. That's all because of you, raising a good daughter. I won't accept this blame. You're just talking nonsense back home, ruining your sister's reputation. Did you do this? Fong's mother asked through clenched teeth. I'm just telling the truth. Besides, I live far away in the countryside. I can't control the city's medical exams. Fong Lan had her checkup. The doctor isn't influenced by me. Your precious daughter is now infamous, and you come here to vent your anger? Do I deserve to be bullied by you? Fong Tang knew Fong Lan was innocent. Her good sister was very ambitious and usually disliked by men. Her body was definitely pure. She just couldn't understand why the medical exam went wrong. Maybe even heaven didn't want Fong Lan to have a good life. Regarding the Fong family, she doesn't want to judge herself by moral standards. In her past life, she suffered so much because of the Fong family. Now, she's just giving back a little. Mother Fong shouted in panic. Nonsense. Your sister is innocent. If you keep talking, I will beat you to death. She tried to hit her again, but Fong Tang dodged quickly and sneered. Yes, your Fong Lan is innocent. The doctor must have been mistaken. Is that better? Onlookers burst into laughter. At first, they thought Fong Tang was very rebellious. After all, she was her own mother. How could she be so disrespectful? But after hearing Mother Fong's insults, everyone felt sorry for Fong Tang. With such a biased mother, this girl was quite pitiful. Mother Fong was like a real madwoman, shouting and roaring, trying to hurt Fong Tang. But Fong Tang was quick and nimble, dodging left and right, not getting hit once, and she occasionally shot back some words. You let your precious son hang out with troublemakers every day. Is that my fault? I work hard in the countryside, and only because I perform well am I recommended for a job. Yet the 2 children you raised, one is notorious and the other is a troublemaker. Humph, my grandma was right. She didn't want you to marry my dad because she said you weren't a good wife and couldn't run a household. She was right. Her words cut deeper than a knife, hitting Mother Fong's sore spot. She casually grabbed a lunchbox from the table and threw it at Fong Tang, but Fong Tang dodged again. Why are you randomly grabbing people's lunchboxes? Are you crazy? The owner of the lunchbox was upset. She ran over to pick it up, seeing it was dented badly, and was heartbroken. She shouted at Mother Fong, "Return my lunchbox," but Mother Fong didn't hear her. Her eyes were red, and she only wanted to hurt Fong Tang. She couldn't hear anyone else. Seeing her like this, everyone became anxious. Please don't let it turn into something worse. Someone called security. Mother Fong was grabbed by 2 men and couldn't move. She kept shouting and cursing, saying she wanted to kill Fong Tang. Others shook their heads, thinking Mother Fong was truly unreasonable. She couldn't teach her children well and refused to reflect on herself, yet she went after her disliked daughter. Fong Tang's grandmother saw through her right away, recognizing her malicious intentions. Regarding Fong Zedong's divorce, everyone thinks that Fong's mother is being unreasonable. The couple's relationship is not good, and it has nothing to do with Fong Tang. She stayed in the countryside for a year and wasn't living at home. Now that she's back, she's unfairly blamed. It's really unfair. Parents naturally show favoritism. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It's hard to be completely fair, but you should try to be fair. Don't be too biased. After all, they are all your own children. Old Fong probably just got angry and didn't really want a divorce. Why are you scolding Fong Tang? She's just a young girl. She can't control your marriage problems. Look at how fierce you look, like you're about to eat someone. People might think you're a criminal. Parents arguing with their children is normal, but no mother would want to hurt her child. You're not a mother, you're like a monster. Fong Tang is a good girl. She doesn't dare to fight back. She just hides. She's so pitiful. Everyone was talking and trying to comfort Fong's mother, but it was clear they thought she was being too harsh. They had never seen a mother like her, more fierce than a stepmother. Fong's mother angrily glared at Fong Tang. These people didn't see her true nature. They were all fooled by her. She felt sorry for Lana, who was also harmed by this girl. Fong Tang stood expressionless, her eyes cold as ice. The woman who gave birth to her was now her enemy. She wouldn't call her mother anymore. When that woman gets old, she won't take care of her. Fong's mother, tired from scolding, collapsed on the ground, her eyes blank and dull. Fong Zedong hurried over. The cafeteria leader immediately pointed to broken glass and said, "Your wife broke these. There are 3 pieces, $1 each, so $3. I'll talk to the administration about it later." "Okay, I'll deduct it from my salary." Fong Zedong kept smiling apologetically. A burly man with a battered lunchbox came over and said gruffly, "Your wife broke these. You need to replace them." Fong Zedong dared not argue and quietly paid the money. He hated his wife deeply. He decided to divorce her. Fong Tang watched from afar. She saw several scratches and blood on Fong Zedong's face. It was clear they had just fought. Fong's mother, feeling angry, came to vent her frustration on her. She is no longer the helpless girl she used to be. From now on, no one in the Fong family can bully her. Fong Zedong wanted to talk to her, but just as he was about to step forward, Fong Tang turned around and left. He had no choice but to give up for now, feeling annoyed as he dragged Fong's mother home. After they divorced, he planned to find Fong Tang again. Their father-son bond was still there, so they would surely reconcile someday. After work, Sang Mo and Zhou Aijuan came back together. Today, they went to the wire supplier. The factory uses a lot of wire every month, so the supplier was very polite. They treated Sang Mo and Zhou Aijuan to a nice meal and gave them each a bag of gifts. The gifts included meat, chicken, and sugar. Good, practical things. Zhou Aijuan told Sang Mo to keep them, acting very naturally, as if he often received such gifts. Sang Mo didn't say anything. They first went home to put away the things, then headed to their workplace. Sang Mo felt quite emotional. No wonder everyone wanted to work in the purchasing department. There was really a lot of benefit involved. At the end of the day, Fong Tang told Sang Mo about Fong's mother causing trouble. Sang Mo frowned, thinking Fong's family was really persistent. He said, "Next time you see Fong's family, just stay far away. If you really can't avoid them, go find Zhao Weijie. I don't want to find him. I can handle it myself." Fong Tang didn't want to, because seeing Zhao Weijie made him uncomfortable. Sang Mo smiled and planned to talk privately with Zhao Weijie to see if he could find trouble for Fong's family, so they wouldn't keep bothering his wife every day. "Why aren't you going back to the big courtyard?" Fong Tang asked, surprised as their car turned toward the villa. "Just picking up some things," Sang Mo replied. He had left a bag of items at the villa earlier and needed to bring it back to eat. Fong Tang saw what was inside the bag: 2 pounds of meat, a lively chicken, about 3 or 4 pounds of dried green fish, and a pound of sugar. He asked in surprise, "Where did all this come from?" "Someone gave it to me." "Let's go," Sang Mo said, lifting the bag and tying it to the back seat. Fong Tang got on the bike again, and as they rode, Sang Mo explained where the gifts came from. No wonder everyone wanted to work in the purchasing department. Taking these things probably didn't break any rules, right? Fong Tang was a bit worried. Was this considered accepting bribes? Sang Mo smiled and said, "It's okay. You definitely can't take money, but a little gift is fine. Everyone in the purchasing department accepts gifts. If I don't accept, I'll seem out of place. Plus, accepting these gifts makes the supplier feel more at ease. Giving and receiving gifts is an art. Some gifts shouldn't be accepted, but others can be received without guilt. Even if people find out, it's not a big deal. Everyone at the machine tool factory knows that the purchasing department is the most profitable part. Because they understand this well, they're eager to get in. The factory director also knows, and he is the person who earns the most in the whole factory." This made Fong Tang feel relieved, glad that everything was fine. The two of them returned to the big courtyard, and all the items in the bag were given to Grandma Fong. Recently, they had mostly been eating at Fong's house. Grandma Fong didn't ask where the things came from and happily made a big bowl of braised pork. After eating, Grandma Fong took out a red cotton jacket and asked Fong Tang to try it on. It fits well. Later, I'll sew on the buttons. Grandma Fong, wearing reading glasses, looked carefully with a kind smile on her face. Fong Tang, dressed in the red cotton jacket, looked beautiful and charming. She was the prettiest bride Grandma had ever seen. My Tang looks so pretty. That little brat Hey Dan is so lucky. Grandma Fong smiled happily, teasing her. Seeing Fong Tang shy, she laughed even more and wanted to take off the jacket to sew the buttons. Grandma, I can sew it myself, Fong Tang said. No, I'll do it. You don't need to do anything. Just focus on being a good bride. Grandma Fong refused. It wouldn't make sense to let the bride sew her own wedding clothes. She also took Fong Tang to see the dowry they had prepared, which filled half a room. They had bought a TV, radio, bicycle, sewing machine, and more. They couldn't gather 9 beds of quilts at once, so Grandma Fong made several wool blankets stacked like a small mountain. There were also 2 camphor wood trunks, made by a carpenter she hired. All the small items were also ready: hot water bottles, toilet, dishes, wash basin, water bucket, and more. Fong Tang was dazzled and a little worried. There was so much. How much money had they spent? Grandma, there's so much. Did it cost a lot of money? Fong Tang asked nervously, hoping Grandma would return some of the things. It's not much. Don't worry. Your grandpa has money. He's been paid for 6 or 7 years, several 10,000 yuan. It's worth spending, Grandma Fong said cheerfully. Actually, she had also bought half of the dowry, split between the 2 families, as they had agreed. Fong Tang's nose felt a bit sour. She didn't say, thank you. She promised herself she would take good care of the 3 old men and Grandma Fong in the future, treating them like her own family. Foolish girl, with us here, no one can bully you. Stand tall and don't be afraid of anyone, Grandma Fong said tenderly. She heard the old man talk about the girl's background. She was a poor child, but she believed she would get better in the future. The so-called relatives were not worth her concern. She, Lao Fong, Lao Wu, Lao Sang, and Hey Dan would all support the girl. Fong Tang nodded. She was determined not to be bullied again. Today, she stood up to her mother. Because someone was protecting her, she felt more confident. After her mother caused trouble, rumors at the factory increased. People talked about the Fong family. Almost every day, there was chaos and loud arguments. The family apartments were almost unbearable. People hoped the couple would divorce quickly to stop disturbing others. Heartbroken, Fong's mother went to the factory's women's union. But the director was the factory manager's wife, so she couldn't make decisions for Fong's mother. She only pretended to mediate and then stopped caring about the matter. Fong's mother felt helpless. She went to complain to Fong Zidong's boss, accusing him of having affairs outside and mixing with women. But she had no proof. Fong Zidong was a proud man who cared about his reputation, so he wouldn't dare have affairs. The boss advised her kindly and even talked to Fong Zidong, telling him to handle family issues so it wouldn't affect his work. Fong Zidong then told the boss about Fong's mother mistreating Fong Tang. He spoke sincerely, with tears in his eyes, making the boss feel emotional. They thought Fong's mother was unreasonable. They had only heard of stepmothers mistreating children, but never a mother being so harsh. Anyway, we need to handle family matters properly. If this keeps up, it will cause embarrassment and make people laugh. The boss's tone became more serious. The situation at the Fong family was known even to the factory director. Yesterday, he was called to find out more, which made him feel embarrassed. He was also more dissatisfied with Fong Zidong. But Fong Zidong had done nothing wrong at work. He couldn't fire someone without reason, and he didn't have the authority to do so. I will resolve this as soon as possible. Please rest assured, leader, Fong Zidong promised. He decided to take strong action and no longer tolerate the crazy woman. Soon, in early May, it was payday. The machine tool factory paid wages on the 1st of every month without fail. In the past, Fong Zidong would give his entire salary to his wife. But this month, he didn't give her a single cent. He also stopped eating at home and went to the cafeteria for all 3 meals. Apart from sleeping, Fong Zidong rarely stays at home. Even when he is there, he doesn't talk to Fong's mother and treats her like air. This kind of cold treatment almost drives her crazy. She agreed to divorce but made a request. She would still live in the house until they got a separate place from the factory. Fong Zidong was obviously unhappy. A divorce without leaving the house is not really a divorce. He found this woman annoying all day long. He couldn't live like this anymore, so he decided not to keep the house and rented a place outside instead. Fong Lan advised him many times, but he didn't change his mind. Now he was also annoyed with his eldest daughter. His son was rarely at home, and his second daughter was more reliable. From now on, he would rely on Fong Tang. Finally, they divorced. As soon as he got the divorce certificate, Fong Zidong quickly found a small house about 10 square meters with a monthly rent of 2 yuan. He moved out and into the small house, feeling very happy. A week before Fong Tang's wedding, the factory was buzzing with gossip. Fong Tang heard some of it and was very shocked. In her previous life, Fong Zidong and his wife were always loving and rarely argued. How could they divorce now? Fong Tang thought about it and guessed that in her previous life, she had taken on all the bad things in the Fong family. The others lived happily and peacefully, so naturally their love was strong. In this life, without her to carry the burden, the Fong family was chaotic and negative emotions grew. That was probably why they divorced. Fong Tang didn't want to interfere. Let them divorce if they wanted. She was going to get married anyway. But Fong Zidong took the initiative to visit her, wearing a self-righteous, fatherly smile, and came to her office. Tang, you're about to get married. Dad didn't prepare a dowry. Here's some money for you to spend. He took out a stack of money from his pocket, his salary for the month, plus some borrowed money, totaling 50 yuan. It wasn't a small amount. Fong Tang felt only irony. Where did he get the nerve? When she was timid and unsure, no one in the Fong family paid attention to her. When Fong Zidong saw her, he shook his head and sighed. He never called her Tang, not even by her full name. To him, she was probably a useless person who didn't deserve a name. Now he called her Tang and gave her so much money. How obvious his greed was. No need. Fong Tang didn't even look at the 50 yuan. She grabbed the money and tried to give it to Fong Zidong, but he stepped aside and said, "It's not much, but it's a token of my heart. You should buy some wedding supplies. You can't let others laugh at you." The others nodded silently, thinking Fong Zidong's words made sense. Compared to Fong Mu, that mean woman, Fong Zidong was at least trying to be responsible. Fong Tang felt sick listening to him. Fong Zidong was good at pretending, saying nice things but doing very disgusting things. Worse than Fong Mu. "I've already prepared my dowry. You don't need to bother. You never cared for me before and you should now. I'm getting married soon, and since you just got divorced, don't come looking for me. I don't want bad luck." Fong Tang's face was cold. She balled up the money and threw it at Fong Zidong. His fake fatherly love was worthless. Moreover, this so-called love was a bad kind of love. She was afraid that accepting such love would harm her. "Tanger, Dad knows you still hate us. I don't blame you. You must take this money. I won't bother you anymore." Fong Zidong said these words sadly and left the office, looking very pitiful. His act made people feel sorry for him, but also thought Fong Tang was too cold-hearted. No matter what, he was her real father. Maybe he hadn't done well before, but now he had realized his mistakes and changed. Fong Tang should give her father a chance. How could she be so cold? Fong Tang was angry and disgusted. She didn't expect Fong Zidong to be so shameless. She sneered and unfolded the crumpled money. She loudly said, "Since you're so sincere about giving me money, fine, I'll take it. But this money is unlucky. I can only tear it up and throw it in the trash." After saying that, she made a move to tear it. Others watched anxiously. This was 50 yuan after all. Fong Zidong was also worried. 30 of that money was borrowed from others. "Tanger, if you're angry, just scold me. Don't tear it." Please, Fong Zedong begged pitifully. I only ask you not to appear in front of me and ruin my good mood for my wedding. If you don't take this money, I will really tear it up. Fong Tang was about to tear the money again.
She didn't seem to be acting.
Fong Zedong had no choice but to accept it. He sighed heavily and left, looking very lonely. Seeing his back, others felt sorry for him and tried to persuade Fong Tang. Because he is her real father, there is no lasting grudge between a father and daughter. Now that her father knows he was wrong, Xiaofeng, you must not be confused. Women without family support will suffer a lot. Fong Tang was not moved and said coldly, I am aware of that. These people talk easily without understanding her hardships. What right do they have to ask her to forgive? Seeing that Fong Tang wouldn't listen, the others found it boring and went back to their offices. They believed Fong Tang would definitely regret it later. Women without family backing would not have a good life. Later, Fong Zedong didn't come to see Fong Tang again. He adopted a roundabout approach, asking others to mediate. Every day, people came to persuade Fong Tang to reconcile with her father, which made her very annoyed. She couldn't concentrate on her reading. Song Mo found out about this and went to Zhao Weijie to warn him. Zhao Weijie patted his chest and promised everything would be handled. In a few days, Fong Zedong received a transfer order to manage the warehouse. Although it wasn't physical work, it was still busy. He had to handle daily inventory, check stock, and manage shipments. It was more tiring than working in an office. Fong Zedong had worked in a warehouse before, but that was 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, he had enjoyed a comfortable life in the office. Could he handle working in a warehouse now? But as a small employee, he could only obey the leader's arrangements. Fong Zedong obediently went to the warehouse. After that, Fong Tang's life became peaceful. Now that Fong Zedong was busy, he had no time to bother her. Similarly, Fong's mother was also having a hard time. Her mental health was very poor, and she became very paranoid. She made several mistakes at work. Once, when giving an injection to a child at the factory, she used the wrong medicine. Luckily, another doctor noticed it in time, or it could have been a serious mistake. If she had injected the wrong medicine, it could have caused a fatal accident. The factory had no choice but to let Fong's mother rest at home on sick leave until she recovered mentally. On sick leave, she only received 18 yuan for living expenses, half of her usual salary. Fong's mother was anxious and worried, and her mental state worsened. She couldn't even cook properly. Sometimes she used salt instead of sugar, or sugar instead of salt. The dishes she made were inedible. Rumors spread in the factory, saying Fong's mother had gone crazy, driven mad by Fong Zedong and Fong Tang. Fong Tang had heard these rumors too, but she didn't care. These people dared not say it to her face, only whisper behind her back. She chose to ignore it. 2 days before the wedding, Fong Tang planned to take leave on her wedding day. The factory offered a week of marriage leave. She could rest after the wedding, and taking leave before the wedding was also fine. Grandma Fong had already prepared everything. Fong Tang, how dare you come back? The family is falling apart because of you. You've ruined everything. Are you even human? A loud shout came from the corridor. It was Fong Hua, her twin brother. He had been out wandering these days, staying out all night. He didn't know the family was in chaos. Yesterday, he finally came home and found that his parents had divorced. His mother, who loved him most, was now acting crazy.
He learned the reason from Fong Lan.
Furious, Fong Hua came to find Fong Tang to settle the score. The family's bad luck this past year was all because of Fong Tang. He had been holding in his anger for a long time. Looks come from the heart. In her past life, Fong Hua was a successful official, full of vitality and high status, shining brightly. Now he was down and out, looking rough and unrefined. Your family's problems have nothing to do with me. You're unhappy at home, but come to bother me. You just see me as easy to bully, Fong Tang said coldly. It has everything to do with you. You're the one behind Dad's divorce. Mom was right. People like you shouldn't even be alive. You harmed me even before you were born, and now you're still hurting me. You're worse than a beast, Fong Hua cursed viciously. If this wicked woman hadn't taken nutrients from him and her, he wouldn't have been weak and short in height since childhood. Now the family was a mess, living like beggars. It was all this woman's fault. The more Fong Hua thought about it, the angrier he became. Filled with rage, he suddenly grabbed a chair and threw it at Fong Tang. Stop him. Let go, Li Ge shouted, trying to stop him but afraid of getting hurt himself. Sister Shu stayed far away, shouting in panic. No one dared to step in. Fong Tang was not afraid. She had strong fighting skills. When faced with strength, she was strong too. She grabbed a chair, ready to fight back. Fong Hua screamed loudly and fell to the ground, face down, hitting hard. The stool also flew out. Song Mo arrived quickly after hearing the news. As soon as he entered, he saw Fong Hua bullying his wife. He couldn't stand it. He kicked the person away with a flying kick, then rode on Fong Hua and beat him half to death with both fists. Stop fighting, Fong Tang held him back. A few hits to vent anger were enough. If Song Mo got hurt, he would face punishment. It wasn't worth it for someone like Fong Hua. Fong Hua was beaten badly, with a swollen face and eyes so puffy they looked like walnuts. He could barely see, and he didn't even know who hit him. His bones felt like they might break. He had never suffered like this before. Song Mo stopped and warned Fong Hua coldly, "If you bully Tang again, I will break your leg." Fong Hua finally understood that the person who beat him so badly was Tang's partner. It was true. Bad company attracts bad people. The security team came and took Fong Hua away. Recently, they had been dealing with the messes caused by the Fong family, full of embarrassing incidents. Fong Zidong knew about Fong Hua's trouble when he arrived, but chose not to show himself. He hid in the bathroom, afraid of being seen, and called to break up the fight. He didn't want to intervene at all. He even hoped Fong Hua would teach Tang a harsh lesson. The little brat had become more confident and disrespectful to him. But he couldn't do it himself. At the factory, he wanted to keep up the image of a caring father. Letting Fong Hua teach Tang a lesson was enough. In the eyes of the workers, Fong Hua was a reckless person. Once Tang had suffered enough, he would come out to scold Fong. At that time, Tang would surely be grateful. His reputation at the factory would improve. Fong Zidong's plan was good. He endured the foul smell in the bathroom for about 10 minutes, feeling dizzy from the stench. He looked at his watch and thought it was about time. He ran out quickly. The warehouse and the office building were not the same, with some distance between them. Fong Zidong, panting, ran to the office building. The third-floor corridor was crowded with people, packed tightly. He pushed his way inside, and everyone was willing to make way for him. Soon, Fong Zidong pushed his way inside. I thought I would see Fong Tang looking pitiful after being scolded by Fong Hua, but instead, Fong Hua was beaten to a disfigured state. The one hitting him was Fong Tang's arrogant and rude target. Fong Tang stood nearby, unharmed, not even losing a hair, which was fortunate. Fong Zidong was furious and tried to pull Sang Mo away. Although he hated that his son was so disobedient, he loved him dearly since childhood. He was his only son, and he couldn't just watch others bully him. Stop hitting him. Let go. You're letting go now, Fong Zidong shouted angrily, pushing with all his strength, but Sang Mo didn't move at all. Instead, he got tired from the effort.
Dad.
They're bullying me together. Seeing his father, Fong Hua felt wronged and choked up, pointing at Sang Mo and Fong Tang to complain. It was like when he was bullied outside as a child, and when he cried at home, his parents would go to confront the bullies. Fong Hua glared angrily at Fong Tang, thinking Fong Zidong would definitely use a belt to punish this wicked woman. He had been beaten many times at home before. Fong Tang didn't dare cry, and the louder she cried, the more fiercely she was whipped. "Dad, you should beat her to death with a belt." "She just tried to hit me with a stool." Fong Hua felt a burning pain in his body and also felt humiliated. He had always been proud in front of Fong Tang. Today, this wicked woman dared to throw a stool at him. It was reckless and outrageous. Fong Tang was furious when she heard about the belt. In the countryside, her grandmother wouldn't even say harsh words to her. When she moved to the city, she worked hard to please everyone and even took on all the chores. But she was still disliked by the Fong family, especially Fong Hua. He dared to bully her in front of Fong Zidong and his wife. A few insults were nothing, but Fong Hua, after being upset outside, would take his anger out on her at home. He would find trouble for no reason, like losing his pen or homework book, even though he was the one who lost them. He would accuse her of stealing, then beat her for it. She couldn't fight back. No matter how badly Fong Hua beat her, Fong Zidong and his wife acted as if they saw nothing. If she fought back, they would immediately scold her because they were sharp-eyed. With their protection, Fong Hua became even more reckless, and bullying her every day became normal. Fong Hua also liked to complain. Fong Zidong couldn't stand being provoked. When he was angry, he would beat people with his belt without caring about right or wrong. Despite being a weak worker, he was fierce when hitting people, and each time, she would end up with cuts and bruises. She couldn't cry yet because Fong Zidong cared about his reputation. Outside, he was always a kind father who never hit his children, so Fong Tang had to endure her pain silently. She was not even allowed to make a sound, or she would be hit even harder. Thinking about these past events, Fong Tang felt even more angry. She grabbed a porcelain cup from the table and threw it at Fong Hua, who was still talking. With a loud crash, the cup hit Fong Hua's forehead, then fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. Fong Hua rolled his eyes and fainted. A large bump appeared on his forehead, like a horn. The onlookers were stunned. They couldn't believe Fong Tang could be so fierce, especially since she looked so delicate and gentle. It didn't match her appearance at all. Fong Zidong was so angry he was panting heavily, his face turning pale. He trembled as he pointed at Fong Tang and scolded, "Disobedient girl. Xiao Hua is your younger brother. How could you hit him?" Fong Tang sneered and mocked. "Does he think I'm his older sister? Just now he tried to hit me with a stool. I only threw a porcelain cup, which is quite polite." Sister Xu, hiding in the corner, took the opportunity to speak. "Oh dear, Fong Master, you should control your son." That fierce look he had, lifting such a big stool, as if he wanted to kill someone. If Xiao Fong's partner hadn't come quickly, his head might have been smashed open. "I was so scared, I thought I'd have a heart attack." Sister Xu gestured exaggeratedly as she spoke, all to defend Fong Tang. "Yes, old Fong, you need to discipline your son. He came to the office for no reason, grabbed a stool, and tried to hit Xiao Fong's head. If he had really hit him, it would have been a serious matter. How did Fong Hua become like this? He seemed fine when he was young." Chief Chi also spoke up, wanting to support Fong Tang and not let Sister Xu speak alone. As a leader, he had to show his stance. This time, he fully supported Fong Tang. After all, her chance to get into university depended on her fighting for it. The others hadn't seen what happened earlier. After hearing Chief Chi and Sister Xu, they understood Fong Tang's anger and started criticizing Fong Hua. "Master Fong, you really need to discipline Fong Hua. He's been hanging out with those troublemakers and has become a troublemaker himself." "A fei" is a Shanghai dialect term meaning a troublemaker or a rogue. A few days ago, I saw Fong Hua with Wang Zhengwo from the neighboring motor factory. Wang Zhengwo is someone who dares to kill people. Last year, he fought over a girl and stabbed a young man. The young man ended up in the hospital and spent a lot of money, but Wang Zhengwo faced no consequences. The young man also lost his job. This person is very bad, doing all kinds of evil. He's not a good person. Wang Zhengwo's father is a deputy factory manager, but he holds real power. Wang Zhengwo has been a troublemaker since he was young. Everyone at the machine tool factory knows about his bad deeds. Honestly, Zhao Weijie, the factory director's son, is much nicer than Wang Zhengwo. Zhao Weijie mostly just shows off a little and bullies those he doesn't like. He's not very brave and would never do something serious like stabbing someone. Since he was young, Wang Zhengwo has bullied Zhao Weijie badly. Zhao Weijie is afraid to tell his parents, or they might beat him even more the next day. Fang Zidong's face looked worse and worse. He knew his son hanging out with Wang Zhengwo was wrong, but he didn't want others to lecture him. He's only a high school student and doesn't understand these things yet. Why should these people interfere? Xiao Hua is young and doesn't understand. I will discipline him strictly. Fang Zidong forced down his anger and smiled at everyone. He is just a warehouse clerk and can't afford to offend the office staff. If he gets into trouble again, he might be sent to clean the toilets. He forced a smile at Fang Tang and softly said, "It was a misunderstanding, Dad. Xiao Hua was wrong this time. I will definitely teach him a lesson at home and make him apologize to you." "No need, I can't take it," Fang Tang coldly refused. Seeing that Fang Hua made her furious, she couldn't help but act. She said, "You people from the Fang family should just stay away from me. I don't want to see you. You live your lives, and I live mine. We are strangers from now on. Tanger, you also have the Fang surname. You're part of the Fang family. Do you want to cut ties with me?" Fang Zidong's face changed, and he scolded sharply. "A rebellious brat like you, even saying such heartless words. Do you really think you're so powerful? Humph. That man named Sang Mo is rude and arrogant. He's probably not a good person. Right now, he's just attracted to this animal's beauty and feels excited. Naturally, he'll treat this animal well for a while. But flowers don't bloom forever. Over time, Sang Mo will get tired. Once the good days with this little animal end, things will change. However, having support from her family makes a difference. If this little animal is smart, she should build a good relationship with her family. While Sang Mo isn't tired of her yet, she should help him and Xiao Hua. After a few years, both she and Xiao Hua will have their own strength, and they can support Fang Tang. He is truly thinking of this little animal's future, but she doesn't appreciate it. She'll regret it later. Fang Tang doesn't care if she suffers, but Fang Zidong does. He wants to use Sang Mo's resources to get ahead. He dreams of becoming a leader, a top person, not a lowly warehouse clerk. The job is dirty and tiring, and going to work feels like going to punishment every day. It's too painful. Fang Zidong doesn't know much about Sang Mo's family background, but he guesses it's more powerful than the factory directors. Being able to get 2 recruitment spots at once isn't normal. If Sang Mo is willing to help, Fang Zidong can become a leader soon. Making Xiao Hua a regular employee will be easy. Thinking this way, Fang Zidong calmed down a bit. He softened his tone when speaking to Fang Tang, who was still angry and cold. "Tang, you're still young and don't think everything through. Dad understands. You're upset now, but when you calm down, we can talk again." Others nearby nodded. Fang Zidong still acted like a father. Fang Tang's attitude and tone earlier were indeed a bit disrespectful. No matter what, Fang Zidong is her elder and the one who raised her. Even if he made mistakes, children shouldn't be so rebellious. Filial piety is a traditional virtue in China. Fang Tang was too rude just now. Fortunately, Fang Zidong was generous and didn't argue with her. Fang Tang only felt disgusted inside and sneered, "Stop pretending to be a kind father in front of me. You just want benefits, don't you? You're useless yourself. You've been a small employee for decades. You dream of being a leader or even a factory director, but you're not capable. You're just trying to use me to get ahead. If you could honestly say that, maybe I'd consider it. But you do despicable things and act like a moral person. You're a real hypocrite. You animal, how dare you talk to me like that?" When Fang Zidong's secret was exposed, he lost face. He raised his hand to hit Fang Tang, but his arm was grabbed midair and he couldn't move. Is what Tang said not true? Sun Imo looked at him with disdain. Fang Tang was right. He was a complete hypocrite. "Let me go. Release my hand." Fong Zedong struggled hard, looking very awkward. Sun Mo sneered sarcastically and asked, "Are you hoping I'll help you get a leadership position? So your son can have a proper job?" The crowd's spirits lifted. They looked at him eagerly, wondering if Sun Mo would really help. They thought it was very likely. No matter how loud the argument, they were family. Helping out was natural. Not helping would be unreasonable. Fong Zedong also thought this way. He believed Sun Mo came to mediate and showed genuine effort. He was secretly very happy, but he didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be angry, saying he had no such plans. Sun Mo was even more dismissive. Who was he pretending to impress? "Actually, what you're worried about is just a small matter," Sun Mo said with a smile. Everyone thought, so he's playing the good cop now. Fong Tang's side was at a standstill, and Sun Mo was joking around to smooth things over. This was the right way for a family to get along. But they cared more about Sun Mo's tone. Offering a proper job and recommending Fong Zedong for a position, these were big matters. Yet Sun Mo spoke so casually. What kind of background did he have? It must be more impressive than the factory director. Everyone looked at Sun Mo with admiration. They secretly planned to get closer to him, hoping they might also get promoted someday. Fong Zedong thought the same. A faint smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel amazed. The problems he couldn't solve, Sun Mo said, were small matters. Clearly, he came from a distinguished family. "Actually, I may not be young anymore." Fong Zedong wanted to say that although he was no longer young, he was full of energy and talent. He could handle more responsibilities and do a good job. Sun Mo interrupted him. "I can handle everything you're worried about, but I don't want to. Even if it's a stranger on the street, I wouldn't do it for you. If you come to bully Tang again, don't blame me for being rude." His last words were full of threat. Fong Zedong shivered involuntarily and took a step back, afraid to get too close to Sun Mo. The ground's Fong Hua slowly woke up. He reached to touch his forehead, feeling a large bump the size of an egg. His face and body hurt a lot, and he couldn't move. Weakly, he called out to Fong Zedong, "Dad, it hurts." Fong Hua struggled to turn his head and looked toward Fong Tang. That cruel woman had hit his head in front of their father. Their father would definitely use a belt to punish Fong Tang, possibly even severely. But the person in front of him, Fong Tang, was dazzling and beautiful. Her skin was so fair it looked softer than an egg. Even though he disliked Fong Tang, he had to admit she was the prettiest among the three siblings. Their parents' good qualities seemed to be concentrated in her. Disappointed, Fong Hua looked at Fong Zedong with questioning eyes. He had been hit into a concussion, so why hadn't he punished Fong Tang? But Fong Zedong was already overwhelmed and didn't care about his disobedient child. His mind was like tofu, and the words of Sang Mo kept echoing in his ears. He wanted to do something but was refused. The other person even said in front of so many people that it was a deliberate insult to him. It must have been Fong Tang, the rebellious girl, who incited him. How could he raise such a beast? Fong Zedong's vision darkened, his body swayed, and he fell straight back. Everyone was busy watching the scene and didn't pay attention to Fong Zedong. When they finally reacted, Fong Zedong had already fallen heavily to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. After hitting the ground, his body bounced slightly. Then he fell silent, not even groaning, and fainted. Fong Hua was startled and, despite the pain, crawled over to Fong Zedong to check his breathing and pulse. When he confirmed his father was still alive, he relaxed. He turned around and glared angrily at Fong Tang, scolding, "You made Mom go crazy, and Dad is so angry. The house is a mess. Are you satisfied, Fong Tang? How are you all doing? It has little to do with me. You once ignored my life and death, so now I won't care about yours either. I won't even say hello if I meet you," Fong Tang said coldly. The kindness of giving birth she had repaid with her life in her past life. In this life, she owed this family nothing. "Fine, from now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. We are no longer involved with each other." Fong Hua, stubborn, cursed and then glared fiercely. He helped Fong Zedong up and staggered out. When he became successful in the future and Fong Tang came to ask for help, he wouldn't even bother to see her. He is smart and capable, but he lacks opportunities and a platform. That's why he works hard to please Wang Jiangwo. Fong Hua clenched her teeth, determined to succeed and rise quickly. Fong Zedong, feeling dizzy, heard his son's bold words. His vision blurred again, and he fainted once more. His body heavily leaned on Fong Hua's small frame. Fong Hua staggered, and the father and son almost fell. Someone saw this and helped them downstairs. The onlookers dispersed, and their eyes on Fong Tang carried meaningful looks. After returning to their office, they started talking. Young Fong is too stubborn. Even if old Fong and his wife went too far, they shouldn't cut ties completely. She looks gentle, but she's actually tough. Without her brothers supporting her from her family, Fong might suffer later. She'll regret it. A few women shared the same opinion. They thought Fong Tang handled things badly. Even if she was upset, she shouldn't have made things so tense with her family. If she's wronged in her husband's house later, her family could stand up for her. Do you think what Sang Mo said is true? Different people paid attention to different things. Soon, everyone started discussing Sang Mo's background with interest. It should be true. Fong's recruitment target was arranged by Sang Mo. He has a house on Huayan Road, which used to belong to a wealthy family. He's quite powerful. Fong Zedong is throwing away a big opportunity for a small one. Now, he must be regretting it so much. Not just regretting, he's probably regretting so much he's heartbroken. If only he and his wife had treated Fong Tang better, things wouldn't be like this. Well, Fong Tang has also gone through a lot. But that's their family matter. We can't interfere. By the way, are you going to the wedding banquet for Fong's marriage? Looks like it's on May 18th? Next week. Have you received the invitation? Invitation? No, I haven't. I got mine. My husband works in the purchasing department. Sang Mo sent it to him, saying our whole family should go. It's at Jinjiang Grand Hotel. I've passed by that place many times but never went in. I heard it's for VIP guests only. Well, I'd be happy just to attend once in my life. The woman speaking was quite proud. She even took out a gold embossed invitation from her drawer and waved it proudly. Seeing this, everyone's eyes turned red because they hadn't received any invitation. Because the wedding banquet was held at the Jinjiang Hotel, they had never eaten at such a fancy place. They felt jealous and sour inside. What's good at the Jinjiang Hotel? It's all home-style dishes. We eat at home every day. Exactly, it's expensive and not tasty. Not going is fine. We save the money for gifts. Everyone's mood grew more bitter, and they started to resent Sang Mo. Why does she get special treatment just because she received an invitation? Is it because her husband isn't an official? This lively gossip ended on a sour note. Everyone returned to their offices to continue their boring work. At noon, Fong Tang and Sang Mo went to the cafeteria together. Bai Anchi was serving food again. Today there was braised pork ribs. Bai Anchi looked around and gave Fong Tang the biggest piece. She smiled and asked from the window, "You're getting married next week. Have you chosen your bridesmaids?" Fong Tang was surprised and shook her head. She hadn't thought about that. Bai Anchi's eyes lit up, and she quickly offered herself. "Pick me. I'm pretty, and I won't steal your spotlight. I'd make a perfect bridesmaid. Are you still choosing dishes or not?" The people in line behind impatiently urged. Bai Anchi snapped back. "What are you rushing for? We're busy here." She didn't talk to Fong Tang anymore. She winked at her and whispered, "I'll find you later." Fong Tang smiled and carried her lunchbox away. Sang Mo had already found a seat and waved at her. Sitting next to him were Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing. Zhao Weijie's lunchbox had several large pieces of pork ribs and braised fish, all piled high. "Eat my food, no need to be polite," Zhao Weijie cheerfully called out. He only used one meal ticket but got so much food. The cafeteria staff were eager to flatter him. He was used to it. "Thanks." Fan Bing took a piece of fish and looked at Sang Mo deeply. Recently, he had been hanging out with Sang Mo and had become familiar with the factory director's son. He used to feel a bit superior in front of Sang Mo, but now he was just trying to please her. No need to be polite. Brother sang you should eat too. Zhao Weijie was indifferent. It was just some food. What's there to be polite about? He even got the cafeteria staff to bring him half a bottle of wine. He poured himself a drink. Recently, he had started drinking and wished he had started earlier. It made him very happy. Sang Mo picked up a few pieces of braised fish and put them into Fong Tang's lunchbox, then took one for himself. Zhao Weijie took a big gulp of wine, his face turning red, the pimples on his cheeks shining under the light, and his eyes looking a bit dazed. Sang, have you found her groomsman yet? Zhao Weijie slurred. Not yet. Sang Mo paused for a moment. He really hadn't thought about it, but he didn't want to admit that and give Zhao Weijie a chance to tease him. Zhao Weijie quickly volunteered. Pick me. You need an even number of groomsmen and bridesmaids. Jean Tianhua and I would be perfect. We'll help you handle the drinks at the wedding. In truth, he mainly wanted to share in the good luck. His mother had recently introduced him to several women with good backgrounds, but every meeting ended badly. Either he found them too plain, or they thought he wasn't good-looking enough. Nothing ever worked out. He felt unlucky since returning to the city and hoped being a groomsman would change that. You're fine, but Jean Tianhua isn't, Sang Mo said firmly. Zhao Weijie wasn't exactly a great person, but he was still somewhat useful, so Sang Mo gave him a little face. Jean Tianhua, however, was sly and mean, someone Sang Mo didn't want to deal with. Zhao Weijie looked troubled. He had already promised Jean Tianhua and even patted his chest to guarantee it. He's not as good-looking as you. He'd ruined the photo, Sang Mo said calmly, lying without blinking. Zhao Weijie instantly brightened up. He picked up a big piece of pork chop and put it into Sang Mo's lunchbox, grinning from ear to ear. Then I'll help you find another groomsman like me.
Leave it to me. Sang Mo's Mut twitched.
He quickly turned to the handsome Fan Bing. Are you free? I'll give you a big red envelope. I'm free. No need for the envelope. We're friends. No need to talk about money. I just want to share some good luck. Maybe it'll help with my blind date next month, Fan Bing said cheerfully. With the groomsmen settled, Sang Mo started worrying again. Where could he find bridesmaids? I'm here. Bai Anqi came over carrying 2 lunchboxes. She sat next to Fong Tang, placed the boxes in the middle, and smiled. I brought lots of food. Help me finish it. Her lunchboxes were just like Zhao Weijie's, filled with pork chops and braised fish. Zhao Weijie snorted unhappily. He wanted to accuse Bai Anqi of taking advantage of the company's food, but in the end, he swallowed his words. It seems he has always been involved in disputes since he was young and has no right to criticize these small issues. Fong Tang, the bridesmaid is already decided. I'll be the bridesmaid for you, and you find another one, Bai Anqi said casually. Her mother, after hearing about Fong Tang, Sang Mo, and the relationships with some old men on the mountain, advised her to get along better with Fong Tang and to proactively ask to be a bridesmaid to bring some good luck and also improve their relationship. Bai Anqi didn't care whether the relationship improved or not. She just wanted to share in the happiness of marriage so she could marry a wealthy husband like Fong Tang. Why not do the good thing thoroughly and find me another bridesmaid? I have no friends in Huqing, Fong Tang said with some difficulty. She had lived in Huqing for 3 years but hadn't made any friends. The girls her age at the factory looked down on her and didn't want to play with her. She was busy with chores after school and had no time for fun. Bai Anqi happily agreed. I have a cousin. She's not as pretty as me, but she's also nice-looking. Would she do? Yes, Fong Tang replied with a smile. Bai Anqi was very happy. She had exceeded her mother's expectations. Not only was she the bridesmaid, but she also arranged for her cousin. Her mother would definitely praise her. Have you found the groomsman yet? Bai Anqi asked with concern, thinking that if not, she would introduce her cousin. Zhao Weijie snorted loudly, straightened his back, lifted his chin proudly, and looked very pleased. It's just them. Jean Tianhua wanted to be one, but we rejected him, Fong Tang said with a smile. Rejecting him was the right choice. He's very bad, with a black heart. Letting him be a groomsman would bring bad luck. Bai Anqi nodded vigorously. Her biggest enemies now were Jean Tianhua and Wen Jing. Fong Tang and Sang Mo didn't agree with them, which made her happy. But how about I introduce my cousin to you? He's tall and handsome, looks like a star, and would definitely make you look good. Bianchi said this while glancing disdainfully at someone, recommending her cousin confidently. Zhao Weijia, like a dog with its tail stepped on, immediately exploded and shouted, "You call that tall and handsome? Like a stool? That's your idea of good looks. I'm short, but I'm pretty. And you? You're just a big toad. You dare to be a groomsman? Humph. Look in the mirror and see your own face." Bianchi jumped up, unafraid, and retorted fiercely. She had never been afraid of Zhao Weijia. "You shouldn't flatter yourself. Your looks are far from beautiful. At most, your features are just not crooked. People say you're pretty, but I don't say that myself every day. I've been told I look good since I was young. Has anyone ever praised your appearance? Of course. Every day someone says I look talented and handsome. Pfft, are you brainless? Do you believe that nonsense? Even the emperor's daughter is praised for her looks, no matter how ugly she is. Do you understand that? Use your brain." These two people argued like crows fighting, drawing everyone's attention in the cafeteria. Everyone admired Bianchi for daring to stand up to the factory boss's son openly. "She's a real heroine. Stop arguing. You're the best man and woman at the wedding. Don't fight at my and Fong Tang's wedding, or I might find someone else," Sang Mo said coldly. "No fighting, absolutely no fighting. Anyone who fights is a little dog," the two crows said in unison, then glared at each other fiercely, and both cursed, "Zhao Weijia, Bianchi. You owe me." Fong Tang couldn't hold back and laughed. These two were like actors in a comedy. They glared at each other, then Zhao Weijia and Bianchi sat down with serious faces, no longer arguing. They were afraid Sang Mo might really replace them. Bianchi's temper flared quickly, but also cooled fast. After eating a big piece of pork chop, she excitedly started gossiping. "Fong Tang, did you know? Wen Jing is sick. She hasn't worked for several days." "How do you know that?" Fong Tang asked curiously. After returning to the city, she hadn't contacted the youth team. "Zhang Weihong wrote me a letter. I just received it yesterday. She said Wen Jing has been feeling unwell these days. Wen Jing said she has a stomach illness, keeps vomiting whatever she eats." "Humph. Serves her right." Bianchi was very happy. She hated Wen Jing the most. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat when she remembered the herbs Wen Jing collected before returning to the city. Her heartbeat sped up. Could it be? "What else did Zhang Weihong say?" Fong Tang asked. "Just some things about the youth team. She also asked me to help find some study materials," Bianchi said while eating. Fong Tang found it strange and asked curiously, "When did you get so close to Zhang Weihong?" They still kept in touch after returning to the city, which surprised her a little. Angel White looked a bit uncomfortable and stubbornly said, "I have always gotten along well with her. We've never had any disagreements." Fong Tang smiled lazily, not bothering to point out anything. Maybe it was because Angel White left all her belongings to Zhang Weihong when she left. Although Zhang Weihong can be a bit annoying, she is honest and grateful. After crying so hard last time, Zhang Weihong became much more adorable. "I have some study materials here. I'll make copies and send them to Zhang Weihong." Fong Tang's study materials were all provided by old Master Wu. They were very complete, and Angel White definitely couldn't buy them. She also wanted to help the hardworking Zhang Weihong. "Okay, once you finish copying, give them to me and I'll send them." Angel White agreed and muttered, "I don't know what you all are thinking. No one's taking college entrance exams anymore, so why bother with these books? It's a waste of time and energy. Reading more is always good. You can read them too," Fong Tang said with a smile. Angel White shook her head hard, looking embarrassed. "I don't want to read. Books give me a headache." Fan Bing's eyes flickered with interest and he asked, "Are you talking about high school textbooks?" Fong Tang nodded. "Yes, just reading them when I have free time. There's nothing else to do anyway." Fan Bing's mind moved and he looked at Sang Mo with a smile, asking, "Sang Mo, are you also reading?" Sang Mo didn't deny it. Fan Bing's thoughts started to race. Fong Tang and Sang Mo wouldn't be reading high school textbooks without a reason. Could they have heard some news? His heart was pounding fast, pounding so loudly he couldn't focus on eating. He really didn't like the sales job, but it was a formal position. His parents had worked hard to get it, so he had to tough it out. If the college entrance exam were to be reinstated, he still had time to study now. He had done very well in high school, but he couldn't take the college entrance exam, which made him quite regretful. Fan Bing decided to take action. After going home, he found all his old school books and started reviewing. He felt that a chance to change his fate was coming. He had to seize it. Zhao Weijie drank half a bottle of white wine alone, looking drunk and staggering as he walked.
Phang Tan Flawen.
Zhao Weijie's problem was drinking and driving, which caused him to become paralyzed on one side. Originally, this wasn't so bad, but after his body was disabled, he went crazy and started tormenting her every day. She remembers that Zhao Weijie had an accident in the second half of the year, around October. She can't recall the exact date. Should she remind that? Fong Tang bit her lip, feeling very conflicted and unsure how to speak. She can't just say that drinking alcohol might cause a crash or paralysis, right? Are you crazy? Don't drink and drive. Drive sober, drink less. Don't you know that? Luckily, you're driving a truck, not a passenger car. Otherwise, everyone in your car would be unlucky for generations. Bai Anqi couldn't help but curse again. She was walking beside Zhao Weijie, almost suffocated by his alcohol smell. She hates alcoholics because her father also liked drinking and often drank at his mistress's house. When she was young, her parents argued a lot. Her father always said he drank too much and couldn't tell who was who, so he made mistakes. When she was only 7 or 8, she didn't believe that nonsense. Her father never mistook her or her brother, nor did he bring home other people's children. How could he mistake his wife and end up sleeping in someone else's bed? It was clearly an excuse, and only her mother believed it. She kept forgiving her father, while she cried alone at night. So, whenever she saw a man drinking, she got angry, especially if he was a big, ugly toad. Bai Anqi really wanted to kick that toad. None of your business if I drink. Are you my mother? If I had a son like you, I'd hang myself with a belt. Humph, go ahead and drink. Just a few days ago, a driver at my dad's company crashed into the river after drinking and hasn't been found. Drink more, I'm waiting to eat your tofu rice. How dare you curse me? I'll be rude to you. Zhao Weijie wasn't drunk enough to be confused. He understood she was insulting him. He was so angry, he raised his hand to teach Bai Anqi a lesson. She kicked him hard, causing him to lose his balance and almost fall. Fortunately, Sang Mo and Fan Bing caught him. Bai Anqi snorted proudly and straightened her back to go back to work in the cafeteria. Stinky woman, I will destroy her. Don't stop me. Zhao Weijie was still cursing but was dragged away by Sang Mo. This time, he was on Bai Anqi's side. Although her words were harsh, they were true. Zhao Weijie's drinking habits would eventually cause trouble. Fong Tang decided not to remind Zhao Weijie anymore. Bai Anqi had just made everything clear, but he wouldn't listen. It was likely that he would end up paralyzed again in this life. Thinking about it, Fong Tang looked at Zhao Weijie with more pity. He only has about half a year left to walk upright. It's such a tragic fate. As the wedding date drew closer, Fong Tang felt a bit nervous. She took a week off work for the wedding day. That night, Fong Tang couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, unable to rest. Even at midnight, she was still full of energy. She decided to open the window and count the stars. The moon was very beautiful tonight, hanging in the sky like a silver plate, surrounded by twinkling stars. Fong Tang sat on the windowsill, looking up at the sky. On the wudong tree outside the window, someone was sitting, smiling gently at her. He also couldn't sleep, so he ran over. Seeing that Fong Tang's lights were off, he climbed the tree and quietly watched her room. Just watching made him feel peaceful. Sang Mo had planned to sleep in the tree for the night, but he didn't expect Fong Tang to be awake too. Seeing the beautiful girl bathed in moonlight, Sang Mo's heart softened like water. He plucked a leaf, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at Fong Tang. It hit her face softly and coolly. She touched her face, realizing it wasn't rain, and then saw Sang Mo smiling at her from the tree.
She almost shouted out loud.
Sang Emo made a gesture with his mouth, then slid down from the tree smoothly. He also climbed up the drain pipe, like a monkey, quickly reaching the windowsill and sitting next to Fong Tang. "Why aren't you sleeping?" he asked softly. "I can't sleep." "Why aren't you sleeping either?" she replied.
Can't sleep either.
They both laughed. Fong Tang leaned on his shoulder, and they looked at the stars together. "Where is the cowherd and weaver girl star?" she asked. Sang Emo pointed in the direction and told her where the North Star and the Big Dipper were. As he spoke, Fong Tang fell asleep. Sang Emo carefully held her and jumped down from the windowsill. He gently got into bed, kissed her on the face, and said, "Good night." He didn't want to leave. He really wanted to stay here, but he was afraid. If the three old men found out, they would definitely scold him to death. Sang Emo sighed regretfully, jumped out of the window, slid down the stairs quickly, climbed over the wall, and ran back home to sleep. Early the next morning, Fong Tang was awakened by Grandma Fong. She was going to do her makeup. Bai Anqi and her cousin also came. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing were there too. Yesterday, Sang Emo told them the address. When they heard it was in the big courtyard, all four of them were silent. Their respect for Sang Emo deepened. When they entered the main gate, they were thoroughly searched. All four of them were very nervous and honestly admitted even childhood bedwetting incidents, not daring to tell a lie. Only after Sang Emo came out to meet them could they go inside. White Anqi's cousin is a pretty, quiet girl, much more beautiful than White Anqi. She doesn't talk much but behaves politely and is much more steady than White Anqi. Grandma Fong warmly hosted the sisters. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing went to see Sang Emo and would come later to pick them up for the banquet. White Anqi was surprised and gratefully accepted the tea, even standing up to hold it with both hands. Old Master Wu, Old Master Fong, and Grandma Fong were all there. They are family from the same mother. The two old men had impressive presence. Old Master Fong was dressed in a formal suit, and Old Master Wu wore a Zhongshan suit, making them look very distinguished. The two-story small building and the yard were also not places ordinary people could afford. Even if White Anqi was not very smart, she wouldn't dare act out of line. She sat quietly, hands on her knees, sitting straight, more proper than she ever did in elementary school. "Eat something first. Tanger is changing clothes. You two should change into new clothes later," Grandma Fong said with a smile. White Anqi and her cousin obediently nodded. They had planned to bring new clothes, but Tang told them the family had prepared some, so they came in their old clothes. "Go upstairs and talk to Tang," Grandma Fong said, noticing they looked a bit tense. The sisters hurried upstairs to find Tang, who had just changed into a red outfit and was looking at herself in the mirror. "Why are you running so fast?" White Anqi hurried into the room, panting and patting her chest. Tang couldn't help but joke. "I was gasping for air downstairs. I never noticed before, but the old men on the mountain are so imposing, more formidable than my dad. I didn't dare make a sound." White Anqi spoke softly, afraid the old men downstairs might hear her. Tang giggled and told them to change into new clothes, which were bright pink. She said, "These two dresses are made to fit you. After the wedding, you can wear them back home." "Thank you. These clothes are really beautiful." White Anqi happily changed into the new clothes. They fit perfectly, the fabric was good, and the style was lovely. She looked at herself in the mirror several times, very pleased. "My younger cousin also changed into new clothes and thanked us. She is taller and has a better figure than Bai Anqi, so she looks even prettier in her outfit." "Fong Tang, have you been living here all these days?" Bai Anqi asked curiously, sounding a little jealous. Although her family is quite well off, she has never lived in a fancy house. The 2 rooms assigned by her workplace are spacious compared to many, but she doesn't have a private room. Her room is shared with her brother, split in half. "Yes, this is Grandpa Fong's house," Fong Tang nodded. "You're really lucky." At that time, when Jing and the others said you and Sang Emo would have bad luck and get involved in trouble. "They must be jealous now," Bai Anqi said with a bit of bitterness. She had also said similar things back then, and now she was very envious too. Fong Tang smiled, but didn't reply to that. Bai Anqi then asked curiously, "Where does Sang Mo live?" "He lives in his own house," Fong Tang replied. Bai Anqi looked surprised. "Sang Mo's house is also in this big yard?"
Yes.
The old man who came later is Sang Mo's grandfather. Grandpa Fong and Grandpa Wu are also his elders, and they've known him since he was young. Seeing Bai Anqi's dazed expression, Fong Tang felt a little amused. Playfully, she dipped her finger in some rouge and dabbed a spot on the girl's cheek, a bright red like a cinnabar mole. "Oh, stop joking," Bai Anqi said, wiping her cheek with a handkerchief, but her heart was unsettled. No wonder Sang Mo and Fong Tang went to the grass hut every day. They had known each other long ago. Thinking about it, the people at the factory guessed right. Sang Mo's grandfather is a high-ranking leader. No wonder he could get 2 job placements and book a wedding banquet at Jinjiang Grand Hotel. Those are places only the powerful can afford. Her mother always said that only people who could book at Jinjiang Hotel were more impressive than her father. Bai Anqi had always thought her father, a department store manager, was the most capable. Now she felt a little narrow-minded. There's always someone better outside the mountains, and people outside oneself. "Fong Tang, when I get married in the future, you must come to celebrate my wedding." Bai Anqi started making plans. "Of course, I'll definitely go." Fong Tang agreed and then asked, "Have you found a partner yet?" "No, my mom is helping me look. If she finds someone suitable, we'll meet," Bai Anqi replied. She felt a bit disappointed because she and her mother had different opinions about marriage. She wanted to find a tall, handsome man with a good job. In their work, she and her mother could agree, but they had serious disagreements about appearance. Her mother said looks can't put food on the table. The most important qualities in a man are character and work ethic. Bai Anqi, however, thought looks mattered a lot. After marriage, they would live together every day, and if her husband looked like Zhao Weijie, she would find married life more terrifying than. She would rather jump off a building than marry an unattractive man. Fong Tang smiled and encouraged her, saying, "Look forward to good news." In her previous life, Bai Anqi was deceived by Jean Tianbois. Her reputation was ruined, her family had problems, and her life was very hard. She hoped this time things would go more smoothly. Next door at the Sang family, Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing were just like Bai Anqi, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes wide with amazement. "Brother Sang, you live in a 2-story small building every day." "That's so happy." Zhao Weijie was very jealous. Even though he was the son of a factory director, he only had a single room. He had never lived in a small building like Sang's house, which was a private house with a yard. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to live in such a place. Fan Bing was so envious he couldn't speak. His family's housing was even tighter. He only had half a room and shared a bunk bed with his brother. He dreamed of having his own house someday, but he didn't know when that would happen.
Am Montag smilet.
He was wearing a new Zhongshan suit with a red flower pinned to his chest. His cold face looked a bit warmer. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing also wore Zhongshan suits, their hair neatly combed, looking energetic. The 3 of them were going to welcome the bride. At the gate of the courtyard, a jeep was parked. It was decorated with a big red ribbon and a large red flower on the front, with red characters for happiness on the windows, looking very festive. Old Master Sang was dressed in a sharp military-style uniform, with shiny gold shoulder epaulets under the sunlight. The gleam made Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing feel a bit dizzy, and they automatically straightened up, bowing respectfully, more nervous than when meeting their elementary school teachers. Fan Bing looked very envious. He hadn't expected Sang Mo's family background to be so good. Was this what it meant to be born lucky? But he was also glad to be friends with Sang Mo. His own home was a shikumen house, where an elegant old man lived. He was responsible for sweeping the alley and cleaning the public toilets. Even though his work was dirty, the old man always dressed neatly, with a straight back, exuding a scholarly air. It was said that before liberation, he was a comprador, dealing with foreigners and speaking fluent foreign languages. The neighborhood also said that the old gentleman used to drive foreign cars and married 3 wives. The brick house where Fan Bing lives was once his home. Now about 10 families live there and the old gentleman only has 1 room. The residents often bully him, but he doesn't mind and lives happily on his own. Fan Bing has a good relationship with the old gentleman. Sometimes, when others bully him, Fan Bing steps in to help. Because his family is honest and strong, he has the confidence to do so. Over time, they became friends. The old gentleman teaches him English and shares life lessons. Ah Bing, making friends is very important. Look at straw and cabbage. They're sold together for 1 cent per pound. When combined with, they can sell for 10 cents per ounce. Same straw, but different friends, some are valuable, some are not. Do you understand? Fan Bing remembered what the old gentleman once said. He explained that this is about connections. To succeed, you must find ways to expand your network. You need to be brave and climb higher, or else you'll stay poor and looked down upon all your life. His eyes grew firm. He already considered himself a friend of Sang Mo. From now on, he would work harder to become a good brother to Sang Mo. Hi Dan, hurry and pick up Tang Air. Don't be late. Old Master Sang's face was glowing, full of energy. No worries. Sang Mo opened the car door to let the old master get in first. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing also got in, sitting in a row with the old master. They sat nervously, straightening their backs more than usual. Their hands rested quietly on their knees, not daring to move or breathe, too heavily out of nervousness. Sang Mo drove the car himself. He skillfully started the engine and slowly headed toward Fong's house. Zhao Weijie watched eagerly from behind. He had been learning to drive for over a month, but his master still wouldn't let him try. He said the time wasn't right. He was learning to drive a truck, never a jeep. His father had a small car for work, used only for meetings. His father was very strict about this and never allowed family members to ride in official cars. So, Zhao Weijie and his mother had never sat in a company vehicle. Zhao Weijie watched Sang Mo expertly steer the wheel and couldn't help asking, Sang Mo, when did you learn to drive? It looked like he was an experienced driver. I learned when I was 10, old Master Sang replied softly. When he was a child, he was very brave and daring. There was nothing he wouldn't try. At that time, he lived in a big courtyard with several boys in their teens. They were all very bold. When adults weren't paying attention, they would secretly climb onto cars and learn to drive on their own. By the age of 15, he even learned to operate a tank. The uncles and older men in the courtyard taught him. They also said they would teach him to fly a plane. If not for a family problem, he would definitely have learned to fly. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing looked at him with admiration. When they were 10, they hadn't learned to ride a bike yet, but he was already driving a car. The difference between people was so big. Old Master Sang happily shared a funny story about Sang Mo. This kid has been brave since he was little. He fiddled around and managed to start the car. He drove it crookedly for 2 miles and almost drove into the river. Luckily, someone saw and saved him. That time, he gave the boy a good scolding. His bottom was even sore. The old master was angry not because Sang Mo drove, but because he wasn't careful about safety. If he had driven into the river, he might have lost his life. When Gao uncle saved me, I was already pressing the brake, Sang Mo reminded his grandfather. Even if no one had saved him, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. How come you still drove into the river if you knew how to brake? The old master didn't believe him. The person who saved Sang Mo was named Gao, one of his subordinates. Gao said that half the car was already in the water, and if he had hesitated one more step, he would have fallen into the river. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing listened with envy. This was the difference of family background. Growing up in a big courtyard, they had access to things most people could only dream of. No wonder Sang Mo had a different demeanor from others. The Sang family was just a few steps from the Fong family. After a few words, they arrived. At the Fong family's gate, there was also a parked car decorated with double happiness characters and red flowers. Very festive. Here comes the bride. Zhao Weijie and Fan Bing got out of the car and shouted loudly. Bianchi stood at the door, blocking the way. She stretched out her hand confidently. asking for a red envelope. Zhao Weijie took a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Not enough. The bride is so beautiful. This little red envelope isn't enough. Bai Anqi continued to hold out her hand. Several elders and Grandma Fong all smiled happily. The wedding was sure to have some teasing. It couldn't go too smoothly. Zhao Weijie took out more red envelopes, reaching for 8 in total. Only then did Bai Anqi let them pass. Sang Mo and the others hurried upstairs. Bai Anqi's younger sister accompanied Fong Tang out. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. They had always known that Fong Tang was very beautiful, but she usually kept a simple look with plain clothes. Today, Fong Tang wore a fitted bright red dress, her hair styled up with a red beaded flower, and light makeup that made her look like a fairy descending from heaven, with rosy cheeks, almond-shaped eyes, and bright lips. She was so stunning that no one could look away. Fan Bing gently nudged Zhao Weijie, who was staring at his wife, as if enchanted. It was rude to stare so openly. Zhao Weijie finally snapped out of it and glanced at Sang Mo. He didn't notice his own awkwardness and felt relieved. But inside, he was a bit disappointed, because he was the first to notice Fong Tang's beauty. It should have been his wife, as both families had agreed on the marriage. But now, Sang Mo had taken her away. Zhao Weijie was rushing to be the best man. His disappointment didn't last long. The decision was final, and he knew he couldn't compete with Sang Mo. Plus, Fong Tang didn't like him, so he decided not to suffer for nothing. Although his family wasn't as wealthy as Sang Mo's, his father was a factory director, which was still respected in the marriage market. He planned to tell his mother and, when introducing future matches, focus less on family background and more on appearance. Fong Tang was very beautiful, but he knew she might be a little out of his league, and that would be embarrassing. Sang Mo also kept staring, feeling very excited. He didn't want to go to the restaurant anymore. He wanted to get married right now. Fong Tang smiled softly and gave a playful glare. She looked like a silly goose. Sang Mo realized what was happening and stepped forward, bending down. Usually, the bride's brother would carry her on a sedan chair, but Fong Tang didn't want her family involved, so Sang Mo took her instead. He carried Fong Tang steadily down the stairs. When they reached the yard, Old Master Fong lit firecrackers. The loud crackling filled the air, and red paper fragments scattered on the ground, along with a strong smell of gunpowder. Many people gathered around. Grandma Fong handed out candies to everyone, sharing the joy, while Old Master Fong gave cigarettes to the men. Old Fong, you're in such a good mood today. Give a few more, don't be stingy. The old man speaking seemed to get along well with Old Master Fong. He casually snatched half a pack of cigarettes from Old Master Fong's hand and put them in his pocket. Old Master Fong scolded with a smile. You're still the same thief as always stealing my cigarettes. We're brothers in life and death. Is that called stealing? It's called taking. People who lack education should read more books. The old man who took the cigarettes looked confident, but also a little envious. He wished he had a beautiful and obedient granddaughter too. You old thing, you're really lucky. I thought you were dead. I've been looking all over the city. You, old man, are living comfortably in the countryside, and you even adopted such a beautiful granddaughter. Fine, you owe me a pack of cigarettes. I worried for nothing. The old man became angrier and snatched the cigarette that Old Man Fong just took out, roughly stuffing it into his own pocket. He then proudly snorted at Old Man Fong. Jealous? Envious? Huh, that'll just make you mad. My granddaughter is not only beautiful and well-behaved, but she's also a good cook, better than restaurant chefs. You won't enjoy your life without her. Old Man Fong wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt proud and took out another pack of cigarettes. The old men in the courtyard all envied him for having a beautiful granddaughter. They whispered behind his back, but he didn't bother with them. Brothers, attack! The cigarette-snatching old man gave the order. The other old men, who had long been annoyed with him, rushed forward and pushed Old Man Fong into the middle. Don't fight, oh. Fine, fight if you want, but don't tear my clothes. Which son of a gun stepped on my foot? Old Man Fong's angry shout echoed out. It was lively, but these old men didn't hold back. They took all the cigarettes from Old Man Fong, leaving not a single pack or even a cigarette box. "Why do I know you bunch of bandits? Who just stepped on my shoe?" Old Man Fong brushed his hair and straightened his collar. Seeing a big footprint on his shiny leather shoes made him so angry he almost cursed. No one admitted anything. Everyone who got the cigarettes felt proud and ignored Old Man Fong. They went to talk to Old Man Sang and the others. Grandma Fong came over to fix her husband's clothes. Old Man Fong complained to his wife, but she didn't feel sorry for him. Instead, she mocked him. "It's because you always like to show off. Old Nyo is most upset about not having a granddaughter. You just had to poke him in the lung. No wonder he's mad at you." Old Nyo was the old man who snatched the cigarettes. Like Old Man Fong, he had 6 big, strong grandsons. They all dreamed of having a granddaughter. Old Man Fong, however, went around causing trouble, and now he got what he deserved. Sun Mo had already come down with Fong Tang. At the entrance, many people gathered around, all amazed by the beautiful Fong Tang. They knew old Master Fong had a lovely granddaughter in the countryside, but they didn't pay much attention, thinking how pretty a rural girl could be. After Fong Tang returned to the city, she left early and came back late every day. She rarely interacted with people in the big yard. Today was the first time everyone saw her, and like Zhao Weijie and the others, they were all stunned. "Old Fong, you really got lucky. Bring me a few packs of cigarettes. This year's cigarettes are on you." Old Master Nyo was jealous and felt sour inside. No wonder Old Fong kept his granddaughter so secretive. Old Sun was also not honest. He was very cunning, probably afraid someone would steal his beautiful granddaughter, future daughter-in-law. Old Master Fong smiled, so much his eyes squinted.
He was easy to talk to.
"The cigarettes are with me." He loved watching these old men envy and be jealous. His mother had always said, since he was young, that he might not be very successful, but he was very lucky, had a good wife and a respectful granddaughter. The master fortune teller was truly accurate. His words proved true. "The bride is so beautiful. May you have 100 years of happiness, and may you have many children soon. Bring the red envelopes." A few children ran over to congratulate them. Grandma Fong smiled happily, giving them candies and red envelopes. The children were very happy and kept saying lucky words. Fong Tang and Sun Mo got into Sun Mo's car. Zhao Weijie, Fan Bing, and the sisters by Anqi also sat in this car. The old men and women sat in another car, followed by several jeeps decorated with double happiness characters. The people inside were Old Man Nyo and others, heading to the restaurant for the wedding banquet. 7 or 8 jeeps drove down the street, attracting many onlookers. Pedestrians hurried to the side, guessing whose daughter was getting married. Such a grand procession. It must be a big leader from Huqing, right? This was arranged carefully by the old men. They usually didn't care about showing off. They often rode bikes when going out and didn't take advantage of public resources. But they wanted to give Fong Tang face, so everyone knew she was their valued granddaughter, future daughter-in-law. No one could bully her. Jinjiang restaurant was ready. Since they had been told in advance, the staff had to treat the guests with the best service, without any mistakes. The waiters worked in perfect order. Although busy, they looked calm. This scene was far from what an ordinary restaurant could handle. The people from the machine tool factory arrived early. Sang Mo sent invitations to the purchasing department and the publicity team, as well as to some other colleagues in the office who got along well. He didn't send one to the factory director, just asking Zhao Weijie to be the best man was enough. He also sent invitations to a few workshop managers. The entire machine tool factory had 3 tables. There were 20 tables set up in the hall. Some people sat sparsely, all well-educated and dressed neatly, looking different from ordinary folks. They were some of Mr. Wu's leaders and colleagues. Fudan University was famous nationwide. Teaching at this school meant these people were not ordinary, they had a remarkable presence. "All these seats are empty. Why haven't the guests arrived yet?" Sister Shu whispered to Lao Gao beside her. Although she had some opinions about Lao Gao, Fong Tang still gave him an invitation. As an adult, she knew she had to be polite and courteous. Lao Gao replied slowly, "Maybe it's not time yet." Sister Shu was very curious and muttered to herself, "I wonder which side the guests are from. It probably isn't from Fong's family." Her maternal family only invited 2 people. Everyone thought that even if Fong Tang was upset with her family, she would still invite them for her wedding. But today, Fong Zedong's family didn't show up at all, clearly not invited. Only the head of the village and his wife arrived. Although the village had seen some things in life, he was still nervous. He and his wife sat awkwardly, afraid to speak, worried about embarrassing Fong Tang. But deep down, the village head and his wife were happy for Fong Tang. This girl had gone through hardships and finally succeeded. "I asked Master Fong. He didn't receive an invitation." "Fong Tang really did a great job," someone said. Yes, she was quite bold. Fong Tang is young and impulsive. She doesn't understand some things. Her biological parents wouldn't hold a grudge forever. They didn't invite them to the wedding, and that's that. Fong Tang is probably cutting ties with her family. She'll regret it later. She will definitely regret it. She's young and beautiful now. Xiao Sang treats her well, but men's hearts change quickly. Who knows what will happen in the future? Women, after all, rely most on their family. Exactly. Family is the closest. Fong Tang will suffer later. At another table, people whispered and discussed loudly. Sister Shu overheard and rolled her eyes at them. She also brought a plate of sunflower seeds and placed it on their table, annoyed. "Eat your seeds and stop gossiping." "Is it interesting to talk about others' weddings?" The group immediately looked embarrassed, grabbed some seeds, and chewed nervously to hide their awkwardness. Sister Shu hummed and returned to her seat, sighing involuntarily. Actually, she shared the same opinion as these people. She thought Fong Tang's actions were inappropriate. Even if she hated her family, she should still show some politeness on the surface. Inviting family members to the wedding feast doesn't cost much, and it helps save face. It also prevents others from gossiping. After the wedding, if she wants to visit her family, she can. If she wants to distance herself, she can. Others won't be able to gossip about her. Now, things are looking so bad that there will be gossip at the factory later. Sister Shu shook her head and whispered to Section Chief Chi. Xiao Fong didn't listen to advice. I've told her many times, but she just won't listen. She's really stubborn. Section Chief Chi was eating sunflower seeds flavored with 5 spice, full and fragrant. He had a pile of shells in front of him. The food from a big restaurant is always better. His roasted sunflower seeds are even tastier than what his wife buys. Hearing Sister Shu's words, Section Chief Chi smiled meaningfully and said, Xiao Fong is very smart. She has her own opinions and ideas. Actually, he wished Sister Shu would take care of her own messy family affairs. He himself hasn't figured out his life, yet he worries about others. He thought Fong Tang was doing well, knowing when to cut ties, being decisive, having strength and courage. The Zedong family has no one reliable. They are all selfish and only want to benefit from Fong Tang. Such family members are like bloodsucking parasites, better to stay far away. Instead of wasting energy on bloodsuckers, it's better to focus on caring for Sang Mo's family. Fong Tang understands clearly what is more important. Sister Shu curled her lips. She didn't fully agree, but she didn't argue either. After all, it wasn't her daughter. Whether she has a good life in the future has nothing to do with her. Seeing that Section Chief Chi was enjoying his food, Sister Shu couldn't help but grab a handful of sunflower seeds. She only ate one, but her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but praise. The sunflower seeds at Jinjiang restaurant are especially tasty. I don't know where they buy them. Restaurants have dedicated seed roasters. Each seed is carefully selected and the ingredients are chosen with care. You can't buy them outside, Brother Li said while eating sunflower seeds. Thanks to his connections, he had been to Jinjiang restaurant a few times and had seen the world. No wonder they taste so good. If I could work here, it would be so wonderful. Sister Shu looked around the hall with envy. Everywhere was elegant and grand. She sat quietly without needing anyone to remind her, sitting up straight. She spoke softly and often checked herself to see if she was being polite. Brotherly smirked and said mockingly, "Getting a job here isn't easy. Even as a waiter, you need to look good, be tall, speak well, and be educated. Your family's reputation must be spotless for 18 generations, or you can't even get past the door." Sister Shu gasped, "Wow, it was like choosing a royal consort in ancient times." She had thought about helping her daughter make connections to get a job at Jinjiang Hotel, but now she gave up that idea. Her daughter was not good at studying and couldn't even memorize Li Bai's poems. She was also average-looking, short, and chubby like her mother. She definitely wouldn't meet the standards. "Wow, why are there so many people here?" Sister Shu was stunned. In just a short chat, most of the empty tables were filled with tall, elegant people, many of high rank. Their badges sparkled brightly, and she didn't dare look directly at them. Section Chief Chi was also surprised. He quickly looked away, afraid to stare at these people. When he saw Sister Shu still glancing, he pulled her aside and whispered warning, "Don't look at them." Sister Shu lowered her gaze and asked softly, "Are they relatives of Sang Mo?" "Probably." Section Chief Chi nodded. It couldn't be from Fong Tang's side. Fong Zidong had no relatives in Shanghai. His family was from the countryside, so he wouldn't know these people. He felt very excited inside. Sang Mo's family background was truly impressive. This also meant Fong Tang could get a university spot. Her daughter was a good student. As long as she had a spot, she could get into university. After graduation, she would become an official and earn a government salary. University students assigned from machine tool factories knew little. The veteran workers in the workshop understood more. Yet, university students earned 42.5 yuan as officials, while veteran workers earned the same salary after a lifetime of work. Sister Shu was thinking the same. Her son wasn't a good student, so she decided to be stricter from today. He must study hard. Opportunities were right in front of him. If he still couldn't succeed, she would punish that useless boy harshly. The 20 tables were full because of the groom's family. The other guests didn't dare speak, sitting straight and silent, as if at a serious meeting. "Here comes the bride," someone shouted at the door, followed by firecracker sounds. Everyone relaxed, relieved she had arrived. Sister Shu couldn't help but run outside to see the excitement. Outside the restaurant, a row of jeeps was parked. Their license plates looked very impressive. The restaurant manager came out to greet them politely. Sang Mo finished parking the car and helped Fong Tang get out. The two stood close together, looking very matching. Even the experienced restaurant manager secretly admired their good looks. He had hosted many weddings, but today's couple was especially perfect. Handsome groom and beautiful bride. A perfect match. Sister Shu wasn't paying attention to the bride. She was looking at the jeeps, feeling very excited. She hurried back to her seat and said, "Wow, there are 8 jeeps outside. That's so grand." Brotherly immediately got excited and went outside to look at the cars. Others also went out to see, then came back and started talking again. But this time, the tone changed. "Fong has really married a rich man. So many cars. Who has such a grand wedding?" It seems Sang Mo's family really likes Fong, mainly because Sang Mo likes her. Just look at how pretty Fong is. Good looks save a lot of trouble. Fong Zidong will regret this forever. He married a gold digger and lost a good girl. He was blind. Fong Tang is so beautiful, while Fong Lan is just average. Anyone with a little sense knows who to cherish. These two are just fools. Everyone started mocking Fong Zidong and his wife, saying the opposite of before. They no longer said Fong Tang would regret it later. Since the groom's family valued her so much, Fong Tang's life would be good. Some relatives from her family, who weren't very respectable, really didn't need to stay in touch anymore. Old Master Wu helped Fong Tang step by step to Sang Mo. He solemnly handed her hand over to Sang Mo. "From now on, you must treat Tang well. Don't let her suffer even a little. Don't let her be unhappy." "Can you do that?" Old Master Wu asked seriously. "I can do it. If I can't, I'll accept whatever you decide." Sang Mo solemnly promised that he would never let Tanger suffer any unfair treatment. Fong Tang looked shy and affectionate, glancing at him with deep feelings. She felt very excited inside. From today, she would be Mrs. Sang, and tonight was their wedding night. The restaurant arranged a host to lead the wedding ceremony. The host was witty and funny, making the guests laugh happily. The hall was full of joy. Old Master Wu, as a family member, gave a speech. The old man was elegant and charismatic, with a remarkable presence. Even before he spoke, everyone could feel his strong aura. He smiled slightly and said, "I am the bride's grandfather. Today, I am marrying off my granddaughter. I am very happy, but also a bit sad. Luckily, the groom is someone I have watched grow up. He is good character and is a good match for my granddaughter. Although our families know each other well, I still need to say this. If my granddaughter is ever wronged in your family, I will personally come to bring her back home. My salary is enough to support my granddaughter comfortably. Showing off your high salary, go away. Tanger is also my granddaughter, and I have something to say." Old Master Fong couldn't hold back anymore. He ran up, pushed aside Old Master Wu, grabbed the microphone, and shouted loudly, "Tanger is also my granddaughter. Sang Mo, listen up. If you dare to treat Tanger badly, I will break your leg and bring her back home. From now on, don't come to my house." Old Master Fong actually wanted to say more. When the time came, he planned to find a better young man for Fong Tang. There are many good young men in the army, and he could pick anyone. His granddaughter was so beautiful that even if she remarried, she could still marry well. But he held back, afraid of upsetting Old Master Sang. Later, he would quietly tell Fong Tang, so she knew that no matter what, he and Old Master Wu would always be her strong support. Fong Tang felt very touched, her nose a bit sore. She had only known the two old men for a year and hadn't done much, just helped a little. Yet, she received so much kindness. The grand wedding and the strong backing they provided were things she had never dared to dream of before. Now she had everything. Seeing the envious and jealous looks from the guests below, Fong Tang felt even more grateful to the three old men. She secretly vowed to take good care of them in the future. The most shocking part was the guests from the machine tool factory. Having the wedding at Jinjiang Hotel was already impressive enough, but the sudden appearance of the two old men made them feel openly jealous. Old Master Fong was dressed in a noble outfit, clearly not an ordinary person. Although Old Master Wu wasn't wearing such attire, his presence was impressive. And since he dared to say such words at the wedding, he was definitely not an ordinary old man. Wasn't Old Master Fong already dead? Sister Shu asked in confusion. She remembered that Fong Zedong was raised by a single mother. His father had died early. So, where did these two grandfathers come from? Chief Chi guessed. Maybe it's his adoptive grandfather, the one Fong recognizes as his own. Oh my, Fong's luck is extraordinary. Where did he find such a powerful grandfather? Sister Shu said with a hint of envy. She finally understood that Fong Tang and she were not on the same level. No wonder this girl was so confident in the office. She had a strong grandfather backing her. Probably in the countryside, Chief Chi muttered to himself, feeling quite envious. Fong Tang had worked in the countryside that year, and Sang Mo's partner was from the countryside too. Clearly, these two grandfathers were also recognized in rural areas. He had heard from the personnel officer that Sang Mo's background was a bit unusual. She had lived in Beijing before age 15, then spent several years wandering and struggling. Suddenly, she got a job and moved back to the city. Apparently, the Sang family had some trouble a few years ago, but things had improved this year. Such things are quite common. Fong Tang was truly lucky. If he had known earlier, he would have sent his own daughter to the countryside too. But he and his wife were reluctant to let her suffer, so they found a way to get a medical certificate for her asthma, and she managed to escape. Chief Chi felt regretful, thinking his daughter had missed many good opportunities. With her cleverness, she would have done even better than Fong Tang. Maybe she could have recognized two even more impressive grandfathers. Sister Shu shared the same thought, sighing softly. Her eldest son was unemployed at home, and her second and third children were still young. Should she be firm and send her daughter to the countryside? But she quickly dismissed the idea. She couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer in the countryside. She had also heard that many young women sent to the countryside had accidents, some even lost their lives. So she decided to keep her daughter safe at home. Though she might not become rich and famous, safety was the most important. Then old Master Sang spoke. He was brief and to the point. Although I am the groom's grandfather, I want to tell this young man, don't bully Tanger, or I will break your leg. The guests burst into laughter.
Sang Montag also smilet helplessly.
How could he possibly bully his wife? He loved her too much to do that. Next, it was time for toasts. The groom and bride took turns to toast the guests. The bridesmaids and groomsmen also joined in and helped the groom by blocking drinks. Zhao Weijie was in charge of this task. He had become good at drinking recently, accepting all offers and shielding Sang Mo from too much alcohol. When it was the turn of the machine tool factory group, everyone started teasing, trying to get Sang Mo drunk. But Sang Mo had anticipated this. He asked Fan Bing to pour out the wine from the bottle and replace it with plain water. He then drank cup after cup. Good, one more cup. Everyone thought it was real wine and believed Sang Mo had a strong drinking capacity, so they got more excited. Zhao Weijie was the most honest. He drank real wine and soon got very drunk. He lay on the ground mumbling, "Cheers, a happy marriage. May you have children soon. Where's my drink? Fill it up. Today I'm the best man. Next time I'll be the groom. The bride will be beautiful, haha." Zhao Weijie lay on the ground, dreaming happily. He dreamed he was getting married to a very beautiful fairy, even more beautiful than Fong Tang. The fairy gently leaned on him, and he imagined giving toasts to the guests. How wonderful that would be! Bai Anqi curled her lips and stepped on him without hesitation. She thought Zhao Weijie was daydreaming. Even if he married, it would be to a mother frog. Fan Bing helped him up and sat him back in his seat. Luckily, the chaos was dying down. The guests were sensible and didn't continue to cause trouble, especially since the next table was full of men dressed in uniform. As night fell, the guests gradually left. Sang Mo's heart grew warmer. He had waited so long for this moment, the wedding night. The system was also excited. It had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Complete the task, the wedding night before dawn. After drinking a cup of wine, Fong Tang felt a little dizzy. The system's voice made her instantly alert. Her face turned red like blood. Thinking about the upcoming night, she felt nervous and couldn't breathe properly. Her palms were sweaty. Feeling her tension, Sang Mo held her hand gently, applying a little force, and smiled at her. Fong Tang felt even more embarrassed and lowered her head. Time to take her to the bridal chamber. Everyone cheered. The young men from the machine tool factory were the loudest, causing the most fuss. They even wanted to go into the bridal chamber to cause trouble, but Fan Bing and Bai Anqi stopped them. Sang Mo had already given instructions to prevent them from causing trouble. Guests have all left. Sister Shu and Section Chief Chi are walking together, along with Brother Li, Old Gao, and other factory colleagues. Everyone is full of feelings and talking as they walk. Young Fong's grandfathers are definitely not ordinary people. No wonder she married so well. It's a match made in heaven. No wonder she no longer recognizes her maternal family. With such impressive grandfathers, it's no surprise her father, Fong Zidong, isn't acknowledged. Everyone speaks with a bit of envy, thinking Fong Tang is very lucky. She went to the countryside and met two powerful grandfathers and found such a good partner. That's why she's more confident now. Having someone support her makes a big difference. Hey, is that Fong Zidong over there? Someone points at a hurried figure walking away and asks curiously. Everyone looks and sees it's indeed Fong Zidong, riding away on his bike. He was just hiding behind that tree, eavesdropping sneakily. Fong Zidong must be really regretful now. I wonder if Fong Tang will ever reconcile with her maternal family. If it were me, I wouldn't. Fong Zidong and his wife are so mean to Fong Tang, worse than step-parents. They're always hitting or scolding her. Fong Tang isn't a block of wood. She must feel upset. After all, she's a real family member. Fong Tang's personality is quite strong. But this time, no one criticized Fong Tang for being foolish. Things are different now. Fong Tang's status isn't ordinary anymore, and they can't criticize her. If they see her at the factory later, they'll have to be polite. Fong Zidong rode for 2 miles straight, then turned his head to look behind. The factory people were out of sight. Only then did he stop and sit by the roadside, lost in thought. He had actually arrived earlier but was unwilling to approach. He wanted to see what kind of family Fong Tang married into. From the wedding until the end, he watched everything. He saw the fancy jeeps, the guests dressed in fine clothes, and the impressive old men. He also saw the couple from his hometown, the captain and his wife, sitting in the main guest seats. Fong Zidong now felt just like others in the factory said. He had picked a worthless seed and thrown away a good watermelon. He was full of regret. If he had known his second daughter would have such good fortune, he would never have sent her to the countryside 18 years ago. Even if he had sent Fong Lan and Fong Hua away, he would have kept Fong Tang and raised her well. If Fong Tang had been living with him all these years, she wouldn't be like she is today. Fong Zidong sighed heavily, feeling very annoyed. He had personally blocked his own path to success. However, he quickly pulled himself together. Fong Tang has always been soft-hearted, and he admits he was a bit too harsh before. He believes that if he continues to treat Fong Tang kindly, she will be moved by his sincerity. Moreover, since that crazy woman isn't causing trouble now, Fong Zidong feels more confident. He gathered his spirits, mounted his bike, and returned to his rented room. That night, Sang Mo and Fong Tang stayed at a hotel. They booked it for 1 night. The room was decorated very romantically, with a big red wedding quilt and large red characters for happiness. Fong Tang felt even more nervous. Her mind couldn't think clearly, and her legs felt stiff. She stood at the door, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Sang Mo whispered with a gentle smile. His warm breath made Fong Tang feel weak and unable to think. I need to take a shower." Fong Tang finally calmed down a little. She wanted a hot bath to relax. Before she finished speaking, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Sang Mo picked her up. Fong Tang let out a soft cry and hugged his neck tightly. She saw his mischievous smile and heard him say, "Let's take a shower together, don't." Let me go." Fong Tang struggled, but her resistance was useless. Sang Mo, who had been holding back for a year, naturally wouldn't let go of his little white rabbit easily. The night was filled with warmth and tenderness, full of romantic moments. Fong Tang was awakened by sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains. She didn't know what time it was. Her whole body ached, and moving felt like she might fall apart. Last night, she begged for mercy, but Sang Mo, that naughty guy, didn't listen at all. Angrily, Fong Tang kicked her foot, then heard a system voice. "The wedding night task is complete. You receive a mysterious gift." "What mysterious gift?" Fong Tang became curious. "You'll find out soon," the system replied mysteriously. Fong Tang felt a little itchy inside, not knowing what the mysterious gift was. She didn't notice that a big gray wolf nearby had woken up, looking at her with ill intentions, and his hands were starting to act mischievously. Feeling the heat spreading over her body, Fong Tang let out a soft cry. She wanted to push away this annoying hand, but she had no strength. She didn't realize how charming her lazy, seductive look was right now. Sang Mo originally just wanted to tease his wife, especially since he had been quite passionate last night. But as soon as he touched Fong Tang's body, his proud self-control was completely shattered. "Stop messing around." Fong Tang pouted in annoyance. The sun was already out, and if they kept going, it would be daylight indecency. Sang Mo nodded politely, but his hands still weren't behaving. Fong Tang was made weak by his teasing and softly said, "It's morning now. We need to go home." "Not yet. The payment is due by 2 in the afternoon. Leaving early would waste money," Sang Mo whispered vaguely while kissing her. This room wasn't cheap, and every second cost money. He absolutely didn't want to waste any. Fong Tang tried to resist, but she was dizzy and exhausted. She could only let him do as he pleased. Happy times always pass quickly. When Fong Tang woke up again, it was already noon. She was awakened by hunger, her stomach growling loudly. After a whole night and morning of physical work, she hadn't eaten anything and was starving. Sang Emo was also hungry. He had just called the restaurant to deliver food to the room. He was too tired to go downstairs himself. Now he finally understood those lazy emperors who refused to go to court for their beauties. Sometimes, things happen beyond their control. Passion burns fiercely, and even the smartest minds can't resist. The system in the shadows chuckled proudly. Haha, with the mysterious treasure awarded by this system, you'll be addicted and unable to resist. You won't even want to go to court or get out of bed. Back then, one of its palace hosts was so enchanted by this reward that she refused to go to court, becoming the only one in the harem. Sadly, her greed was too much. She didn't want to share her gains, had no background from her family, and eventually gained a bad reputation as a treacherous beauty. The emperor, to calm the anger of the people, gave her poison wine, and she died. Fong Tang wanted to take a shower, but moving made her body ache all over, more tiring than planting an acre of rice. She glared angrily at the culprit, Sang Mo, who looked guilty but tried to please her with a massage. Annoyed, she swatted his hands away and glared again. She forced herself to go to the bathroom. Warning, don't come in. Sang Mo touched his nose, feeling a bit regretful for indulging too much. Now his wife saw him as a dangerous beast. Soaking in warm water, Fong Tang sighed comfortably and closed her eyes to rest. But her mind was filled with passionate, intimate scenes that made her blush. Hey, what exactly is that mysterious treasure? Fong Tang remembered the important question. What was the treasure the system awarded her this morning? It slightly modified your body structure, the system replied mysteriously. Fong Tang was stunned and still didn't understand, so she asked, why do you want to change it? To improve the quality of the intimacy. Suddenly, she felt a loud bang in her ears and blushed. She finally understood what this mischievous system meant. No wonder Sang Emma was so excited this morning. It turns out this annoying system was behind it. Thank you so much. Fong Tang gritted her teeth and expressed her thanks. If only this system had a physical form, she would really want to slap that troublemaker. You're welcome, my friend. The system was a bit proud and didn't notice Fong Tang's murderous look. Fong Tang clenched her teeth, holding back her anger, and said, can your rewards be more practical in the future? Stop giving me these flashy but useless things. This system's rewards are the most practical. Aren't they all good stuff? The system got defensive, looking down on its own prizes. Besides being useful on the bed, these things are useless elsewhere. I want something real. After moving to the city, I haven't even seen a wild rabbit or fish, Fong Tang said with deep resentment. In the countryside, she used to catch 5 fish and a wild rabbit every day, but now in the city, she hasn't even seen rabbit fur. The system finally sensed Fong Tang's frustration and felt a little guilty. But wild rabbits and fish in the city were impossible. It couldn't just make them jump out of the ground, could it? You could have birds fall from the sky, Fong Tang suggested. She wasn't craving meat herself, but she wanted to get some nutritious food for the old men and Grandma Fong. Although they all earned good wages, meat was rationed and had to be bought with tickets. Each month, there was a fixed amount of meat tickets, and even officials couldn't get special treatment. So, even the Fong and Sang families couldn't have meat every day. The meals weren't as good as in the countryside, and Fong Tang wanted to get some meat to improve her family's diet. Even if 10 sparrows fall, it wouldn't be enough to fill your stomach, the system scoffed, thinking Fong Tang's idea was unrealistic. It was very difficult to get meat in the city. Everywhere was concrete and steel, making it impossible. Then you wouldn't be able to get other things? You always say you're the most advanced system. Is this small problem too hard for you? Fong Tang deliberately challenged. Who said I can't do it? There's nothing I can't do in this world. There will definitely be meat. The system fell for the trap and regretted saying that. But Fong Tang responded quickly, all right, I'll wait for your good news. Now, regretting it is useless. The system cares about its reputation and doesn't want to be looked down upon by the host. Just wait and see. The system snorted proudly and then curled up in the corner, lost in deep thought. Tang, dinner is ready. Sun Mo knocked on the door. It had been half an hour since he washed up, but there was no response. He thought his wife might be sleeping in the bathtub. Fong Tang replied softly, dried her body, and put on a bathrobe. Sun Mo was only wearing boxers, showing his strong, muscular chest, which emitted a tempting hormone scent. Fong Tang blushed and dared not look directly at his golden skin, turning her head to eat. Sun Mo smiled and said, "You eat first. I'll take a shower." Fong Tang was really hungry. She served herself a bowl of rice and started eating. The waiter brought several dishes: sweet and sour pork, braised pork, winter melon and rib soup, some greens, and a big bowl of rice. In just a few minutes, Sun Mo finished his shower. He still wore only boxers, with water droplets on his chest, and looked damp as he came out. Fong Tang looked up and immediately looked away, blushing. "Put on some clothes. Didn't you see everything last night?" Sun Mo thought there was no need. They had already been honest with each other, so why bother with the trouble of dressing? He was used to not wearing clothes in the bedroom, feeling comfortable that way. Fong Tang's face turned even redder. She puffed out her cheeks and huffed. "It's too dark to see. Now it's bright. Look more if you want." Sun Mo deliberately walked in front of her, his eyes mischievous. Fong Tang was so angry she slapped him, leaving a palm print on his golden chest. "Do you still have energy?" Sun Mo chuckled mischievously, trying to scare her. Fong Tang shivered and moved away cautiously. The house will be ready soon. She didn't want to come again. Her back was almost broken. Sun Mo was just teasing her, not really planning anything. Although he had some thoughts, he knew it wasn't urgent. "Eat some more." Sun Mo scooped some rice, wanting to add more. Fong Tang shook her head. "I'm full." Usually she only ate one bowl, but today she ate two and was completely stuffed. Sun Mo didn't insist further. He poured the remaining dishes and soup into the rice bowl, mixed them well, and filled a big basin. In about 10 minutes, he finished preparing everything. They sat down to rest for a while, then dressed and checked out of the room. "Are we going home or to the big estate?" Fong Tang asked. Sang Mo pushed out the bicycle. After Fong Tang sat on it, he got on too, and they rode toward Huayan Road. "Should we call Grandpa and the others?" Fong Tang asked. "No need, we already talked about it yesterday." He wanted to spend some quiet time alone with his wife, so he had told his family that they would stay at their own home during the week of their wedding leave and not go back to the family compound. The house was decorated with red paper cuttings and wedding symbols, full of festive cheer. Sang Mo opened the red-painted gate and said to Fong Tang, "You go home first. I'll buy some groceries." Fong Tang nodded. They already had oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and rice. Just some vegetables would be enough. The new bedroom was on the second floor, with bright red bedding embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Sang Mo said the room used to belong to his parents, but he had already packed away all their things, leaving no trace of them. Fong Tang yawned and lay down for a short rest without even taking off her clothes. She quickly drifted into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already dark, and she could hear the sound of chopping vegetables downstairs. Her coat had been taken off and a blanket covered her. Clearly Sang Mo's doing. Fong Tang smiled shyly, her heart warm. Living together like this felt wonderful. Every moment was sweet. She got dressed and went downstairs. Sang Mo was busy in the kitchen. Hearing her footsteps, he turned and said, "Dinner will be ready soon." "What are you cooking?" Fong Tang was curious. She knew his cooking skills weren't great. His noodles once turned out as thick as rope, so she didn't expect much. The most famous dish from the Northeast, braised pork with cabbage and glass noodles, Sang Mo said proudly. It was his best dish, taught by an older friend from the farm. The man had told him it was an easy one-pot meal. Just add everything and let it simmer. It would always taste decent. He had made it a few times before and thought it turned out quite well, better than his other dishes, and much less trouble. Fong Tang leaned over to look. The pot was bubbling with slices of pork, more fat than lean, along with cabbage and noodles. The rice was already cooked, and everything looked pretty good. "Go watch some TV. I'll call you when it's ready," Sang Mo said. eager to take care of his wife like a queen, especially since she had been tired the night before. "I'll go check on the bayberry tree in the backyard," Fong Tang replied. Fong Tang didn't want to watch TV. There weren't many good shows on now. After the 1980s, TV programs became much more interesting, and they even introduced movies and dramas from Hong Kong which were very good. Unfortunately, now there are only local channels and one or two others with few programs. Her TV was a new 14-inch black and white set, bought in preparation for her wedding. She also had a women's bicycle given by the Sang family as part of her dowry, along with a sewing machine and a fan. She still had 2,000 yuan in cash, 1,000 from the Sang family, and another 1,000 from Old Wu and Old Fong as her dowry. She was now considered quite wealthy. Fong Tang went to the backyard. The wax apples turned red, about the size of longans, some pecked by birds, and many fell to the ground. She picked one and put it in her mouth. Surprisingly, it was very sweet. She ate one after another, unable to stop. She didn't know how long it had been. Soon, she spat out a pile of wax apple seeds on the ground. Sang Mo came over. He had just called out a few times but got no response, so he came to check. "This wax apple is very sweet. You should try one," he said. Fong Tang fed him a piece.
Sang Montag nodded.
"Yes, it's quite sweet. My grandmother likes to eat wax apples. This tree was specially grafted by my grandfather. No wonder it was so sweet. Later, we can make some wax apple wine with it," Fong Tang said while eating. There were so many wax apples. Making wine was a good idea. "Tomorrow, let's pick some and send them to the big courtyard," she added. She wanted to eat more but was stopped by Sang Mo, who looked at her helplessly. "If you eat any more, your teeth will fall out." He saw the seeds on the ground and guessed that her silly wife's teeth might already be in trouble. Fong Tang blinked and shook her head. "No, they're fine. These wax apples aren't sour. How could such sweet wax apples cause her teeth to fall out?" Sang Mo didn't argue and took her to eat dinner. They would find out soon enough whether her teeth could handle it. "These cabbage are cooked very soft. Try some," Sang Mo said. He scooped a bite of cabbage for Fong Tang. There was a big bowl of cabbage, pork, and vermicelli on the table, smelling delicious and looking very tasty. Fong Tang ate some cabbage, chewed, and then her jaw felt sour, and she couldn't apply any force. She couldn't even bite through the soft, cooked cabbage. She touched her jaw, looked at Sang Mo with a sad expression, and complained, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Now she couldn't even eat cabbage. Sang Mo twitched his mouth, clearly having told her several times. He admitted his mistake kindly, saying, "It's all my fault. I should have reminded you earlier." The day before the wedding, 3 old men came to give him advice about married life. Old Master Fong was the main speaker, with the other 2 assisting. To have a happy marriage, the most important thing is never to argue with your wife. As long as it's not a serious issue, just go along with her. If she says east, then east. If she says west, then west. Just don't argue with her. Sang Mo remembered this advice well. No wonder he had never seen old Master Fong and Grandma Fong argue in his memory. This must be his secret to a happy marriage. Fong Tang felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She thought she had been too unreasonable. "It's not entirely your fault. I ate it myself," Sang Mo said. He couldn't help but smile. His wife was very gentle, with a soft temper everywhere. Such a kind personality could be a problem, as she might be easily bullied. He needed to watch over her more carefully. "Drink some soup. You'll feel better tomorrow." Sang Mo refilled her bowl with soup. Even soaked rice was quite tasty. Fong Tang soaked half a bowl of rice. The flavor was good, but her teeth were weak, so she couldn't chew the soft rice properly. She could only swallow it in big gulps. Sang Mo finished all the remaining rice and dishes. He had a very good appetite. He could eat for 3 people. He also washed the dishes. Fong Tang didn't have to do any chores. After washing the dishes, they snuggled on the sofa to watch TV. But the programs were a bit boring. As they watched, someone started to become restless. Soon, the TV was turned off, and the room was filled with romantic atmosphere again. During the week of their honeymoon leave, Fong Tang didn't leave the house or do any chores.
Sang-moo washed her underwear.
Her only task was to stay in bed. Fong Tang wanted to visit her grandparents in the courtyard, but Sang-mo, the mischievous guy, wouldn't give her the chance. He kept teasing her, making her very angry. Time flew by quickly. The honeymoon leave was over, and it was time to go back to work. Stop causing trouble tonight. I want to sleep, Fong Tang protested, glaring at him. She actually wanted to sleep in the guest room, but Sang-mo refused, saying it wasn't proper for a newlywed couple not to sleep together. Sang-mo promised to keep his word this time. Fong Tang had a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the chirping of birds. Many birds came to eat fruit in the backyard every day. She stretched lazily, feeling great. Fong Tang planned to pick some yangmei, bayberries, to take to her workplace. Wake up and pick the bayberries. Fong Tang kicked the person next door without hesitation. Sang-mo was sleeping very deeply and didn't wake up. Fong Tang kicked again, even harder, but still no response. Frustrated, she leaned over and tried to pinch this person's nose. Suddenly, Sang-mo opened his eyes, startling Fong Tang. "What are you doing? You scared me to death. Good morning, Mrs. Sang." Sang-mo smiled slightly, with a fiery look in his eyes. Fong Tang blushed and replied, "Good morning, Mr. Sang." Then she said, "Get up quickly and pick the bayberries. Don't sleep in." Sang-mo jumped up, kissed Fong Tang on the face, as if he had gotten a big bargain, smiled, and got out of bed. Within 3 minutes, he finished everything, grabbed a basket, and went to the backyard to pick bayberries. Fong Tang washed up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. There were some leftovers from last night. She had planted some green onions in the front yard flower bed, and they had already grown. She could make egg fried rice, which Sang-mo really liked. She cracked 3 eggs and quickly fried a big plate of fragrant, colorful egg fried rice. The white rice was coated in golden egg, with green onions sprinkled on top, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Fong Tang also cooked some seaweed and shrimp soup because the fried rice was a bit dry, and she wanted to serve some soup. "Breakfast is ready," Fong Tang called out to the backyard. Sang-mo responded and soon returned with a full basket of bayberries. Seeing the egg fried rice, his eyes lit up. He washed his hands and sat down to eat. Fong Tang only ate a small bowl and was full. The rest was eaten by Sang-mo, which made her feel very accomplished. No matter how much she cooked, Sang-mo always finished it all, so she didn't have to worry about leftovers. After breakfast, each of them rode a bicycle to work. Fong Tang's bike was pink with a basket in front, very convenient for carrying things and easy to ride. It took about half an hour to get to the factory. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the bike shed was full of people rushing to work, all in a hurry. "Little Fong is here for work," someone greeted Fong Tang. They were colleagues from the office building. "Yes, I was eating bayberries." Fong Tang handed over a basket of bayberries for others to take. The basket was full of dark purple bayberries, looking very appetizing. Many people gathered around, each taking a few to eat. "So sweet. Much sweeter than what I bought last time." "Where did you buy these, little Fong?" "I picked them from my own home," Fong Tang replied with a small smile. Everyone was silent for 3 seconds, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They wondered if they would ever be able to live in a house with a yard. Comparing oneself to others can really make people angry. "Xiao Fong, when will you invite us to see your house?" "I've never seen what a garden house looks like inside," someone said with a smile. "I haven't seen it either. I've only seen the outside, and it looks quite impressive." Everyone else agreed, eager to visit Fong Tang's home and see for themselves. Fong Tang felt a bit embarrassed and looked at Sang-mo. "You're very welcoming. How about you set a time for us to visit? We'll prepare accordingly," Sang-mo said with a smile. The people speaking were surprised. They didn't expect this young couple to agree. These days, it's rare to visit others' homes. Everyone's resources are limited, so they wondered whether to stay for a meal or not. "Let's agree on a time. We'll tell you when." "We won't eat, just want to look around," the first person said with a smile. "Yes, no meal." Others nodded in agreement, feeling a bit shy about eating. Set a date first, and we'll talk then. Sang Mo's attitude made everyone happy. They felt he didn't look down on them, and their relationship grew closer. By and she rode over on her bike. After parking, she casually reached out and took some yangmei, a type of berry, to eat. After one bite, she praised it nonstop. So sweet. Much sweeter than what my mom bought a few days ago. Fong Tang, where did you buy these? Xiao Feng's family grew them in their backyard, someone answered. Bai and she got excited instantly. Can I pick some from your yard? Just a basketful. Fong Tang happily agreed. There are 2 yangmei trees in the backyard, full of berries. It's nice to have someone help eat them too. Just this Sunday, Bai and she couldn't wait to pick fresh berries from the tree. Fong Tang had no problem with it. Although Bai and she is a bit talkative and a little silly, she is polite and doesn't like to take advantage of others. Such a person isn't disliked when visiting. Bai and she ate a few berries and then made a new discovery. She widened her eyes and looked at Fong Tang's new bicycle, touching and examining it with fascination, like she was looking at her lover. So this is the bike you bought? Wow, I've always dreamed of having this bike. My mom won't buy it for me. Angel White pouted, feeling a little sad. Even if her pink bicycle turned to ashes, she would still recognize it because it was her dream bike. The department store had 2 women's bicycles, one blue-pink and one pink, both the latest models. They were very beautiful. Angel White saw them and immediately fell in love, begging her mother to buy one. But her mother didn't indulge her. Bicycles weren't cheap, and besides the cost of the ticket, they would need an additional 186 yuan. The family already had bicycles, so there was no need to waste money. Angel White caused a fuss a few times, but after a few days, her mother told her that both bicycles had been sold. She was disappointed, but then found out that Fong Tang had bought them. Grandpa bought it for me, Fong Tang said. Your grandpa, Sang Mo reminded her with a hint of annoyance. Fong Tang rolled her eyes playfully. Their teasing gestures made others smile knowingly, but inside, Fong Tang felt more valued. Although she married into a wealthy family, the Sang family clearly valued Fong Tang. The grand wedding surprised everyone, and her 2 godfathers were not ordinary people. It seemed Fong Tang had truly risen high. Angel White had admired her dream bike enough and reluctantly went to work, not forgetting to pick a bunch of bayberries to share with her colleagues at the cafeteria. Sang Mo first accompanied her to the 3rd floor, where he left half of the bayberries. The remaining half basket he took to the office to share. Xiao Feng, your holiday is over. You're looking more beautiful, Sister Shu said flirtatiously, winking. Fong Tang blushed and let her eat some bayberries. Is this from your backyard? It must be sweet if it's that big, Sister Shu asked. She ate a berry and nodded repeatedly, saying the taste was really good. Director Chi and Old Gao also came over to try some, along with Brother Li, who asked a few questions politely. Fong Tang sensed that the attitude of her colleagues had changed. They were more polite, but also seemed a bit cautious. She didn't understand why. She didn't know that the grand wedding and the many guests dressed in formal clothes had truly shocked her colleagues at the factory. Even the factory director had heard of her reputation and asked his son, Zhao Weijie, to find out more about her. Her busy yet fulfilling work life passed quickly. Unconsciously, 2 weeks had gone by. Fong Tang spent her days reading books and making some posters, feeling quite relaxed, except for the occasional appearance of Fong Zedong, who liked to show off. Fong Zedong is quite sensible and didn't go to Fong Tang to complain. Instead, he watched from afar with a pitiful look. He is now living alone in a rented house, with very poor living skills. His clothes are no longer neat, and he looks unkempt every day, with many stains on his clothes, a big change from his usual tidy and proud image. Fong Tang shows no sympathy at all, pretending not to see him. Many people at the factory say she is too cruel and that she doesn't care about her family. She doesn't mind as long as she doesn't hear them talking about it directly. Fong Mu's life is also difficult now. Her mental health is very bad. She can't handle even the simplest tasks at the clinic and has taken a long leave. She receives a small allowance each month. If it weren't for the salary from Fong Lan's shoe factory job, she wouldn't be able to get by. Compared to the comfortable life before, life now is very hard. Fong Lan doesn't remember the last time she ate meat. Every day, she only eats pickled vegetables and tofu or green vegetables and tofu. She feels sick from eating so much plain food. One day, she had to work overtime after dinner. She used to be able to skip overtime because her mother's salary was enough. Now, she only gets a few yuan each month. If she doesn't work overtime, she can't even afford vegetables. Seeing the plain vegetables on the table, Fong Lan felt angry inside. Why does she have to live like this? She hasn't done anything wrong, so why is she being punished? Mom, can you fry me an egg? She asked, trying to hide her frustration. She gives her mother her entire monthly salary, leaving only a few coins for herself, but she can't even afford an egg. The table only has pickled vegetables, fried dried tofu, and boiled greens, which she can't stomach. Fong Mu, who looks 10 years older, with white hair and a tired face, weakly said, "There are no more eggs at home, Lanner. Did you get your salary this month?" Fong Lan clenched her lips tightly, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Why are there no eggs?" "I saw some this morning when I went to work. There were clearly 4 eggs." She counted them before leaving. "It's impossible that all the eggs disappeared by tonight." Fong Mu's eyes flickered, and she mumbled, I ate them." "Lanner, did you get your salary?" Suddenly, anger surged inside Fong Lan. She threw down her chopsticks and said coldly, "Mom, did you eat them, or did Fong Hua? Don't hide it anymore. He's always out wandering, not doing anything serious. You still spoil him? All 4 eggs were eaten by him, right? She works hard, getting up early and working late to earn money, but can't even afford an egg. Fong Hua, the second son, is always lazy and idle. When he comes back, he can eat 4 eggs." Fong Lan feels very angry and sad, upset about her mother's favoritism and also feeling sorry for herself. Fong mother's face looks unhappy. She says, "Xiao Hua rarely comes home. He just eats a few eggs. Why are you so angry? You are brother and sister." Fong Lan sneers and mocks, "I don't want such a brother." "Mom, I won't give you my salary this month. You eat only vegetables or pickles every day. I can't even afford an egg. From now on, I will buy my own food and cook." Fong mother's face changes suddenly. She scolds sharply, "Lan, are you planning to leave the family? Just like your unkind father? Do you want to learn from him?" Her voice becomes sharper and more urgent. Her eyes change too. Fong Lan begins to regret. The doctor said her mother can't handle stress. If she gets upset, she might have a relapse. She should be more patient. "Mom, can you be reasonable? I work so hard every day and can't even afford an egg." Fong Hua is always loafing outside. When he comes back, he eats all 4 eggs. "Don't you feel sorry for me?" Fong Lan speaks while crying. She shows her rough hands to Fong mother, like a farmer's hands, with dirt under her nails and many old and new cuts. If you didn't look at her face, you might think she was a construction worker. Fong mother's crazed expression fades a little. She looks at Fong Lan's hands with pity and gently strokes them, whispering, "Does it hurt?" But soon, Fong mother becomes excited again. She scolds angrily, "It's all your father's fault, that heartless man and Fong Tang, that beast. They're the ones to blame. I want to kill them." "Kill them?" Fong mother, in her excitement, grabs a kitchen knife, her eyes red, ready to go out and hurt someone. Fong Lan struggles hard to the knife away, almost hurting herself. She has no choice but to tie Fong mother with a rope to stop her from going out and hurting others. "Mom, stop causing trouble. If you keep doing this, you'll push Dad further away." Fong Lan tries to persuade her kindly, though her tone is a bit resentful. The current situation at home is partly her mother's fault. If her mother were a little softer and less bossy, her father wouldn't have wanted a divorce. Also, her mother's favoritism has caused Fong Tang and the family to drift apart. They didn't even invite their maternal relatives to the wedding, showing that the second sister really wants to cut ties with her maternal family. Recently, Fong Lan often can't help but wonder, if her second sister had returned to the city and her parents had been a little kinder to her, maybe things would have turned out differently for her as the older sister. She heard from the residents in the apartment building that her second sister married a man from a very good family. He was a high-ranking official's son from the June district compound. Their wedding was held at the Jinjiang Hotel, with most guests being government officials from June. The wedding cars were all luxury vehicles, and the people from her factory had never seen such a grand wedding. After attending the wedding banquet, they kept bragging about it for a whole week. They boasted that Fong Tang married a wealthy and lucky man, that she was the most successful in the Fong family, and that her parents had picked up some worthless things and thrown away good ones. The worthless thing was her, and the good thing was Fong Tang. At first, Fong Lan was very angry when she heard these rumors. She had been praised all her life, admired by teachers, classmates, relatives, and colleagues. She grew up hearing compliments and rarely heard criticism or insults. But now, she hears gossip about herself every day, along with strange looks she can't understand. At first, Fong Lan felt hurt, but now she has become numb. She works so hard every day that she is too exhausted to speak much. She has no energy to care about others. However, whenever she hears people praising Fong Tang, she still feels jealous and resentful. If Fong Tang hadn't gone back home and spread rumors, she wouldn't be the subject of gossip. She blames Fong Tang for her current suffering. Fong Lan clenched her lips tightly, tasting blood. Kill him. Heartless. Fong's mother was still muttering to herself, her eyes staring blankly. She kept struggling, her arms scraped raw from the ropes, but she didn't care. She kept fighting and shouting. Kill.
Kill.
Kill. Fong Lan grew impatient. She didn't want to bother with her mother anymore. She said, Mom, I'm going to work now. Stay at home and behave. Don't cause any more trouble. Recently, Fong's mother has been mentally unstable. Sometimes she acts normal, but when she has an episode, she becomes very irritable. She yells loudly at the slightest inconvenience and even tries to hurt herself. The residents in the apartment building have complained many times, and some have even suggested Fong Lan send her mother to a mental hospital. Fong Lan could only force a smile and say nice words. She currently has no money to send her mother to a mental hospital. Her monthly salary is only about 20 yuan, and she hasn't seen any of her mother's living expenses. Most likely, her mother spent it all on Fong Hua. Thinking of this, Fong Lan felt a surge of anger and frustration, almost overwhelmed with a desire to destroy the world. Xiao Hua. Where is Xiao Hua? She's not eating well or sleeping well outside. Lanner, go check on Xiao Hua. Fong's mother calmed down a bit, but her words made Fong Lan furious, almost exploding with anger. She could no longer hold back her temper and shouted, Are you only thinking about Xiao Hua?
What's so good about her?
She's lazy, doesn't work properly. If you cared for Fong Tang even half as much as you do for Xiao Hua, our family wouldn't be like this now. Why are you still so stubborn? Hearing Fong Tang's name, Fong's mother became even more upset, shouting sharply, That little brat, it's all her fault. I wish I could get rid of her. Fong Lan felt exhausted, as if she had no strength left. She just wanted to find a quiet place to sleep, but even this small wish was impossible. She had endless work at the shoe factory, and after coming home, she couldn't even enjoy a decent meal. She also had to pray that her mother wouldn't suddenly lose her mind again, or she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. I have to go to work now. Fong Lan looked coldly at her mother and turned to leave. Her thoughts also changed. Her father was selfish and unreliable. Her mother only cared about her son and was mentally unwell, so she couldn't rely on her either. Fong Hua, the second-rate son, was even more useless, and she had to be careful not to be dragged down by him. As for Fong Tang, Fong Lan sighed. She now deeply regretted and felt an indescribable feeling. Her sister, whom she had always looked down on, was now living 100 times better than her. She didn't want to see Fong Tang or ask for help. Since Fong Tang didn't want to have anything to do with her family, she decided not to bother. Fong Lan clenched her teeth. She didn't believe she was worse than Fong Tang. She was sure she could get better. She locked the door and prepared to go to her night shift. The corridor was busy with people cooking. Is your mom having another episode? She's shouting about killing people again. It's terrifying. Fong Lan, You'd better hurry and take her to the hospital. If something serious happens, can you afford to pay for it? Someone said with dissatisfaction. Fong's mother had just had a breakdown, shouting loudly enough for the whole building to hear. Her screams of anger and threats made everyone nervous. Living next to such a mentally ill person was really bad luck. Crazy people killing others is not illegal. Your mother's condition is getting worse. You should take her to the hospital quickly, so she doesn't harm others. Several neighbors started talking at once, all urging Fong Lan to send her mother to a mental hospital. Fong Lan felt very annoyed, but didn't dare show it. She could only smile politely and beg, "My mother is much better now. When I go to work, I will tie her up so she won't affect your lives." Hearing this, everyone couldn't insist further, but they still felt uncomfortable. Who would want to live next to a mentally ill person? It's best to send her to a mental hospital. If you don't have money, ask your sister. She's married to a high-ranking official, lives in a big garden house, and drives the latest cars. She's doing well, someone said. Fong Lan's face changed slightly, and her heart ached. Her smile froze, and she forced herself to say, "My sister is already married. I don't want to trouble her, but you want to trouble her. Fong Tang doesn't even acknowledge you," another neighbor, Sister Shu, said. She was also living in the same building and was holding a bowl of rice, coming over to chat. She overheard Fong Lan's words and couldn't help but reply. Fong Lan's face darkened, and her smile disappeared completely. She coldly said, "I am the older sister. I just want my sister to be happy. As long as Fong Tang is doing well, it doesn't matter if she recognizes me or not." "I don't care." Sister Shu scoffed and mocked. "Fong Tang is definitely doing well. She lives in a 3-story house with big yards in front and back. She even planted over a dozen fruit trees in the backyard. Today, she brought a full basket of yangmei berries, saying they came from her backyard trees. Oh, the taste is so good, better than store-bought. Does she really live in such a big house?" Someone was skeptical. After all, Sister Shu was known for exaggerating her stories. Sister Shu rolled her eyes and said, "Can I make things up? Fong Tang's house is on Huayan Road, with over 10 rooms. They can't all fit inside. You didn't know?" When Fong Tang went to the countryside, she recognized 2 godfathers, big officials. They both came to her wedding and even spoke at the ceremony. One was a university professor, and the other was a leader from June District. So impressive. They treated Fong Tang like their own granddaughter. The dowry was prepared by these 2 old men. It was all very grand. Everyone listened eagerly. They hadn't attended the wedding but had heard about it. Sister Shu's account was more detailed than what they had heard before. Fong Tang is really lucky. She can recognize 2 top leaders as grandfathers just by going to the countryside. No wonder. The speaker hesitated and looked at Fong Lan. Actually, he wanted to say that Fong Tang must have cut ties with her family because she has such powerful adoptive grandfathers. With 2 such impressive grandfathers, there's no need for Fong Zedong, her unambitious and biased father, to be involved anymore. Exactly. Fong Tang's luck is incredible. People think going to the countryside is hard work, but Fong Tang not only recognized her adoptive grandfathers, but also found a very good partner. You don't know? Her partner's family is also from the June District compound, and they are very satisfied with Fong Tang. "If only my daughter had half her luck, I'd be dreaming and smiling all day." Sister Shu couldn't help but feel emotional. She wasn't greedy, just half of that luck would be enough. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all envied Fong Tang's situation, but looked down on Fong's family even more. The 2 daughters, Fong Lan and Fong Hua, who were so highly valued, couldn't even support themselves. Meanwhile, the second daughter, who was treated like trash, turned out to be the most successful. The contrast was really painful. People discussed eagerly, not noticing that Fong Lan had already left. Even if they saw her, they wouldn't care. Fong Lan had gone downstairs, her face bitter and her heart even more so. She knew Fong Tang was doing very well, but she didn't expect it to be this good. She had a stable government job and married a high-ranking official's child. She lived in a beautiful garden house she had always dreamed of. These were her plans for her future, but now they belonged to Fong Tang. She was just a temporary worker at a street shoe factory, looking tired and worn out every day. She earned only about 20 yuan a day, and her reputation was ruined. Even men with better conditions looked down on her. Fong Lan's heart ached. Her legs felt weak. She found a quiet corner, squatted down to rest, and tears started to flow uncontrollably. They dripped into her mouth, bitter and salty. "What's for dinner tonight?" a man's voice said. Fong Lan only then realized she was behind the car shed. "There's no meat at home, only eggs. Maybe I can cook noodles for you. It would be great if we had a fridge. Meat and vegetables last longer that way. But now, with the weather getting hotter, they can't even last overnight." Fong Lan's heart skipped a beat. She recognized the voice. It was Fong Tang. Her soft and delicate voice was unique to Fong Tang in the entire factory. Her parents often scolded her for it, saying she was too pretentious. Sometimes they even hit her, but Fong Tang couldn't change her way of speaking. She insisted that her voice was natural, but her parents didn't believe her. She also doubted her, thinking her second sister was deliberately speaking that way. Like her parents, Fong Lan really disliked this kind of tone, as it sounded flirtatious and unrefined, not proper at all. Fong Lan slightly sat up and saw a man and a woman. The woman was Fong Tang, wearing a sunflower dress. Her long black hair was with a handkerchief, and she was wearing white high-heeled sandals, pushing a pink bicycle. Her outfit was definitely the most fashionable in the city. No wonder people said Fong Tang had climbed to a high position. She no longer looked timid or plain like before. Fong Lan also thought Fong Tang looked much prettier now. Before going to the countryside, she wasn't as beautiful. Fong Lan's nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel pain. She stared at Fong Tang intently. The man beside Fong Tang was tall and handsome, with a very special aura. He lowered his head and said something. "Fong Tang smiled happily." Then the man looked around, kissed her on the face, and their affection was so strong that even from several meters away, Fong Lan could feel it. "Annoying, someone might see us." Fong Tang rolled her eyes and rode away on her bike. Sang Emo smiled and chased after her. "I'm working on the tickets for the fridge. Maybe next month I'll have news. Hurry up. I want to eat ice pops. Your wife ordered me. How could I delay?" "I'll definitely get it done." Sang Emo made a playful joke, making Fong Tang laugh happily again. Her cheerful laughter grew distant. Fong Lan stood up, her eyes full of resentment. Fong Tang was doing better than people said. Now, Fong Tang was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. She used to be the phoenix and Fong Tang was the sparrow. Everyone paid attention to her. But now she had fallen, and everyone only looked at Fong Tang. People praised Fong Tang and looked down on her with disgust. Why was this happening? It was all Fong Tang's fault. Fong Lan felt a chill at her back. She had just realized that her second sister was very cunning. Because she held a grudge, she secretly spread rumors back home and even caused trouble with the family. As a result, the family fell apart, her mother went crazy, and she became hated by everyone. All of this was just what Fong Tang wanted. Her second sister's heart was too cruel. Fong Lan really wanted to run up and ask why she was treated like this. Her parents favored her unfairly. She believed she hadn't done anything wrong to her second sister, so why was she being hurt? Even if she had played some tricks about going to the countryside, it was only because Fong Tang grew up in a rural area and was used to farm life. She was even afraid of caterpillars. If she went to the countryside, she would definitely struggle. The official rules didn't say the eldest had to go to the countryside. It only said one family member should be chosen. All 3 siblings could be selected. Fong Tang should blame their parents, not her. Fong Lan pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a sharp pain. Just breathing hurt. She didn't want to work overtime anymore. She had worked hard all night and earned not a single yuan. Fong Tang's clothes and accessories cost hundreds of yuan. Her watch was worth at least 150 yuan, her bicycle 180 yuan, and her shoes and clothes looked decent. All together, they might be worth about 30 yuan. She had worked hard for a year, eating and drinking nothing, but she couldn't afford such clothes. Suddenly, Fong Lan felt hopeless and lost motivation. She turned around and went home. She needed to think carefully and plan her life again. She couldn't let Fong Tang look down on her. Fong Tang had no idea that when she and Sang Mo rode their bikes to the bike shed, it caused Fong Lan such a big shock. Now, she was very happy and had no time to think about her family. She also didn't plan to get involved with her family anymore. As long as her family didn't appear in front of her, she wouldn't seek them out. She and Sang Mo rode home together, planning to visit the vegetable market to see if there were fresh vegetables and to buy some eggs. Launch the Lei Feng learning task. Complete it within an hour. The system, which hadn't appeared for several days, suddenly popped up and issued a strange task. Does learning from Lei Feng mean doing good deeds? Fong Tang blinked and looked around. It was rush hour, and the market was crowded with people rushing to buy vegetables after work. How was she supposed to do good deeds? Help an elderly person cross the street? Or pick up a penny on the ground and give it to a police officer? Far away in the sky, close at hand, the system reminded impatiently. It thought hard and finally came up with this idea to counter her words and prove it was the best system. The rewards it offered were not only good-looking but also practical. Fong Tang slowed down and indeed saw the target, a pale-haired, tired-looking woman, hunched over, carrying a bamboo basket, walking with difficulty and looking around suspiciously. "What's in your basket?" asked a serious-looking middle-aged man, wearing an armband, probably a market officer, as he called out to the woman. The woman was startled and trembling as she replied, I came to visit relatives in the city, bringing some local specialties." "Where do your relatives live?" "What's their name?" The man pressed closer, not believing her story. "They live in..." The woman hesitated and couldn't say it clearly, becoming more anxious. Sweat appeared on her forehead. The man sneered and reached out to take her basket. The woman quickly moved aside and begged, "Comrade, I really am visiting relatives. I'm not lying to you. I've seen people like you before, full of lies. I'll confiscate everything and write a report, then fine you." The man was ruthless, dragging the woman toward the office. She was scared and anxious, tears streaming down her face, bowing and begging him, but he paid no attention. Fong Tang parked her car and walked over, calling out, "Grandma, why did you come here? I waited at home for a long time, but you didn't show up." "Oh, your memory is getting worse. I've told you many times, the address is number 39 Huainan Road. You just can't remember." She gently tried to hold the woman's arm. While the man wasn't paying attention, Fong Tang gave the woman a quick look. The woman was stunned but reacted quickly, saying, Yes, Huainan Road. My mind really isn't good." The man looked suspicious and asked sharply, "What is your relationship?" "Comrade, she's my third grandmother. She came to the city specially to bring us local specialties. My husband and I work at the Tianjin machine tool factory and we live at number 39 Huainan Road." Fong Tang spoke kindly. The man was partly convinced, but still cautious. He wanted to check the contents of the basket. "These are all rural specialties." "Grandma, let him check. We're not involved in any illegal activities, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Fong Tang's honest attitude eased most of the man's suspicion. The woman also lowered her basket, opened the cloth covering it, revealing eggs and a fat hen inside. "Comrade, I'm really not lying. Why don't you come home with us?" Fong Tang said deliberately. The man finally dispelled his doubts and gruffly said, "Let's go." "Thank you, comrade. I will make sure to report your good deeds to your leaders. You are the most responsible and dedicated person at the market. I will even award you a banner of honor." Fong Tang spoke sincerely, and his kind words softened the man's stern face considerably. "Serving the people is my duty." The man straightened his back proudly. Fong Tang praised him again, making him very happy. He walked away with his hands behind his back. The older woman sighed with relief, feeling very grateful and almost kowtowed to Fong Tang. "No, that's not allowed. Don't let anyone see. Sang Mo, go buy some vegetables. I'll stay here with the older woman. Fong Tang stopped her, letting Sang Mo handle the shopping so she could stay and finish her task. Sang Mo nodded, helped carry the basket to a quiet spot, and then entered the market. Fong Tang relaxed his tone and asked kindly, "Are you planning to sell these eggs and chickens?" The older woman nodded, wiping her eyes quietly. She said softly, "These are all I can sell. My grandson needs money for medical treatment. This hen is the fattest. I heard city folks like hens and eggs, so I thought I'd try my luck. Thanks to the girl today, I really appreciate it." This was her first time selling things in the city. She almost got caught. She had no money for fines, and her grandson was waiting at home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked pitiful. Fong Tang looked at her carefully. She was dressed in ragged clothes, her face full of sorrow. Her shoes were old and torn, and her hands had cracks, some bleeding. It was clear she was struggling to survive, still cold and hungry. "What illness does your grandson have? Where are his parents?" The older woman sighed. "He had whooping cough that wasn't cured. He needs medicine every year. When my son's wife was pregnant, he went to catch fish in the river and was swept away. His wife had the baby but left after a couple of years. It's just me and my grandson now." Fong Tang felt uneasy. Bad luck always seemed to target the poor. "How much do you want for these eggs and chickens?" Hearing his question, the woman's face lit up with hope, then she looked nervous and hesitant. "You've helped me a lot. Take some eggs to eat, no charge." The older woman stuffed eggs into Fong Tang's bag. If it weren't for this kind girl's help, she might have been taken away for education. Not only would her eggs be confiscated, but she could also be fined. Fong Tang quickly held the old lady's hand and pretended to be unhappy, saying, "Whatever the price is, just pay it. Let's stick to the market price. You still need to buy medicine for your grandson." The old lady hesitated, thinking that if her grandson didn't take medicine, his cough wouldn't get better and he wouldn't sleep well at night. Sighing, she decided she would thank the kind girl later. Today, she needed to buy the medicine. Then let's sell at the market price. "Thank you so much." The old lady felt a bit shy. She appreciated the help but couldn't even afford an egg. Once her grandson was better, she would come to thank the girl properly. Hearing this, Fong Tang knew the old lady was honest and inexperienced with buying and selling. She probably didn't know the current egg prices. She smiled and said, "Right now, in the city, eggs without receipts cost about 5 cents each. Does that sound good?" "Really that much?" The old lady was surprised. She hadn't been to the city for over a year. How had egg prices gone up?
Phan Tang nốt đét can ly.
"Yes, prices have increased." "Are you okay with that?" "Yes, I am. Actually, for cents per egg would be fine too." The old lady was very happy. She had no complaints about 5 cents per egg. In the past, when she sold eggs in the city, she only got about 2.5 cents each. Fong Tang looked serious and said, "That won't do. I'm a worker, and I can't take advantage of farmers. It should be exactly what it's worth." The old lady became nervous and didn't dare to speak further, worried about saying something wrong and upsetting someone. The two of them crouched down to count the eggs. The basket was quite full. After a while, they counted a total of 128 eggs. 128 eggs, at 5 cents each, makes 6 yuan and 40 cents. "I also want this hen. How many gene weight units is it?" Fong Tang calculated the price and asked about the hen. It looked quite fat, probably 6 or 7 gene. "More than 6 gene. Let's say 6 gene." The old lady's worried expression eased a little. Selling the eggs for 6 yuan and 40 cents was enough to buy medicine for her grandson and some nutritious food. But that's not enough. Let's count it as 7 gene. In the city, it's 1 yuan per gene, so that's 7 yuan. Plus the eggs, total is 13 yuan and 40 cents. Fong Tang quickly did the math. The old lady felt dizzy. She couldn't read or do math well, but she knew the money was a lot. "Is it too much?" she asked nervously. She had sold chickens and eggs in the city before, but the money she earned then was less than half of what she was getting now. "Just right. Prices are higher now."
Here's the money.
Take it. Fong Tang took out a 10 yuan bill and a 5 yuan bill. The aunt didn't have any money and couldn't give change. No need for change. Just sell me this basket, Fong Tang said. The basket isn't worth much. How about you give me 10 yuan instead? The aunt wanted to return the 5 yuan bill. She made the basket herself, so it wasn't worth $1.50. Fong Tang frowned and said unhappily, "Please don't let me make a mistake. We shouldn't take advantage of the people. Keep the money and go quickly to get the medicine." The aunt was stunned, thinking she might really cause Fong Tang trouble, so she took the money and left. Inside, she was thinking that once her grandson got better, she would come to the city to thank this kind girl. Number 39, Huayan Road, was quietly remembered in her heart. Sang Hua bought some vegetables and strode over. Seeing the aunt wasn't there but the eggs and chickens were, she asked, "I bought them. Later, you can give some eggs to the old men," Fong Tang said with a smile. "Okay. Are you going to feed the chickens tonight?" Sang Mo asked again. Just as Fong Tang was about to nod, a system voice appeared in her mind. Task completed. Reward. Breeding skill. "No, I want to raise these chickens to lay eggs." Fong Tang changed her mind. The backyard had trees and grass, perfect for raising chickens. With the breeding skill rewarded by the system, she was sure she could raise them well. Sang Mo was surprised but smiled. All right, raise chickens. As long as her wife liked it, he supported her. The yard was big anyway. On the way home, Fong Tang asked about their closeness level. The system had always said that only after romantic moments would the level increase. Since she and Sang Mo were now truly married, the closeness should have gone up a lot, right? Closeness level 88. Keep working on it. The system's tone was a bit reluctant. After answering, it disappeared. Fong Tang called out several times, but got no response. The closeness level was a bit lower than she expected, but it was still good. She was very happy with her current life, and a slower increase was okay. But Fong Tang really wanted to know what the reward would be when the closeness level reached 100. Back home, Fong Tang put the mother hen in the backyard and sprinkled some rice for it to wander and eat. After dinner, she and Sang Mo went to the main yard to deliver eggs. They went to the Fong family first. As expected, the 3 old men were there. Old Wu didn't cook or eat with them. He either ate at the cafeteria or came to the Fong house to eat for free. Old Sang was the same. Fong Tang suggested that the 2 old men move in with them, but they refused, saying they enjoyed living in the big courtyard, chatting with old friends. Fong Tang didn't insist further, just happy as long as the old men were happy. "Where did all these eggs come from?" Grandma Fong asked happily. "They were bought on the way here," Fong Tang replied. Grandma Fong used a basket to hold the eggs, dividing them into 3 parts for each family. She picked out another batch, which she had examined under the light. About 20 eggs. "These can hatch chicks, so we don't need to buy little chicks anymore." Grandma Fong held the fertilized eggs under the light again, showing Fong Tang how to tell. "See this black spot? That means it can hatch a chick. I want to take some home to hatch, too." "I even bought a big hen," Fong Tang said excitedly. The backyard was so big, raising just 1 chicken felt lonely. She decided to let the hen hatch a few chicks. "Sure, take half," Grandma Fong agreed. She split the fertilized eggs into 2 parts. They divided the eggs at the kitchen door. Meanwhile, the old man and Sang Mo were in the living room playing chess and chatting. Grandma Fong lowered her voice, looking secretive. "You and Hey Dan don't have that, right?" "Which one?" Fong Tang was a bit confused. "What was that?" "That one. Young people now like to plan for family, right? You haven't done that, have you?" Grandma Fong asked with concern. They all hoped this young couple would have a baby to play with. Fong Tang's face instantly turned red. She shyly nodded. Grandma Fong's smile disappeared. So they were planning to have children. What a waste these days. Was it Hey Dan's idea? Grandma Fong gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed. It was definitely that brat's fault. Fong Tang nodded again, quietly saying, "Sang Mo says he has to work and study now. He's too busy. If we have a baby now, he might not be able to take good care of it. We'll wait until things are less busy." Recently, Sang Mo had been using family planning products every day without fail. Fong Tang was a little upset. She wanted to have a soft, cute baby, but Sang Mo explained patiently that now wasn't the right time. She agreed that waiting was the right choice. If I can't give children careful care and love, it's better not to have them, as Sang Mo said. Fong Tang agrees deeply, just like her parents, who abandoned her to the countryside at birth and haven't cared for her in 18 years. She hates her parents, and they have no feelings for her either. Fong Tang was convinced by Sang Mo and decided to wait until she graduates from college before thinking about having children. But she doesn't know that Sang Mo plans to have children after college. Graduating is just a temporary delay. He will come up with another reason when the time comes. Grandma Fong pounded her thigh hard and said anxiously, "You silly girl. You just focus on having children. We will take care of everything else. You don't need to worry about raising them. My old friends and I are healthy enough to take good care of the kids. They are just waiting for the little one to be born and bring joy to them." How can these two not want children? Fong Tang was stunned. She didn't expect Grandma Fong to react so strongly. She hesitated and said, "Taking care of children is hard work. You all might not be able to handle it. Grandpa Fong and the others have suffered so much and finally are enjoying some peace. They shouldn't be burdened with children, especially since the child belongs to her and Sang Mo. It should be her and Sang Mo who raise the child. It's not hard. How could it be too much for us? The four of us will take turns. Don't worry too much, Tang Tang. Girls should have children early. The sooner, the better." Grandma Fong didn't give Fong Tang a chance to change her mind. She kept persuading her about the benefits of having children early. Fong Tang was so convinced she even wanted to go home right now and have a baby. Sang Mo doesn't agree, Fong Tang said sharply. Having children isn't just her decision. She needs to work with Sang Mo. Grandma Fong clenched her teeth and shot a fierce look toward the living room. Her eyes were full of anger. Sang Mo, who was focused on playing chess, suddenly felt a chill down his back. He turned around quickly but saw nothing, just Grandma Fong and his wife chatting. He continued watching the game and occasionally gave some bad advice. Old Mr. Sang, annoyed, took off his slippers and threw them at him, shouting, "A true gentleman doesn't speak while watching chess." "Get out of here. I'm not really a gentleman," Sang Mo said as he dodged the slippers skillfully, muttering that he's a little rascal and doesn't want to be a gentleman. Old Mr. Sang glared at him fiercely and kept playing chess. Bored, Sang Mo went to watch TV. Grandma Fong didn't plan to persuade Sang Mo anymore. This stubborn kid refuses to do what he doesn't want. Even if she scolds him to death, it won't work. She needs to think of another way. After the young couple left, she discussed with everyone else. She knew they had to find a way, or they might have to wait forever to hold their great-grandchild. By almost 8 o'clock, Sang Mo and Fong Tang had returned home. Grandma Fong immediately called an urgent meeting with 4 people, herself and the 3 old men. Grandma Fong led the meeting. "Quiet, I have an important announcement. I just asked Tanger, and that naughty boy Haydan refuses to have children. He even brainwashed Tanger, saying they should wait until she gets into university before having kids." I think he means after graduation." Grandma Fong sneered. Old Man Fong got angry, slammed the table, and shouted, "Graduating from university is not acceptable. It will take years, and I can't wait that long. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have beaten that naughty boy to death. Beating him won't work. Hey Dan is stubborn as a mule. The more you hit him, the more stubborn he becomes." Old Man Sang's face was as dark as coal. He also wanted to hold his great-grandchild, but his unfilial grandson had slapped him hard. This was too outrageous. Grandma Fong pounded the table and said coldly, "What are you arguing about? You're here to solve the problem. How do we fix this?" "Of course I disagree," Old Man Fong said irritably. All 3 old men shared the same opinion. They wanted to see their great-grandchild soon. But how could they make him have children? Grandma Fong smiled slyly. "I have a plan. That naughty boy likes to use birth control, right? Then we just poke a few holes, see how he still blocks it. Yes, punch dozens of holes. Let's see how he prevents having kids. Tomorrow, I'll do it myself. Old man Fong pounded his thigh and gave his wife a thumbs up. Grandma Fong scolded with a playful glare. What are you talking about? I'll do it. In a few days, she planned to visit the young couple. She would wait until Hey Dan was not home. That boy is too clever and hard to fool, but Tanger is easier. You can't do it alone. We need to work together. Here's the plan. On Sunday, take Hey Dan out fishing, distract him, and then Fong's wife can do the deed. Old man Wu laid out the plan. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. For their adorable, soft little grandchild, they were willing to use all their tricks, even the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war.
Ha!
With 4 old generals, they weren't afraid of one naughty boy. The weekend arrived quickly. Sang Mo had already received a call from his grandfather, inviting him to go fishing in the countryside. Of course, he had no problem with that. I want to go too. I haven't fished in a long time. Fong Tang got excited when she heard about fishing. She hadn't fished for many days. Okay, let's go together. They will come here early tomorrow morning for a gathering. Son Mo naturally agreed. He didn't want to be apart from his wife. Spending time with a few old men was not interesting. It was more fun to go on a trip with his wife. The next day was Sunday. Early in the morning, 3 old men rode their bikes over, along with Grandma Fong. Tang, you want to go too? Old Mr. Fong suddenly raised his voice, sounding a bit worried. They hadn't planned for Tang to come. Old Mr. Wu calmly signaled to Grandma Fong. She understood immediately, patted her back, and sighed. I'm too old and useless now. Sitting in the car for so long has hurt my back. I won't go fishing. You all go ahead. Then I won't go either. I'll stay home and keep Grandma company. Fong Tang was worried about leaving the old lady alone at home. What are you doing at home? I'm not useless. I don't need you to keep me company. It's rare to have a day off, so go out and have fun. Grandma Fong pushed Fong Tang out the door. She was better off alone at home. After Fong Tang and the others left, Grandma Fong immediately became energetic. She quietly went upstairs, found Fong Tang and Sun Mo's bedroom, and didn't lock the door. The drawer was open, and she saw that the tools she brought weren't used. She regretfully withdrew the thin steel wire. She hadn't opened a lock in a long time, so she was a bit rusty. The drawer was full of family planning supplies. Grandma Fong looked at them with deep hatred. She thought these things were harmful. Today, she decided to destroy them. Without hesitation, she took out a needle and poked about 10 holes in each item. She checked carefully to make sure nothing was missed. Only then did she feel at ease. She put everything back in place and went downstairs to watch TV. Fong Tang and the others returned in the afternoon, tired but happy. Fong Tang caught 5 big fish, and old Mr. Fong and Sun Mo also caught quite a few. Fong Tang even caught a fat rabbit on the hillside. Next week, they planned to go again. Living in the countryside was so refreshing. They could go out and get whatever they wanted to eat. The city had nothing good. City life has its advantages, but so does the countryside. In the future, we'll go to the suburbs on weekends. We won't need to buy vegetables for a week. Old Master Fong was very happy today. He also collected a lot of wild vegetables, enough for several meals. Old Master Wu and Grandma Fong exchanged meaningful glances and smiled knowingly. They happily went to prepare the ingredients to celebrate tonight. Fong Tang and Grandma Fong cooked a big meal together, including braised fish, braised rabbit, vegetable and meat dumplings, and mushroom egg soup. All ingredients were fresh and delicious, harvested from the countryside today. These fish are still lively. We should keep them alive, Fong Tang said. There were so many fish today, and each one was jumping around. Thinking about her farming skills, Fong Tang had an idea. Maybe farming wasn't just for chickens? I'm worried I can't keep them alive, but a few days should be fine, Old Master Fong said. I'll try to raise them. There's a big water tank in the backyard, perfect for keeping fish, Fong Tang decided. She wanted to give it a try because she believed her system's skills were very powerful. If she could raise chickens and fish herself, she wouldn't have to worry about having enough meat to eat in the future. During dinner, they drank some wine. The old men sat and rested, waiting for the wine to wear off before returning to the main courtyard. Old man Sang mentioned the Mao family who had helped him and sighed. They are all good people. Without them, I wouldn't last so long. After returning to the city, he sent some money to Mao's family, but then sent it back along with a letter from Mao's father. The letter said they couldn't accept so much money, and that as long as he was doing well, that was enough. They helped him not for money. Old man Sang sighed and said self-deprecatingly, my level isn't as high as theirs. I can't help them much, but I feel guilty if I don't. He didn't dare send more money or do much else because Mao's family owed a lot of debt. He wanted to pay it off for them, but they refused to accept the money. Sang Mo thought for a moment and came up with an idea. It's best to find Mao's father a job so their family can have a stable life. Yes, that's a good idea. I'll try to ask around, Old man Sang said, his eyes brightening as he looked at his grandson. I'll handle this. When I get news, I'll tell you, Sang Mo said. It was a coincidence. Recently, he had good connections with some suppliers. One wire factory needed extra workers in the workshop, strong, hardworking, and reliable men. Mao's father fit perfectly. He had a good relationship with this wire factory. Just a word from him would be enough to get them to help. It was late at night and both Grandpa and Grandma Fong had gone. Sang Mo finished cleaning the kitchen and tidied up the living room. Fong Tang was busy in the backyard, putting fish into a large tank and checking on the chickens. The hen was quietly sitting in her nest, incubating eggs. The rice fed in the morning was all eaten. Be good. When the chicks hatch, you'll be a great hero, Fong Tang said with a smile, looking forward to the chicks breaking out of their shells. Soon, the house would be full of chickens and ducks, fish would be fat and tasty, and fruit sweet. Everything could be self-sufficient. After a busy day, neither of them felt tired. Sang Mo eagerly opened a drawer and took out a family planning item. Fong Tang remembered Grandma Fong's words and said, Grandma Fong said that when the baby is born, they will take care of it, so we don't need to worry. She also said that having a baby early is better than later. But Sang Mo interrupted her. He immediately knew his wife was being tricked by a clever old fox. She spoke nicely, but once the baby was born, as parents, could they really not care for the child? In short, before graduating from university, he definitely wouldn't consider having children. He wanted to enjoy a life just with his wife. Soon, the room was filled with a feeling of spring, and Fong Tang's mind couldn't think clearly anymore. She forgot about having children. Days passed peacefully and meaningfully. Before they knew it, it was August. It was so hot they couldn't go outside. The office ceiling fan kept spinning from morning to evening, but it was still very hot. Sister Shu also stopped knitting sweaters. Every day at work, she would doze off at her desk or go next door to chat with someone. Life still felt full and busy. Fong Tang had become familiar with everyone in the office building. Everyone was polite to her. Section Chief Chi and Sister Shu no longer dared to boss her around. They took turns opening water bottles each week, and everyone cleaned their own desks. Everything was orderly. At noon, she went to the cafeteria to eat. Zhao Weijie ran over. He had finished his training, bought a car, and his salary had increased. He became a regular employee. Sang Mo, Fong Tang, and Bai Anqi were still apprentices, but it was expected they would become full employees in October. This Saturday, our factory is having a social event with a cotton spinning factory. Are you guys going? Zhao Weijie asked excitedly. Fan Bing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, Are there many pretty girls? Of course, the cotton spinning factory doesn't have many things, but the most are pretty girls. My brother works there. This event is organized by him. If you want to go, tell me, and I'll take you. I'll introduce you to some pretty girls, Zhao Weijie proudly said. Soon, several young men gathered around, all single and eager to find a partner. Don't worry, one at a time. Rest assured, with my brothers here, you won't have to worry about finding someone. Zhao Weijie's loud voice rang out, and more single men gathered around him, like stars surrounding the moon. Bai Anqi also came over, scoffing disdainfully, clearly showing her contempt. She said to Fong Tang that Jean Tianhua has become the deputy secretary of the party branch. The leaders at the cotton spinning factory are really blind. How could they promote such a dishonest person?
How do you know that?
Fong Tang was a bit surprised at how well-informed this girl was. Bai Anqi angrily took a big bite of pork chop, grinding her teeth as she said, "My mom knows Jean Tianbu's mom. That is doing pretty well at the cotton spinning factory, and he even found the daughter of the factory secretary as his partner. It makes me so mad. The secretary's family is blind. She heard her mom talk about this last night, and she was so angry she didn't eat dinner. She was hungry and stomach-aching in the middle of the night. How could a bad person like Jean Tianbu be living so well?"
Hot sublent.
Fong Tang comforted her. "Don't be angry. Maybe the time isn't right yet. People like Jean Tianbu won't have a good ending. Who knows? My mom says that people like Jean Tianbu are just lucky, and she also says I'm likely to get hurt." "Fong Tang, do you think my mom is right?" Bai Anqi asked sadly. Fong Tang's mouth twitched, unsure how to answer. Actually, Bai Anqi's mom was right. Jean Tianbu was doing very well and hadn't been punished. In her past life, he was thriving. But Bai Anqi was having a hard time, living a poor and miserable life. Your mom said that on purpose. She probably hopes you'll do better than Jean Tianbu. Eat your food and don't be upset. Fong Tang answered vaguely, changing the subject. Luckily, Bai Anqi was simple-minded. She got angry quickly, but also calmed down fast. Soon, she was happy again, saying her mom had arranged a blind date. They would meet at the park this weekend. It's with a university teacher, 3 years older than me. My mom said he's a good person, but he's not from Shanghai. Bai Anqi was a bit reluctant. She was satisfied with everything else, but this young man's hometown was rural. He graduated from a workers' university and stayed on to teach at the school. From her mom's tone, his family wasn't well off, and he had some burdens. Fong Tang noticed a reluctance and advised, "You should check out the other person's situation over the weekend. When choosing a partner, you can't just look at conditions. Character and work are also very important. This man is a university teacher, has a good job, and has room for promotion. Even if he's from a rural area, it's not a big problem. Your mom definitely won't pick a bad man for you." Actually, she wanted to say that if the man's family was from Shanghai City, had a good background, and he was still a university teacher, she wouldn't like Bai Anqi at all. Bai's mother put a lot of effort into her daughter. For someone like Bai Anqi, she couldn't settle for a too outstanding partner. It's better to find an honest, reliable man whose family background is lower than Bai's. That's the only way it would work. Bai Anqi frowned and grumbled unhappily. "Why do you talk like my mom, so old-fashioned?" "Humph. You found Sang Mo, such a good-looking man, and now you're telling me to find someone not as good-looking." Fong Tang rolled her eyes, not too angry. Knowing this girl's temper, she didn't bother to argue. "Well, you're not as good-looking as me either. Dragons match dragons, phoenixes match phoenixes, mice match mice. Don't you understand that?" Fong Tang shot back irritably. Bai Anqi's anger made her lose her appetite, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Fong Tang ignored her and continued eating. This girl really needed a scolding. After a while, Bai Anqi leaned in again and said, "I'm not as good-looking as you, but my appearance is still outstanding. Plus, my dad is a manager at a department store. You also said it's your dad, not you being the manager. Besides, can your dad be a manager forever?" Fong Tang looked at her meaningfully. In her past life, Bai Anqi's family had a problem around the second half of the year. Her good days were probably over then. "What do you mean?" "My dad still has more than 10 years before retirement." Fong Tang. "Don't go too far." Bai Anqi felt a bit nervous, sensing there was more behind Fong Tang's words. "It's nothing special. Flowers don't bloom forever. People go through many things in life. How do you know your dad will be a manager for his whole life? Besides, that's your dad's ability, not yours. Having parents is good, but being independent is better. Understand?" Fong Tang finished her meal, covered her bowl, and didn't want to argue with her. It was a waste of words. Bai Anqi blinked her eyes, starting to understand a little, but not completely. Her mother had told her long ago that she had saved up a lot of dowry. Once she got married, she would receive 200 yuan in cash. She also had a job, so her life would definitely be comfortable. Having parents meant she had everything she needed. I'm different from you. My parents are very good to me, not like your kind of unkind parents, Bai Anqi said proudly because she finally had something that could beat Fong Tang. She spoke quickly, feeling a bit suffocated inside. Fong Tang glared sharply at the main culprit and couldn't help but say, "Your mom was right. You're just a pig-headed, hot-tempered girl with a bad mouth." Say that again? Don't think I won't get mad. Fong Tang, if you don't apologize, I won't forgive you. Bai Anqi was furious and felt wronged. She thought of Fong Tang as a friend. Every time she served food, she would add extra meat and vegetables to be kind. She took good care of her friends, yet Fong Tang still said such things. Too much. You already said that, so I have the right to say something too. Fong Tang snorted. She didn't care much for Bai Anqi. She was the one who had come to her first. Bai Anqi's bad temper made it hard for anyone to tolerate her, and Fong Tang didn't want to either. I'm just telling the truth. Don't you dislike honest advice, she said. But what I said is also the truth. If you're unhappy to hear it, does that mean I should be happy to hear your words? Fong Tang was very blunt. Even if it was the truth, she didn't like hearing it. Bai Anqi turned away in anger and gave Fong Tang a bump on the head, then ate her meat loudly, feeling so angry she wanted to cry. She decided she wouldn't serve Fong Tang extra food anymore and would even hold back some next time. Fong Tang didn't care. She decided she wouldn't serve Bai Anqi anymore either. There were 6 food stations after all. Sang Emma was talking to Fan Bing nearby and didn't notice what was happening here. Only after he finished did he realize that his wife and Bai Anqi seemed upset with each other. He smiled and asked what was wrong. Nothing. Are you done eating? Fong Tang didn't want to say much. She thought it was a small matter and not worth wasting words. Yes, I'm done. I'll go wash the dishes. Sang Emo didn't ask further. Although Bai Anqi wasn't a bad person, she was too naive and not discreet. It was better to keep her at a shallow level of friendship and forget about deep friendship. He got up, took Fong Tang's lunchbox, and went to wash the dishes. Zhao Weijie called out, "Brother Sang, want to go on Friday?" Sang Emo didn't answer. He looked down and asked, "Do you want to go? To the social gathering?" Fong Tang asked. "Yes, if you want to go, we can go together," Sang Emo nodded. Fong Tang felt a little excited. She had never attended a social gathering before and wanted to see what it was like, so she asked, "Can we go even if we're married?" Sang Emo smiled. "Of course. We can go dance then." Fong Tang blushed and nodded happily, looking forward to it. Sang Emo called out to Zhao Weijie, "I'm going with Fong Tang." Zhao Weijie jotted it down in his notebook. He needed to make a list to give to Jean Tianbo. Bai Anqi sat alone, eating quietly. No one paid attention to her. She hadn't been working here long, but she had already made a lot of enemies. That's why she often talked to Fong Tang, because Fong Tang was gentle and easy to get along with. Others would argue after just a few words. But now Fong Tang had also turned away from her. Bai Anqi pouted, feeling a bit regretful. Her mother had scolded her many times, telling her to think before she spoke and warning that if she didn't change her temper, she wouldn't get along with anyone in the future. But she couldn't change it. It wasn't intentional, her mouth was just too quick. Once she said something, she couldn't take it back. Apologizing was impossible for her. Looking up, Bai Anqi saw Zhao Weijie, who was surrounded by admiration, and felt even more wronged. Zhao Weijie, who was like a frog in the well, had such good relationships, yet no one paid attention to her. Her eyes felt sour, and she couldn't eat anymore. Frustrated, she stabbed her food box with her fork. She also wanted to join the social gathering, but Zhao Weijie hadn't asked her, and she didn't want to see Jean Tianbo, that scoundrel. Still, she really wanted to go. She was either working or stuck at home every day, feeling suffocated. Bai Anqi looked at Zhao Weijie several times, feeling restless inside. It was unlikely she would take the initiative to speak, and Zhao Weijie probably wouldn't invite her either. She regretted it even more. If she hadn't argued with Fong Tang, maybe Fong Tang could have talked to Zhao Weijie for her. Now, what should she do? Fan Bing glanced at her and said to Zhao Weijie, Aren't you going to call Bianchi? Zhao Weijia snorted. Why should I? She wouldn't want to go anyway. Fan Bing smiled gently. You haven't called her, so how do you know she wouldn't go? After all, you both went to the countryside together, shared a year of revolutionary friendship. If you don't invite her, people might say you're petty, Zhao Weijia thought for a moment. That made some sense. He was a broad-minded factory director's son, not the kind to argue with petty people. Hey, San Cun. Bianchi, are you going to the social gathering? Zhao Weijia shouted loudly, and everyone in the cafeteria heard him. Bianchi was surprised at first, then she felt happy. She opened her mouth to reply, but thought she shouldn't agree too quickly. She wanted to be a little reserved. A few seconds passed as she thought. Zhao Weijia thought she wouldn't go, so he said loudly to Fan Bing. She's not going, he had already invited her, and since San Ding decided not to go, he couldn't be considered petty. Who said I'm not going? I'm going. Bianchi was anxious now. She didn't care about being reserved anymore. She shouted at Zhao Weijia. Zhao Weijia looked a bit reluctant. He actually didn't want Bianchi to go, but since she had already agreed, he couldn't back out. He just wrote her name down and said annoyed, Friday night at 7:30, at the cotton spinning factory auditorium. Don't be late. I won't be late. Bianchi snorted and started planning what to wear on Friday night. She definitely wanted to dress beautifully and be the center of attention at the event. As for that Jean Tianbua, she just ignored him. She wouldn't let a little troublemaker ruin her good mood. Friday came quickly. Fong Tang and Sang Mo went home first for dinner. The event started at 7:30. Fong Tang didn't change her clothes. She was still wearing her work shirt and pants. She wasn't going on a date. Change into a dress. Sang Mo was unhappy. He wanted to dance with his wife. Dresses looked better. No need, Fong Tang said, not wanting to change. Change, I tell you. Our Tanger will be the most beautiful in a dress. Sang Mo's eyes shone with excitement. He liked it when Fong Tang wore dresses. Fong Tang blushed and obediently put on a red dress she made herself. Her grandfather Wu and her grandfather Sang gave her fabric vouchers. Sang Mo didn't like wearing new clothes, so she made all her clothes. Her closet was mostly filled with her clothes, and Sang Mo only had a small corner, looking a little pitiful. This looks good. Sang Mo praised her. He liked Fong Tang in bright, beautiful clothes, like a blooming peony, so stunning he couldn't look away. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and said, Let's go, or we'll be late. They rode together and arrived at the cotton spinning factory on time. It was next to the machine tool factory. This was Fong Tang's first time here. Everything looked new to her. The workshop was brightly lit, the machines noisy, and she saw female workers busy walking around. The female workers at the cotton spinning factory work the hardest, taking turns in 3 shifts. They are always on the move and very tired, but their wages are high. These women are quite popular in the matchmaking market. The auditorium is behind the factory and is quite large. Happy music is playing inside, making people want to dance along. Jean Tianbua and Zhao Weijia are both at the entrance. They are dressed in white shirts and have neat hair. Jean Tianbua looks elegant and handsome, like a refined scholar, while Zhao Weijia looks more like a clumsy frog. However, the frog doesn't realize this and feels confident. He stands straight, smiles broadly, and enthusiastically greets the single men from the machine tool factory. Bianchi calls out from afar, but after she does, she regrets it because she remembers she had a fight with Fong Tang, and they haven't made up yet. She hopes Fong Tang didn't hear her. Bianchi silently prays, but Fong Tang already heard her. When she looks back and sees Bianchi feels very embarrassed. She stands still for a moment, then awkwardly says, I'll go in by myself. After saying that, she walks past without looking at anyone and proudly lifts her chin. Fong Tang finds this amusing. She thinks Bianchi is just being childish. She doesn't bother with her and walks into the auditorium with Sang Mo. Jean Tianbua sees them and feels complicated. He has tried several times to reach out to Sang Mo through Zhao Weijia, but Sang Mo shows no response. Actually, Jean Tianbua is quite angry. His family background isn't bad. He works well at the cotton spinning factory and is now the deputy secretary of the Youth League branch. If everything goes smoothly, he might be recommended to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers later this year. Sang Mo, on the other hand, is only an apprentice in the purchasing department and is far behind him. But Jin Tianbua still wants to be friends with Sang Mo. He heard from Zhao Weijie that Sang Mo lives in June District Compound, and his grandfather is a veteran cadre. On his wedding day, all the guests wore June-style clothes. Although Sang Mo's family is well off, they are not comparable to Sang Mo himself. That's why Jin Tianbua asked Zhao Weijie to invite Sang Mo to the social gathering. Sang Mo, Fong Tang, long time no see. Congratulations on your happy union. Jin Tianbua greets openly and confidently. He didn't receive an invitation, which made him feel a bit embarrassed, but he has no choice. Sang Mo now has some status, so Jin Tianbua can only lower himself to flatter him. Sang Mo smiles slightly, and Fong Tang also smiles. Bianchi comes over, snorts at Jin Tianbua, lifts her chin even higher, proud like a peacock, and walks straight into the auditorium. Jin Tianbua's eyes flickered with surprise. He didn't expect Bai Anqi to come over. Luckily, she didn't bother him, or else her partner might get upset if they saw her. Tianbua, you have friends here, and you don't introduce me? A girl with a round face approached, smiling happily. She seemed lively and cheerful. She was not tall, wearing a white shirt and a red skirt, with slightly high-heeled sandals. She had clearly put effort into her appearance, but her height was a bit of a disadvantage, and her looks were average. Bai Anqi looked much prettier than her. Bai Anqi, walking ahead, turned her head and saw the girl, who was close to Jin Tianbua, and calling him affectionately. Their relationship seemed close, probably the daughter of the secretary her mother mentioned. Humph, just a pile of. Jin Tianbua's eyesight was getting worse. Bai Anqi's eyes flicked, and she walked back over, gently holding Fong Tang's arm. She smiled warmly and said, "Let's go inside together." Fong Tang looked at her but didn't say anything, silently pulling his hand away. The girl with the round face was actually Jin Tianbua's current girlfriend, named Anna. Her father was the secretary of the cotton spinning factory. Although he didn't have much real power, he was still a secretary, so her family background was quite good. She had high standards for choosing a partner, either very high or not at all, so she remained single at an older age. Just then, Jin Tianbua appeared. Anna fell in love with him at first sight. He was handsome, from a good family, talented, and could write touching poems. His photography skills were excellent, especially romantic, which made Anna very satisfied. Although Jin Tianbua didn't like Anna's ordinary looks, her family background was good. She was a college student and now the secretary of the Youth League branch at the cotton factory, which was considered his superior. His parents were very pleased, and Anna even promised to recommend him to a university for workers and soldiers. So, Jin Tianbua was tempted. Anna, after a little dressing up, looked decent. She was outgoing and lively, often accommodating him. She was 2 years older than him, unlike Bianchi, who often caused trouble and pouted. Over time, Jin Tianbua grew more satisfied with Anna. Their relationship developed quickly, and they were already talking about marriage. He believed Anna would be a good wife and help him succeed. Anna looked at Fong Tang and felt a sense of danger. All women couldn't help but stare at him. Someone as handsome as Fong Tang was irresistible to any man. She also glanced at Bianchi, but didn't take her seriously. Her level of beauty was nothing special, and Jin Tianbua knew how to tell the difference. Introducing Jin Tianbua, upon hearing that Fong Tang and Sang Mo are already married, Anna Yi's smile deepened. She cheerfully said, "Congratulations. You two are truly a perfect match, made for each other. You're very compatible with Jin Tianbua too." Fong Tang smiled. "Indeed, they are a good match. One looks good, the other has power. They complement each other well. Also, Anna is clearly not as naive as Bianchi. She is thoughtful, clever, and comes from a good family background. Jin Tianbua probably won't escape Anna Yi's grasp." Bianchi curled her lips, feeling Fong Tang was fake. These two clearly just wanted to be together for convenience. How are they a good match? Isn't Jean Tianhua just after her father, who is a secretary? Anna E is very good at talking. Soon, she got along well with everyone. She generously said, Tianhua and I are also getting married probably in October. When that time comes, you all should come to celebrate. Congratulations, Sang Mo didn't say whether he would go, just offered his blessings. Zhao Weijie felt a bit sour inside. Everyone else was getting married, but he didn't even know which direction his potential partner's house was.
Sigh.
But he quickly cheered up. Tonight, with so many beautiful girls around, he was sure he could find someone he liked. Anna E went on stage and gave a brief opening speech. She was very eloquent, but didn't waste words. After a few sentences, she announced the event officially started. The hall was lively with voices. Each girl and young man was dressed carefully. Though they didn't know each other, they quickly became familiar. The music started playing, and some brave boys invited girls they liked to dance. Soon, about a dozen couples were dancing gracefully. Bai Anchi was also invited by a young man she didn't know. He looked refined, and Bai Anchi liked that.
Phang Tang wat chet easily.
She wanted to dance too, but didn't know how to do ballroom dancing. The boss will dance with you. Become the most beautiful person in the room. The system issued a task.
Phang Tang panic.
I don't know how to dance. The boss can teach you. Let him lead. The system finished and went silent, watching quietly. Sang Mo bowed politely and extended his hand. Beautiful girl, may I have a dance with you? I don't know how. Fong Tang was very shy. She was afraid of making a fool of herself. Sang Mo held Fong Tang's hand and led her to dance at the edge of the dance floor. Ballroom dancing isn't hard, and he was very patient in teaching her. Fong Tang learned quickly, and Sang Mo guided her well. They worked together smoothly and in sync, soon mastering the turns. My little Tang is so smart, Sang Mo praised generously. He noticed that his wife learned everything very fast and was actually very clever. In the past, she was bullied and felt insecure because of her family, but now she has gained confidence. She learns faster than the proud Fong Lan from the Fong family. They moved to the center of the dance floor. Sang Mo's steps were light and lively. Although Fong Tang was a bit awkward, her body was flexible and graceful, and her beauty made her awkwardness less noticeable. They kept spinning, her red dress flowing, turning into a beautiful flower with each twirl. Everyone else stopped dancing and looked at them with admiration. After one song, Fong Tang was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes bright. She was so happy. Dancing was so fun. After dancing, she felt relaxed and her mood improved a lot. The task is complete. Reward, social dance goddess skill, the system announced. Fong Tang was a bit confused. What is the social dance goddess skill? Music started again. Sang Mo spun her around, and she was delighted to find her dance steps had become much more natural, as if she had always been good at dancing. Sang Mo's hands weren't even applying much force, and she instinctively knew which way to turn. She could also spin several times in a row, without feeling dizzy. Was this the social dance goddess skill? Fong Tang was very excited. She playfully started spinning again, and Sang Mo pampered her, letting her spin endlessly, creating a flowery display. Other couples stopped dancing because this pair was too eye-catching. Their eyes couldn't help but watch them, and they lost focus on their own dancing. They danced so well, especially the woman, who kept spinning like a robot. So beautiful to watch. After several spins, Fong Tang finally stopped, feeling no dizziness or discomfort. Yaya Na and Jean Tianhua came over. She smiled and praised, "You dance so well. Did you learn professionally?" Gold Tianhua's eyes were very surprised. It was the first time he saw such a lively and beautiful Fong Tang. Before, Fong Tang was shy and timid, although pretty. She seemed a bit narrow-minded. Now, she is confident, bright, and generous. She dances well, like the most beautiful flower in the garden, loved by everyone. "No, I just danced casually," Fong Tang said with a smile. Yaya Na smiled and went to dance with Jean Tianhua somewhere else. She felt glad that Fong Tang married early, otherwise, Jean Tianbo would definitely be interested. The look Jean Tianbo gave just now made Yana feel uncomfortable, but she didn't show it. Her wedding was in October, so Jean Tianbo wouldn't play any tricks. Fong Tang was a little tired and stopped dancing. There was a chair in the corner for resting. She sat down with Sang Mo asked while massaging her knee. A little. Fong Tang's voice softened, and she acted a bit spoiled. She wasn't really that sore, but she liked being pampered by Sang Mo. After spinning so much, of course you're sore. Sang Mo applied a bit more pressure and praised her. You have a talent for dancing. You only learned once and danced so well. If you had started learning as a child, you might have become a dancer. Now, he thought of his wife as a treasure.
Every so often, he found a new gem.
The Fong family was like a big mountain pressing down on his wife, but luckily, that was no longer the case. I'm just dancing randomly, Fong Tang said a little guilty, knowing it was all thanks to the system. She changed the subject and asked Sang Mo where he learned to dance. The farm had people from all walks of life. 2 years ago, Sang Mo shared a house with a translator who loved dancing and taught him casually. Actually, the translator couldn't find a dance partner, so he secretly taught Sang Mo. During festivals, they danced together to celebrate. It was a small, sweet moment during tough times. In the following songs, Fong Tang and Sang Mo didn't dance anymore. The main purpose of tonight was to help single men and women meet each other, so they didn't join the fun. The social event ended at 9:30, and they went home around 8 o'clock. The next day was Saturday, and they had to work. During lunch, Zhao Weijia sat with several young men who had attended the event last night. One young man was especially excited and said, I made plans with a girl. We're going to see a movie tomorrow. I made plans with the other person to go boating in the park tomorrow. We also plan to visit the city god temple. A few young men have good prospects and have made arrangements for tomorrow. If the girl agrees to go out, it's a good start. If all goes well, it should work out. In the 1970s, relationships were both conservative and open. Dating didn't last long. After meeting, if they liked each other, they would go to the movies or walk in the park to get to know each other better. Usually, they would get engaged within half a year, rarely more than a year. Zhao Weijia listened to these people showing off with a sour feeling in his mouth. He was full of envy and frustration because he had no girlfriend. Last night, he liked the prettiest girl, but she didn't like him. She preferred Fan Bing and spent the whole night dancing with him. It made Zhao Weijia so angry. He just wanted to find a pretty wife. Why was it so hard? His father was still a factory director. The girls his mother introduced were good workers, but none of them were pretty. Zhao Weijia didn't like any of them. His mother scolded him for being ungrateful, saying they all looked the same in the dark. But he wasn't always in the dark. If his wife wasn't pretty, it would seriously affect his quality of life. He wouldn't settle for less. But his mother said if he wanted a beautiful partner, he could only look in the countryside. Zhao Weijia didn't mind, but his parents refused, saying it would be shameful. So, he was back to square one, stuck in a never-ending cycle. Bai Anshi was in a good mood, acting as if nothing was wrong. She took the initiative to get some rice and sat next to Fong Tang, even sharing half of her pork chop. Why didn't you come to my window to get food? Bai Anshi complained. You said you wouldn't get me any, Fong Tang replied with a tired look. This girl had a bad memory, but she didn't refuse the pork chop. Not eating it would be a waste. Bai Anshi awkwardly smiled. I was just talking out of anger. You know my temper, so don't take it seriously. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and ignored her. The pork chop was quite tasty. Bai Anshi didn't need her to talk. She sat closer and shyly said, I promised to go see a movie with someone. Who? A university teacher? Fong Tang asked with interest, but she remembered Bai Anshi was supposed to meet the university teacher in the park tomorrow. Could they have met earlier? Bai Anshi looked even shyer. What are you doing? Fong Tang remembered that last night Bai Anshi danced with a gentle young man who looked refined, just like Jean Tianbo, one of those scholarly types Bai Anshi liked. He's a cashier in the finance office. The job's pretty good. He even writes poems. Last night, he read me one of his poems. It was so beautiful. I want to read it to you. No need. You can enjoy it yourself. Fong Tang quickly refused. She wasn't interested in those sentimental poems, and they didn't fill her stomach. You don't understand appreciation. It's really beautiful, and she still wanted to share the poem. She thought Fong Tang was too simple-minded. How could she not like poetry? Poetry is so romantic. Can you appreciate it? You used to like Jean Tianbua. Fong Tang shot back. With her sharp mind and eyes, she used an idiom. Utterly foolish. Oh, Jean Tianbua also writes poems. I heard that men who write poetry are the most flirtatious. Remember that guy Sue or something? He wrote that poem about the bridge. Men like that are so unfaithful, falling in love with one after another. Fong Tang straightforwardly warned this silly girl. Poets can't be trusted. That cashier clearly wasn't reliable, but Bai's mother chose a university teacher who is more dependable. Life isn't about writing poetry. You need to be practical. Bai Anqi looked upset and muttered, not all poets are unfaithful. He's different from Jean Tianbua. Whatever you say, as long as your parents agree. Aren't you meeting a university teacher in the park tomorrow? Fong Tang reminded her. Bai Anqi's face suddenly fell, looking annoyed. She had forgotten about that. Fong Tang sneered and picked a piece of fried pork from her lunchbox to eat. The silly girl probably wasn't hungry anymore, so she decided to help. Tomorrow I'll meet him and tell him clearly I don't like him. I want him to stop dreaming. If your mom finds out, she'll be furious. Fong Tang's casual remark shattered Bai Anqi's courage. She looked miserable. You haven't even talked to him, and you're already judging him. That's too harsh. He's a university teacher and intellectual. He's not like that cashier who writes a few sad poems. Out of respect for the restaurant owner, Fong Tang kindly advised a few words. Even though the university teacher's family was not wealthy, he had a bright future and potential. The cashier, she didn't know much about his character, but her intuition told her they weren't a good match. Bai Anqi hesitated for a moment and said, if he can write poetry, I might consider dating him. A man who can't write poetry is probably not romantic. That's Bai Anqi's standard for judging whether a man is romantic. She only has 2 requirements for a partner: good looks and romance. That's enough for her. Fong Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes again, but didn't argue. Bai Anqi still has a young girl's mindset, thinking that being romantic is enough. She believes love alone is enough to satisfy her. But after marriage, Bai Anqi will understand that the most important thing in marriage is a man's character, being caring and kind to his wife. That is what makes a good man. Romance isn't about writing poems, it's about actions. Do you have a gathering at your place tomorrow? I want to come too, Bai Anqi asked excitedly. Aren't you meeting your university teacher? After the morning meeting, I can come to your place. I don't need to stay all day. Then come over. Fong Tang shared her address, which wasn't far from the park where they usually met. After work, she and Sang Mo went to the market to buy lots of vegetables for entertaining guests tomorrow. The grapes in the backyard are ripe and sweet. Fong Tang even made a jar of grape wine. The next day, they woke up early. Sang Mo went to wash vegetables, while Fong Tang fed the chickens and fish in the backyard. The last batch of eggs hatched, and the chicks are now healthy and weigh over a pound. The mother hen was leading her chicks in the backyard, searching for food. They had eaten all the bugs, and fallen fruit was also their food. The chicks were very healthy, and the mother hen laid 2 eggs a day, almost every day. Sang Mo went from being shocked at first to now being used to it. Even if she laid 3 eggs, he could accept it because his wife was taking care of the chickens. There was also a fish tank. He initially thought they wouldn't survive, but not only did the fish live well, they also laid many fry. So, Sang Mo dug a small pond in the backyard to raise the fish. Fong Tang also bought a few ducks. As a result, the ducks lay 2 eggs a day. They now have more eggs than they can eat: chicken eggs, duck eggs, and fish. Sometimes they give some to the big yard. Fong Tang finished feeding the chickens, ducks, and fish. She clapped her hands and looked at the lively scene in the backyard, feeling very happy. The backyard is quite large and not fully used yet. She plans to let Sang Mo clear a vegetable patch so that they can grow their own vegetables and fruits. It would be great if the system could reward her with a planting skill. Then, she would have more than enough vegetables and fruits to eat. As noon approached, guests started arriving one after another. Fan Bing and Zhou Aijuan came together, along with some young colleagues from Sangmo's office. Zhao Weijie also arrived, bringing Jin Tianhua and Yi Anna with him. Sang Mo greeted everyone warmly. Since they were guests, she couldn't show any dislike, no matter how she felt. Almost everyone was there, about 10 people. Luckily, her house is big enough so that even if everyone gathers in the living room, it's not crowded. Sang Mo, your house is so big. The living room is even larger than my 2 rooms combined, Fan Bing said with envy. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to live in such a big house. It doesn't need to be that big. Half that size would be enough. He wasn't demanding. I feel so lucky. I dream of living in a house like this, sitting in the garden drinking coffee, reading a book. The living room has records playing. Ah, this is the life I dream of. A girl with an envious tone spoke. Her name was Luna, a cashier from the finance department. She was lively and cheerful, well-liked at the factory mainly because her father was a senior official there. Everyone praised her, feeling jealous. Sang Mo smiled slightly, staying calm and modest. Jin Tianhua, though smiling, felt uncomfortable inside. He had always felt superior to Sang Mo because his parents were officials, and he was handsome and popular with girls. Sang Mo was pretty, but she was lonely and couldn't compare to him. Now, everything had changed. Sang Mo's grandfather was a high-ranking leader, and she lived in a big Western-style house. His family only had 3 rooms, and their house was about the size of the living room here. They didn't have a garden, a water-flush toilet, or a separate kitchen. His previous sense of superiority was gone. Watching Sang Mo surrounded by everyone, being praised and admired, Jin Tianhua felt like needles stabbing him inside. At past gatherings, he was the center of attention, the one everyone admired. Today, he was just an observer. No one paid attention to him. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Jin Tianhua felt restless. He regretted coming here. Suddenly, he decided to leave, but that would make him seem weak. Anna felt very comfortable and confidently asked, "Can I visit upstairs?" Sang Mo smiled and said, "Except for the locked rooms, everything else is open. Then I won't hold back. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful house. I'm amazed." Anna stood up with a smile and asked, "Is the lady of the house not here?" "She's in the backyard." "I'll go call her." "No need. I want to look around the backyard first. I heard there are many fruits." Anna headed toward the back door and tugged at Jin Tianhua. Seeing his reluctant expression, she frowned slightly and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Since entering the house, Jin Tianhua had been acting strangely. He was very happy on the way here, but now seemed off. "Nothing. Maybe the buns I ate this morning weren't fresh, and my stomach feels a bit upset." "You go ahead, I'll sit for a while." Jin Tianhua forced a smile and made an excuse. Anna looked at him with some doubt, then gave him a deep look and smiled. "Drink more water." "I'll go check on things." Jin Tianhua's expression returned to normal, but he slightly frowned, showing he still didn't feel well. Soon, everyone went to the backyard. Sang Mo also followed. The living room was left with only Jin Tianhua. He sighed deeply, looking at the simple yet luxurious furniture and the new appliances. His brow furrowed even more, and his stomach felt uncomfortable again. He really wanted to leave now. "Wow, the backyard is so big." "Sang Mo, Fong Tang, you're so lucky. So many fruit trees and so many chickens, ducks, and fish." "I'm so jealous," Lu Na exclaimed loudly, with others agreeing. Jin Tianhua felt uneasy inside. He didn't like hearing these sounds. Clearly, he was better than Sang Mo, so why did heaven favor him so much? He gave Sang Mo the prettiest Fong Tang and such a good house and background. All the best things seemed to go to Sang Mo. It was so unfair. The backyard was lively, filled with laughter and chatter. Jin Tianhua felt annoyed but couldn't help wanting to know what they were doing. He stood up and took a few steps, turning sideways to see into the backyard. It was indeed very large. A few chickens and ducks strolled happily, and there seemed to be a fish pond. Anna and the others were catching fish by the pond, and some people were picking fruit. Fong Tang and San Mo stood together. Even though Jean Tianbo was jealous and furious, he had to admit that these two looked very good together. He also thought Fong Tang looked even more beautiful now. Her features and face hadn't changed, but she was much prettier than when she first returned to the city. Jean Tianbo felt a twinge of jealousy. If it weren't for Sang Mo, he might already be Fong Tang's husband. Anna caught a lively, jumping fish and happily shouted. Today, she wore a black and red checkered dress with a white shirt. It was very pretty, but compared to Fong Tang, she looked like a village girl. Jean Tianbo's eyes showed dislike. Even Bai Anchi was prettier than Anna, but Bai Anchi was too foolish and came from a less good family background. She didn't help his career at all. Moreover, his parents liked Anna very much. If there had been a girl from a better family, he would have married her. Jean Tianbo sighed softly, feeling sad for himself. He was so good, yet he could only marry someone like Anna. He thought the heavens were unfair. Everyone was having fun in the backyard. Most of them grew up in the city and always dreamed of country life. Fong Tang's backyard fulfilled their dream. They even forgot to visit the upstairs, as the backyard alone was enough to make them linger. Wow, the chicken laid an egg. It's still warm. Fong Tang, can I touch the egg? Luna happily asked, staring eagerly at the fresh egg in the henhouse. She really wanted to touch it. Sure, but don't touch them all. Leave one, Fong Tang said softly. Why leave one? Luna asked, reaching out to touch the eggs. She was curious, like a child seeing something new. I know this one. It's for breeding. The hen will keep laying eggs if there are hens in the nest, but if not, she'll lay outside, Zhao Weijie said proudly. He had spent a year working in the countryside, so he knew this. He knew this because he had asked a villager when buying eggs, and now he was showing off.
Zhao Weijie liked Luna.
Her father was the second in command at the factory, and his father was the top boss. They came from good families. Luna was pretty, cheerful, and lively. Zhao Weijie was quite satisfied and wanted to impress her. Luna looked at him with disdain, forced a smile, and ignored him. She started talking to Fong Tang again. Although she acted innocent, she wasn't truly naive. She had already seen through Zhao Weijie's intentions. She thought it was ridiculous, like a toad wanting to eat a swan, just wishful thinking. Not only was she unhappy, but her parents also looked down on Zhao Weijie. Moreover, her marriage prospects were already arranged. Her future husband not only came from a good family, but was also handsome and well-educated, more outstanding than Zhao Weijie by far. Zhao Weijie was disappointed, but not discouraged. He had faced many setbacks in dating recently and had developed a strong mental resilience. This egg can be eaten now, and it's very sweet. Zhao Weijie was clever enough to realize that Luna didn't like him yet, but good women are often cautious. He had good qualities, though he looked ordinary. As long as he showed sincerity, he believed he could win her over. He also analyzed Luna's personality. She liked new things, so he decided to appeal to her interests. Sure enough, when Luna heard that the egg could be eaten raw, she looked surprised and asked, "Can you really eat it raw? Won't it upset your stomach?" Of course not. I ate raw eggs when I was in the countryside. Feel if this egg is warm. Break it and swallow it. It's tastier than cooked eggs. Luna's curiosity was piqued. She had never eaten raw eggs before. The egg in her hand was warm and tempting. Fong Tang, can I eat one? Zhao Weijie said it's okay to eat raw. Luna asked for permission from the host, since it was just one egg. Fong Tang came over, glanced at Zhao Weijie, and saw through his intentions. But she didn't bother much with it. Luna appeared innocent like Bianchi, but in fact, she was quite sharp, much smarter than Bianchi. Yes, you can eat it, Fong Tang agreed, but didn't mention that raw eggs can be a bit fishy, as if she was reluctant to let the guest eat it. Then I won't hold back. Luna happily cracked the egg. Following Zhao Weijie's instructions, she took a big sip. A strange, fresh, and slightly fishy egg liquid flooded into her mouth. It was a very unusual taste, Neither bad nor good, but definitely not delicious. And it was quite fishy. Luna frowned, feeling like vomiting. But since she was in someone else's house, it would be rude to spit it out. She forced herself to swallow, but the taste was unpleasant and made her feel a bit sick. Is it tasty? Zhao Weijie kept asking, even looking a little greedy, glancing at the hens hoping they would lay more eggs. That's a load of nonsense. Luna covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom to rinse. After eating a few grapes, she finally felt better. Zhao Weijie felt a bit wronged. He thought the food was really good, just like a soft-boiled egg, so sweet. Luna came back, but ignored Zhao Weijie again, making him feel even more upset. He ran over to complain to Sang Mo and asked for advice on how to pursue a girl. I really like you to have your mom propose marriage, Sang Mo casually suggested. But now I don't know what Luna thinks. What if she doesn't like me? Zhao Weijie was very confused. Just ask her directly and you'll find out. Sang Mo looked at him like he was a fool. Such a simple thing couldn't be solved, what eh? I'm afraid she'll refuse me, Zhao Weijie said, more worried. If she refuses, that's better. You won't waste more time, Sang Mo replied impatiently. Sang Mo rolled his eyes and, tired of giving relationship advice, went to pick fruit with Fan Bing and the others. Zhao Weijie scratched his head and didn't want to think anymore. He joined Sang Mo and the others. For lunch, they had hot pot. With so many people, they needed to prepare a lot of dishes. Hot pot was easier. Sang Mo bought beef and lamb, boiled a chicken for the broth, and added vegetables, noodles, rice cakes, and tofu. Anna and Luna helped wash the vegetables. Soon, a big table of food was ready. Sang Mo brought out some grape wine, brewed by Fong Tang. It was sweet, not strong like a soft drink. Fong Tang brought out a copper hot pot, with charcoal in the middle. The sides could be cooked and eaten. Everyone sat around a big table, chatting and cooking their favorite dishes. Even though it was hot, eating hot pot was fun. The young people were all happy, even if they sweated a lot. The atmosphere was lively. Only Jean Tianbo forced a smile. Not long after they started eating, someone knocked on the door. Sang Mo went to open it. It was by Anchi, who looked a bit unhappy. Next to her was a young man with an honest face, dark skin, looking a little mature, speaking with a strong accent, probably from Anhui province. Hello, I am Kufugue, the man introduced himself, supporting by Anchi. Sang Mo's mouth twitched. What a unique name. Come in and join us for dinner, Sang Mo invited with a smile. He guessed that Kufugue was by Anchi's blind date today, the university teacher her mother mentioned. He looked very simple and definitely not the type Bai Anchi liked. He glanced at Bai Anchi, who was frowning, not sure what kind of trouble she was causing now. Kufugue smiled shyly and looked carefully at Bai Anchi beside him. He said, honestly, I'm not eating anymore. I brought my comrade here. She twisted her ankle. Please help her with some medicine. I don't want to bother you. You're already at the door, so why not come in? Come inside, they said. Sang Mo stopped Kufugue, who had a good impression of this man. Fong Tang also came out and looked surprised at Kufugue. She invited him inside. Unable to refuse, Kufugue had to go in. Seeing so many people made him nervous, worried about embarrassing Bai Anchi. But today he wore new clothes and new shoes. It was his best outfit, which gave him more confidence. He straightened his back a little. Bai Anchi hobbled along, each step making her breathe in sharply. Fong Tang helped her sit on the sofa. Her ankle was swollen, but not too serious. She didn't need to go to the hospital. If you can't wear high heels, then don't wear them. You keep twisting your ankle, Fong Tang scolded gently. She didn't like wearing high heels, but she kept doing it and kept twisting her ankle. She refused to learn her lesson. Bai Anchi pouted angrily. If she were as tall as Fong Tang, she wouldn't wear high heels either. It was because she was short. Fong Tang put a medicated patch on her and helped her eat. Kufugue reached out to help, but Bai Anchi glared fiercely. Kufugue was scared and quickly withdrew his hand. He sat quietly beside Bai Anchi, right next to Jean Tianbo. Jean Tianbo glanced sideways with a contemptuous look, thinking Bai Anchi was getting worse. She was hanging out with such a country bumpkin.
Others also thought the same.
They found Kofuge rustic and ordinary, probably just a worker with little education and a poor family background. His very accent sounded rough. What good family could he have? Kofuge introduced himself, but didn't mention his workplace, only his name. Everyone burst into laughter. He wasn't upset and just smiled honestly. She was angry. She thought Kofuge had embarrassed her and glared at him. Your name is really interesting. Kofuge, don't forget us, Luna joked. Kofuge still smiled honestly. No matter who talked to him, he just smiled, looking like an honest person. Comrade Ko, what do you do for work? Jean Tianbua asked on purpose. Kofuge chuckled shyly and said, I'm a teacher at the normal university, staying on to teach. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise, unable to believe that such a simple-looking person was actually a university teacher. A university teacher is usually seen as gentle and respectful, a role model. This person looked more like a farmer. Kofuge explained, I went to a workers' and peasants' university. Thanks to the teachers and leaders for giving me the chance to stay and teach. I still have a lot to learn and need to study more. Everyone then realized this and their expressions changed, becoming more polite. Teacher Ko, you're so modest. Compared to you, we're all illiterate. Come on, let's toast to Teacher Ko. Everyone raised their glasses and drank with Kofuge, making the atmosphere lively again. Even she was joking and laughing with everyone, but Jean Tianbua felt more and more upset. He had hoped to feel a bit superior next to Kofuge, but this simple person was a university teacher. Jean Tianbua felt his face burning and really wanted to go home. Tianbua, eat some spinach. It's good for clearing heat. Anna scooped a bite of spinach and placed it in Jean Tianbua's bowl, speaking with a meaningful tone. Jean Tianbua forced a small smile. He didn't really like spinach, but since Anna picked it for him, he had to eat it. After taking a bite, he felt even worse. Halfway through the hot pot, Anna said she had to leave and left with Jean Tianbua. Sang Emo saw them to the door. He thought Anna was okay, but it was a pity she was with Jean Tianbua, who was not a good person. Outside Sang's house, Jean Tianbua finally relaxed and felt comfortable. His face showed a little more happiness. Anna looked at him coldly and asked, What's wrong with you today? You were fine when we left, but now you're always frowning. That's rude, you know. Jean Tianbua felt annoyed inside but had to pretend to be nice. I don't feel well. It's probably because the buns I ate this morning weren't fresh. I need to take medicine when I get home. Anna smiled. I thought you were upset inside. Jean Tianbua's expression changed slightly, but he smiled and said, No, I really don't feel well. Sorry if I spoiled your mood. How about I treat you to Western food next week? He felt a little pain in his heart. Western dinner would cost him a month's salary. But to make Anna happy, he was willing to spend a lot. Forget it, I don't like Western food. I have something to do. I'll go home now. You should rest too. Anna rode away on her bike. Her mood was affected. Everyone else was having fun, but Jean Tianbua was gloomy and looked out of place, which made her feel embarrassed. She used to think Jean Tianbua was okay. His family was good, his parents were polite and educated, and Jean Tianbua was ambitious. He was also quite handsome. All these qualities matched her idea of a good partner. But today, Jean Tianbua's behavior made her lose her appetite for him. Anna is smart. She guessed that Jean Tianbua's feelings were probably caused by jealousy. Jean Tianbua is a good person, but not the best. There are always people better than him. Many people are more talented and successful. If he can't see this, he's being childish. Anna wants to think again about her relationship with Jean Tianbua. She's not desperate to find someone else, so she needs to watch and wait. Jean Tianbua stood alone, looking upset. He didn't expect Anna to leave him like that. She had always been warm and friendly, but today she was cold and distant for the first time. Watching Anna's figure disappear into the distance, Jean Tianbua pouted and rode his bike away. He was going in the opposite direction from Anna. He didn't want to lower himself to beg her. With Anna's ordinary looks, it was a miracle that she found someone as handsome and talented as him. Why should she throw tantrums in front of him? Jean Tianbua was sure Anna would come back to him tomorrow. He couldn't let his guard down too soon. Otherwise, she'd get more spoiled. He decided to give her a cold shoulder for 3 days as a lesson. Meanwhile, Fong Tang and the others were still eating hot pot. The atmosphere was lively, and they started playing a word chain game, with drinks as penalties for mistakes. Success comes quickly. Fong Tang said this, with Bai Anchi beside him. Bai Anchi thought hard.
Gong.
What was that again? Next to her, Kofugue whispered, Gong Chengmingjiao, meaning achieving fame and success. Luna overheard and shouted, no cheating. You too drink. Yeah, cheating means penalty. Zhao Weijie eagerly poured drinks, having already taken several. To him, wine was like soda. I didn't cheat. I thought of that myself. Gong Chengmingjiao. Bai Anchi protested. But everyone was not polite. They filled their glasses and urged them to drink. Kofugue obediently took a sip and said, I'll drink for Bai. No need. I can drink by myself. Bai Anchi finished her drink in one gulp. She didn't want to accept Kofugue's kind offer. She didn't like this man at all. He was ugly, spoke Mandarin with a strong accent, and looked like a simple country bumpkin. Living with someone like him would give her nightmares. Kofugue's eyes dimmed, but he quickly smiled again. Luna curled her lip in disdain. She looked at the foolish woman and thought she was too picky. Kofugue was at least a university teacher. He was just average-looking, but he was clever inside. Besides being somewhat attractive, Bai Anchi had no other good qualities. She was like a shiny red toilet. The meal lasted 3 hours. They finished a big bottle of wine, all the dishes on the table, and even the leftover soup. Nothing was left. Everyone was full and started to burp. Some were a little tipsy. Fong Tang went to brew tea to help everyone sober up. After sitting for a while, everyone said their goodbyes. Kofugue took Bai Anchi home. Although she didn't want to go, her legs were weak, so she had to reluctantly go with him. After seeing everyone off, Fong Tang let out a long breath. Hosting guests was tiring, but luckily they had hot pot. Cooking a full meal would have been even more exhausting. I'll clean up. You go rest. Sangmo rolled up his sleeves and worked quickly. I'm not tired. Fong Tang helped him clean up. The two worked faster, and in half an hour, they had finished. Everyone brought gifts, fruit, snacks, and other small presents, showing politeness. Bai Anchi and Kofugue probably won't work out. She doesn't like this kind of thing, Fong Tang said, lying on the sofa. Sang Mo was massaging her shoulders, making her feel very comfortable. Actually, they're quite suitable. Kofugue is clever inside, and they complement each other, Sang Mo said, skillfully massaging and applying a little more force. Hearing Fong Tang's soft moans, his eyes gradually grew passionate, and his hands became restless. Before Fong Tang could speak, a system voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Post a sofa task. Enjoying time with the boss on the sofa, limited to 1 hour. The system, hiding in the shadows, was scheming mischievously. As expected, the boss was impressive. Fong Tang's face immediately turned red. This perverted system, what kind of task was it sending now? On the sofa, Sang Mo was pressing on her waist, using a bit more strength. Fong Tang couldn't help but let out a soft sound, which made Sang Mo's eyes darken even more. Fong Tang pouted and acted cute, but Sang Mo didn't stop and became even more playful. Not here. Sang Mo wanted to carry her back to the bedroom, but Fong Tang stopped him because she still had a task to complete. Here, Sang Mo smiled mischievously. Fong Tang blushed and closed her eyes, nodding slightly. A soft laugh sounded in her ear. My Tang is getting more sensible. He was initially worried she might be shy and wanted to go back to the bedroom, but since she was so proactive, he naturally didn't want to disappoint her. Next time, Sang Mo whispered, and the system in the background was excited. It was truly a teachable moment. That afternoon, Fong Tang was exhausted and didn't want to move at all. Even dinner was fed to her by Sang Mo. Task complete, reward, planting skill. The system announced the reward, which was the planting skill Fong Tang had been longing for. She suddenly felt energized, her body no longer sore. She wanted to go to the backyard to plant vegetables, but Sang Mo stopped her and said with a teasing tone, it's already dark. Since you're so energetic, why not try again? No, I'm tired and want to sleep. Fong Tang quickly curled up in bed, turning herself into a little caterpillar, only showing her head. Sang Mo was both amused and a bit annoyed. He finished feeding her the last bite and went to wash the dishes. The next day, she went to work as usual. But during lunch at the cafeteria, Fong Tang felt that everyone's gaze was a bit too enthusiastic and some people seemed hesitant to speak. Xiao Fong, I heard your backyard has an acre of land?
Someone asked warmly.
Fong Tang looked surprised and denied, not that big, maybe just. She wanted to say half an acre, but before she could, someone interrupted her. Even if it's not a full acre, it's at least half. You have so many fruit trees, chickens, ducks, and a fish pond. Such a big backyard. Xiao Fong, you're really lucky. She didn't get a chance to speak as everyone started talking excitedly, expressing their envy and jealousy. Fong Tang couldn't join the conversation and just smiled awkwardly. The walk from the cafeteria wasn't far, but she took over 10 minutes to get there. On the way, she had to deal with enthusiastic colleagues, both familiar and unfamiliar, all coming over to talk and express their admiration. Finally, she managed to get through it. She was a bit exhausted and finally understood the saying that 3 women are equal to 100 ducks. She arrived a little late, and there weren't many dishes left in the cafeteria, but Bai Anchi had saved her some braised pork. During this time, Sang Mo mostly ate outside for lunch. He has now figured out the supplier in the factory and can handle things on his own. He is mainly responsible for buying electrical parts and often runs errands outside. Fong Tang had only taken a few bites when Bai Anchi came over, looking unhappy. My parents insist I date Kufugue, Bai Anchi said with no appetite, giving her meat to Fong Tang. Yesterday, she argued with her parents. They had never scolded her before, but yesterday they threatened to cut off their relationship if she didn't marry Kufugue. Kufugue is a good guy, Fong Tang said sincerely. Bai Anchi, being a simple girl, should find someone like Kufugue. Her parents truly care about her. What nonsense! He's so ugly, plain and dull, and he chews loudly when eating. His family is so poor it's almost ringing. Do you know how many brothers and sisters he has?
6.
And he has 2 older sisters. His mother can have babies like a pig. Bai Anchi was shocked. She couldn't believe he had 9 siblings. That's a real workhorse of a family. Fong Tang was also surprised. She silently counted. Even if he had 1 child per year, it would take 9 years. His family must be constantly busy. If he came from a good family, was from Shanghai, and was handsome, he wouldn't need to marry you, Fong Tang said honestly. She thought Bai Anchi was a bit unrealistic. She always dreamed of romance, imagining herself waking up to a prince's kiss, but she was so naive. Bai Anchi was upset and snapped. What's wrong with me?
Good looks, a good job.
My dad is a manager at a department store. I can marry anyone I want. Why should I marry a poor, rustic guy? I'm not here to help the poor. Then don't marry him. Fong Tang was lazy and didn't want to argue with her. But my parents insist I marry him. Bai Anchi was very worried. Just thinking about living with Kufugue made her feel terrible. Fong Tang couldn't think of a solution. She just comforted her lightly. She remembered that in her previous life, Bai Anchi never married Kufugue. She and Jean Tianbua tarnished her reputation. She was neither high nor low, and in the end, she married a driver. But that driver was bad-tempered and abusive. Bai Anchi's life with him was terrible. She didn't know who Bai Anchi would marry in this life. Anyway, I won't marry him. If they keep pressuring me, I'll stop eating. Bai Anchi made a firm promise. She wanted to show her determination through her actions. Fong Tang gently patted Bai Anchi on the shoulder to encourage her. Bai Anchi quickly became happy again and shared the latest gossip. When Jing is pregnant with someone else's child,
her belly is almost showing.
It's so embarrassing. Fong Tang was surprised. Who told you that? Zhang Weihong wrote me a letter. She told me. Doesn't she write to you? Fong Tang felt a bit upset. Bai Anchi immediately felt proud. Maybe she knows me better. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and asked, "Whose child is Wen Jing's?" "I don't know." "She won't say." "Maybe it's some man from the village," Bai Anqi said disdainfully. Fong Tang guessed one person, Jean Tianhua. Wen Jing is a woman who always has a purpose behind everything she does. She wouldn't have a child with a rural man. She's ambitious. Not only rural men, but even men from the city with less status, she looks down on. The only person who would make her take such a big risk is Jean Tianhua. Before returning to the city, Wen Jing collected many herbs, probably to use on Jean Tianhua. Fong Tang smiled mysteriously and said, "This will be interesting." "What's interesting?" Bai Anqi asked eagerly. "Just wait and see. It will probably happen in the next few days." Fong Tang kept a secret. Wen Jing's belly was almost showing, so she would definitely come to see Jean Tianhua. Bai Anqi pouted unhappily. "If you won't say, then don't." She had a date that night with the cashier from the cotton spinning factory to go see a movie. After work, Fong Tang went to the seed company and bought some vegetable seeds, sweet potatoes, mung beans, greens, and more. She also planned to build a small shed, so she could grow off-season vegetables. When she got home, Sang Mo went to the fields. Fong Tang planted the seeds herself and watered them. Seeing the neat vegetable patch, she felt very satisfied. "Just wait. We won't need to buy vegetables anymore." Fong Tang, with her hands on her hips, pointed at a plot of land in front of her, as if she were commanding an army, full of confidence. "Yes, Grandpa, and the others won't need to buy them either." Sang Mo believed strongly in his wife's skills. Even if Fong Tang grew watermelons in winter and radishes in summer, he wouldn't be surprised. In the evening, Fong Tang cooked 3 dishes and a soup: scrambled eggs with chives, braised carp, stir-fried greens with mushrooms, and seaweed egg soup. The fish and eggs at home were running out. The oil was bought from the black market by Sang Mo, made from rapeseed. It was a bit expensive, but smelled very good. "Let me tell you, Wen Jing is pregnant." Sang Mo's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Is it Jean Tianhua's?" "I guess it is his." "This is going to be interesting." Fong Tang was very excited and secretly hoped that Iana would break up with that scoundrel. Jean Tianhua should be with a woman like Wen Jing. Sang Mo smiled slightly and scooped some fish meat onto his wife's plate. He wasn't very interested. Right now, he just wanted to expand his network. A week later, Wen Jing hadn't contacted them. Fong Tang felt a little disappointed and thought she might have been wrong. After work, she and Sang Mo rode their bikes home. Bai Anqi was with them, and the 3 pushed their bikes out of the factory. As they left the factory gate, they heard a commotion ahead. Bai Anqi got excited and called Fong Tang to go see what was happening. "I don't want to go. I want to go home," Fong Tang said listlessly, just wanted to sleep. "Hey, it's from the cotton spinning factory." "I wonder what's going on," Bai Anqi said excitedly. Fong Tang immediately perked up. "Cotton spinning factory?" She pulled Sang Mo over. Her instinct told her this fuss probably involved Jean Tianhua. "Aren't you feeling sleepy?" Sang Mo looked helplessly at his energetic wife. "Just now." She said she didn't want to eat dinner and wanted to sleep when they got home. The organization will stand up for me. I'm pregnant with your child. You can't just ignore your conscience. Wen Jing, heavily pregnant, looked about 3 or 4 months along. Judging by the timing, it matched when they were returning to the city. Fong Tang couldn't squeeze in but could hear Wen Jing's voice. She was so excited. Sure enough, it was Jean Tianhua's child. But when did these 2 scoundrels get married? "Is it true?" Bai Anqi asked curiously, her eyes shining with gossip. "There probably isn't," Fong Tang replied confidently, "but the baby in her belly should be Jean Tianhua's." She also knew for sure that Wen Jing had taken medicine, which is how she got pregnant. Otherwise, Jean Tianhua wouldn't sleep with Wen Jing. That man isn't so desperate as to sleep with anyone. Bai Anchi spat and cursed, less picky than a dog, worse than a beast. Even a woman like Wen Jing could sleep with him, which shows he's really no good. It's that guy from your factory's youth league branch, Jean Tianbua. He's a scoundrel. I am legally married to him. He lied to me, saying he would return to the city first, settle things, and then bring me back. I waited and waited until I was pregnant, but he didn't even send a letter. I couldn't let my child grow up without a father, so I went to the city to find him. Now he has a girlfriend and refuses to acknowledge me. What should I do? Wen Jing cried bitterly, her voice full of despair. Everyone watching felt sorry for her, thinking Jean Tianbua was truly a scoundrel. How can someone like that be a leader? What's going on at that cotton factory? I heard Jean Tianbua's current girlfriend is the daughter of the factory's secretary. No wonder he's a leader. He's practically a prince. People discuss loudly, criticizing Jean Tianbua and sympathizing with Wen Jing. Even Anna was dragged into the story. That leader's daughter is blind. She's with a married man. Maybe she knows. I heard Jean Tianbua is good-looking, a pretty boy, while that girl isn't attractive. No wonder. She's just a kept girl. Poor her, waiting foolishly in the countryside. If she hadn't gone to the city, she probably wouldn't even know Jean Tianbua got married. Everyone sided with Wen Jing, angrily condemning Jean Tianbua and Anna. Wen Jing, wiping tears from her face, smiled slightly. Everything was part of her plan. Heaven was helping her. She had successfully become pregnant with Jean Tianbua's child. As long as he still wanted a future, he would have to marry her. Otherwise, she would ruin him. When Jean Tianbua heard the news, he hurried out. Anna also came out looking upset. Seeing Wen Jing, pregnant, and standing there, Jean Tianbua's face went pale. He almost wanted to strangle her. We haven't even been together. How can we get married? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call the police. Jean Tianbua angrily accused, but secretly felt uneasy. The time he spent with Wen Jing before returning to the city made him very nervous. Could this child really be his? But he quickly calmed down. As long as he firmly denied it, even if the child was his, he wasn't afraid. He never intended to have this child. Wen Jing's schemes and tricks caused it. If anyone was to blame, it was Wen Jing with her bad intentions. He was also a victim. Wen Jing touched her belly and deliberately straightened her posture, then looked at Yana with a mocking gaze. So, she found such a person, and this man was just SOSO. Tianbua, why are you so cruel? You can refuse to acknowledge me, but you can't ignore the child. This child is yours. Besides you, I have no other man. You can't treat me like this. Wen Jing held Jean Tianbua's arm and cried sadly. Onlookers all criticized him, saying Jean Tianbua was too heartless, like a modern-day traitor. I'm not. I haven't been with her. We're just ordinary friends who went to the countryside together. She's deliberately lying about me. Jean Tianbua shouted to defend himself, but his voice was drowned out by others and no one believed him.
People tend to sympathize with the weak.
Wen Jing, pregnant and exhausted, looked pitiful. Jean Tianbua, dressed well and energetic, was very different. Naturally, everyone leaned toward Wen Jing, thinking Jean Tianbua had abandoned his wife and child. Bai Anchi watched happily and wanted to join in, but Fong Tang pulled her away. Why are you pulling me? Bai Anchi was unhappy. She hadn't had enough fun. Since Jean Tianbua returned to the city, his career had been booming. He also found a partner from a very good family. Her mother kept talking about it every day, making her very annoyed. Every night before sleeping, she cursed that to be unlucky. But unfortunately, heaven didn't hear her wishes. She was furious, but Jean Tianbua became more successful. Luckily, heaven finally saw his misfortune. Whether Wen Jing's words were true or false, causing such a big fuss over moral issues, Jean Tianbua, as the deputy secretary, was definitely finished. He might even lose his job. Bai Anchi still wanted to push into the crowd, but Fong Tang, speechless, pulled her aside to the roadside and said impatiently, "Why are you getting involved in this mess? Jean Tianbua and Wen Jing are fighting. If they both ask you to testify, what will you say?" Of course. Bai Anqi was momentarily speechless.
Yes, how should she say it?
She really hoped Wenjing would bite Wang Baden a few more times. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and said, "We're just here watching the show.
Don't get involved in this mess.
If someone from the factory asks, just say you don't know. Don't be clever and add details. Remember that, okay? Can I say they're dating?" Bai Anqi really wanted to take the chance to criticize Jean Tianbo. Back in the countryside, this couple had indeed dated, even though Jean Tianbo didn't admit it. The young workers all thought so she wasn't really lying. Say nothing at all. Just say you don't know. You're focused on rural development and have no time for these trivial matters. Fong Tang patiently advised the naive girl. Bai Anqi nodded vaguely, but still didn't quite understand. She asked, "Will Jean Tianbo get into trouble? Her boyfriend probably dumped her, right? Will the deputy secretary of the Youth League also be affected? I don't know. I'm not a leader at the cotton spinning factory," Fong Tang replied with a glance. She looked toward the factory gate, where more people had gathered. Workers from nearby factories had come to watch. When a scorned wife caused a scene like this, it was the most popular entertainment for ordinary people, especially since the woman was pregnant, and the handsome man involved was also a cadre's son. Every detail satisfied the villagers' curiosity. Wenjing's timing was really good. Although she disapproved of the woman's mean tricks, Fong Tang admired Wenjing's boldness. But she found it strange. In her previous life, Wenjing and Jean Tianbo had dated for a while. After Jean Tianbo returned to the city, Wenjing didn't cause trouble, and no one knew what had happened. Actually, in her past life, Bai Anqi and Wenjing became good friends, and Jean Tianbo and Bai Anqi dated. Wenjing liked Jean Tianbo too, but she knew she couldn't get close, so she didn't make a scene. Fong Tang listened carefully, but didn't hear Wenjing's voice. Curious, she moved closer and saw that the scorned couple was no longer at the factory gate. Where did they go? Bai Anqi looked around. They were called inside by the leader, someone nearby answered regretfully. The show isn't over yet, Bai Anqi sighed. After just a little while, Jean Tianbo had gained some advantage. She thought, "I really didn't expect little Jean to be like this." Anna was really mistaken this time. I've been saying for a long time that Jean Tianbo is not a good person. I've seen many men like him. Smooth talkers who do all sorts of shady things behind people's backs. You still don't believe me. A few workers from the cotton spinning factory came over, chatting excitedly about gossip. Enough already. You're just a backseat strategist. Yesterday, you said Jean Tianbo and Anna are a perfect match. I never said that. Do you think Anna will marry Jean Tianbo? Come on, look at her belly. It's already quite big, at least 4 months. If Jean Tianbo marries her now, it would be bigamy and he could go to jail. They could get a divorce. Honestly, the original wife wasn't pretty. She looked rough, like a rural woman. She didn't match Jean Tianbo at all. I wonder how he ended up liking such a country girl. There are plenty of stories like that. A girl I know, very pretty, went to the countryside for just a year and married the son of the local team leader. Now she has 3 kids. The once lively city girl has become a full-fledged rural woman. Jean Tianbo probably has a similar story. Looks like there's going to be some good drama. Most of the cotton factory workers were just here to watch the show, even hoping things would get worse because life was too boring. The crowd at the factory gate gradually dispersed, returning to silence. Bai Anqi felt disappointed. I wonder how the factory will punish him. It's a pity I can't hear about it. In a few days, you'll find out. You can ask Zhao Weijie, he's close to Jean Tianbo, Fong Tang suggested. She also wanted to know what would happen next, but didn't want to ask Zhao Weijie herself. Bai Anqi clenched her teeth, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Right, I'll ask that scoundrel. At worst, she could just give him more meat tomorrow. Sang Mo had been waiting by the roadside. He wasn't interested in all this gossip. When the crowd dispersed, he finally walked over, smiling. Going home, Fong Tang and Bai Anqi said goodbye, then rode their bikes home with Sang Mo. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Wenjing's baby is really hers?" It wasn't Fong Tang overthinking. With Wenjing's methods, she might have faked a pregnancy to cause trouble. Sang Mo shook his head.
Impossible.
If Wenjing is causing trouble, she's confident about it. The pregnancy was real, but the marriage certificate was definitely fake. Jean Tianbo wouldn't have registered a marriage with that woman.
Fang Tang Sai.
That herbal medicine really works. One strike hit the mark. It was hard to tell if the herbs were effective or if Wenjing was just naturally fertile. Of course, it could also be that Jean Tianbo is very capable. Sun Emo looked at him with a half-smile and deliberately said, "My husband doesn't need herbs to be good. Want to try tonight?" Fong Tang's face turned red instantly. She looked around and scolded, "Don't say such things on the street. Someone might hear." Sun Emo smiled and didn't tease her further. There was still a whole night ahead. No need to rush. At this moment, Jean Tianbo felt like he was roasting on a fiery mountain, suffering terribly. If killing people wasn't illegal, he would have already cut Wenjing into 1,000 pieces and thrown her into a stinky ditch to feed the rats, just to vent his hatred. They were called to the office by their leader, who was Anna Yi's father. He looked at Jean Tianbo with disappointment, shook his head, and exchanged a glance with his daughter. Jean Tianbo's heart sank. He explained, "This woman is talking nonsense. I really have nothing to do with her, and we're not married. This child isn't mine." Wenjing sat calmly, holding a cup of hot tea, sipping slowly without any rush. She was tired after the recent fuss and needed to rest properly. Anna Yi observed quietly. She didn't fully believe Wenjing's words, but was very disappointed in Jean Tianbo. Actually, she didn't mind Jean Tianbo's affairs outside. She was quite open-minded. Men, after all, often flirt outside, just like her father. He was quite old now, but he still had lovers outside. Her mother always turned a blind eye as long as her father came home on time. What upset Anna Yi was that Jean Tianbo didn't handle these issues well, allowing a wild woman to come to the factory gate, making her look bad in front of others. When Jing finished half her tea before speaking, "Leader, the child in my belly is Jean Tianbo's. If I tell a lie, let me be struck by 5 thunderstorms and meet a bad end. It can't be my child. When Jing, don't try to smear me. How could I be involved with someone like you? I'm not blind." Jean Tianbo was furious. He had never seen a woman as shameless as Wen Jing. If he had known she was this kind of person, he would never have paid her any attention. Wen Jing sneered mockingly, but said nothing. She took an envelope out of her bag, causing Jean Tianbo's heart to tighten with unease. "I am not just talking without proof. I have evidence. Please look, leader." Wen Jing took out a stack of photos from the envelope. They were all taken earlier and developed, spread out on the table. Anna Yi and her daughter leaned in to look, only glancing at them before turning away, more disappointed in Jean Tianbo. Not only did he fail to calm the wild woman, but he also left behind deadly evidence. His ability to handle things is very poor. "Xiao Jin, you have disappointed me so much." Anna Yi shook her head repeatedly. He used to think highly of this young man. He comes from a good family, is capable, and looks handsome. His daughter also likes him, so he promoted Jean Tianbo. Without surprise, a wedding will be held in the second half of the year. Fortunately, this rural woman caused trouble, or his daughter's life would be ruined. Anna Yi secretly felt relieved, then glared fiercely at Jean Tianbo. He had spent his life hunting, but this tricked him. Jean Tianbo grabbed a photo. It showed him and Wen Jing embracing, both dressed in disarray. Every photo was like this. Even if he had 1,000 mouths, he couldn't explain it. You set me up," Jean Tianbo finally understood. That day, when Jing drugged him, and while he was dizzy, someone took pictures. No wonder this woman was so fearless. When Jing sneered silently, but her face looked sad and desperate. She cried out, "Tianbo, you married me willingly. I didn't force you. This child is yours. I gave you everything. You can't treat me like this. You're talking nonsense. That day, you clearly drugged my tea. You shameless woman. Look at yourself in the mirror. With your ugly face, how could I like you? Just seeing you makes me want to." Jean Tianbo's face twisted in rage as he lunged at Wen Jing. He was completely out of control now, just wanting to strangle her. Anna Yi and her daughter pulled him back. If Wenjing caused trouble at the factory, the cotton spinning mill would definitely be criticized. Calm down, don't be impulsive, Anna Yi advised. Jean Tianbua saw a savior and tightly grabbed Anna Yi's hand. Anna, I am innocent. Really, this shameless woman drugged me.
I don't know anything.
She is not even better than your toes. How could I like her? Believe me, I am truly innocent. He knew very well that only if Anna Yi believed him, Anna Yi's father would be willing to help him solve the big problem with Wenjing. He finally managed to establish himself at the cotton spinning factory and became the deputy secretary. He believed that things would go more smoothly in the future and that Wenjing wouldn't ruin him. Jean Tianbua used to think Anna looked too ordinary, but now he regrets not marrying her sooner. If he had already married Anna, he wouldn't fear Wenjing causing trouble, because Anna would stand by him and support him. Anna looked at him sarcastically and pulled her hand back. Jean Tianbua's heart sank deeply. He hurriedly said, Anna, I'm telling the truth. I was framed. I didn't register a marriage with her. Everything she said is false. Really, I'm not lying to you. Wenjing sneered and said sarcastically, Jean Tianbua, you're lying again. How could you like a woman who looks so plain? Miss, I think you're Jean Tianbua's current girlfriend. Let me tell you, Jean Tianbua is good at sweet talk, but you shouldn't believe a word he says. She's talking nonsense. Anna, I truly like you. I would show you my heart if I could. Jean Tianbua nervously opened a drawer, looking for something to cut his chest open to prove his sincerity. Anna, speechless, stopped him. There's no need for that. I don't care much about your relationship with this woman. But the fact is, the baby in her belly is innocent. You are the father and you must take responsibility. No.
I'm innocent.
I am the victim. Jean Tianbua, as if he had been shocked, yelled hysterically. He didn't want to take responsibility. Why should he? He was the real victim. All of this was caused by Wenjing. The child shouldn't have come into this world, and it definitely shouldn't be born. What made him even more anxious was Anna's cold and distant tone. His heart sank straight down, afraid to meet her indifferent eyes. If you're truly innocent, you can let the police handle it. But don't let your personal issues affect the reputation of the cotton spinning factory. Anna's tone became serious. Seeing Jean Tianbua look as if he had lost everything made her even more disappointed. This man only suits a good life. When faced with setbacks, he falls apart easily, too fragile. Fortunately, Wenjing caused trouble, or she might not have noticed Jean Tianbua's weakness and incompetence. It's okay for a man to be a bit flirtatious, but he must not be weak and unable to handle problems. Anna, give me some time. I will handle this. Trust me. Jean Tianbua gathered his strength and regained some clarity. He knew his future couldn't be ruined by Wenjing. First, he needed to calm this troublesome woman and then go home to discuss with his parents. Anna Yi smiled slightly, but didn't reply. She said to Wenjing, Comrade, your personal matters with Jean Tianbua should be handled at home. Please don't cause trouble at the factory gate. Just discuss privately. I don't want to cause trouble publicly either. I care about my reputation. But Jean Tianbua doesn't acknowledge us, and I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. Wenjing said, starting to cry sadly. Anna Yi frowned, feeling a bit sorry for Jean Tianbua. Getting involved with such a troublesome woman wouldn't end well. But all of this was no longer her concern. 3 days had passed since Wenjing caused trouble. The cotton spinning factory was very quiet. Wenjing hadn't appeared again, and Jean Tianbua hadn't gone to work. Hey, aren't you good friends with Jean Tianbua? Your good friend is in trouble. Why don't you go check on him? She complained during lunch in the cafeteria. She had been holding it in for 3 days and couldn't stand it anymore. She asked Zhao Weijie, but couldn't get any useful information. Zhao Weijie replied annoyed, How should I know about other people's family matters? Do you think I'm you? I don't understand manners. Actually, Zhao Weijie was also very curious. He didn't expect Jean Tianbua and Wenjing to get involved like this. As Jean Tianbua's good friend, he was the last to know about such a big thing. He felt embarrassed. She snorted and loudly said, It shows Jean Tianbua doesn't see you as a real friend. Not even an ordinary one. Only a fool like you would be so naive. What did you say? Say it louder if you dare. Zhao Weijie jumped up, his face full of anger. I've said it loud enough. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Can't hear me, Bai Anqi retorted. Your throat's stuffed with dog hair. Don't think I won't hit a woman, Zhao Weijie snapped back. Oh, I'm so scared of you, Bai Anqi mocked. The two stared at each other for a long time. Fong Tang was too tired to intervene. They argued every few days. Not arguing would be strange. But she was also curious about what was really happening between Jin Tianbo and Wenjing. She had no way to find out, which made her feel restless. 2 days later, she finally received some news that Bai Anqi had been asking about. Wenjing had her pregnancy terminated. Jin Tianbo's parents promised to help Wenjing get a job in Huqing, so she finally agreed. During lunch, Bai Anqi excitedly talked about the gossip. Actually, she still felt regretful because she hoped Wenjing and Jin Tianbo would get married. It would be so good if they stayed together forever. That baby was about 4 months old, right? It's very harmful to have an abortion now. Would Wenjing really agree? Fong Tang frowned. Having an abortion after 4 months requires scraping which can seriously hurt a woman and even cause lifelong infertility. Wenjing was willing to do that? Bai Anqi sneered and looked down on her. Why wouldn't she agree? This woman dreams of going to Huqing. Since the Jin family promised to help her find a job, of course she's willing. This scandal became quite big, and many people knew about it. Bai Anqi gloated. The Jin family has lost face this time. They've made a fool of themselves. Let Jin Tianbo's mother brag outside every day, praising her worthless son. Now, she's the one being laughed at. Let's see how she brags in the future. Zhao Weijie couldn't help but ask. They got the abortion, but the Jin family still wants to help. In his mind, the child was the biggest proof. Wenjing shouldn't be so foolish as to remove the evidence. He added, maybe the Jin family will change their mind. For example, his father, if the thread of evidence is gone, would definitely regret it. He had seen this kind of thing many times since he was young. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Zhao Weijie's analysis was very accurate. Wenjing probably wouldn't do something so stupid. Maybe Wenjing still has other leverage. Anyway, the Jin family promised to help her get a job and return to the city. Bai Anqi also couldn't figure it out. Sang Mo smiled quietly, but didn't say anything. He guessed that if he were Wenjing, he would definitely take photos to keep as evidence. A few days later, Jin Tianbo returned to work. He looked much more tired than before, no longer confident. His position as deputy secretary of the Youth League branch was also gone. As for Anna, she was no longer involved. Now, he was just an ordinary electrical apprentice at the cotton spinning factory, earning 18.5 yuan a month. As a good friend, Zhao Weijie took the initiative to show concern and also learn some inside information. He was excited to come back and share. Wenjing took a lot of photos, more than 100. Such a thick stack. All of them without clothes. This woman is quite impressive, Zhao Weijie exaggerated a bit, sounding very proud and somewhat jealous. He actually liked this kind of messy love affair, but unfortunately, as the son of the factory director, he had never experienced it himself. Bai Anqi's spirits lifted, and she eagerly asked for details. Zhao Weijie didn't know the specifics, but he didn't mind using his imagination to describe them vividly. She was completely, really. I'm telling the truth, I wouldn't lie. Otherwise, Wenjing wouldn't have such confidence. All her cards are in her hand. The Jin family can only swallow their anger. Wenjing said that as long as they arranged a job for her in Huqing, she would hand over the negatives. How shameless, such a pair of scoundrels. Bai Anqi gritted her teeth and cursed, her face flushing with embarrassment. But then she thought of a doubt. Who took those photos? Zhao Weijie was stunned. Yeah, who took them? It couldn't have been the camera taking pictures by itself, right? Song Mo spoke calmly. Zhang Jianxi. Wenjing and Zhang Jianxi had a financial deal, a large sum of 10,000 yuan. It was definitely more than just a small leak. Those photos definitely came from Zhang Jianxi. Wenjing was indeed willing to go all out. Bai Anqi spat and cursed. So shameless. letting someone take photos without clothes. Does Wenjing have any shame at all? Zhao Weijie snorted and mocked. If she had any shame, could she do such things? Bai Anqi agreed deeply. This time, they were surprisingly harmonious and didn't argue. Zhao Weijie then shared another piece of news. Wenjing is in the hospital. Should we go see her? No, I don't want to see such a shameless person, Bai Anqi firmly refused. But she quickly changed her mind. It might be good to see her. Which hospital is she in? She wanted to see Wenjing's current miserable state and give her a little more teasing to make her angry. Bai Anqi called Fong Tang. She didn't want to go alone, and Fong Tang agreed. She also wanted to hear what Wenjing had to say. After work, the four of them bought some snacks and fruit, then rode their bikes to the hospital. They found the obstetrics and gynecology ward, surprisingly a single room with pretty good conditions. Actually, the Jean family paid a lot to get Wenjing a private room because they were worried she might talk nonsense in the hospital and ruin Jean Tianbuo's reputation. Wenjing looked pale and unwell. When she saw them, she hesitated for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect you to come see me. Bai Anqi snorted and mocked. Don't get your hopes up. I'm here to see the joke. Wenjing was not angry at all. Her plan had succeeded. She finally achieved her mother's wish to settle in Shanghai. Fong Tang nudged Bai Anqi to remind her to speak carefully, since Wenjing had just undergone surgery and was still very weak. Do you all know about my relationship with Jean Tianbuo? You must look down on me, right? Wenjing said self-deprecatingly. Zhao Weijie awkwardly smiled. Not really, Fong Tang said. Take good care of yourself and don't think about these things. She placed fruit and snacks on the table. Seeing half a bowl of cold porridge and an empty hot water kettle, it was clear that the Jean family hadn't come to visit her in the hospital. They let Wenjing fend for herself. I'll go get some hot water. Although Fong Tang didn't like Wenjing, seeing her like this made her feel a bit uncomfortable. After surgery, she couldn't even drink hot water. Thank you, Wenjing said, her eyes a little red, but she held back her tears. Today, she endured all this. She didn't feel bitter at all. She believed she would rise above and make her relatives and friends who looked down on her see her true worth. Once she established herself in Shanghai, she planned to bring her mother back. The two of them would live together, and she would never go back to that suffocating home. Fong Tang returned with hot water. The ward was very quiet. Bai Anqi didn't say a word. Wenjing drank a cup of hot water and looked better. She glanced at everyone and said, "Thank you for coming to see me. I know you look down on me. Yes, I'm not a good person, but Jean Tianbuo isn't a good guy either. Biting a piece of meat from him doesn't make me feel guilty. To put it bluntly, she and Jean Tianbuo were like flies bothering a rotten egg. No one should criticize anyone. It was Jean Tianbuo who had caused trouble for her in the first place and refused to admit it. As long as the Jean family kept their promises, all debts would be cleared. She and Jean Tianbuo would then be strangers. As long as you think it's good, there's no need to explain to us." "Goodbye," San Mo said coldly, then pulled Fong Tang away. Wenjing was right. Jean Tianbuo was indeed a bad person, but she also looked down on such tactics. She also looked down on women like Wenjing. Bai Anqi and Zhao Weijie also left the hospital. Once outside, Bai Anqi took a deep breath and complained, "The smell in the hospital is really strong. Didn't you say you wanted to scold Wenjing? Why are you silent now?" Zhao Weijie teased. "I want to curse, and I will. I don't want to, so I won't." "None of your business." Bai Anqi rolled her eyes and walked ahead, looking a bit unnatural. She had just felt sorry for Wenjing, who was lying alone in the hospital, unable to even drink hot water. Although it was her own fault, it still seemed a bit tragic, so she couldn't bring herself to curse her. But now she was angry again, upset with herself for being soft-hearted toward Wenjing, who was like a poisonous snake. She felt she was too weak. "Crazy person," Zhao Weijie muttered, thinking Bai Anqi must have some mental problem. But he also thought Wenjing was quite pitiful. Although Jean Tianbuo was framed, it was not right to treat a woman he had slept with badly. Besides, Wenjing didn't force Jean Tianbuo into bed. It was mutual consent. There was no reason to hold a grudge. The chaos caused by Jean Tianbua soon settled down. Wen Jing stayed in the hospital for a week, but before she recovered fully, she went back to the countryside. Zhao Weijie also reduced his contact with Jean Tianbua because his parents disapproved. They said Jean Tianbua was now disliked by everyone and had a bad reputation, so he should stay away from him. As a mama's boy, Zhao Weijie listened and gradually distanced himself from Jean Tianbua. But Zhao Weijie was very troubled because Lu Na clearly told him they couldn't be together, and he should give up. Heartbroken, Zhao Weijie drank even more heavily. After failing in love, he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol, getting drunk every day. Bai Anqi's mood was also bad lately because she didn't want to date Ke Fugue. Her parents scolded her every day, and she didn't even want to go home anymore. What's so good about Ke Fugue? He slurps his noodles loudly and eats raw garlic. Disgusting. Living with someone like him would drive me crazy. The only thing worth mentioning about him is his job as a university teacher. Other than that, he's not worth a thing. Bai Anqi was complaining, unable to understand why her parents liked someone like Ke Fugue and insisted she marry him. He's got a bright future. Now he's a university teacher, and in the future he'll be a professor, very respectable, Fong Tang said. I don't care about being a professor. He can't even write poetry. What kind of professor is that? Bai Anqi pouted, showing her disdain. How are things with that poet cashier? Fong Tang asked curiously. Not much, just being stingy. When we go out to watch a movie, I can't even get a soda, and I have to pay myself. She talks nicely about it, saying next time she'll treat me, but who cares about her treating me? She has no sincerity at all. Bai Anqi started complaining again. She felt unlucky lately. Nothing good happening. She thought that the cashier job might bring a good match because the person was good-looking and could write romantic poems. But that guy was a cheapskate. Even on dates, he counted every penny. Bai Anqi didn't care about small money, but she hated men who were too stingy. Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh and teased. Is he generous and kind? Bai Anqi thought for a moment and honestly said, he's not stingy. That day in the park, he bought me a soda. But he's too simple. After saying that, she sighed and complained, does the matchmaker forget about me? Why hasn't he brought me a good marriage partner? Fong Tang didn't reply. She remembered that Bai Anqi's father had passed away in the second half of the year. If Bai Anqi and Ke Fugue still weren't sure about their relationship, this marriage might fall through. Actually, Ke Fugue is really a good person. You should think about it carefully, Fong Tang said sincerely. No way, I won't consider it.
I don't want to marry someone like that.
He's too simple and not good enough. Bai Anqi rolled her eyes and firmly refused to marry Ke Fugue. Fong Tang shook her head and stopped trying to persuade her. She lowered her head to eat. Suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit her, making her feel sick. She covered her mouth and gagged a few times. Are you feeling unwell? Bai Anqi asked with concern. Fong Tang shook her head. Her appetite disappeared instantly, and even the big dish didn't taste good anymore. She looked at Zhao Weijie drinking across from her with disdain and said, the alcohol smell is too strong. I'm not eating anymore. Bai Anqi squinted at Zhao Weijie and shouted, are you drinking in the middle of the day? Stop drinking. She grabbed the remaining half bottle of alcohol and stopped Zhao Weijie from drinking. None of your business. I want a drink. Zhao Weijie, with red eyes, tried to grab the bottle. He had just started drinking and wasn't satisfied yet. You've made Fong Tang smell like alcohol. Try to it, and I'll smash this bottle. Then I'll tell your dad. If you drink at work, will your dad scold you or me? Bai Anqi wasn't afraid of him. She quickly found his weakness. Zhao Weijie softened his tone. He was most afraid of his father. If his father found out he was drinking at work, he would definitely punish him severely. Bai Anqi snorted sarcastically. If I had a son like you, I would have given up long ago. Drinking and driving? Do you think your life is too long? Look at you. Your irresponsible attitude at work will get you into trouble sooner or later. At best, you'll be disabled. At worst, you'll lose your life. Don't think I won't hit you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Zhao Weijie was furious. He cursed her for no reason. If he weren't afraid of Bai Anqi complaining, he would have beaten her to a pulp. Go ahead, hit me. Besides hitting women, what else can you do? Bai Anqi challenged. She poured out the half bottle of wine completely, not leaving a drop. Zhao Weijia stared blankly in anger, but he couldn't do anything about her. Fong Tang felt like her stomach was flipping inside out. She was extremely uncomfortable. The steak she loved eating before now tasted fishy and foul, making her feel sick just by smelling it. The smell of oil fumes in the cafeteria also made her nauseous. I'm going back to the office, she said. Fong Tang didn't want to eat anymore. She needed to rest in her office. Bai Anqi asked, Your face doesn't look good. Are you really okay? I'm fine. My stomach is a bit upset. I'm leaving now, Fong Tang replied. She closed her lunchbox, took the remaining food home for dinner. When she got back to her office, she drank some hot water and felt a little better, but her stomach still hurt. She leaned on the desk to rest. Maybe she caught a chill last night. She decided to boil some and brown sugar water to drink. Fong Tang drifted into a light sleep, not knowing how long she had been asleep. Her hand was numb. Xiao Fong, you finally woke up. Did you not sleep last night? Sister Xu asked with a mischievous look, her expression somewhat flirtatious. I did sleep, but I caught a chill. My stomach is uncomfortable, Fong Tang replied. She waved her hands a few times, feeling a bit better. She poured herself a cup of hot water and drank it, but her stomach still felt faintly uncomfortable. Here, eat some sunflower seeds. I roasted them myself, Sister Xu offered, handing her a handful. She also started cracking and eating the seeds herself. Soon, the office was filled with the smell of roasted sunflower seeds. Fong Tang was a little hungry, so she started eating too. But just as she chewed the seeds, a wave of nausea hit her again. The hot water she just drank came back up. Fong Tang hurriedly covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom to spit out some clear water. After rinsing her mouth, she returned to her office. Xiao Fong, what's wrong with you? Sister Xu asked anxiously. Chief Qi and Old Gao also looked over. It's nothing, just an upset stomach. Sister Xu, I won't eat sunflower seeds anymore. Fong Tang returned the seeds to Sister Xu. She couldn't keep anything down now, so she decided not to eat. Sister Xu's mind moved and she whispered, Little Fong, do you think you might be pregnant? Pregnant? Fong Tang didn't understand. She was weak and tired, lying on the table, unable to focus on her book. Oh, you silly girl, of course you're pregnant. Is your period late? Sister Xu pulled her chair closer, excited to ask. Fong Tang was startled and shook her head quickly. Impossible. Songsua and I always use protection. They always use contraceptives. How could she be pregnant? Always? Are you sure? Sister Xu was suspicious. When men are in the mood, they don't even bother to wear protection. Her older brothers were born that way, so she knew men well. I'm sure. Fong Tang's face turned red. It was embarrassing to discuss such private matters at work. Chief Qi and Old Gao watched carefully, listening closely, not missing a word. They even looked meaningfully at Fong Tang's belly. Is your period late? Sister Xu still doubted. Fong Tang's symptoms were exactly like her own when she was pregnant, nausea and all. She was sure Fong Tang was pregnant. Fong Tang thought for a moment, her heart pounding. She said uncertainly, It seems to be a few days late, but I wasn't very regular before. That's right. You're probably pregnant. Have Songsua take you to the hospital for a checkup. And tonight. Sister Xu leaned close to Fong Tang's ear and whispered, advising her to be gentle with Songsua tonight, so as not to hurt the baby. Fong Tang's face was almost burning. She whispered back, I understand. Thank you, Sister Xu. Why thank me? I've been through it myself. If you have questions, just ask me. I treat you like my own sister, Sister Xu said warmly. Chief Qi rolled his eyes disdainfully. Old Gao snorted softly. They all felt a bit jealous. But such private matters were not suitable for men to discuss with Fong Tang. It was better to leave it to Sister Xu. Fong Tang nervously touched her belly. Could she really be pregnant? She felt a little scared but also excited. If she was pregnant, she wondered if it was a boy or girl.
Whose features would they have?
Fong Tang couldn't wait to go to the hospital for a checkup, but Sang Mo was out running errands, so she didn't want to go alone. Near the end of the workday, Sang Mo returned with a fragrant roasted sweet potato, yellow-fleshed and very sweet. I saw this on the way. You love eating it, right? Sang Mo took the roasted sweet potato to Fong Tang's office. The sweet smell made her very hungry. She had only eaten a few bites at lunch and was starving.
Oh, little Sang is so caring.
My husband and I have been married for 20 years, and he has never bought me a fruit candy. Sister Shu joked, but she was genuinely jealous. People can really make you angry. She used to think her husband was pretty good, but compared to Sang Mo, he seemed so disappointing. Everything about him annoyed her. Sang Mo smiled, carefully peeled the burnt skin off the sweet potato, and handed it to Fong Tang.
Fang Tan hestita.
She was worried she might if she ate the sweet potato, but she was so hungry she took a big bite. It was soft, sticky, sweet, and delicious. She finished the large sweet potato in one go and still wanted more. Why didn't you buy more? Fong Tang couldn't help but complain. She wasn't full yet. Did you not eat lunch? Sang Mo guessed immediately. Her wife had a small appetite, and if she ate lunch, she probably wouldn't finish such a big sweet potato. Yeah, I didn't feel well this noon, so I only ate a few bites. Fong Tang didn't hide it. She looked shy and didn't know how to tell Sang Mo. Hearing this, Sang Mo became nervous. He wanted to take her to the hospital. Sister Shu, who was watching nearby and laughing happily, said, Xiao Sang, don't go to internal medicine, go to obstetrics and gynecology. Isn't stomach illness internal medicine? Sang Mo was confused. Haha, you don't understand. Trust me, go to the hospital and see the obstetrics and gynecology department. Hurry up, Sister Shu laughed cheerfully. Director Chi also smiled and urged Sang Mo to take Fong Tang to the hospital quickly. Sang Mo never thought about pregnancy. He always took precautions and never missed a step. He never considered the possibility of being pregnant. He helped Fong Tang downstairs, planning to go straight to the hospital. When they reached the parking shed, Fong Tang said, Sister Shu said I might be pregnant. Sang Mo was so shocked he almost hit a pole, looking incredulous. He firmly said, Impossible. The birth control products they used were of good quality and never failed. But my period is late, Fong Tang added. Sister Shu said it's 100% certain. Fong Tang pouted, unhappy with Sang Mo's attitude, and asked, Do you not want to have children? Sang Mo's heart tightened. He quickly explained, Of course I want children, but now isn't the right time. We both need to go to university. Don't overthink it. Let's go to the hospital first. He didn't let Fong Tang ride her bike, but took her along in the car. If I really am pregnant, what should we do about having the baby? Fong Tang asked. Of course, we'll have the baby, Sang Mo answered without hesitation. Although he didn't like children much, if his wife was pregnant, he would definitely want the baby. He didn't want her to have a surgery because it could hurt her health. Fong Tang sighed in relief. Just now, she thought Sang Mo didn't want children. She smiled softly and said, Let's go to the hospital first. Maybe you're not pregnant. Sister Shu might have guessed wrong. Okay, I'll drive slower. Sang Mo got on the bike and rode very slowly. What should have taken 10 minutes took half an hour. The hospital had already closed. Sang Mo went to the emergency room. The doctor asked some questions, then gave them a form for a test. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked, Doctor, am I pregnant? It's not certain yet. Let's do the test first, the doctor replied. The doctor wouldn't say more, which made Fong Tang feel anxious and confused. She liked children and wanted to be a mother, but she was also worried she wouldn't be a good mom and might raise some unruly kids. If I really am pregnant, how will I raise the baby in the future? She wondered. After collecting the sample, they sat in the corridor waiting for the results. Fong Tang felt nervous and worried about how to educate the child. Sang Mo was amused and thought his wife was overthinking. He said, Just raise the kid normally. Make sure they eat well, wear warm clothes, and don't go down the wrong path. He grew up living with his grandparents. His grandmother was not in good health, and his grandfather was busy with work, so they didn't pay much attention to him. He played wildly with the kids in the neighborhood, climbing trees, playing in the river, driving cars, fighting.
That was his daily life.
His grandfather only told him not to bully others and not to lose fights. My grandpa used to say, "If you get into a fight, I'll skin you alive," Sang Mo recalled. His grandfather believed that the Sang family couldn't be weak. Although no one watched over him, he grew up healthy and learned many survival skills. These helped him survive 7 years of wandering without starving. Fong Tang disagreed. She felt Sang Mo's way of raising children was like raising pigs. Are humans and pigs the same? Of course, certain rules must be followed. The big picture needs to be checked, but details don't matter so much. Kids shouldn't be spoiled too much. If you do, they'll become useless, Sang Mo warned in advance. Although he wasn't sure if she was pregnant yet, he felt that he and his wife might have different opinions on how to raise their child. Kids should never be spoiled. Whether boy or girl, they need to be raised tough. That's healthier. Don't doubt me. Take a boy from my old neighborhood as an example. He was the same age as me, a real treasure in his family, the apple of everyone's eye. They spoiled him a lot. When we played with mud, he watched from the side. Adults didn't let him join, saying bacteria were dangerous. They also didn't let him go to the mountains or outdoors, afraid of bugs. As a result, he was often sick, with health problems all year round. Sang Mo used a childhood friend as an example. This story is true. That friend was even weaker than Lin Mei because he was spoiled as a child. He wasn't allowed to play with mud. What happiness was there in childhood? When he and his friends were kids, they played happily with mud, making mud figures. The boy watched eagerly, but was afraid to join. If only that boy had played in the mud as a child, he might not be so weak now. Fong Tang was half convinced. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Sang Mo smiled and couldn't help but pinch her nose. Fong Tang wrinkled her nose in disgust and brushed his hand away, then looked toward the lab. Why hadn't the results come out yet? How about your childhood friend now? Fong Tang asked curiously. Still in Beijing. Nothing happened to his family. Sang Mo smiled. Although this guy was in poor health, he was very smart, an important member of the research institute, working on secret projects. The doctor came out with the test results. Sang Mo immediately went over eagerly and asked, "Doctor, what are the results?" 4.5 weeks pregnant, the doctor said expressionlessly, handing him the report. Sang Mo froze. He was mentally prepared, but he still hoped she wasn't pregnant. He was sure he used contraception every time. How could there be a mistake? Not wanting the baby? I tell you, having an abortion can really harm your health. If you're not careful, you might never be able to have children again. You need to think carefully. The doctor's expression turned cold, and she seemed to think that Sang Mo didn't plan to have children. Her tone also became less kind. She then said to Fong Tang, "You need to make your own decisions. Don't always listen to men. We want to have children." Fong Tang quickly explained, "How could I not want children? They're a little life." Sang Mo also realized what was happening. He nodded and said, Yes, I'm very happy. Thank you, doctor. No need to thank me. Take good care of your wife." The doctor's mood brightened again, and she gave some advice before returning to the lab. Sang Mo stared intently at the test report. He couldn't understand the string of numbers at the top, but he understood the last line, about 4.5 weeks pregnant. She was really pregnant. Fong Tang leaned over and counted on her fingers. 4.5 weeks? How many months is that? 1 month. Yes, about 1 month. Sang Mo calmed down and gently looked at her flat belly. Inside was their baby, though he didn't know if it was a boy or girl. Although he didn't like children much, if Fong Tang was the one giving birth, he still liked the baby. Fong Tang happily said, "It's late September now. By next May or June, the baby will be born. I'm going to be a mom. Yes, I'll be a dad too." Sang Mo's tone was a bit helpless. He hadn't enjoyed just being with her yet. The birth control supplies were also of very poor quality. They took the list to the doctor. After looking at it, the doctor smiled and said, "Come back during the day for an ultrasound. No intimacy within 3 months. Dad, be careful." Fong Tang blushed with embarrassment, but Sang Mo was very calm. He asked the doctor many questions about precautions. "Doctor, she doesn't have a good appetite. She didn't eat lunch and vomited everything. Is that okay? Sang Mo asked worriedly. It's normal pregnancy symptoms. If she's vomiting severely, come back to the hospital. The doctor was very calm. These were minor issues. Some pregnant women even vomited blood, but she didn't prescribe any medication. She just told Fong Tang to pay attention to her nutrition, but she didn't need to take extra supplements. Just eat normally. After leaving the hospital, the sky outside darkened. Sang Mo felt a bit slower than usual. He still felt like he was dreaming. 8.5 months later, there would be a little one in their home. Come on, hurry up. I'm hungry. Fong Tang was walking ahead and turned back to urge him when she saw him standing there like a fool. Sang Mo snapped back to reality and saw Fong Tang coming down the stairs. She was so startled she shivered and hurried over to support her. Take it slow. Her anxious look made her seem as fragile as tofu. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Doctor said everything is fine as long as you stay calm. Why are you so nervous? How can I stay calm? I only listen to half of what the doctor says, Sang Mo replied confidently. Carefully, she helped Fong Tang walk, but they moved even slower on the way back, barely faster than a snail. I walk faster than you, Fong Tang said with a mix of laughter and frustration. That was an exaggeration. There were still 8.5 months until the baby was due. If Sang Mo kept acting like this every day, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Sang Mo realized she was too nervous and smiled. She sped up a little and finally reached home. I'll cook dinner tonight. You go rest, Sang Mo said. She took the initiative to cook and even wanted to practice her cooking skills. Go wash the vegetables. I'm not that delicate. Let's do it together. It'll be faster, Fong Tang said with a helpless smile, but her heart felt warm. She loved this feeling of being cared for, as if she were a precious jewel. It was late, so Fong Tang didn't plan to cook many dishes. She went to the backyard and pulled some bok choy. The seed she scattered a few days ago had sprouted into lush green plants, perfect for making soup. There were also potatoes and mung beans sprouting vigorously. Other vegetables were growing well too. In a few days, they would be ready to eat. After pulling the bok choy, Fong Tang stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the chickens and ducks in the coop, the vegetables in the garden, and the persimmon tree decorated with red lanterns. She felt very satisfied. All of this was her territory. Sang Mo chopped some meat for stuffing. Fong Tang made a small bok choy and meatball soup, scrambled eggs with chives, and fish-flavored shredded pork. Each dish was generous in portion. That evening, she had a good appetite, and ate quite a lot. Can we eat the bok choy now? Sang Mo asked with some doubt. It seemed like they had just planted it a few days ago. Could it be ready so soon? Yes, in a few more days it will be mature. You can pick some later and send them to the main yard, along with the eggs and ducks, Fong Tang said proudly. She had a special planting skill from the system, so whatever she grew would be abundant. Sang Mo nodded, poured the remaining rice and dishes into a large basin, mixed everything, and started eating heartily. He always finished the leftovers. Fong Tang yawned, and Sang Mo boiled some water for her. He went to the backyard and picked a basket of small bok choy, then cut some chives. The chives grew quickly, and after one harvest they grew back again, so fast they were hard to keep up with. The eggs, both chicken and duck, had already accumulated in 2 large jars. Sang Mo couldn't help but laugh. The chickens and ducks at home seemed to have a mind of their own, laying so many eggs every day. The vegetables also grew very fast, as if they had been watered with fairy dew. He vaguely guessed that Fong Tang might be hiding a secret, but he didn't want to investigate. Whatever the secret was, Fong Tang was his wife and the mother of his children. He only cared about the motivation and the outcome. If her intentions were good and the results benefited him, that was enough. He wouldn't look into the reasons or the process. Fong Tang finished her bath and yawned lazily. She said, "Bring more duck eggs so Grandma Fong can make salted duck eggs." She was craving salted duck eggs but didn't want to do anything right now. She just wanted to sleep. Sang Mo helped her upstairs to rest. As soon as she lay down, Fong Tang fell asleep, her breathing steady. Sang Mo kissed her on the face, turned on the fan to the lowest setting, and covered her belly with a thin blanket. Then he carried 2 full baskets of things to the main courtyard. The Fong family was lively. Old Master Fong and Old Master Fong, another elder, were playing chess. Old Master Wu didn't come. He had gone south for a visit a few days ago and wouldn't return for a while. Black Egg is here. Grandma Fong was watching TV and smiled when she saw Sang Mo get up. Tang asked me to bring vegetables. Sang Mo placed the 2 baskets on the ground. One basket had small bok choy and chives, and the other had eggs. Why bring so much? You can keep some for yourselves, Grandma Fong scolded gently. Every time, the kids brought a big basket. The backyard was small. How many vegetables could they grow, and how many chickens and ducks could they raise? They must have brought everything they had. The kids were very honest. There's still a lot at home. Really, the chickens and ducks lay eggs so often, almost 2 a day. Tang, and I can't even finish them, Sang Mo said with a smile. Grandma Fong was half convinced. Could chickens and ducks really lay 2 eggs every day? Maybe the chickens and ducks Fong Tang raises are special. That girl is very lucky. When she was in the countryside, she was good at fishing in the river. The fish there were so clever that the villagers couldn't catch them, but only Tang could. And rabbits too, she could catch them every day. Our meals in the countryside were all thanks to Tang. We could eat meat every day. Old Master Fong smiled warmly and recounted the first time they met, when a fat rabbit accidentally ran in front of him. Old Master Sang didn't know about this incident, and both Grandma Fong and Old Master Sang laughed so hard they nearly cried. It shows that Tang is a good girl. Even heaven is watching over her. Grandma Fong wiped her tears and didn't doubt it. The world is full of surprises, and something like Tang's situation isn't impossible. Tang wants to eat the salted duck eggs you make, Grandma, Sang Mo said with a smile. All right, I'll start pickling them tomorrow. Why didn't Tang come over? Grandma Fong cheerfully agreed and asked about Tang. Did you bully Tang, little one? She asked. Old Master Fong looked serious, thinking they might have had a fight. Otherwise, why wouldn't Tang come? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. 6 pairs of cold eyes looked over, including Old Master Sang's, which was the coldest of all. Sang Mo felt helpless. He hadn't said anything, but he was already judged. Tang has gone to bed. I have something to tell you all, Sang Mo said. He took out a test report from his pocket and handed it to Grandma Fong first. What is this? What are you up to now? Old Master Fong reached for his reading glasses to help his wife put them on. He looked eagerly, but he only recognized a few words on the report. Grandma Fong's serious face suddenly softened when she saw the last line. Her expression changed from cold to warm, and she smiled so broadly her mouth almost couldn't close. Old Master Fong was anxious and asked, Don't just smile. What does it say? Tang is 1 month pregnant, Grandma Fong announced happily. The 2 old men were stunned for a moment, then broke into joyful smiles. Old Master Fong patted Sang Mo on the shoulder and praised. Good boy, well done. Old Master Sang looked at his grandson with pride. He was very capable, just like he used to be. Does Tang want to eat anything else? Has she vomited? Is she feeling unwell anywhere? Grandma Fong asked one question after another. She also suggested they move in with her. You can't even cook rice properly, so you can't expect Tang to cook for herself. Come back and live here and eat with me. Yes, move back. The 2 old men agreed without hesitation. They didn't trust Sang Mo to take good care of his wife. Sang Mo felt overwhelmed. He didn't want to move back. He wanted to cherish these last 8 months, the final time just for him and his wife to be together. I am sure I can take good care of her. If Tango loses weight, you can hit me, okay? Sun Mo repeatedly assured them. The old men reluctantly believed him. If it didn't work out, they planned to check on her every now and then since they had nothing else to do. Old son, did you not go to the delivery room today? I have your letter. Old Master Nyo called out loudly before he even entered. Where is it from? Old Master Sang took the letter, saw the address and the capital on the envelope, and frowned. He placed it on the table without opening it, not planning to look at it. Why don't you open it and see? Did your son send it? Old Master Nyo asked with concern. He didn't know much about the Sang family and wasn't aware of the falling out between Old Master Sang and his two sons. Sang Mo paused, looked at the table, and saw the writing on the envelope. The address was from his great-uncle's house. He sneered silently but kept a calm face. He wanted to know what his grandfather's attitude was. Although his great-uncle, second uncle, and grandfather had signed a formal separation agreement, they were still blood relatives. It was normal for the grandfather to soften his stance. But he would never recognize those two uncles again. Years ago, the family suddenly faced a crisis without warning. One night, a group of people came and took his grandfather away. He didn't have time to say anything and only told him to find his two uncles and not go home. He was only 15 then, much less mature than now. He was very scared and ran to his great-uncle's house. His great-uncle didn't even let him in, only told him to find his second uncle. He also said they had cut ties with his grandfather and that it wasn't his business. He told him not to come back, even if he starved. Angrily, he went to his second uncle's house, but the same thing happened. His second uncle also refused to let him in. His aunt said many harsh words. He couldn't take it and, in a rush, pushed her to the ground. His second uncle chased him away with a broom and said he would call the police. He was angry and scared. He wandered alone on the street, too afraid to go home. His grandfather said he couldn't go back, and his uncles refused to take him in. Several of his grandfather's old friends also got into trouble. With nowhere to go, he became a street child. Later, he signed up to work at a farm in the Northwest, starting a life of wandering. He endured many hardships and sorrows during that time, but he never told his grandfather. He didn't hate his great-uncles either. They were just strangers to him now. Old Master Singh looked at him and said calmly, "It's my unworthy eldest son. No need to look at him. Both he and the second son have already cut ties with me." Cut ties? These two brats dare to do that. Old Master Nyo's face darkened. If these two had been in Shanghai, he would have definitely broken their legs. Such disobedient children. Old Master Singh chuckled at himself and said indifferently, "People's hearts are hard to read. Even children can be unpredictable. It's fine if they cut ties with me, but they shouldn't have abandoned Black Egg." He didn't blame these two for signing the separation papers, but he couldn't forgive them for abandoning his grandson. He was only 15 at the time, still a child. How could these two be so heartless? Fortunately, his grandson was safe, grew up well, and married Tanger. Otherwise, he might have lost his temper with these two. This letter reminded him to talk to his old friends in Beijing. He must not support these two children, not even a grain of rice, even if they starved on the street. "Grandpa, I actually haven't suffered much," Sang Mo said calmly. He didn't want the old man to cut ties with his two brothers because of him. He mainly worried that the old man would feel sad. Old Master Singh glared and shouted, "Don't interfere in this. I have my own plans." How could he not have suffered? A teenager out on his own, surviving was already hard enough. Black Egg, like his father, always reported good news but not bad. Sang Mo said nothing more. Anyway, he would take care of the old man in his old age. Whether they recognized him or not didn't matter. Absolutely not. What's the use of accepting such a brat? Seeing him just makes me angry. Old Master Fong and Old Master Nyo spoke in unison. Disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust, living is just a waste of resources. Old Master Singh coldly said, "Definitely not. That brat just wants to come back now that I've risen again, trying to mend the relationship." Dream on. Shameless, Old Master Fong cursed. They didn't know who these two brats resembled. Old Sang and his wife were straightforward and generous, but they had two useless sons. The most promising youngest son died young. What a pity. Fortunately, there was Black Egg. Sang Mo accompanied his grandfather home, tore up the letter, and saw that it was indeed a plea for reconciliation. It was 3 pages long, first complaining about how hard they had it, unable to even get enough food, and how they had been searching everywhere for Old Master Sang and Sang Mo, but there was no news. "Dad, over the years I have dreamed of you and Black Egg. I miss you so much it hurts. The children also talk about you every day. Luckily, you and Black Egg are both doing well. Dad, you're getting old, and you need someone to take care of you. I want Xianghua to go to Shanghai to look after you.
Xianghua thinks about you all the time.
What do you think? Sang Mo sneered coldly. The first 2 pages were just nonsense. The real point was on the last page. Sang Xianghua is his cousin, the same age but 2 months older. They've never gotten along since they were kids. Xianghua has always been a troublemaker and mixed with bad people. He probably can't stay in Beijing anymore, so he wants to come to Shanghai to find his grandfather and get a job. Grandpa, Big Uncle probably wants you to arrange a job for Sang Xianghua, right? He's dreaming.
Don't worry about this.
Neither family will come to Shanghai, old Mr. Sang sneered. He knew what the eldest son was thinking. Surely it was the idea of the eldest daughter-in-law. Is he so old and forgetful? Go back quickly and take care of Tanger.
You don't need to worry about these things.
I will handle it, old Mr. Sang urged him because he was worried about his daughter-in-law being alone at home. I'm leaving, Sang Mo wasn't too worried. Even if Grandpa and Uncle Xianghua acknowledged their relationship, it didn't matter much now. He already has a family of his own. As soon as he left, Old Man Fong and the others arrived. Old Mr. Sang was just burning a letter.
Good job.
Old Sang, don't be soft-hearted. Old Man Fong reminded him. Soft-hearted? Do you think I'm you? Old Mr. Sang rolled his eyes. He was firm. If he said he wouldn't acknowledge them, he wouldn't. Even if these 2 troublemakers died in front of him, he wouldn't blink. Old Man Fong wasn't angry. He trusted Old Sang's words. He grinned and said, forget those worries. Think about the good things. You're about to become a great-grandpa in 8 months. Good thing we acted quickly, or we wouldn't know when it would happen. Old Mr. Sang looked proud. If they hadn't acted fast and poked holes in the contraceptive devices, the great-grandchild wouldn't be here yet. Sang Mo returned home. Fong Tang was still sleeping. After taking a shower, he tiptoed onto the bed. He felt a bit regretful, being a monk for 2 months. Sigh. It's all because of those fake contraceptive products. He didn't know which factory made them, but they were so irresponsible. Afterward, Fong Tang began a happy life preparing for her baby. She didn't have to do any chores at home because Sang Mo took care of everything. Grandma Fong often came over to bring vegetables, which saved her a lot of trouble. Her pregnancy symptoms were not very serious. She only vomited 3 or 4 times, then felt fine. She enjoyed eating and had a good appetite. Her belly didn't swell, and she looked just like usual, so no one could tell she was pregnant. Things in the office were peaceful. Everyone knew she was pregnant, so they didn't let her work. Fong Tang accepted their kindness and spent her time reading books and doing exercises. She felt very comfortable. Soon it was November, and the weather turned cold. Fong Tang put on a thick cotton coat. Recently, the factory atmosphere was tense. Several people in uniform appeared in the office building with serious expressions, looking quite intimidating. The factory director was personally welcoming them. Did you hear? Secretary Liu got into trouble, Sister Xu said mysteriously in the office that day, startling everyone. Where did you hear that? Is it true? Everyone gathered around, lowering their voices to discuss. Fong Tang also perked up her ears. Secretary Liu was Luna's father and the second in command at the factory. How could he have a problem? It seemed this hadn't happened in her previous life. Fong Tang thought back. She was sure that when she worked at the factory, Secretary Liu was always doing well and retired normally. But many things had changed in this life, so it wasn't surprising. I heard it was an economic issue. The people in uniform are here to investigate, sent from above, Sister Xu whispered. Have they finished the investigation? Maybe it's just a rumor, Section Chief Chi said skeptically. He thought it was more likely that the factory director was corrupt. Secretary Liu was always simple and honest. How could he be involved in corruption? Old Gao, who was mysterious and wise, smiled and said, it might not just be a rumor. Rumors don't start without reason. Without evidence, the higher-ups wouldn't come to investigate. The factory might be facing big changes. Sister Xu nodded in agreement. I heard they've already finished the investigation. Secretary Liu will definitely be removed from his position. I also heard there's a crackdown happening everywhere, and every unit is being checked. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Bai Anqi's father had also gotten into trouble around this time. It might be coming soon. A few days later, the news broke. Secretary Liu was taken away. The factory director temporarily took over his duties. Rumors spread wildly. Some said Secretary Liu would be executed. Others said the entire Liu family would go to jail. There were all kinds of stories. Luna's been having a tough time lately. She used to be the darling of the factory, admired by everyone, but now she has fallen from grace. People's attitudes toward her have changed, and some even say unkind words. Zhao Weijie wanted to comfort her, but didn't dare. His father had strictly warned him to stay away from Lu Na and not get involved. As a spoiled son, Zhao Weijie didn't have the courage to disobey. In late November, Bai Anqi brought shocking news about Lu Na. Do you know who Lu Na is dating? Bai Anqi asked with a bitter tone. Zhao Weijie was most concerned and asked eagerly. Who? He knew Lu Na had a fiancé from a prominent family, but now that Lu's family was in trouble, their marriage might fall apart. Never forget, Zhao Weijie quickly added, never forget, but as he said it, his smile froze. That name sounded strangely familiar. Are you crazy? It's Kufugue.
Luna is dating Kai Fuga.
You idiot. Bai Anqi clenched her teeth and, seeing Zhao Weijie still holding a bottle of alcohol, snatched it away in anger. Drink up, the more you drink, the dumber you get. This time, Zhao Weijie didn't try to grab the bottle. He stood there stunned, muttering to himself, Kufugue? Really Kufugue? What does he have that I don't? Does he have a dad who's a factory director? Lu Na rejected him but found a simple guy instead. Zhao Weijie felt a green tinge on his head and a sting of shame. Why does she look down on him? What does he lack compared to Kufugue? Bai Anqi snorted and mocked. Lu Na is really flexible. She can settle for someone like Kufugue. She might as well have gone for you. Zhao Weijie nodded hard, thinking the same. Suddenly, they became united in their feelings. Kufugue is a university teacher with a bright future. Lu Na has good taste, Fong Tang couldn't help but say. She admired Lu Na for being adaptable and decisive. She was a girl with real courage. Now that Lu's family was ruined and many people were taking advantage, it would be hard for her to find a new partner. Kufugue was a good choice, definitely better than Zhao Weijie. But Fong Tang was curious. After Lu Na and Kufugue had hot pot at her house, they still kept in touch? This girl really had a deep mind. Bai Anqi snorted. What's so great about being a college teacher? Still just a country bumpkin, slurping noodles and eating raw garlic. Not hygienic. Lu Na probably can't find a husband. Finding such a man, her voice was a bit loud, just as Lu Na came in with her lunchbox. She stopped, looked at Bai Anqi, then walked away. Lu Na knew everyone at the factory was laughing at her. Her father was in prison, her mother was sick, and her siblings were married. No one wanted to take care of her. She had to look out for herself. Kufugue was the best person she could find. That day at Fong Tang's house, she met Kufugue for the first time. Later, by chance, they met a few more times and gradually became familiar. Although Kufugue looked simple, he was talented and respected at school. His future looked bright. If her family hadn't had problems, Lu Na wouldn't want to marry Kufugue. But now, she had no other choice. After serving her food, Lu Na sat alone in a corner to eat. Zhao Weijie couldn't hold back and suddenly stood up, walking toward her. Bai Anqi was stunned. She wanted to stop him, but didn't have time. Standing in front of Lu Na, Zhao Weijie, with red eyes, asked, Why do you prefer Kufugue over me? What does he have that I don't? Lu Na calmly lowered her spoon and said, Other than his family background, Kufugue is better than you in every way.
And
can you oppose your dad? There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Lu Na chuckled softly and continued eating. The factory director would never agree to Zhao Weijie dating her. Zhao Weijie didn't have the courage to oppose his father. Besides, she didn't look up to the lazy Zhao Weijie. What else could Zhao Weijie do besides drive? He couldn't even drive well. Having a factory director as a father wasn't that impressive. Who knew if this director would stay in his position? Just like she never thought her father would suddenly go to jail. Life is unpredictable. Being a college teacher seemed more reliable. At least she had real skills that no one could take away. Zhao Weijie's anger was deflated by Lu Na's mockery. He felt ashamed. He really didn't dare oppose his father. But was he really that bad? Zhao Weijie slumped back, not wanting to eat. After sitting for a while, he asked, "Am I really that useless?" "No, probably not."
Who said that?
"You're much better than Kafu Gue," Angel Bai almost blurted out. That's right, but she forced herself to stop. Now at her heart, she thinks Kafu Gue is not as good as Zhao Weijie. She doesn't really like Kafu Gue that much. It's because Kafu Gue is dating Lu Na. Her mother keeps scolding her for not knowing how to appreciate good things, and she believes she will regret it someday. She won't regret it. It's Lu Na who will regret it. Zhao Weijie felt a bit better and wanted to drink some wine to forget his worries, but he remembered that Angel Bai had poured the wine. Now, since he and Angel Bai are on the same side, he wasn't angry. She will definitely regret it in the future, Zhao Weijie said angrily through clenched teeth. Yes, she will definitely regret it. Angel Bai nodded hard. It was the first time they had such a harmonious moment. Fong Tang shook her head. She didn't know if Lu Na would regret her choice, but Angel Bai might. Her father's bad luck was about to start, and when that time came, Angel Bai would definitely face a lot of rejection in the dating market. Maybe after experiencing some harsh realities of society, Angel Bai would realize that Kafu Gue is actually a good choice and would understand Lu Na better. Xiao Bai, this afternoon you and the transport team go and bring back a load of carrots, the cafeteria director ordered.
Got it.
Angel Bai pouted. She didn't like going out to fetch vegetables. Not only did it smell bad, but she also had to help with the work. Last time, she went to the farm to pick big cabbages. There weren't enough people, so she had to help. She was exhausted, with sore waist and back, and she smelled like cabbage. So uncomfortable. But she didn't dare to refuse because she wasn't a full-time worker yet. Zhao Weijie hiccuped, feeling a bit itchy in his mouth. He didn't get enough fun today. He only drank half a bottle of wine. His heart felt like being scratched by claws. Very uncomfortable. Fong Tang finished her meal and, as she was leaving, kindly reminded Angel Bai, "Tell your mom to introduce you to more suitors. If you find someone suitable, just get married." Anyway, now it's mostly a quick marriage. Single men and women meet through introductions, and if they feel okay after a few meetings, they get married. No long-term dating for 3 or 4 years. Since Angel Bai was her bridesmaid, Fong Tang kindly gave her this reminder. Angel Bai rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "I'm not 70 or 80. I'm not even 20 yet. That's too early. Aren't you always saying you want to get married?" Fong Tang retorted. "I'm just saying. I'm not in a hurry. I haven't had enough fun yet." Angel Bai hummed softly, left the remaining food untouched, closed the lunchbox, and walked away with her chin raised. Actually, she did feel a bit eager to get married, but she couldn't show it. Even if she wanted to marry, she wouldn't settle for just anyone. She wanted to find a handsome, tall, hard-working man like Sang Mo. If she couldn't find the perfect one, a little less would be okay, but not too much. She didn't want to lose face in front of Fong Tang. Fong Tang didn't mind. As long as she was reminded, she would listen. If not, it was up to Angel Bai. Back in her office, she ate a persimmon and then took a nap. The persimmons in the backyard had ripened a bit. Sang Mo picked some and put them in the rice jar. In a few days, they would soften and become very sweet. Fong Tang liked to eat them and also dried some to make persimmon cakes. After eating the persimmon, Fong Tang lazily stretched. Since she was alone in the office, she decided to lie down on a lounge chair and take a nap. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep. In her dream, she saw her past life. She was working in an electronics factory. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, someone ran over to tell her that Zhao Weijie had had a car accident. "Xiao Fong, it's terrible." Zhao Weijie rolled over. A loud woman shouted as she ran, and everyone in the workshop heard her. Fong Tang was working on a wire, and when she heard this, the pliers in her hand slipped and pricked her, making her more alert. Xiao Fong, go to the hospital and see him. Her co-workers were more anxious than she was, urging her to visit Zhao Weijie. But Fong Tang didn't really want to go. At that time, she even hoped Zhao Weijie would die, so she wouldn't have to marry him. In the end, she still went to the hospital. Zhao Weijie was undergoing surgery. The factory director, his wife, and Fong Zedong with his wife were there. When they saw her, the factory director's wife slapped her hard a few times. Fong Tang didn't resist and let her vent. Because resisting wouldn't help, she would only anger the wife more and get beaten even more fiercely. Fong Zedong and his wife watched silently, their attitude numb and indifferent, more like strangers than friends. Fong Tang's face was swollen from the beating, but she didn't ask why. She stood aside, waiting for the surgery results, secretly praying that the operation would fail. But heaven didn't help her. Zhao Weijie survived, but he was paralyzed from the waist down and became someone who couldn't take care of himself. You jinx. It's all your fault. Next month, you'll come to take care of Weijie. The factory director's wife angrily hit and kicked her, venting her rage. After she was done, she announced they would marry early. Actually, it wasn't really a wedding because there was no ceremony, just a marriage certificate. There would be no wedding procession, no bride price, and she wouldn't go to her family to pick her up. Fong Tang simply packed a small bag and went to the Zhao family on her own. She also lost her job because she needed to devote all her time to taking care of Zhao Weijie. She had to be with him 24 hours a day. From then on, her life became a living. Even if I am useless, you can't cheat on me. You go out to boil water and end up flirting with other men. Why are you so flirtatious? Zhao Weijie's fierce face was close to hers, and his voice was in her ear. The needle in his hand made it seem like the incident just happened. Fong Tang woke up in fear, sweating coldly on her back. She looked around and confirmed she was in the office. She had been reborn. Zhao Weijie hadn't become useless or a pervert. He was no longer related to her at all. Fong Tang let out a sigh. She was no longer sleepy. She poured half a cup of hot water and drank it slowly. The warm water made her feel calmer. But she couldn't understand why she suddenly dreamed about Zhao Weijie's car accident. She glanced at the calendar on the wall, October 6th. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her eyes widened. She remembered. In his previous life, Zhao Weijie had the car accident on this very day. In her dream just now, she heard someone mention the date, today. Could it be that Zhao Weijie still couldn't avoid the accident? Fong Tang felt uneasy. She hesitated whether to warn Zhao Weijie. After a moment of doubt, she decided to go to the cafeteria and ask Bai Anqi to check the situation at the transportation team. Xiao Bai went out to pick radishes. She just left, said the cafeteria manager. Fong Tang's heart sank, but she remained calm. Maybe Zhao Weijie was meant to face this disaster. She returned to her office, tired of thinking about it. Still, she couldn't shake her unease and kept glancing at her watch. The hour hand pointed to 3:30. Fong Tang's heart beat faster. Almost that time. Xiao Fong, are you feeling unwell? You've been anxious all afternoon, Sister Xu asked with concern. No, I just suddenly felt a bit anxious.
I don't know why.
Fong Tang casually made up a reason. Now that she was pregnant, no one suspected anything she said. That's normal. I used to feel like that too, anxious in waves. Don't think too much. I think your baby is a boy, Sister Xu comforted her. Fong Tang smiled and said, girls and boys don't really mind. Sang Mo said as long as you're healthy, that's enough. All men are like that. They say they don't care, but deep down, they still like boys. Like my husband. When I was pregnant with our first child, he kept saying he wanted a daughter. But after the baby was born, he was proud and showed her off everywhere, saying he had a successor now. Sister Xu sounded a bit annoyed but also proud because her first 2 children were boys, and her youngest was a girl, which made her very happy. Fong Tang smiled, but didn't argue. She believed Sang Mo was truly indifferent and didn't even want to have more children. Sister Shu looked bored and went outside to chat. After a while, she hurried back, shouting, "Something terrible has happened." The transport team had an accident. Fong Tang was drinking water when she was so scared she almost dropped her cup, but she quickly calmed down. What was meant to happen will happen. Who had the accident? Is it serious? Chief Chi asked. I'm not sure yet. I just went to the transport office and heard that it was probably the truck going to the cafeteria to pick up carrots, Sister Shu said. The cafeteria's truck with carrots overturned? Fong Tang's voice was sharp. It wasn't like that in her past life. She remembered clearly. Zhao Weijie was pulling a load of machine parts, heavy cast iron, and when the truck flipped, the iron pieces crushed the roof and his leg, causing nerve damage in his lower body. How could it be carrots? No, Bai Anchi was also on that truck. Could they both have gone to pick up carrots together? Yes, the transport team said it was a carrot truck. We don't know the details yet. Someone has already gone to the scene. Xiao Fong, are you okay? Sister Shu looked at her strangely. Although she felt sorry for the driver, she wasn't related to him, so she wasn't too worried. Fong Tang seemed too anxious. Bai Anchi went to pick up carrots this afternoon. I'm worried about her. Fong Tang forced a smile. She was indeed a little worried about Bai Anchi. She hoped the girl hadn't suffered for Zhao Weijie. If she became paralyzed, it would be terrible. Oh my, Xiao Bai was on that truck? How did that happen? I'll go find out more. Sister Shu hurried out quickly. She knew Bai Anchi too, and sometimes when she didn't have time to cook, she would go to the cafeteria for food. Bai Anchi often gave her extra meat in dishes, so Sister Shu liked her very much. So, what started as a casual concern quickly turned into a close friendship. Sister Shu was busy going out to find news, while Fong Tang sat quietly, feeling very confused. Don't worry, Fong. It might not be that serious. Officer Chi softly comforted her, thinking Fong was worried about her friend. Yes, I hope Bai Anchi and the driver are both okay. Fong Tang was restless and didn't feel like talking. After about 10 minutes, Sister Shu hurried back in, calling out before she even entered. Fong, everything's fine. No one is hurt. It was just a scare. Are they injured? Fong asked anxiously. Just some minor cuts. They were lucky they fell into the field. Little Bai was so scared she clung to Zhao Weijie and cried. She wouldn't let go even at the hospital. Sister Shu laughed as she spoke. The doctor told her to let go, but she refused. She said she would die with the murderer if she had to, and she even thought she was dead. Fong felt relieved that everyone was safe. It was fate that they ended up in the same car, like companions who had faced life and death together. Are they still in the hospital? Fong asked. Of course. The doctor said they need to be observed for 2 days before they can leave. Sister Shu sighed and said emotionally, they're lucky. The road ahead was a river. If they had fallen in, they wouldn't have been so lucky. How did the accident happen? Officer Chi asked. Sister Shu shook her head. Not sure. The investigation into the cause of the accident hasn't been completed. Fong Tang curled her lips. She suspected that Zhao Weijie was probably drunk driving. She wondered how he managed to escape such a close call. When work ended, Sang Mo returned. Fong told him about the accident. Sang Mo frowned and said, if Zhao Weijie doesn't stop drinking, he'll keep having accidents. The main problem is the bad atmosphere at the factory. Many drivers in the transport team drink, and no one stops them, Fong complained. Zhao Weijie's drinking couldn't be entirely blamed on him. His mentor liked to drink, and other drivers didn't see drinking as a big deal. They even competed, who could drink 2 gin of alcohol and still drive 200 miles, or who could drink erguadu while driving and stay steady. Because of this, the transport team's culture worsened. It got to the point where not drinking was embarrassing. Under this environment, fools like Zhao Weijie couldn't resist the temptation. Sang Mo thought for a moment and said, your publicity department could create a poster about the dangers of drunk driving causing accidents. To make it more serious, you could ask the Traffic Bureau for accident reports. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't she think of that? Okay, I'll talk to Director Chi about it tomorrow. I want to visit Bai Anchi at the hospital later. Will you go with me? I also want to visit Zhao Weijie. Since she was pregnant, Fong Tang didn't ride a bike. Sang Mo always took her, and on the way, she bought some fruit and canned food. At the hospital, Bai Anqi and Zhao Weijie were in the same room, easy to find. From afar, she could hear their bickering. Getting your car is just bad luck. You drink that horse every day, and now I'm unlucky too. If my face gets scarred, I swear I'll leave you. Your face isn't even worth mentioning. Maybe a little injury will make you look better. Zhao Weijie, are you even human? It's clearly your fault. Drinking and driving, racing others. Why don't you fly a plane? You could fly in the sky all you want, but you won't flip into a river. At worst, you'd fall into the sea, and not even your bones would be found. Bai Anqi, don't push your luck. If you weren't chanting like a prayer beside me, I wouldn't get so angry and race cars. Honestly, it's all your fault. I used to drive alone without any problems, but as soon as you got in the car, something always went wrong. No wonder the ancients said women are hard to raise. I'm just reminding you to drive safely. Did I offend your mother? You women curse so much. You'll never get married. You men are so petty, even more than eunuchs. You'll probably be single forever. Don't worry, I'll marry 18 wives. You're still a young girl, huh? Maybe you'll marry 18 sows instead. Fong Tang listened from the door, finding their argument quite amusing. They seemed full of energy, clearly nothing serious, just a car that rolled over in vain. Sang Mo pushed open the door, and the arguing stopped abruptly. Zhao Weijie looked at him with a grievance, tears almost falling, and said, Brother Sang, I almost didn't see you again. Fong Tang, you almost lost me. Your good sister. It's all this troublemaker's fault. Bai Anqi also looked upset. Though she seemed fine now, at the moment of the crash, she thought she would die. The fear was unforgettable. She could still see it in her mind, and it was terrifying. It's okay now, just a false alarm. Let's eat some oranges. Fong Tang softly comforted her. It was quite frightening. Anyone would be scared. She peeled an orange and handed it to Bai Anqi. Nearby, Zhao Weijie was fussing about Sang Mo, complaining, that turtle grandson is so annoying. It's just a jeep. What's so special? He even stuck out his hand and made a little finger gesture in front of me. Could I just ignore that? But no, I was driving fast. Yes, you were driving fast, rushing to get to your next life. Bai Anqi sneered. Bai Sanskin, don't go too far. If you anger me, I might hit a woman too, Zhao Weijie said with a dark face. He had felt guilty at first because he was the one driving and caused the accident, scaring Bai Anqi. But now, he felt no guilt, only anger. He even regretted wishing he could fall into a dung pit and stink forever. Zhao Toad, all you can do is hit women. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I'm a dog, Bai Anqi challenged, holding her head high. She wasn't afraid of this toad. Fong Tang pushed a piece of orange into her mouth, and Sang Mo stuffed a banana into Zhao Weijie's mouth. That finally calmed both of them down. This orange is pretty sweet. Fong Tang, peel me another one. Bai Anqi's right hand was a bit fractured and bandaged, so she couldn't move it. Fong Tang peeled another orange for her. The girl ate happily. Zhao Weijie also ate with joy. He had a broken right leg, in a cast, hanging up, looking a bit miserable. Shao Jie, a loud cry came from the door. The factory director's wife rushed in, tears streaming down her face. She had heard at the factory that her son had a car accident, but she hadn't listened to the details. She just ran in crying. Shao Jie, what happened to your leg? Is it broken? Will it heal? The factory director's wife looked at her son's broken leg with concern. She imagined her son lying in bed in a miserable state. Tears fell as she cried and wailed, My poor Shao Jie. Heaven is so unfair. You haven't even married or had children, and now your leg is broken. Her voice was emotional and rhythmic, like singing a sad song. Fong Tang twitched her mouth and signaled Sang Mo. Sang Mo held back a laugh and helped his wife out. Auntie, your son is fine. It's just a broken leg. He won't be paralyzed, Bai Anqi kindly reassured her, thinking the factory director's wife was a bit over the top, overly emotional. Really? Are you okay? The factory director's wife suddenly stopped crying, quickly wiped her tears and patted Zhao Weijia's broken leg. Zhao Weijia winced in pain, breathing in sharply, and cried, "Mom, be gentle. My leg just got fixed, don't break it again." "Oh, okay. Mom will be careful. Besides this broken bone, do you have any other injuries?" The factory director's wife looked at her son with concern, feeling very worried. Zhao Weijia said annoyed, "Mom, just one broken bone hurts enough. Do you want me to break more?" His mother's mind isn't very sharp. Anyone could think she's his stepmother. The factory director's wife finally smiled through her tears, returning to her usual caring manner. She stopped paying attention to her son and turned to ask Bai Anqi, "Little Bai, are you okay?" "Not really, Auntie. My hand is broken, and I hurt all over. The doctor said I almost died." Bai Anqi took the chance to complain. Zhao Weijia, standing nearby, snorted. He didn't cry when his leg was broken, just a small, and he thought it was nothing. "Auntie, this crash happened because Zhao Weijia was drinking. He drinks every day like water. I tell him to stop, but he doesn't listen. Today, he drank a bottle of wine, was racing with others on the road, and that's how it happened. Not a whole bottle, it was half a bottle. You spilled the other half." Zhao Weijia argued stubbornly, getting slapped on the head, which made a buzzing noise. The factory director's wife slapped him a few more times, scolding as she did. "Drinking and driving? Are you tired of living? I tell you, everything I say goes in one ear and out the other. You're lucky this time, but next time, luck won't be on your side. Mom, be gentle. If you hit me again, I might get a concussion." Zhao Weijia curled up, shielding his head, feeling miserable inside. He also heard Bai Anqi's gleeful laughter, which made him glare at her angrily. "Auntie, Zhao Weijia just glared at me and threatened not to tell you about his drinking. He said he'd beat me to death if I did." The slap came down even harder. The factory director's wife rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight like she used to with a lathe, and slapped Zhao Weijia until he lost his temper. "You've gotten bold, huh? Daring to act tough in front of me. Little Bai, from now on, whenever this brat drinks, you come tell me. I'll beat him to death." The factory director's wife was very angry and scared. When she heard about her son's car accident, she was so frightened she almost fainted. She kept thinking about what might have happened to her son. If he became paralyzed, his life would be ruined. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Zhao family protected him. He only broke one leg. Thank goodness. "Okay, Auntie," Bai Anqi cheerfully agreed. She was determined to strictly supervise the troublemaker. She just wanted to see him get scolded by his mother. That would be very satisfying. Fong Tang and Sang Imo went downstairs. A middle-aged couple hurried in. The man asked the nurse, "Comrade, which ward is the patient from the car accident in?" "One man and one woman, from the machine tool factory." "Comrade, is the young woman okay?" The middle-aged woman looked upset, clearly crying on the way here. "She's fine, just minor injuries," the nurse said with a smile. The couple sighed in relief. Bai's mother clasped her hands together, reciting a prayer. She was so worried her heart might give out. Luckily, the goddess protected her daughter. Fong Tang glanced at them. They seemed to be Bai Anqi's parents and looked very caring. No wonder Bai Anqi was spoiled and naive. Bai Anqi and Zhao Weijia only stayed in the hospital for 2 days before going home to rest. Fong Tang and Director Qi suggested making a report about the drunk driving accident, and Director Qi happily agreed. "Go with Lao Gao." "Director, I still need to find some accident materials from the Traffic Bureau," Fong Tang said hesitantly. She wasn't familiar with the Traffic Bureau. Director Qi thought for a moment, then looked at Li Ge, who was sleeping on the table. He called out, "Little Li, you have friends at the Traffic Bureau, right? Can you get some materials for Xiao Fong?" Li Ge, half asleep, lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly having stayed up late again. Li Ji's nightlife was lively. He had many friends and often stayed out late, sleeping during the day. Director Qi repeated, "Li Ge, just help Xiao Fong out. It's a small thing." "Okay, I'll go later." "It's just a quick thing." Li Ge yawned lazily.
Good.
"That's your task now, Xiao Fong. Whatever materials you need, just ask Xiao Li," Director Qi said with a smile.
Fang Tang nodded happily.
She admired Li Ge. Even though he seemed lazy and careless at work, he was really important to the publicity department. All external work is handled by Brotherly. He has many friends across different units. When others find something difficult, Brotherly solves it with just a phone call. Because of this, even if Brotherly is sleeping at work, Director Chi won't say anything. Brotherly works very efficiently. The next day, he brought a stack of documents and photos of the accident scene. The photos are very graphic and look quite frightening. There's something even scarier, but I didn't bring it, afraid it might scare you, Brotherly said proudly. Fong Tang looked a bit upset. She had just seen a photo where a head was crushed, blood and white matter splattered everywhere. It was a black and white photo, but still very scary. Fong Tang turned her head away and gagged a few times, her face turning pale. Sister Shu quickly grabbed the photo. Little Fong, you're pregnant. Don't look at this. Brotherly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had forgotten that pregnant women shouldn't see such things, as it might scare the baby. I'm fine, just a little nauseous. Fong Tang smiled. She wasn't that delicate. Director Chi took good care of her and asked Sister Shu to help. The three of them worked together to make a bulletin board. They finished it in the afternoon. The accident photos were also displayed in the publicity window. Since the bulletin was placed at the factory gate, all workers coming and going could see it. Soon, the bulletin attracted the attention of all the workers. Everyone gathered around the display, talking about it. It's really scary, their heads are crushed, and this one half the face is worn away. That driver is really reckless. Yeah, it was dragged for miles. 9 lives aren't enough. The workers looked at the photos and shook their heads, feeling heavy-hearted. Next to the photos, there were explanations of the accidents. The drivers were all drinking and driving. The most serious accident happened last year when a driver was drunk, hit a pedestrian, and the pedestrian got caught on the front of the car. The driver didn't notice and drove several miles before the police stopped him. The pedestrian's bones had been ground down, and the scene was terrible. It makes you wonder how desperate and scared that pedestrian must have been before dying. Did you know? The recent truck rollover was also because of drinking, but luckily, nothing serious happened this time. Sooner or later, something will happen. You can hide for a while, but not forever. The drinking culture in the transport team needs to be controlled. The workers were talking excitedly, not noticing the factory director standing nearby with a stern face, also looking at the display window. Every time he saw a photo, his heart sank a little more. The workers were right. If you can avoid drinking on the first day, you can't avoid it on the 15th. Draft a notice. Anyone caught drinking during work hours will be fined 5 yuan. Those fined 3 times will be fired. The director issued this order with a grim expression. He couldn't let Zhao's family line end with him. Although his rebellious son was useless, he was still his own son. There's still time to save him. Yes, sir, the secretary replied respectfully. Also, call Wei Jie's master to my office. The director's tone was very cold. He had checked, and he found that his son drank because his master taught him to. Zhao's only son was almost ruined by that. The secretary nodded silently, secretly lighting a candle for Wei Jie's master. The next day, a new notice was posted on the display window at the factory gate. It clearly stated that all workers were forbidden from drinking during work hours. Anyone caught would be fined 5 yuan, and if caught 3 times, they would be fired. Some people in the factory were happy, others worried. The happy ones were the families of the transport team. They no longer had to worry. The worried ones were the workers who liked to drink at noon, not only in the transport team, but also in some workshops, where a few workers enjoyed a little drink during lunch. There was also news that Wei Jie's master, who is said to be the heaviest drinker in the transport team, had been transferred to operate a forklift in the workshop. The factory director personally ordered this. Serves him right. Drinking himself is one thing, but teaching the factory director's son to drink? Humph. If nothing big had happened, he might have kept his job. Now he's lucky to keep his position, Sister Shu said with a look of glee. She hated workers who drank during work hours. When they got drunk, they couldn't tell east from west. Her husband's workshop also had many drinkers, and they often worked carelessly, leading to a high rate of scrap. Her husband was furious about it.
Phan Tang note that.
She also thought he deserved it. The director had shown some mercy. He didn't fire the guy, just reassigned him. This time, the director was very strict. He personally checked the workshops, and anyone smelling of alcohol was fined on the spot. There was no mercy. The workers, who had previously ignored the rules, were finally scared straight. After that, the drinking atmosphere in the factory improved a lot. Although some still secretly drank, they didn't dare to drink much. Just a sip to satisfy their craving. Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi haven't come to work yet. They are resting at home. Soon it was mid-October, and the weather was getting colder. Fong Tang's belly was also starting to show a little. She was actually less than 3 months pregnant, but her belly looked more like 5 months. Xiao Fong, are you 3 months now? Sister Shu asked while looking at Fong Tang's belly. No, just a little over 2 months, Fong Tang replied as she peeled an orange. Recently, she had developed a love for oranges, which were grown at home by Grandpa Sang Mo. The fruit trees were grafted and very sweet. She could eat 5 or 6 oranges a day. Xu Jie, want an orange? Fong Tang took an orange from her bag and offered it. You're so thin, but your belly is so big. Are you sure you're not having twins? Sister Shu joked as she peeled her own orange. When she was young, Sister Shu was a bit heavier than Fong Tang. In the first 3 months, she didn't show much, but Fong Tang was already showing early. Something seemed off.
Phan Tan hestita.
Really? Maybe I just eat a lot. Your appetite is nothing compared to mine. I used to eat much more than you, and didn't show this early. Aren't you and Fong Hua twins? It might be in your family's genes to have twins. Listen to me, after 3 months, go to the hospital for an ultrasound. Maybe you really are having twins. Sister Shu finished her orange and praised it. So sweet. Xiao Fong, your fruit is always so delicious. You're so lucky, because Grandma Sang Mo loves fruit. Her husband had the best varieties grafted by agricultural experts. Soon, we'll have pomegranates. I'll bring some then. Fong Tang peeled another orange. In the backyard, there were many pomegranates and grapefruits. Autumn was the season for the most fruit. She ate so much every day. She made honey grapefruit tea with a grapefruit peel and kept it in the fridge. When she wanted some, she'd scoop a spoonful and dilute it with water. She also made dried persimmons, which smelled wonderful when added to stews with meat or chicken. All right, I'll wait. I haven't bought any fruit this year, just eating what you bring, Sister Shu said politely. Too much for us to finish. Sang Mo, and I can't eat it all. Everyone helps, and we can finish it faster. Fong Tang smiled happily. Recently, her appetite had improved, and she gained some weight, making her look even brighter. Sister Shu was a bit stunned and looked away after a while, feeling amazed. No wonder Sang Mo treasures her so much. She's so beautiful. Soon it was late October. Bai Anqi returned to work, while Zhao Weijie was still resting at home, since he had broken his leg. Life returned to normal, but Fong Tang's appetite grew bigger and her tastes became more varied. Things she didn't like before now made her crave them. Sometimes sour, sometimes spicy, her mood changed faster than a man's. By the end of October, Fong Tang and Sang Mo officially became permanent employees. Bai Anqi was the same. After confirmation, she could earn 36 yuan a month. At lunch, Bai Anqi cooked some pig trotters and ate with Fong Tang. Zhao Weijie and Sang Mo weren't there, so it was just the two of them. My dad said he'll help me get transferred to the department store soon. From now on, if you need anything, just ask me at the store. Bai Anqi said happily. Fong Tang agreed, but she felt sorry for the girl. She thought Bai Anqi might never get a chance to work at the department store in her life. Bai's father was about to have bad luck. Is your dad doing okay? Fong Tang asked softly.
He's fine.
He can eat, sleep, and go out to play, Bai Anqi replied quickly, avoiding mentioning her relationship. She didn't want to talk about her father's affairs. Her father was kind to her and her brother, but he was very flirtatious. He had many outside relationships. Bai Anqi and her father argued about it, but he always said kids shouldn't interfere in adults' matters and didn't listen. Fong Tang's expression was a bit strange. She knew what Bai Anchi wanted to say. Her father had been accused of misconduct before, including having improper relationships with many women. Do you think we should visit Zhao Weijie? Bai Anchi asked. Why see him? Fong Tang wasn't interested. She never wanted to get close to the Zhao family.
Just to see how miserable he is.
Bai Anchi was excited. Fong Tang clearly refused, but she didn't mind. After work, she planned to go to the Zhao family alone and have a little fun teasing them. The next day at noon, Bai Anchi happily shared her victory from yesterday. Aunt Zhao was home, and Zhao Weijie didn't dare to say a word. I scolded him as much as I wanted. It felt so good. Do you like Zhao Weijie? Fong Tang felt something strange. The girl seemed overly interested in Zhao Weijie. Could it be love and hate mixed together? Bai Anchi suddenly jumped up as if shocked. Don't talk nonsense. How could I like a toad? All the men in the world are dead. I wouldn't like him either. If you don't like him, then why are you so worked up? If you don't like him, why do you care so much about him? I went there just to watch the jokes, not to care at all. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Bai Anchi looked unhappy and pouted as she walked away. How could she possibly like a toad? Not in this life or the next. Soon it was November. The trees on the street turned yellow, and the ground was covered with golden fallen leaves. The autumn wind blew, making people itch for. It was crab-eating season, but unfortunately, Fong Tang couldn't eat them. Only watch others do so. Zhao Weijie finally came to work, but Bai Anchi had taken leave, saying there was a family matter. She didn't say what exactly, but Fong Tang guessed her father had an accident. Sure enough, 3 days later, Bai Anchi returned to work. Unlike her usual lively self, she looked very tired. Her face was pale, her eyes were red and swollen, and she had bloodshot eyes. She spoke to people without energy. That noon, Sang Mo was eating in the cafeteria. Fong Tang sat peacefully, waiting for him to get his food. Zhao Weijie also came over with his lunchbox. Before sitting down, he asked, what happened to San Xiuanding? Did someone in her family die? Stop talking if you don't know what you're saying. Sang Mo rolled his eyes. It was rude to say someone's family had died just like that. Zhao Weijie chuckled softly. I just told her a few things while I was getting food, and she didn't even argue back. That's strange. Usually, Bai Anchi would reply to him, but today she was so gentle, it felt weird. He wasn't used to it. Maybe her family has some trouble, Fong Tang said. I'll ask her later, Zhao Weijie said, speeding up his eating. He kept glancing toward the cafeteria, feeling suspicious. Usually, San Xiuanding would come over to eat with them, but today she didn't.
Why?
He felt itchy inside and wanted to drink, but then he remembered the belt his father had whipped him with. He sighed quietly. His father had warned him that if he drank again, he'd be sent to work in the scraping workshop. He absolutely didn't want to go there, too tiring. Fong Tang looked at him and whispered to Sang Mo, does he like Bai Anchi? Sang Mo smiled and replied, it's very likely. They argued every time they met, and when they didn't see each other, they still thought about each other. If that's not love, what is? Zhao Weijie finished his meal quickly and really went to find Bai Anchi. But he didn't get any answers and was chased away by her. His temper's gotten worse than before. Maybe his girlfriend is cheating on him? Zhao Weijie muttered to himself, feeling restless inside. He wished someone could explain it to him right now. Why are you so interested in other people's private matters? Bai Anchi refuses to talk, so she must have her reasons. Do you like her? How could I like her? I tell you, even if all the women in the world were gone, I wouldn't like her. What's wrong with your head? Zhao Weijie looked at him with disgust and hurriedly left, his back looking like he was fleeing in a panic. Fong Tang snorted, he's definitely feeling guilty. Last time I asked Bai Anchi, she said the same thing. They argued so much that they ended up liking each other. After all, they are life and death friends. Sang Mo made a joke and helped his wife back to the office building. Soon, rumors spread in the factory that Bai Anchi's father, like Lu Na's father, had been summoned for questioning and might also go to jail, possibly sharing a cell with Lu Na's father. He embezzled a lot of money and was cheating around outside. Someone reported him. No wonder Bai Anchi has been so obedient lately. Her support has fallen apart. Humph, let's see how proud she is in the future. When Fong Tang went to the bathroom, she overheard some women in the office discussing Bai Anchi. They seemed quite pleased, since Bai Anchi's temper was known to be a bit difficult. When she came out, these women eagerly asked, "Xiao Fong, did you hear? Bai Anchi's family is in trouble." "I don't know." Fong Tang shook her head with a smile, not wanting to get involved. "Stay away from Bai Anchi. Her father did something serious this time. He might be in prison for several years." Fong Tang smiled but said nothing. She washed her hands and left. In her previous life, Bai Anchi's father was sentenced to 5 years. But because he was used to a comfortable life and couldn't handle the hard prison work, he quickly fell ill and eventually died in prison. Bai Anchi's mother was very strong, holding everything together alone. Unfortunately, Bai Anchi was irresponsible. Her younger brother was still small, and her mother was in poor health. She also fell ill soon after. She doesn't know what happened after that, only that Bai Anchi's life was very hard. She hopes that in this life, Bai Anchi can be strong and help her mother support the family. At noon, Bai Anchi was serving food at the cafeteria window. Fong Tang deliberately went to her window. When it was her turn, she softly said, "Be strong." Bai Anchi's eyes turned red. She nodded, and after Fong Tang left, she looked away and wiped her eyes. She continued serving food. The family was in chaos now, and she really needed to be strong. Otherwise, her mother wouldn't be able to handle it alone. But she really feels very upset. Her father doesn't know what's happening outside. Rumors are spreading that her father might be executed. Her mother is trying to use connections and has spent a lot of money, but she still hasn't seen her father. Zhao Weijie also came to eat. He sat opposite Fong Tang and ate quietly without talking. At the next table, a few people were chatting loudly about Bai Anchi. "I heard she might be executed. No wonder she's crying every day. She must have stolen a lot of money. She deserves it. Humph. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant again." They spoke happily, not noticing Zhao Weijie's face growing more and more serious. Suddenly, he stood up sharply and shouted at them, "What are you talking about? Get out and eat if you're bored." The cafeteria instantly became very quiet. Everyone looked over at Zhao Weijie. The people who were chatting awkwardly shut their mouths and left with their lunchboxes. No one wanted to offend the young master of the factory, so they decided to leave. Zhao Weijie frowned and hummed softly. He sat down to continue eating but lost his appetite. He stirred his food carelessly, muttered something under his breath, then closed his lunchbox and left with it. Fong Tang looked at him. His behavior just now surprised her. She didn't hate Zhao Weijie as much as before, but she also didn't like him much. Her impression of him was very bad. She didn't expect him to stand up for Bai Anchi. It really changed her view of him. Maybe he still has some conscience? After Zhao Weijie left, the cafeteria started talking again. What just happened? It was so scary. Those people were talking about Bai Anchi, and Zhao Weijie stood up for her and scolded them. Are they dating? Probably. Otherwise, why would Zhao Weijie get involved during such a difficult time? They probably won't become a couple. The factory director wouldn't agree. Bai Anchi's father is in prison, and her family is a mess. She's also very stubborn. Even I don't like her. Do you think the director would like her? A middle-aged woman curled her lips, looking very disdainful. She had argued with Bai Anchi when she was getting food before. She was happy that Bai's family was having bad luck. You shouldn't say that. It's okay if the factory director doesn't like her. As long as Zhao Weijie likes her. Parents can't always control their children. Just watch. They might actually become a couple. From then on, Bai Anchi remained polite to Angel, believing that fortunes change and harmony is the most important thing. Yes, harmony is the key. The gossip gradually quieted down, and everyone finished eating and left. In the end, Bai Anchi was just a passing guest in their boring lives. They would chat for a few days and then stop caring. Except for enemies, no one would watch her every day of the year. Fong Tang was still leisurely eating. She had made shredded pork with green peppers, which she liked spicy lately. She even prepared a big jar of chili sauce, which made her noodles taste especially good. Bai Anqi sat beside her. Her lunchbox had little food inside, no meat dishes, only boiled cabbage in clear broth. I made some chili sauce. Try the taste, Fong Tang said, pushing the bottle toward her. She also added some beef bits. She didn't ask why Bai Anqi's portion was so small. She knew that where there are people, there are struggles. It's common to flatter some and look down on others. In the past, Bai Anqi's father was a department store manager, so even if she was arrogant, no one dared to criticize her. People even tried to please her. That's why she used to have plenty of meat dishes, and no one complained. Now, Bai Anqi's father was unlucky. Those who used to flatter her no longer did so. Some even took advantage of her misfortune. She no longer had access to those meat dishes. It's even possible her job at the cafeteria might be taken away. Bai Anqi hesitated, unscrewed the bottle cap, and the strong aroma wafted out, making her saliva flow. She only took half a spoonful, not much.
Take more.
Mine isn't spicy, Fong Tang said. She poured a lot of chili sauce into Bai Anqi's lunchbox. She noticed that Bai Anqi's fingers looked wrinkled, probably from soaking in water too long. She felt a bit uncomfortable about it. Maybe Bai Anqi was assigned to wash vegetables in the cafeteria. Bai Anqi's eyes reddened. She turned away, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, lowered her head, and ate silently. She didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. Her colleagues' words were harsh, and she preferred to be somewhere more free. Don't think too much. Life is full of ups and downs. No one's life is smooth sailing, Fong Tang comforted her. Actually, Bai Anqi was quite lucky. At least she was a formal worker, and her family's life was not a problem. As for the gossip outside, she could only adjust herself. I know, I'm just worried about my dad. They won't let us see him or send him things. I don't know how he's doing inside, Bai Anqi whispered. Although her father had a mistress outside, he was still very kind to her and her brother. When everything was fine at home, Bai Anqi hated her father and even wished her parents would divorce. She was sure she would stay with her mother. But her mother didn't agree and said she was too young to understand many things. She also said her father was the main support of the family, and the family couldn't do without him. Now Bai Anqi understood. Her mother was right. When her father got into trouble, the family fell apart. She and her mother felt lost, with no direction. Her brother was even less reliable. These days, she didn't know how she managed to get through it. It felt like a bad dream, and she hadn't woken up yet. Your worries won't help now. What's done is done. You need to be strong and support your family. Your dad inside is probably worried about how things are at home. If you and your mom and brother aren't doing well, he won't feel at ease. You're the oldest daughter, so you need to take on this responsibility. For the past 19 years, your dad protected this family. From now on, you have to take over and keep watch over your home, Fong Tang kindly advised her. Over these days, after many arguments, they had started to develop some feelings. She really hoped Bai Anqi wouldn't follow the same difficult path as before. She hoped Bai Anqi would listen to her advice. I understand. I will pull myself together. Thank you. You're the only one who still cares about me, Bai Anqi said, nodding. Her heart was deeply touched, and her eyes started to water. In just a few days, she had seen how cold and selfish people could be. The kind uncles and aunts who used to be very gentle with her now avoided her, as if she were a pest. Some people even accused her father of crimes, listing everything he had done wrong, as if they wanted to see him dead. Even though her father had done illegal things, he hadn't wronged those people. In fact, he had helped many. Now that he was in trouble, their true ugly faces appeared. Her mother said this was human nature. When you're poor in the city, no one cares. When you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives come around. Forget friends, even siblings are just interested in benefits. No matter what you say or do, nothing is more useful than money. In recent days, Bai Anqi has grown a lot. She used to think she was cute and pretty, especially charming because her father's friends always praised her. They spoke so kindly that she felt happy. Now she understands that those words were insincere and only said to please her father. At the machine tool factory, the same thing happened. Everyone avoided her, and she had to do the heavy, tiring work in the cafeteria. She didn't dare argue, afraid that she might lose her job. Fortunately, Fong Tang still cared for her. Bai Anqi's eyes turned red, and she choked out, "Sorry, I was so immature before. I said many bad things about you. Please scold me if you want. I already know. You call yourself a dog brain. If I argue with you, I might as well be a dog too. Stop crying. Actually, you should be thankful to Zhao Weijie," Fong Tang said with a bit of annoyance. "Why thank him? He's probably just laughing at me now," Bai Anqi huffed unhappily. "But you're wrong. Just now, a few people were gossiping about your family." Zhao Weijie scolded them.
Did you see?
That guy looked quite like a hero for a moment. You should really thank him. Fong Tang joked, making Bai Anqi blush. She asked hesitantly, "Really? Do I have money to lie to you?" Fong Tang rolled her eyes, finished her meal, and prepared to go back to her office. "Then I'll thank him if I see him next time." Bai Anqi's face was flushed, and she spoke shyly, feeling warm inside. She never thought that the toad would speak up for her. No, she shouldn't call him a toad anymore, it's too rude. "Why are you telling me this?" "It's your business. I'm leaving now." Fong Tang packed her lunchbox and stood up to leave. Bai Anqi waved her hand and continued eating, feeling much better. After Fong Tang's encouragement, she decided to cheer up. She would ignore the gossip outside and protect her family, making her father proud. After work, Sang Mo slowly rode his bike, with Fong Tang sitting behind him, chatting casually. She mentioned how Zhao Weijie stood up for Bai Anqi today. Quite surprising. "Do you think Zhao Weijie likes Bai Anqi?" Fong Tang was curious. She thought that some of the gossip at the factory made sense. Even though those two argued all the time, maybe they were falling in love? "I don't know. Maybe she likes him, but the factory director wouldn't agree. Director Zhao and his wife are very materialistic. They were satisfied with Bai Anqi before, but now they definitely wouldn't approve. I also wonder how long Bai Anqi's father will stay in jail. In the past life, it was about 5 years, but many things have changed in this life, so I can't be sure. 3 to 5 years. Her father not only embezzled money, but also led a corrupt life. He won't get away with just 3 or 5 years." Sun Emo spoke confidently. Bai's father caused a big fuss, and recently he and some friends have been discussing it. Going to jail seems unavoidable. Now, it depends on whether Bai's family has strong connections and if they can get a lighter sentence.
Kiang Tang Sai.
It seems the Bai family situation hasn't changed much. I hope Bai Anqi can do better. They went straight home. These days, vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, fish, and eggs are in short supply, so they hardly need to buy groceries. When they reached the gate, Sun Emo slowly parked the car and helped Chong Tang get out. "Hey, there's someone at our door." Chong Tang saw an old lady sitting with a basket on her back at their door, along with a boy about 10 years old. The old lady looked a bit familiar. Sun Emo recognized her immediately. She was the egg seller who helped his wife at the market entrance a few months ago. At that time, she was almost caught, but his wife helped her out. Sun Emo reminded her with a smile, "The eggs from our backyard chickens come from this lady." Chong Tang patted her forehead, feeling annoyed. "My memory is getting worse." I knew she looked familiar. The old lady saw them and quickly stood up with her grandson, walking a few steps toward them. She looked guilty and said, "I should have come earlier, but I couldn't get away. These are our own things. Please don't mind." Her basket was full of eggs, dried vegetables, and some fresh produce. The boy looked thin and a little pale, but his eyes were big and dark, and he looked shyly at Chong Tang and Sun Emo. "Ching Ching, call someone quickly." The old lady tugged her grandson, who softly called out, "Uncle, Auntie."
Good boy.
"Come inside and sit for a while." Chong Tang gently patted the boy's head. His hair was soft but a bit yellow. It was clear he was not well nourished. "We can't sit long. We need to catch the bus home." The old lady refused politely, placing her basket on the ground and pulling her grandson to leave. Fong Tang wanted to stop them, But Sang Mo was faster and blocked the grandfather and grandson. He smiled and said, "No rush, I have spare rooms at my house. No need to stay, really no need. We're going home." The aunt was very worried. Such a beautiful house. She had only seen houses like this in movies. She was afraid of dirtying someone else's home. "My house usually has no visitors. Come in and sit for a while." Fong Tang took the boy's hand, found a piece of chocolate from her bag, peeled the wrapper, and fed it to the boy. The boy kept his mouth closed and looked at his grandmother. She nodded, and only then did the boy open his mouth to eat. He tasted the rich chocolate aroma, his big eyes lit up instantly, and a pure, happy smile appeared on his face. He had never eaten such delicious candy before, better than white rabbit candy. The boy had only eaten white rabbit once, when he went to visit the wealthiest family in the village. The adults there gave him a piece, but he was reluctant to finish it all at once. He only took small bites and finished it after the Lantern Festival. Sang Mo opened the door and invited the grandfather and grandson inside. But they stood at the doorway, refusing to go in. "Not coming in. I don't want to dirty your house," the aunt whispered. The floors in the city were cleaner than her bed at home. She didn't dare step inside. "Then just change into a pair of slippers." Fong Tang didn't make things difficult for them. She took 2 pairs of cloth slippers. The grandfather and grandson took off their shoes. Their socks were all torn, with toes sticking out. Fong Tang pretended not to see and let them sit on the sofa. She also turned on the TV. Soon, there would be cartoons, and the children would surely like to watch. Sure enough, the boy watched the TV intently, not moving at all. Fong Tang smiled, brewed 2 cups of tea, and brought some candies and cookies for them to eat. The aunt was still very nervous and didn't dare to eat anything. She actually wanted to go home, but after the young man spoke, she didn't dare say she wanted to leave. That evening, Fong Tang cooked a big meal: braised fish, scrambled eggs with chives, steamed meat with dried vegetables, and stir-fried greens. Each dish was served in large portions. "Eat more. We don't have leftovers at home. Finish everything. It's too much." "You're too kind," they kept saying. The aunt couldn't stop saying that these dishes were better than what they had for New Year's. She didn't dare to take meat, only ate vegetables. Fong Tang helped them by serving eggs and meat, placing the meat and eggs in front of the grandfather and grandson. Fong Tang's smile was warm. The grandparents and grandson gradually relaxed and started eating eagerly. The food was so good, and the rice smelled so nice. They unknowingly ate more than usual. The boy even finished 3 bowls of rice and let out several satisfied burps. The aunt also ate quite a bit. When she realized it, she felt ashamed and didn't know what to say. She felt so embarrassed. "It's good that you're full. Stay here tonight, and you can leave tomorrow morning," Fong Tang said while cleaning up the plates. All 4 dishes were finished. The grandparents and grandson were the main eaters. Usually, the meals at home didn't have much oil, but now she looked at the basket, which had about 50 eggs and many dried bamboo shoots, dried potatoes, and dried beans. Everything was tender. It was clear that the aunt had brought out the best things from her home. The aunt couldn't refuse and had to nervously agree to stay overnight. She also asked if she could take a shower, worried about soiling the bedding. "Wait a moment, I'll boil some water for you," Fong Tang said happily. The house had a bathroom, so taking a shower was very convenient. "I'll go boil the water. You can watch TV," Sang Mo said quickly, not wanting his wife to get tired. Fong Tang then sat with the grandparents and grandson in the living room watching TV. Now they were showing cartoons, and the boy watched with great interest, eyes wide without blinking. "Thanks to the money you gave, and for giving Chung-Ching medicine. He got better after a few days," the aunt said gratefully. She only found out after returning to the village that the prices of eggs and hens in the city hadn't changed. The pretty girl had tricked her, charging at least 6 or 7 more yuan. Sigh, she felt she could never repay this kindness. As a rural woman, she didn't have much valuable to offer. "That's good. Things will get better and better," Fong Tang said with a smile. They chatted casually. The aunt was very shy and spoke cautiously. Luckily, Sang Mo had finished boiling water, so he told them to go take a shower. She found some clean old clothes for them to change into. After washing, the grandparents and grandson felt much better. They looked much cleaner than before. Fong Tang led them to the guest room, where the bedding was ready and had just been aired a few days ago. If you're cold, take a blanket from the closet and go to bed early. Thank you so much, the aunt said, unsure of what to say. The bedding was new and thick. She, a rural wife, felt she didn't deserve to use such nice things. No need to be polite. Just go to sleep quickly. Fong Tang smiled, patted the boy's head, and then went back to her room to sleep. A young boy took off his clothes, snuggled into the bed, and felt so comfortable that he didn't want to move. He whispered, "Grandma, the blanket is so warm. Auntie's food is very tasty, and the candies are delicious too." The blanket at home had been used for many years. It was stiff and not warm at all at night, and it had a musty smell. Auntie's blanket was soft, warm, and smelled nice. It felt very comfortable. The aunt looked a little teary-eyed and turned away to wipe her eyes. She felt she hadn't done enough to give her grandson a good life. "Go to sleep now. If you need to, tell Grandma," she said. The boy nodded and closed his eyes obediently. Soon he was asleep. The aunt was tired too. She had eaten well and felt warm, so she quickly fell asleep as well. The next morning, they woke up a little late, actually before 7. Usually they got up at 5 or 6 to do chores. Last night, he had slept so comfortably that he had slept until late in the morning without realizing it. The aunt hurried to wake her grandson, folded the blanket, and after washing up, they went downstairs together. Fong Tang had already prepared noodles with vegetables and eggs, along with beef sauce and pickled radish strips. "You're late," the aunt said shyly. "It's not polite to sleep so late at someone else's house. We just got up too. Come on, let's eat," Fong Tang said with a smile, waving to the boy. He asked kindly, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I did. I even had a good dream." The boy nodded. He dreamed about his dad and mom last night, but unfortunately, they ignored him and flew away. Fong Tang gently patted his head. The boy was very sensible but too thin. Each bowl of noodles had 2 fried eggs on top. Everyone had the same, so the grandma and grandson wouldn't feel embarrassed to eat. They had plenty of eggs at home anyway. After breakfast, the aunt said she had to leave. "We have to go to work, so we can't see you off. Here's a little gift for the boy." Fong Tang took out a red envelope from his pocket. The aunt hesitated to accept it, but Fong Tang smiled and said, "It's our first visit, so of course we should give something. Don't be shy." With her approval, the boy took the red envelope with both hands. "Thank you, Auntie." Sang Imo carried a basket filled with clothes. They were mostly secondhand but decent, sorted out by Fong Tang last night. They were better than what the grandma and grandson had. "If you don't mind, you can take these old clothes home and maybe fix them up or give them to someone else," Fong Tang said. "That wouldn't do. These clothes are still good enough to wear," she replied. The aunt was feeling nervous and uneasy. All the clothes she had were new and without patches. "I have many clothes that I can't wear anymore. If you don't mind, you can take them. Come visit when you have free time." Fong Tang took them to the bus stop. Just then, a bus arrived. The grandmother and grandson got on, and soon the bus drove away. The grandmother found a seat and sat down, placing her basket at her feet. She suspiciously looked through the clothes. The weight she felt earlier didn't seem like just clothes. Sure enough, there were many things hidden under the old clothes. There was a can of milk powder, a pack of biscuits, a jar of beef sauce, some candies, and fruits, about half a basketful. "Oh no, what should I do?" The grandmother was very worried. She wanted to get off and go back, but the bus had already started moving. Even if she went back, they might not accept her. She then took a red envelope from her grandson's pocket, which surprisingly contained 5 yuan. The grandmother sighed. These things were worth much more than the money she had given. The debt of kindness was growing bigger. By November, the weather was getting colder. Fong Tang was less afraid of the cold. She felt warm, only needing a coat outside. Her palms were hot, probably because she was pregnant and naturally warmer. Soon it was December. She was 3 months pregnant. Fong Tang's belly was a bit bigger than usual. Some women at 3 months have flat stomachs and can't tell, but her belly was larger than some women at 4 or 5 months. Everyone in the office said she was carrying twins. Fong Tang also wondered about it. When it was time for her checkup, Sang Mo went with her. The ultrasound results confirmed she was having twins. The babies are healthy right now. Mom, don't eat too much. Eat small meals often to get enough nutrients. If the babies get too big, it could be hard to deliver, the doctor advised. Fong Tang and Sang Mo listened carefully and remembered the doctor's words. When the old man and others heard it was twins, they were very happy. They even wanted Fong Tang to take leave and rest at home. But Fong Tang refused. She didn't have much work in the office and felt bored at home. It was better to work and pass the time. Tanger, what do you want to eat? Old Fong asked kindly. Yes, just tell me what you want, and Grandpa will get it for you, Old Sang said eagerly. Fong Tang shook her head. Nothing special. The doctor told me to eat less. Don't listen to the doctor nonsense. Our ancestors' advice is always right. Pregnant women should eat well and enough. Elder Master Fawn almost scolded the incompetent doctor. I've never heard of pregnant women eating less. If not for the doctor, what else? Elder Master Sang also agreed. That's right. Even cows, horses, and pigs have babies and they still need eggs and good nutrition. Who would not eat enough when pregnant? Don't go to that doctor anymore. Don't give wrong advice if you don't understand. The doctor is right. Tanger can't eat too much now. She's carrying twins, which is already difficult. If she eats too much, the babies might grow too big, and there could be danger. Grandma Fong came out and scolded them. Then we listened to the doctor. The old men looked embarrassed and didn't dare to speak again. However, they often sent fruits and meat over, worried that Fong Tang wasn't eating well. By the end of the month, Fong Tang's double chin was round, and her body looked much fuller. Fortunately, the baby inside was well behaved. She didn't cause trouble, except for eating more and feeling sleepy easily. Apart from that, Fong Tang was normal, just like usual. As the year-end approached, Sang Mo became busy. The publicity department remained as relaxed as ever. One day, Fong Tang and Sister Shu were chatting when she mentioned something. This year's benefits will probably be worse than last year's, Sister Shu said unhappily. How do you know? Did the factory send out a notice? Li Ge asked. They were talking about New Year benefits. Every year, the factory gives out New Year gifts like fish oil, flour, sugar, and other things. There are quite a few, which is one reason many envy state-owned factories. During festivals, there are benefits. The better the factory, the more benefits. State-owned factories are usually better than street factories. For example, the machine tool factory always had good benefits, but last year, workers seemed less satisfied. Sister Shu snorted. No need for notice. We still haven't recovered the money from last year's accounts. Do you think there will be good stuff this year? Not recovered yet? It's been 5 years, right? What are those people in the factory doing? Li Ge asked anxiously. He didn't care about the accounts, since the money wasn't his. But the benefits related to his own interests, so he was worried. Who knows? Last year, they said the accounts wouldn't be recovered. Everyone had to tighten their belts. TCH, I can't even talk about the New Year gifts I received. The cotton spinning factory, where my sister works, gives better benefits than us. Now we're going to be embarrassed again this year, Sister Shu said angrily. What kind of debt is that? If they can't pay it back in 5 years, can't we sue them? Little Fong, you don't understand. This debt can't be sued. Why not? Little Fong asked, more curious. Paying back debts is the right thing to do. If you don't pay, of course, you should sue. Because our factory also owes money to others. If we sue, other companies might follow our example, and things could get messy. Sister Shu whispered the reason in Fong's ear. Fong suddenly understood. So everyone is just a bad pair. It's all about who has the thickest skin. How much do they owe? It seems to be over 300,000 yuan, quite a lot. Sigh, I think this year, we might even lose the whole fish. Sister Shu sighed softly, feeling better after venting her frustration. I heard the deputy factory director say last time, that if someone could recover this debt, the factory would give a reward of 10,000 yuan. Li Gus said with a smile. Fong was startled. 10,000 yuan? That's a lot of money. You could become a millionaire overnight. Sister Shu snorted. You think it's that easy to get the money? We've tried before. The factory and the workers are all very stubborn. No one has been able to collect a penny. I don't think anyone can get that 10,000 yuan. Old Gao added. The deputy director has been talking about this for 2 years, but no one has succeeded. Everyone envies that 10,000 yuan, but it takes real skill to get it. Collecting debts is not easy. Is it still the same rule now? Fong asked curiously. They changed it, added 2,000 yuan, so now it's 12,000 yuan. Sister Shu and Old Gao didn't care much because they knew no one could really get that huge amount. It was just a false hope. They cared more about the 6 yuan monthly attendance bonus, which was more practical. But Fong was tempted. She wanted to earn that money. However, this debt was probably very hard to recover. Otherwise, no one would still be trying, and the factory wouldn't offer so many bonuses. After work, she asked Sang Mo about it. A small factory in a local street, doing pretty well but known for being unreliable. They owe over 350,000 yuan. They will have to pay it back eventually, but they just don't want to, Sang Mo said. Why wouldn't they want to pay it back? Fong couldn't understand. The main reason is that she is shy, while that factory staff are very bold. When collecting debts, they are polite, even arranging meals and sending people to accompany her. The factory manager and finance staff avoid taking part. When they can't escape, they pretend to be poor and helpless, even calling out some disabled workers to cry, making it look pitiful. The debt collectors have no choice but to leave disappointed. It's all about who has the thicker skin. Since the debt collectors are not as bold, they naturally don't get their money back. Fong Tang is deep in thought and silent. Sang Mo notices her mind and asks, Do you want to go collect the debt? Yes, I want to try. The funds are 12,000 yuan. Fong Tang admits it. She's after that bonus, 12,000 yuan. You're not feeling well now, so it's better not to go, Sang Mo advises. If something happens, the 3 old men might get angry. I'm perfectly fine, and they like to pretend to be poor and pitiful. I'll look more pitiful with my big belly. Let's see who can be more miserable. Fong Tang suddenly has a good idea. In her past life, she enjoyed watching TV dramas from Hong Kong City, Bay Island. One of those shows was about business battles, and there was a very exciting scene about debt collection. She thinks she can learn from it. Sang Mo can't refuse her and agrees to let her try. Will they really give the money? Fong Tang has a strong feeling she can get the money. She must ask clearly, so there are no excuses later. I'll ask tomorrow, Sang Mo promises. He can't help but pinch her nose, calling her a little money grubber. The next day at work, Sang Mo asks Zhao Weijia. If they're willing to pay, they will. Sang Ge, do you want to go collect the debt? I advise you not to. That factory's people are all troublemakers. Some are missing hands or legs, and they just stand at the gate crying. It's worse than slaves being exploited, Zhao Weijia warns.
Sang Montagsmieles.
I'm not going. My wife will go. Zhao Weijia's neck seems to be squeezed tight, and he can't speak. He looks shocked and can't believe his ears. After a while, he recovers and says, Fong Tang is going to collect the debt? Come on, she'll cry after one round. Sang Ge, you can't let her do something reckless. She's pregnant. Many strong men in the factory can't get their money back. Fong Tang, with her thin arms and legs, is unlikely to succeed. Let her try. Nothing will happen anyway. Now, Sang Mo has more confidence in his wife. Collecting debts is not about strength. It's not about who is taller or more powerful, but about strategy and skill. Maybe his wife Tang can really get the money back. Even if she doesn't succeed, it's okay, just to satisfy her curiosity. Fong Tang isn't in a rush to collect the debt. Knowing your enemy is the key to winning every battle. She needs to understand the other side first. The person in charge of Hongxing Auto Parts Factory is named Hu Yidong. As long as he agrees, we can get the debt back, Sang Mo said, explaining the situation. The factory isn't big, with only 3 or 4 workers. but don't underestimate it. It makes good money. Hu Yidong, the small factory boss, loves a luxurious life, much better than Zhao Weijia's father. Hu Yidong is clever. He hired some disabled workers to do easy tasks in the factory. This gave him a good reputation and allowed him to get subsidies. The most important thing is that he can play the victim. Every time someone comes to collect the debt, he sends these disabled workers out. Some have lost limbs or are mentally challenged, blocking the debt collectors. Outsiders don't know the truth. They just see these disabled people as pitiful and think they are helping Hu Yidong deal with the debt collectors. Sang Mo sneered coldly. To deal with someone like Hu Yidong, the best way is to strike hard. He hasn't investigated Hu Yidong thoroughly, but he is sure Hu Yidong is definitely not innocent. However, right now, he's expanding his network. He doesn't want to offend anyone unless absolutely necessary. Since his wife wants to try, let her give it a shot. Fong Tang puffed her cheeks and huffed. This person is so shameless. Do those disabled people willingly help him do bad things? Sang Mo chuckled coldly, mocking. Disabled people can't earn a penny at home and are often looked down upon. Hu Yidong pays them wages, and they are grateful and willing to work for him. If Hu Yidong asks them to jump into a volcano, they wouldn't hesitate. A disabled person's salary is only about 10 or 20 yuan. There are 5 disabled workers, so the total is at most 70 yuan, enough to buy 5 loyal followers. Hu Yidong's methods are indeed clever.
Fang Tang Flawen.
It sounds complicated, but she still wants to go after the debt. So, I just need to focus on dealing with Hu Yidong alone, right? Fong Tang thought for a moment and said. Sang Mo chuckled softly. The main target is naturally Hu Yidong, but you probably won't get close to him. Hu Yidong won't meet you. I will go block him. Fong Tang puffed out her cheeks, determined she wouldn't fail. Even if you block Hu Yidong, his skin is as thick as a wall. Even if you argue until you're blue in the face, he won't pay back the money. He might even send 5 disabled people to complain and create moral pressure. Can you handle that? Sang Mo guided her step by step. Fong Tang frowned tightly, thinking hard. She didn't have such thick skin and knew she couldn't endure that. But she couldn't give up before trying, right? Suddenly, she had an idea. She loudly declared, "Then I will also act pitiful and see who is more miserable." Sang Mo looked at her approvingly and asked with a smile, "How will you act pitiful?" "Cry." Fong Tang pouted and said, "I'm not just good at crying, but you don't look very miserable right now." Sang Mo held back his laughter. His wife was delicate and beautiful, like a pampered flower, not at all like someone suffering. "I can put on makeup to look worse." "So annoying. Can you have a little faith in me?" Fong Tang was angry and hit him. Sang Mo smiled and took her hand gently, soothing her. "I have full confidence in my Tang. When she steps in, she will definitely get the money back. That's not certain." "I'm not so sure." Fong Tang blushed, her ears turning pink, but she was happy inside. She loved hearing good words, even if she knew they might be false. "I will definitely get the money back. I believe in my wife." Sang Mo spoke confidently, but in his mind, he thought if it doesn't work, he could find some friends to dress up as ghosts and scare Hu Yidong at night. Since his wife wanted to earn that prize money, he, as her husband, would support her. Fong Tang's lips curved into a smile. She also hoped she could succeed. She wasn't in a hurry to meet Hu Yidong. First, she went to the factory to check things out. The auto parts factory was in an alley. It wasn't big, with a black and white sign that read, Red Star Auto Parts Factory. There were a few elderly men and women sitting and chatting, and a lazy big yellow dog lying nearby. It looked like a peaceful scene. Many people came and went at the factory entrance, mostly workers from the factory. Soon, Fong Tang saw the disabled workers, one limping, another missing an arm, and one smiling foolishly, all wearing the work uniforms of the Red Star Auto Parts Factory. However, their uniforms were dirty and covered in oil, and they didn't seem to be living very well. After observing for 3 days, Fong Tang finally thought of a plan. She needed to find a few actors to help. She was alone and weak, so she couldn't handle 5 people by herself. But who should she ask? She thought all afternoon but couldn't find a suitable person. That evening, Sang Mo cooked dinner. Now, he could make some simple home-cooked dishes and they tasted pretty good. For dinner, they had scrambled eggs with chives, steamed egg custard, steamed fish, and salted duck eggs. Our eggs at home are too many. Maybe we should make salted eggs, Sang Mo suggested. Sounds good. Salted eggs are also delicious, Fong Tang replied. She was still thinking about something, a bit distracted. She picked up some eggs with her chopsticks and ate. As she chewed, she suddenly remembered someone and exclaimed, I got it. What did you think of? Sang Mo asked with a smile. Chung Cheng's grandma. I want to ask her to help us collect the debt. What do you think? Fong Tang asked eagerly. That's a good idea. We might as well ask Ching Ching too. More people, more strength, Sang Mo suggested. Great. Even if we can't get the money back, I'll pay them for their work, Fong Tang said excitedly. She was eager to find the grandparents right now. They looked so miserable. No need to pretend to be pitiful. Just standing outside the Red Star factory was enough. I'll go find them, Sang Mo said proactively. Okay. Later, I'll rehearse with them again, Fong Tang said, feeling more confident, as if she could see the 12,000 yuan waving at her. That night, she had a dream. In her dream, a pile of colorful banknotes buried her in money. Unfortunately, she hadn't started picking up the money when she woke up. I never managed to pick up the money, she sighed. Fong Tang patted her forehead in frustration. Every time she dreamed of collecting money or eating delicious food, she couldn't actually get the money or enjoy the food. If there were a god who controlled dreams, that god must be very stingy. Do you like money that much? Sang Mo asked with a light laugh. Who doesn't like money? Don't you like it too? Fong Tang shot him a playful look and got out of bed to get dressed. Sang Mo honestly admitted that no one disliked money. Since his wife loved money so much, he had to work even harder. In the afternoon, Sang Mo specially went to pick up the grandparents and brought them into the city. When the aunt heard she was needed to help, she didn't hesitate and came right away. She didn't even ask what it was about. Sang Mo told them to rest at home and then hurried to the factory to pick up Fong Tang. Fong Tang hurriedly returned home and told her aunt about the debt collection. Her aunt didn't really understand but nodded repeatedly, saying, I trust you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Fong Tang chuckled and teased, Aren't you afraid I might make you do something illegal? No, I won't. You are good people. Her aunt shook her head firmly, clearly convinced. Good people wouldn't ask her to do anything wrong. Fong Tang felt a little warm inside. She hadn't helped her aunt much, just a small effort, but her aunt saw it as a great kindness and trusted her completely. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything illegal. Someone owes me money, and it's been years. When I go to ask for it, they send a group of injured people to cry, and the crowd scolds me. So I want her help to get the money back. Her aunt looked angry and said, How can they be so shameless? Owing money and paying it back is the right thing. Don't worry, I will definitely help. Chung Chung also nodded eagerly. He wanted to help his aunt get the money. Fong Tang smiled and said, Then, Auntie, you have to follow my instructions. After dinner, Fong Tang trained the grandmother and grandson on how to act pitiful. She was her aunt's daughter-in-law. Chung Chung was her eldest son, and her father-in-law was paralyzed at home, relying only on her husband's salary to support the family. I understand. Don't worry, I won't let you down, her aunt pounded her chest to promise. She was determined to help her benefactor recover the money. Sun Mo watched from the side, laughing. His wife was quite clever with her ideas. Maybe this time they could really get the money back. The grandmother and grandson stayed home for the night. The next day, Fong Tang took them to the Hongxing Auto Parts factory. Before leaving, she gave herself a quick makeover. The grandmother and grandson didn't need to disguise themselves. They just appeared as they were. Fong Tang put on old clothes she had worn before, patched them up, sprinkled some dirt on her hair, and applied some makeup to look ragged and pitiful. Sun Mo followed from a distance, feeling uneasy. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't show himself. But if something went wrong, he was ready to help. The Hongxing Auto Parts factory looked peaceful as always. The sun was shining brightly today. There was a large open space in front of the factory, perfect for sunbathing and chatting, and it had become a place for idle people in the alley to gossip. A big yellow dog was still lying lazily, eyes half closed. Fong Tang asked the grandfather and grandson to wait nearby. She went to find Director Hu first because it was polite to do so. She directly asked the security guard, who was an experienced worker. "I am here to visit a relative of Director Hu. I called him before coming, and he told us to come," Fong Tang said shyly, looking like a young lady who had never seen much of the world. The grandfather and grandson stood beside her, looking worried and hunched over. The security guard looked at them and was polite, since they were relatives of the director. "I will ask Director Hu." The guard was cautious and didn't let Fong Tang and her family go inside. Who knew if Director Hu wanted to see such poor relatives? "Sir, my mother-in-law is not feeling well and can't stand. Please, I beg you, listen first. We are really related to Director Hu. He is my mother-in-law's cousin, so I should call him uncle," Fong Tang whispered, tears in her eyes. She gave a quick signal to the grandfather and grandson. The aunt responded quickly, saying, "Yes, he's my cousin. We grew up together. He even has a black birthmark on his." Fong Tang's mouth twitched, silently giving the aunt a thumbs up for her quick thinking. "Sir, it's really my uncle who sent us here. My mother-in-law, and he are very close. When I was young, my aunt made his shoes," Fong Tang lied convincingly. The security guard wouldn't bother to ask Director Hu. She just wanted to get inside and see Hu Yidong to settle the account later. The guard was moved by Fong Tang's tears. She looked so pitiful, tears seeming to drip into his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. "Go ahead, but don't wander around the workshop." "Thank you so much, sir." Fong Tang gratefully thanked him. The guard opened the gate, and the three of them finally entered. The factory wasn't big, just simple houses. The office and workshop were next to each other, very plain. The director's office was easy to find, right at the entrance. The door was slightly open. She pushed it gently, and inside sat a man in his 40s, with a rosy face, chubby cheeks, and a big belly, with a middle parting. He looked well-fed, clearly eating very well. Hu Yidong was on the phone, not noticing Fong Tang and her family. He had his feet on the desk, leaning back in his chair, with his legs crossed, chatting freely. Hu Yidong spoke confidently and arranged the dinner plans for the evening. After hanging up the phone, he sat there still feeling pleased, with a proud smile on his face. Fong Tang didn't bother him and sat quietly. After a few minutes, Hu Yidong turned his head and was shocked to see the three of them standing there like ghosts. He almost fell off his chair in fright.
"Who are you?
Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Hu Yidong angrily scolded. "Director Hu, I am from Tianjin Machine Tool Factory. On behalf of Director Zhao, I came to ask for the money owed. Your factory has owed us for 6 years. Things are tough for us now, and we can't even give out New Year's gifts to our workers. Director Zhao is so worried he can't even eat. But you, Director, who looks so healthy and energetic, and you're going out tonight to Xiangmanla to enjoy yourself." Fong Tang spoke seriously and took out a promissory note from her bag. It was from Hongxing Auto Parts Factory. Hu Yidong's face changed slightly. He secretly cursed. He never planned to pay that money. If the factory from Tianjin wanted to sue him, he was fine with that. "Oh, I see. It's Tianjin Machine Tool Factory. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat." Hu Yidong was very friendly. He immediately took his legs off the chair and called out, "Xiao Wang, prepare 3 cups of tea." Soon, a woman in her 30s came in carrying a teapot. She looked at Fong Tang carefully. Seeing her shabby, beggar-like appearance, with a dusty face, her expression softened. The woman brewed 3 cups of tea and was quite polite. Fong Tang didn't drink the tea. Sang Mo had told her that Hu Yidong was a good actor, like a smiling tiger. He never lost his temper, no matter how rude the debt collectors were. He would just cry and complain about being poor. "Director Hu, I see your factory is doing quite well. Look at your complexion and your belly. You're probably eating meat every day, right? Our Director Zhao is just eating pickled vegetables and porridge." During a meeting, Director Zhao suddenly felt itchy in his nose and sneezed loudly. Soon after, he sneezed again. He rubbed his nose and wondered silently, who the heck is talking about me? Xiaoli, I'm treating people to lunch today. Go book a table at the restaurant. Director Zhao ordered his secretary and continued the meeting. Meanwhile, Fong Tang was still negotiating with Director Hu. Actually, life in our factory is really hard. We are poor workers, barely getting paid. It's not like your place, a big state-owned factory with thousands of workers and a large family. Things are much better there. Hu Yidong started acting, skillfully pretending to cry about being poor. Director, Hu, having a big family is not easy. You have thousands of workers and with their families, over 10,000 mouths are waiting to eat. The new year is coming soon, but we have no money for New Year goods. We're just waiting for you to pay back the money so we can buy rice. Fong Tang wiped her eyes, and tears immediately started flowing, like broken beads. The dirt on her face was washed away, leaving streaks of black and white, making her look more like a beggar. Cheng Cheng looked around, rubbed his eyes, and cried, "Mom, I want to eat meat. Last year's New Year I didn't get to eat meat. Be good. Once this uncle pays back the money, we'll have enough to buy meat." Fong Tang secretly praised her child's cleverness, but her face was still full of tears, crying very sadly. Grandma quietly pushed her grandson's back. Cheng Cheng understood and, crying, ran over to Hu Yidong, grabbing his leg and crying loudly, "Uncle, please pay back the money. I want to eat meat. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I'm hungry." Cheng Cheng really craved meat. He and his grandma hadn't eaten meat for many years. The last time was at the pretty aunt's house, which was the best memory he had. The aunt told him that if they could get the money, he and his grandma could eat meat. The little boy didn't understand the concept of owing money. He just wanted to eat meat, so he cried even harder, tears and snot covering his face, and he kept rubbing against Hu Yidong's pants. Hu Yidong felt disgusted but couldn't hit the child. If he did, he would be the one in the wrong. This time, the factory's management learned to be clever. They hired 3 unlucky stars to demand the debt. He was not so easy to deal with. It's all my fault. I am useless. I can't pay back the money, and now the children can't eat meat. I am guilty. Hu Yidong suddenly slapped himself hard, leaving a bright red handprint on his chubby face. Fong Tang clenched her teeth. No wonder they had been unable to get the money for so many years. Hu Yidong was truly shameless. Hu Yidong sighed heavily and gritted his teeth. If the children want to eat meat, no matter how hard I have to work or suffer, I won't let them down. Xiao Wang, tell the canteen that no matter what it takes, I want a bowl of braised pork and a plate of rice. Bring it to my office. What vegetables do you want? The woman looked suspicious. She was Hu Yidong's mistress and enjoyed good food with him. She was tired of common dishes like braised pork, and Hu Yidong also preferred more exotic delicacies now. Bring some cabbage and tofu, quickly, Hu Yidong subtly signaled, and the woman immediately understood. She went to the cafeteria. Fong Tang was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Hu Yidong to use such a trick. But that's okay. She had a backup plan. Soon, within less than an hour, a large plate of oily braised pork, a big bowl of rice, and a bowl of cabbage with tofu and some meat slices arrived, smelling very tempting. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but swallow hard and looked up at his grandma. His aunt didn't know what to do and looked at Fong Tang. Fong Tang nodded slightly. If they didn't eat, it would be a waste. After eating, they could still ask for more. Kids, come and eat. Hu Yidong kindly beckoned. Cheng Cheng looked shyly at Fong Tang and his grandma but didn't dare move. Fong Tang nodded at him, and Cheng Cheng happily sat down. Hu Yidong personally served him rice. Eat more, finish all the food. Thank you, uncle. Cheng Cheng was very polite. After receiving the food, he started eating eagerly. He hadn't dared to eat much in the morning because his grandma said he shouldn't eat too much at others' homes. He only ate 2 buns and a bowl of porridge, but he could eat a lot. Hu Yidong smiled and said, "Come and eat with us." "It's my fault you suffered." Fong Tang pretended to hesitate for a moment, then pulled her grandma to eat. Although they had breakfast already, her appetite was good now, and she was very hungry. The chef at Hongxing Cafeteria was quite skilled. The braised pork was tender and flavorful, and the cabbage with tofu was delicious. They finished a big bowl of rice, a large plate of meat, and another bowl of cabbage and noodles. The three of them ate everything, with her grandma and Ching eating the most. Not a drop of soup was left.
Burp.
That was so good. Ching happily burped, feeling very happy today. Fong Tang deliberately said loudly, "Even if you treat us to meat, you still owe money. One meal can't pay off your debt for a lifetime. If you don't pay back, we can't celebrate the new year. My father-in-law is waiting for that money to buy medicine and save lives. Yes, comrade, please be kind and pay back the money." The older woman bent down, frowning and bowing with some effort because she had just eaten too much and couldn't straighten up easily. Hu Yitong cursed inwardly. All this meat and rice are just being fed to the dogs. It's not that I don't want to pay you back, but I really have no money. Life is hard for me too. Hu Yitong started complaining again, rambling on for a while, shedding a few tears, but in the end, it all boiled down to one thing: no money. Then we'll just wait. When director who has money, he'll pay me back. Fong Tang didn't expect to get her money on the first day. She was in it for a long game, seeing who could last longer. She gently patted her lower back, and the older woman quickly brought a chair, saying, "You're pregnant now. Don't stand for too long." Fong Tang sat comfortably right outside the factory director's office, with her grandson and granddaughter standing on either side like gatekeepers. Hu Yitong's face changed slightly, his back teeth almost clenched to breaking point. This woman was more difficult than the others before, and she was pregnant, tough to deal with. But it didn't matter. He still had a trump card. Although it was a small factory, nearing the end of the year, Hu Yitong was quite busy. Many people came and went in the office, some from the factory, others from partner companies. Every time someone entered, Fong Tang would say, "Director, my family is struggling to get by. We're just waiting for you to pay back the money so we can buy rice and food." Hu Yitong looked unhappy but couldn't get angry. He had to plead, "Miss, it's not that I don't want to pay you back. I really have no money. Can you go back first? When I get some, I'll pay you then. When will that be? That's hard to say. Things are tough for everyone now. I'll try my best, okay?" Hu Yitong hesitated, unwilling to give a definite date. Fong Tang sneered silently, spreading her hands and leaning back in the chair. "Then I'll just wait. You have enough to eat and drink, better than at home. I'm not in a hurry." She also said to the older woman, "Mom, Chung, you guys sit down too. Tonight, director, who can bring some meat for us to eat?" "Meat again." Chung clapped happily, smiling widely. Hu Yitong clenched his teeth, unable to keep his smile. This was the first time he had encountered someone so difficult to deal with. Fong Tang sat in the factory director's office all afternoon, her backside sore from sitting. When it was time to leave, she confidently followed behind Hu Yitong and said, "Director Hu, why don't you go to Xiangmenlo for dinner tonight? I haven't been there yet. Let's go together, I want to see what it's like." "No, I'll have the cafeteria prepare food for you both," Hu Yitong replied. Hu Yitong was feeling overwhelmed and had no choice but to instruct the cafeteria to serve good dishes. The braised pork at lunch was really tasty. "Let's have some three delicacies soup," Fong Tang ordered, not asking for much. Hu Yitong's face darkened further. He told the kitchen to prepare the dishes, letting this annoying woman feel proud for now. In a few days, he would deal with her. The cafeteria's cooking was truly excellent. The three delicacies soup was delicious. Fong Tang drank 2 bowls and ate quite a bit of the braised pork. The grandfather and grandson also enjoyed their meal very much. They had thought they were here to work, but it turned out they were here to enjoy themselves. Life was better than in heaven. After finishing all the food, Fong Tang let out a satisfied burp and said to Hu Yitong, "Director, we're going home now. See you tomorrow." Hu Yitong kept a stern face and didn't reply. He wouldn't be coming tomorrow. Fong Tang turned around with a smile and said, "If you don't come to work tomorrow, I'll have to come to your house. Is your home at number 63 Happy Lane?" Hu Yitong's face changed dramatically. He forced a smile and said, "I'll definitely come to work." His mother was still at home, and he couldn't let this troublesome woman bother her. "That's good. See you tomorrow." Fong Tang waved her hand and led the grandfather and grandson away. Outside the factory gate, Ching Chung happily asked, "Auntie, will we be able to eat meat again tomorrow?" "What are you talking about?" The aunt glared in displeasure. Being able to eat meat for one day was enough. They shouldn't expect to eat it every day. Fong Tang smiled and said, "Yes, of course. Ching Chung will definitely get to eat meat." Ching Chung was so happy he grinned from ear to ear. Sang and Mo came to pick them up. The grandfather and grandson took the bus home, while Fong Tang rode her bicycle. On the way, she recounted her day's achievements and let out 3 satisfied burps, all smelling of braised pork. "It seems the chef at the Red Star factory cafeteria is quite skilled," Sang Imo said with a smile. "Much better than ours," Fong Tang replied. She nodded vigorously, feeling quite pleased. She had already eaten 3 bowls of rice and was very full. Laughter came from ahead. Son Mo couldn't hold back. His wife was so adorable. All day he worried, but she was happily enjoying herself at someone else's factory. "Why are you laughing?" "It's really tasty. I'll go again tomorrow." Fong Tang pouted unhappily. Although she didn't get the money back, she had 2 good meals, so it wasn't a loss. "I'm not laughing. Just eat more tomorrow." Son Mo forced a smile. Now he was more confident that he might actually get the money back. That evening, Son Mo ate alone. Fong Tang cooked him a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles with beef sauce. Before sleeping, Son Mo analyzed, Hu Yidong can probably endure 3 days. Those 5 people are his trump cards and they'll be released last. I'm not afraid. He has his trump cards, but I have mine too. Fong Tang snorted confidently. She was well prepared. The next day, Fong Tang took her grandfather and grandson back to Hongxing factory. The security guard looked unhappy when they arrived. The factory director called him over to scold him and threatened to deduct his bonus, all because of this woman. "Master, I made an appointment with factory director, who," Fong Tang said with a smile. "Director isn't here." The security guard refused to open the door. Fong Tang calmly said, "Then I'll just go to the director's house. I heard that director, who has a mother in her 70s or 80s who isn't in good health. Sigh, I don't want to bother her unless absolutely necessary." She turned around decisively and said to her grandfather and grandson, "Let's go to Happy Lane." The security guard's face changed drastically. Director, who was a filial son who cared most about his mother. If this woman went to his house, he might lose all his bonus. "Go in." The security guard opened the door with a dark face. Fong Tang smiled at him confidently and strode inside. When Director Hu saw them, his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth, wanting to strangle Fong Tang, but he forced a smile and asked Xiaowang to come over and make tea. His patience was truly remarkable. Fong Tang sat openly at the door as she did yesterday. Whenever someone came in, she demanded that Director Hu pay back the money. His face grew darker, and the veins on his temples throbbed with anger. He swallowed his rage and tried to avoid this troublemaker. But as soon as he left the office, Fong Tang followed closely behind. Hu Yitong said angrily, "I need to go to the bathroom." "Ching Ching, you go with uncle." Fong Tang called Ching Ching over. The little boy happily followed behind Hu Yitong. Reluctantly, Hu Yitong had to go to the bathroom, and afterward. No matter where he went, Fong Tang and the grandparents and grandchildren followed him. "Please stop following me, I beg you." Hu Yitong was very annoyed. It felt like he had 3 tails growing behind him, which was very frustrating. "As long as factory director Hu pays back the money, we won't follow you." "I've already said, it's not that I don't want to pay, I just really don't have the money. You go back first and wait for my news. When I get the money, I'll pay you first. Is that okay? Then you go get the money. You're at the factory every day, and money doesn't fall from the sky. Director Hu, don't try to fool me. If I don't see the money, I won't leave." Fong Tang also stopped smiling and made a firm statement. "Fine, you can follow if you want." Hu Yitong was tired of pretending. His face darkened, and for the next 2 days, he kept a gloomy face and didn't speak. He simply refused to pay back the money. Fong Tang didn't mind. Wherever Hu Yitong went, she followed. She had food to eat and was working just like at her job. Hu Yitong, the old debtor, was eating delicacies every day. No wonder he was getting so fat. On the fourth day, Hu Yitong finally made a big move. He summoned his 5 top generals, gave them instructions, and they were very confident. They had done this kind of thing before, and always succeeded. In the morning, Fong Tang and the others were blocked at the door by these 5 men, not allowed to enter. The 5 stood in a row, with 7 hands, 8 legs, and 9 eyes, looking quite imposing. You're not allowed in. The factory has no money left. We can't keep going. We can't even eat pickles now. It's not that we refuse to pay back the money. We just really don't have it. Director, who is kind-hearted. He took us in. We can't do much work, and we earn only a little each month. It's us who have dragged the factory down. Take our lives if you want. We're useless people, wasting food just by living. We 5 are offering our lives to settle the debt. Take them, the 5 cried loudly, tears streaming down their faces. They sat on the ground, pounding their chests and stomping their feet, repeatedly saying they would offer their lives to pay the debt. Soon, a crowd gathered at the gate, all residents from nearby. They looked at Fong Tang and the others with strange eyes, clearly seeing them as heinous villains. One person tried to drag Fong Tang's foot with malicious intent. Fong Tang quickly dodged and sternly said, "I'm pregnant. If anything happens to you at the factory, you'll all go to jail." The aunt immediately stepped in front of her, glaring angrily at the 5 people. Although they were disabled and pitiful, helping Director, who to avoid paying debts made them very hateful. Anyone who dares to hurt her, the old lady, will fight to the death, the aunt shouted angrily, protecting Fong Tang like a mother hen shielding her chicks. The 5 hesitated and didn't dare to make a move. Their crying and shouting lessened a bit because pregnant women are the most important. If something bad happened to her, they might really end up in jail. With their useless selves, could they survive in prison? And their families couldn't afford to lose face like that. Fong Tang straightened her belly, pushed the aunt aside, and slowly walked in front of the 5. She spoke softly, "I understand your feelings. Director, who pays you wages so you can live with dignity. You are grateful to Director Who and are willing to work hard for him. Director Who is a good person," one of them said loudly, and the other 4 nodded vigorously. Many people spoke badly of Director Who, but in their hearts, he was the kindest person in the world, like Guanyin Bodhisattva. Before they came to the factory, they couldn't eat well or stay warm. Even their own parents looked down on them, and they lived like rats in a sewer, despised by everyone. Only Director Who didn't look down on them. He personally invited them to work at the factory, arranged easy jobs, and paid them a lot of wages. They never dreamed they could live such good lives now. Their families also treated them better and even tried to find wives for them. In the past, they were just happy to have enough to eat. They never dared to think about getting married. Now all of this was brought by Director Who. He was their great benefactor. They couldn't forget kindness and repay it. When the factory was in trouble, they naturally wanted to stand at the front. Fong Tang's lips curled slightly, her eyes turning cold. Hu Yitong was quite good at winning people's hearts, using small favors to make these 5 people completely loyal. You understand gratitude, which shows you are kind-hearted. But have you ever thought that by working for Director Who, you might actually be harming others? Some people might even lose their lives because of your actions. Don't try to scare us. We just owe some money, right? You're a state-owned factory with thousands of employees, and the funds allocated from above each year are countless. Is this small amount of money really a problem? You're just deliberately making things difficult for us, trying to push us to the brink. 5 people shouted excitedly, completely brainwashed by Director Who and unable to listen to Fong Tang's words. They only knew that the factory had no money. If they paid back the debt, the factory would have to close and they would lose their jobs. Their good days would be gone, and they would have to live the disliked life they had before. Fong Tang sneered and mocked. A little bit of money? Is that what Director Who said?
He really dares to say that.
Your factory owes our factory over 350,000 yuan, and it's been 5 years. The interest alone is not a small amount. Our Tianjin factory is big, but it can't compete with shameless scoundrels like your Hongqing factory. One owes 300,000, another owes over 100,000. None of you are willing to pay back. Our factory is close to bankruptcy, and we can't even pay the workers' wages. The crowd watching was shocked. They couldn't believe the debt was over 300,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. Could that much money buy the Hongxing factory? The 5 people were also stunned. They had no idea about the amount owed and thought it was just a small debt. Hu Yidong never told them the exact number, only telling them to go outside and cry poverty to sell the story. Just because you say it's over 30,000 yuan, we believe it? Anyone can talk nonsense. A man missing an arm challenged. He was a loyal supporter of Hu Yitong, having been bought into the factory first. Fong Tang sneered and took out the IOU, shook it, and loudly said, "Look carefully. This is a loan agreement signed by your director who himself, written clearly in black and white. Even though you are missing limbs, your eyes are not blind." She held up the IOU and showed it to the crowd. Although it was yellowed, the words were clear, and it bore the Hongxing factory seal, making her tone more convincing. "Our factory has no money. We can't pay it back." The man with the missing arm played the rogue and refused to let Fong Tang and the others in. Director, who said they must stop this woman. If they succeed, they would get a bonus. Your factory has no money? Huh. That's just nonsense to fool a 3-year-old. Your director, who is fat and big, with at least 30 gene of fat in his belly, more than my 4-month pregnant belly. Isn't that belly full of good food and drink every day? Our factory director Zhao is so poor he's eating salted vegetables and steamed buns every day. How could he be as well off as your director who? Fong Tang spoke clearly, each word hitting the heart. Her eloquence was so sharp that the 5 of them couldn't compete with her. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Hu Yitong's belly was really big, round and swollen, like a blown-up balloon. Director, who was so thin a few years ago, just like a stick of dry wood. How did he get so fat these past 2 years? He has to turn sideways to go through the door, or he'll get stuck. He's eating well. I have a relative who works at Manhwa. They say director, who is a regular customer, eating there at least 28 days a month, with big fish, meat, and fine wine every meal, spending public money. Not eating it would be a waste. No wonder director, who refuses to pay back the money. He's just eating it all up. The crowd discussed loudly, their voices growing louder. But they didn't speak up for Fong Tang, since they had a neighborly relationship with Hongxing Factory, and Fong Tang and the others didn't know them. Moreover, Hu Yitong was quite generous to the neighbors. The nearby residents often went to the factory to fetch water, saving a lot on water bills. Hu Yitong never mentioned it, and even told the guards not to turn the neighbors away. Most of the neighbors still had a good impression of Hu Yitong. As for the debts, since they weren't owed to them, it didn't matter if they were repaid or not. They were just here to watch the show. Fong Tang also heard these comments, which she expected. Today I must go in. Let's see who dares to stop me. Fong Tang walked toward the main gate. When 5 people tried to block her, she, with her belly protruding, shouted, "I'm pregnant with twins. If anything happens, it could be 3 lives lost. Try me if you dare." The 5 hesitated and didn't dare to make a move. Afraid of going to jail, they could only watch helplessly as Fong Tang strode into the factory. The spectators were quite excited, thinking Fong Tang was more impressive than those who had come to demand debts before. Those people used to come and leave after a couple of visits. This pregnant woman is quite capable, taking so long. Maybe this time she'll actually get the money back. Not necessarily. Hu Yitong is not so easy to deal with. Getting money from him is harder than climbing to the sky. The crowd didn't think Fong Tang could win against Hu Yitong. Fong Tang strolled leisurely, as if she were in her own backyard, smiling at the workers as if a leader was inspecting the place. "Good morning, Director Hu." She greeted loudly at the director's office and casually moved a chair to sit at the door of the office. Hu Yitong leaned back in his chair, feet resting on the table, feeling quite proud. He thought he could finally have a quiet day. Suddenly, he heard Fong Tang's voice, which startled him so much he almost fell to the ground. He stared at Fong Tang, as if he had seen a ghost. "How did you get in?" Hu Yitong rubbed his eyes hard. Fong Tang sat steadily like a mountain and smiled sweetly at him, which made him feel uneasy. He had ordered 5 aces to block the door and had never failed before. How did this woman get in? I came in myself. Fong Tang looked at him as if he were a fool, which made Hu Yitong very angry. His usual friendly smile disappeared, replaced by a dark, intimidating look that was a little scary. Chung Chung was scared and hid behind his grandmother, whispering, "Uncle is so scary, don't be afraid. He's just a paper tiger." The aunt held her grandson and glared fiercely at Hu Yitong. She thought, how dare this bully demand money? She wasn't afraid of him. She had a clean family background, with ancestors who were poor farmers. She dared him to try and hurt her. Hu Yitong clenched his teeth and forced out a weak smile. He said pitifully, "I really don't have money. Maybe you can see how much my body is worth and sell it. Do whatever you want." Fong Tang sneered. It seemed he was trying to act pitiful, but now she was getting to the point of cutting meat. She shifted slightly to sit more comfortably and said slowly, "Director Hu, your words are pointless. We're here for money, not to cause trouble, and we haven't broken any rules or laid a hand on anyone. Why should we risk a lawsuit? Besides, even if you have a lot of flesh, it's not worth much. A pig can sell for about 100 yuan." Hu Yitong's face darkened. This nasty woman actually insulted him by comparing him to a pig. "Anyway, I have no money. Do as you please." Hu Yitong was tired of pretending to be pitiful. This woman was just a cut of meat with a thicker skin than him. He had tried all his usual tricks, but they didn't work. The money was in his pocket, and he wouldn't give it up. Could this woman really try to steal it from him? Fong Tang casually brushed imaginary dust off her pants and said slowly, "Then I guess I'll have to visit Director Hu's mother and ask how she raised such an unfaithful, unfilial, and unkind son. What did you want to do? Is my mother bothering you? Dare you try to find my mother?" Hu Yitong slammed the table hard, his expression turning fierce. Fong Tang was not afraid of him and sneered, "It's not right to blame the parents. Your mother didn't teach you well, which caused thousands of workers at the factory to go hungry. If I don't find her, who else can I turn to? Director Hu, if you truly want to show respect, pay back the money sooner. Otherwise, your mother will be worried and scared at her age." Hu Yitong's face darkened terribly, and his eyes looked like a poisonous snake, staring fixedly at Fong Tang. Fong Tang smiled and deliberately said, "It's better for Director Hu to pay back the money soon. Our factory has over 5,800 workers, plus their families. There are more than 10,000 people. If everyone visits the old lady one by one, I don't know if she can handle it. What a tragedy. She's so old and still has to suffer because of an unfilial son. You dare?" Director Hu's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "Anyone who dares to bother his mother will suffer." Fong Tang snorted mockingly and said, "You can try. Our factory, Red Star, isn't lacking in anything, just in numbers. Everyone's pretty brave. We're not doing anything bad, just visiting the old lady. Don't be nervous." After speaking, she stood up and said to the grandmother and grandson, "Let's go see the old lady and have a good chat with her." Hu Yitong's chubby body suddenly rushed forward like lightning, blocking the door and trying to push Fong Tang. "Try pushing and see. I'm pregnant with twins. Before we left, Director Zhao told me that if I have any trouble at your Red Star factory, he won't let you off. Director Zhao is generous. He used to ignore you, but that doesn't mean he's easy to bully. Try me if you don't believe." Fong Tang sidestepped, and her aunt quickly reacted and protected her in front. Hu Yitong was just anxious earlier. Now that he's calm, he wouldn't push again. But seeing Fong Tang's arrogant and domineering attitude, he was furious. He secretly cursed Zhao, calling him for sending a pregnant woman to collect the debt. He was sure Zhao knew he wouldn't dare to hit her. No wonder his undefeated hand of 5 aces had failed. Who would dare to attack a pregnant woman? Fong Tang sneered and pushed Director Hu aside, leading the grandmother and grandson out confidently. Hu Yitong's face was a mix of red and blue. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay back the money, but you have to give me a few days to gather it." Fong Tang didn't believe him but played along. "I can't say for sure, Fong Tang sneered and mocked. Director, don't try to fool me with that trick. I'm not that easy to deceive. Give me a clear answer, or I'll go talk to your mother right now. Less than half a month, Hu Yidong hesitated and gave a number. Fong Tang chuckled mockingly, but said nothing, just looked coldly at him. Feeling a bit guilty, he changed his tune. At least 10 days. The money your factory owes isn't small. I need to find a way to get it. At most 3 days, Director Hu. We both know this.
Don't pretend with me.
I will come to collect the money on time in 3 days. And you shouldn't think about going on a year-long trip. Even if you're away, your mother is always here. I can find someone else to get the money. Fong Tang knew that Hongxing factory had enough funds, but she couldn't push too hard. She decided to give Hu Yidong 3 days. Besides, if collecting the debt too easily, the factory might think giving a bonus of 12,000 was too much. It's better to take it slow. Good things take time. 3 days isn't enough.
Hey.
Wait a moment. Hu Yidong still wanted to bargain, but Fong Tang led her people away quickly, disappearing soon after. Director, are you really going to get the money back in 3 days?
Xiao Wang asked as he entered.
Get the money? No way. Hu Yidong glared at him irritably, gritting his teeth and cursing. Xiao Wang shrank back and quietly retreated. After leaving Hongxing factory, Fong Tang said to her aunt, Auntie, I need to trouble you with something. Just tell me, what's the trouble? Her aunt readily agreed. These days, she had been eating braised pork and white rice every meal. She was walking as if she was flying, and her grandson's face looked much better. But she hadn't done any work, and she was worried about eating too much meat. Fong Tang gave her the address of Hu Yidong's mother's house and said, This is where Director Hu's mother lives. Please keep an eye on it. If Hu takes her somewhere else, call me. And don't go talking to her directly. She's quite old, 70 or 80. Don't scare her too much. She was just trying to scare Hu Yidong, not really going to talk to the old lady. She was too old to handle shocks, and if anything happened to her, it would be her fault.
Got it.
We'll go now. Don't worry, we'll watch her closely. Her aunt was straightforward and was about to take her grandson over, but Fong Tang stopped her. She handed her some money and food coupons. If you're hungry, go eat at a restaurant.
Here, take it. Don't be polite.
You're helping me out after all. In the end, Auntie couldn't resist Fong Tang's insistence. She accepted the money and food coupons and took her grandson to follow Hu Yidong to keep watch. Fong Tang took the bus back to the factory to work. She planned to go again in 3 days to collect the money from Hu Yidong. Little Fong, have you gotten the money back yet? As soon as she entered the office and sat down, a kind person came over to ask. Recently, Fong Tang hadn't been working because she was busy collecting debts. There was a lot of gossip at the factory. Some people thought Fong Tang was overestimating herself and going crazy over money. Others worried that Fong Tang really wanted to get her money back and was aiming for the 12,000 yuan bonus. That was a lot of money, more than they had ever seen. They felt jealous and angry that a woman could earn so much.
Not yet.
It's not that easy. They refused to pay back and even almost tried to hit me, Fong Tang said slowly about her recent debt-collecting experience. Of course, she exaggerated a bit to show how hard it was, making her struggles seem more intense. Almost hit you? Oh no, little Fong, are you okay? I was lucky and managed to dodge. Maybe because they saw I was pregnant, they held back. But the people at Hongxing factory are so fierce. Even the gatekeeper is grumpy. I spent a whole day at the factory and couldn't even get a sip of water. Sigh. Fong Tang sighed, noticing the sympathetic looks from others, and secretly found it amusing. Sister Shu poured hot water into her cup. Fong Tang gratefully said, Thank you, Sister Shu. Maybe you shouldn't go to collect the debt anymore. The people at Hongxing factory are known to be very fierce. Our factory used to send people to collect debts too, and we got beaten or even had dogs bite us. You're pregnant now, and your family doesn't need the money urgently. Why get involved in this mess? Sister Shu advised sincerely, having developed some feelings for Fong Tang during these days. Others also persuaded her. Yes, little Fong, your family is doing well. There's no need to risk yourself. Many men at the factory can't get their money back, so as a woman, you shouldn't try to. They believed Fong Tang's words completely. In the past, people who went to collect debts also said similar things, sometimes even worse. The workers at Hongxing factory were fierce, with fierce-looking people and even vicious dogs, hard to deal with. These people exaggerated the situation, probably to avoid being laughed at or to make it easier to recover the debt. They described the factory as a terrible place, like so that if they didn't get their money back, it would seem justified. Fong Tang smiled softly and said quietly, "I'll try. It's not small money, it's the hard-earned savings of our factory workers. With this money, our factory's New Year supplies will be much better. I've been here for a while, and everyone has taken care of me. I want to do something for everyone." Everyone was touched. They didn't expect that Fong Tang was going to ask for the debt for everyone's sake. She was truly a good comrade. No wonder Fong Tang's family is well off, yet she still does such dangerous work. They misunderstood her before. "Fong Tang, just be careful and prioritize your health. If you don't get the money back, it's okay." Everyone comforted her gently. Fong Tang nodded politely and said, "I understand. Thank you all for your concern." The group left feeling guilty. Later, anyone who talked about Fong Tang's situation would be gently corrected. "You really have no heart. Fong Tang, pregnant and all, want to ask for the debt so everyone can have a good new year. You should be grateful, but instead, you talk behind her back. Aren't you afraid of karma?" Soon, the factory quieted down. Although some people still whispered, they dared not speak loudly, fearing anger from others. However, many still hoped Fong Tang could recover the money. They weren't jealous of the bonus. That money was hard to earn. If Fong Tang could get it back, it was her skill, and there was no reason to envy her. They just hoped that during the new year, the factory would give out more supplies so everyone could have a prosperous celebration. Bai Anqi told Fong Tang all these things. "Can you get the debt back?" Bai Anqi asked curiously. Since her family had problems, she had become more calm and mature, probably because she had grown up. "I don't know. I'll try. If I can't get it back, it's not a big deal." Fong Tang shook her head. She was about 60% confident, but before she succeeded, she wanted to stay humble and avoid disappointment. That's true. Many people haven't gotten their money back before. Not getting it back isn't shameful. But be careful, especially with your pregnancy. Bai Anqi looked at Fong Tang's belly with concern and moved aside a little, worried she might bump into her. "I know my limits. How is your family now?" Fong Tang changed the subject. "It's the same as before. My mother is not feeling well now and can't go to work. My younger brother has become more sensible. After school, he does chores and even knows how to light a fire and cook noodles." Bai Anqi sighed with a bitter smile. Now she is the one taking care of the family. Her parents, who used to shelter her from hardships, are gone. Her brother is still young, so she has to be strong, or the family will fall apart. You should try to comfort your mother. Actually, setbacks can bring good things too. Every event has two sides, bad and good. Don't focus only on the bad. Think about the good, and you'll feel much better, Fong Tang advised. "But how can there be any good side to my father's situation?" Bai Anqi didn't believe it. Her father's accident was as bad as it could get. Is there no good side? Think about it. Isn't your temper less annoying than before? Don't be upset. You said yourself that you have a bad temper, not very likable, and you don't think things through when problems happen. Usually your parents or friends handle things, but in the end, you have to rely on yourself. If you improve yourself, that's the best thing. Actually, Fong Tang wanted to say that even if Bai's father hadn't had the accident, after the reform and opening up, department stores wouldn't be popular anymore. Small shops and stalls outside offer better service, lower prices, and more variety. People wouldn't want to buy from big stores. So, Bai's father's accident might actually be a good thing. Bai Anqi looked thoughtful. It sounded reasonable. She had reflected on this recently. Her old temper was quite annoying, and she couldn't stand it anymore. But if she could start over, she still wished her father hadn't had an accident and that their family was the same as before. And what about her brother? Fong Tang asked again. He used to be spoiled and wouldn't even help when a soy sauce bottle fell, right? Bai Anqi nodded. Not just her brother, she was the same. Their family rarely did chores. Now her brother can light a fire and cook noodles. He has grown up overnight. When he enters society, he won't be disliked. That's a good thing, Fong Tang said. Bai Anqi smiled bitterly. It sounded reasonable. But her and her brother's growth has been very painful. When they go out, people point fingers at them. Neighbors look at them coldly and say unkind words. That's not all. She worries more about her father being executed. She can't sleep well at night, dreaming of her bloodied father. Angel Bai encouraged herself, believing that as long as people are alive, they will see the light. She remembered a poem with this idea, but forgot who wrote it. When Angel Bai finished work and went home, she stopped by the market to buy some greens. Now she always bought vegetables after work. In the morning, greens cost 2 cents a pound, but in the evening, only 1 cent. They looked a little wilted but tasted about the same as in the morning, just not as pretty. Her family's income had dropped sharply. Her mother couldn't go to work and only had about 10 yuan for living expenses. Her brother still went to school, and she was the only one earning a salary, so she had to be very careful with money. She thought for a moment and bought a block of tofu and a few eggs. Her brother was growing, and her mother was not in good health, so they needed good nutrition. They couldn't afford meat, only eggs. In the past, the cafeteria gave out some meat every day, and Angel Bai also got some. Now, she didn't dare speak in the cafeteria, and she had no chance to get meat. Even if they offered her some, she wouldn't dare to take it. Her father had gotten into trouble because of corruption. She didn't want to follow his path and decided to be honest and straightforward. When Angel Bai returned home, her brother was lighting a fire to boil medicine, and her mother was lying in bed, looking very pale. The boy was about 12 or 13, not very tall, and looked a bit like Angel Bai. Go to your homework. Have you had exams recently? Angel Bai asked as she took over the stove, caring about her brother's studies. The boy nodded and whispered, Not very well, it's okay. Study hard and try to do better in the final exams. Angel Bai didn't criticize her brother. The house had been messy lately, and it affected his studies. It was normal for him to do poorly. He used to do very well in school. Don't think about the family problems. I just got promoted, and now I earn over 30 yuan a month. Dad is fine too. He'll be home in a few years. Those rumors outside are just nonsense. Every family has problems. Just focus on studying. Angel Bai spoke earnestly. Her brother was carrying a heavy burden in his heart. She hadn't had time to talk to him recently, but today she wanted to show her support. As the older sister, she had to take responsibility. Yes, I will study hard. The boy nodded, his eyes turning red. He looked down, not wanting his sister to see, but he noticed her hands, which were covered with frostbite and cracked skin. Her hands were red and swollen, very different from her usual hands. Previously, my sister was very afraid of the cold. As soon as autumn started, she would apply protective cream to her hands, so she never got frostbite. Her hands were always soft, white, and very pretty. Big sister, does your hand hurt? The boy looked at the cracked, bleeding wounds with concern. Bai Anqi paused for a moment, then said casually, It doesn't hurt. I'm used to it. I've worked harder in the countryside. Go do your homework. I'll call you when dinner is ready. The boy didn't really believe her. It was hard to imagine that her hands, bleeding and cracked, didn't hurt. She was lying, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was too young. Now he could only focus on studying well. When he was a bit older, he would be able to find a job on the street. Bai Anqi smiled at him, then skillfully lit the stove. For dinner, they had 3 dishes: stir-fried greens, braised tofu, and a steamed egg custard with just 1 egg. Mom, wake up and eat. You need to get up and walk around. You can't keep lying down every day. Bai Anqi went to wake her mother. Lying around all the time was making her health worse. Cough, cough. You and Xiaowen eat first, cough, cough. Her mother had no appetite and couldn't eat. We'll eat together. Mom, you need to think positively. Today, a colleague told me something I think makes sense. Bai Anqi repeated exactly what Fong Tang had said. Her mother looked a bit moved. Look at how sensible Xiaowen and I are now. Xiaowen can even light the stove, and I've learned to cook. Feng Tang said I'm more likable now than before. When Dad comes back in a few years, our family will be just like before. You need to get better. We must live well and not be laughed at, her mother asked unexpectedly. Is Feng Tang the girl who married into the June district compound? Yes, that's her. She didn't try to avoid you. Her mother looked surprised. Nowadays, outsiders treat their family like they've seen a pest. No, everything's the same. Feng Tang is a good person. Bianchi's face suddenly turned red. Actually, Zhao Weijie was also a good person. A few days ago, he suddenly found her and said he had talked to her father. He wouldn't transfer her from the cafeteria job, so she shouldn't worry. After saying that, he ran off. Silly as he was, Bianchi couldn't help but laugh. People are really strange. She used to dislike Zhao Weijie everywhere, but now she thought he was actually pretty decent. Mother Bai noticed her daughter's hand, full of worry and guilt. She knew she shouldn't be so hopeless anymore. Her child was so strong. As a mother, how could she fall apart? Angel, help Mom up so she can eat. Mother Bai clenched her teeth and forced herself to get out of bed. She still felt dizzy, but she endured it. The next day, Feng Tang went to the cafeteria for lunch. She saw Bianchi looking much happier. When it was her turn to get food, Bianchi couldn't help but say, "My mom is much better now. She said she'll go back to work in a few days. Congratulations." Feng Tang was happy for her. In her previous life, Mother Bai's health never improved. Maybe in this life, because Bianchi has become more sensible, Mother Bai saw hope and started to recover. 3 days passed. Feng Tang went to Hongxing factory. During these days, Hu Yidong really wanted to help his mother move, but the grandmother and grandson kept a close watch. Whenever Hu Yidong made a move, the aunt would call Feng Tang first and then step in to stop him. She didn't say anything, just blocked Hu Yidong from leaving. Hu Yidong was a filial son. In front of his mother, he dared not say anything. He just obediently took her home. After that, he didn't dare to have any other ideas. Feng Tang entered the factory feeling refreshed. The security guard didn't dare stop her. She went straight to Director Hu. In just 3 days, Director Hu's chubby face looked smaller, and there were dark circles under his eyes. It was clear he hadn't had an easy time these days. "Director Hu, I'm here to get the money," Feng Tang said loudly. "I really can't raise the money. How about you take 10,000 yuan first to cover things?" Hu Yidong suggested as a temporary solution. Even 10,000 yuan made him feel distressed. He hadn't thought about paying back the 350,000 yuan. If he delayed for a few years, the debt would be settled. Feng Tang's face darkened. She said coldly, 10,000? Are you just begging for money? You personally said you'd pay today. Fine, I'll go talk to your mother now. She turned to leave. Since Director Hu started this, she wouldn't hold back later. She didn't want to bother the old lady, but who asked her to have such a son? The factory really has no money. Talking to my mom won't help. She has a weak heart. If something happens, can you handle it? Hu Yidong also played the fool. If something really happens to your mom, that's your big betrayal as a son. If you had paid back the money earlier, none of this would happen. Don't tell me you have no money. All that flesh on your body is money earned from eating. Do you want me to find people from Xiangmenlu to verify? Director Hu spends every day of the year at Xiangmenlu, eating there for 360 days. He's tired of chicken, duck, fish, and meat and insists on eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Even emperors in the past didn't indulge like him. I wonder if the people above know how lavish his life is. Maybe they'll invite him in for tea? Feng Tang's tone was sharp. After investigating, Sang Imo found out that Xiangmenlu had become Hu Yidong's private kitchen, where he only chose the most expensive dishes. He only eats the top layer of fish belly and leaves the rest, wasting food. It's almost like he deserves a thunderstorm. Hu Yidong's teeth were clenched so tightly they almost broke. That rude woman was stubborn and refused to back down, even though she was pregnant. She was sure he wouldn't dare to be tough with her. He was so frustrated he felt like suffocating. I go to Xiangmenlu for business dinners. As a factory manager, I have a busy schedule. Honestly, I don't want to eat there. The doctor says I have high blood pressure and my health is worse than a few years ago. But I can't help it. The factory needs me. For the sake of the workers. Even if it harms my health, I have to eat. Hu Yitong spoke passionately, even tearing up a little, making it seem like he was truly a dedicated factory manager. Fong Tang curled her lips and sincerely praised, "Director Hu, I've never seen someone as shameless as you." Hu Yitong's face darkened. He looked grim and said coldly, "One way or another, either you take 10,000 yuan or do whatever you want. I have no money anyway." Fong Tang didn't waste words. She turned around and said, "Let me tell you, 35,600 yuan, no less. I must get it back for the factory. If I can't talk to you, I'll go to your grandmother. I'll ask her if paying debts is a natural duty. You dare?" "Xiao Wang, call some people to stop her." Hu Yitong shouted loudly. As soon as he finished, a few burly men blocked the door, preventing Fong Tang from leaving. They didn't attack but just stood there, blocking the way. "Xiao Wang, bring a chair and brew some tea. Treat our guest well. Don't let anything happen to her." Hu Yitong smiled maliciously, pretending to be polite. His real plan was to trap Fong Tang in the office. After a few days, she would learn her lesson. Fong Tang clenched her teeth. She hadn't expected this trick. Hu Yitong was truly shameless. Xiao Wang brought over a chair and brewed some tea. At the door, several strong men stood around, while Hu Yitong sat leisurely with his feet on the table, shaking slightly, looking very annoying. Fong Tang sat down calmly on the surface, but she was anxious and thinking of a plan. She decided she needed to take a tough step. Both the grandfather and grandson were very worried, but didn't know what to do. They kept looking at Fong Tang, ready to act as soon as she gave the order. Fong Tang noticed a pair of scissors on the table, looking very sharp. She clenched her teeth and came up with an idea. She needed to see some blood. She touched her belly and quietly said, "Baby, don't be afraid. Mom is working hard to earn money for your milk powder. Just sleep peacefully." After communicating with her baby, Fong Tang felt more at ease. She stood up and walked toward the desk. Hu Yitong didn't care and still smiled, saying, "Have you made up your mind? If you have, I'll send someone to take you back. If not, we'll keep waiting." "I've made up my mind." Fong Tang sneered and quickly stepped forward, grabbing the scissors. Hu Yitong was startled and froze for a moment, stammering, "What? What are you going to do?" "Nothing much. I just realized that I can't go on like this. I don't want to live anymore. Let's go see the king of together." Fong Tang held the scissors in one hand and grabbed Hu Yitong with the other, pressing the scissors against his neck and stabbing slightly. Xiao Wang and several burly men were terrified but dared not step forward, afraid to provoke Fong Tang and really hurt their boss. Hu Yitong's legs trembled like a sieve, his face turning pale with fear. He stammered, "Why you? Don't do anything crazy. You're pregnant, think about the baby. Don't do something stupid. Our family can't even afford to eat. If the baby is born, it will suffer too. Director Hu, I'll kill you first, then go apologize." "I'm sorry." Fong Tang spoke very calmly, without any hysteria. Her expression even showed a bit of guilt, but this only made Hu Yitong more panicked. He cursed Director Zhao in his mind. Sending a crazy pregnant woman to collect debt. If she really got hurt, he'd be the one in trouble, possibly going to jail. Hu Yitong had never felt so frustrated. With all his skills, he couldn't do anything against Fong Tang. Fong Tang increased her strength a little, and the tip of the scissors pierced in slightly more, causing blood to seep out. Hu Yitong was trembling like a leaf, his lips colorless, almost unable to hold his. "Stop. I will pay back the money. I will definitely pay it back. Please take the scissors away first." Hu Yitong shouted loudly. "As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn." His top priority was to calm down this crazy woman. Fong Tang's movements did not stop. The scissors still moved slowly forward. Hu Yitong's fear grew deeper. He seemed to see his own throat being cut, and he shivered uncontrollably. "Are you trying to lie again? I won't believe you anymore." Fong Tang's actions continued, without pause. The scissors slowly pierced into his flesh, and more blood flowed out. Hu Yitong's vision darkened. If Fong Tang hadn't been holding him, he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. I'm not lying. I will pay back the money this time. I will call someone to bring it now. Hu Yitong no longer hesitated. Money was a small matter. His life was more important. I don't believe you. You're a big liar. You all are liars. The factory refuses to pay wages, and there's no money at home to buy rice. You said you'd pay back last time, but you lied again. I won't trust you liars anymore. Fong Tang's expression gradually became wild, muttering to herself. Others couldn't hear clearly, but Hu Yitong heard every word. His back felt like a poisonous snake was crawling up it. Oh my, this woman really is crazy. The scissors on his neck were pushed in a little more. Hu Yitong didn't dare to move, afraid that any movement would cause the scissors to cut through his neck. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. Clenching his teeth, he said calmly, I swear I won't lie to you this time. Really, I will call someone to bring the money right now, not a penny less. He was now full of regret. If he had known this woman was crazy, he wouldn't have lied last time. Xiao Wang, call the finance department. Huh? Which one? Xiao Wang was a bit confused. He wasn't sure if Hu factory director was sincere about paying back or just trying to fool the woman. The factory director had a rule. If someone was genuinely willing to pay back, they would call Accountant Zhang to handle it. If they were just pretending, they would call Master Su. Master Su wasn't an accountant, but a warehouse clerk. He was slick and persuasive, always able to confuse the creditors. Accountant Zhang, hurry up, Hu Yitong shouted hoarsely, cursing Xiao Wang for being clueless. He was in danger now, and he wondered why Xiao Wang wasn't rushing to call Accountant Zhang to save him. Xiao Wang finally realized what was happening and hurriedly called someone. The finance office was just next door, and in less than a minute, Accountant Zhang arrived. Seeing the scene in the office, she was shocked and felt her legs go weak. Accountant Zhang, quickly settle the debt with Tianjin Machine Tool Factory as soon as possible, Hu Yitong urged anxiously. Accountant Zhang was very surprised, but didn't ask many questions. She quickly went back to her office to settle the accounts.